Multiversal Chat Group, The Cultivator. Chapter 1, OP Guy in a Slice of Life World. This was Ren Asakura's 18th year since transmigrating into this world. From birth, Ren had awakened his cheat, a chat group. Unfortunately, this chat group had only one member. That was him, the group owner. 18 years had passed, and Ren was still the only person in the group. At this point, he felt like his cheat was completely useless. However, there was one redeeming feature: it had a sign-in and lottery system. If he signed in for 365 days, he could draw a prize. Each sign-in gave 10 to 100 points, which could be used in the chat group's shop. Through continuous purchases and lotteries, Ren had become insanely overpowered. He even had a few planet-destroying bombs in his inventory. If I count correctly, today is the 18th lottery draw. Ren looked at his chat group's sign-in panel. Sign-in streak, 364 days. Alright, time to sign in. Congratulations, group owner Ren Asakura. You've reached a 365-day streak and earned a mysterious grand prize lottery draw. Come on, come on. Ren rubbed his hands together as a glowing roulette wheel appeared before him. Gods, please bless me. Demons, cosmic entities, please bless me. I need something good. He quickly pressed the lottery button. The wheel spun rapidly. Dao fruit, immortality, power of the profound way, unlimited blade works, gate of Babylon, heaven opening divine axe, dragon transformation gate, scion bloodline. The choices were dazzling. Ren's heart pounded. Some of these rewards were good, but not necessarily useful to him. Finally, the wheel stopped. A golden glow flashed. Congratulations, group owner Ren Asakura. You've unlocked the ability to purchase chat group member invitations. The shop will now refresh with 4 invitations per month. Only the group owner and admins can buy them. Chat group member invitation. Use this to randomly invite a character from across the multiverse into the chat group. Can also be used for direct invitations. Amazing. Amazing. My chat group. I'm finally not alone anymore. 18 years. For 18 years, he'd been a group owner without a single member. This cheat had been a joke until now. Ren's transmigration had placed him in a slice-of-life world. A slice-of-life crossover world. Characters from all kinds of slice-of-life anime existed here. Rika Takanashi and Yuta Togashi from Chinibu. The Nakano quintuplets from the quintessential quintuplets. Megumi Kato from Sikano. Hutaru Oriki, the energy-saving detective, and Hachiman Hikigaya, the cynical loner. This everyday world was too boring. There wasn't even a trace of the supernatural. Ren had all these overpowered abilities, but nowhere to show them off. Back in his Chinibu phase, he had played Spider-Man for a while. But eventually, it got too boring, so he stopped acting like a superhero. Before transmigrating, Ren had been a passionate young man. A sunny and cheerful guy, a proud successor of socialism. Even though he was now ridiculously overpowered. He had never become a villain. He still kept himself in check. He. Let's see who I can invite first. Ren Asakura opened the shop. At the very top was the chat group member invitation. 1,000 points per invitation. Without hesitation, Ren bought all 4. Use. His fingers tapped the use button rapidly. The 4 invitations floated into the void. A moment later, new notifications popped up in the chat group. Group owner Ren Asakura has invited Demon Slayer to the chat group. Group owner Ren Asakura has invited the Golden Flash to the chat group. Group owner Ren Asakura has invited the Dead Kid to the chat group. Group owner Ren Asakura has invited One Punch Man to the chat group. Demon Slayer World. In the world of Demon Slayer, Yoriichi Tsujikuni walked silently down a dirt road. His once jet-black hair had turned completely white with age. He could feel it, his time was running out. In these final days, he wished to return to his homeland one last time. But in his heart, there was only sorrow. His mother had died. His wife and child had died. His brother had turned into a demon. He had almost killed Musen, but in the end, Musen escaped. A lifetime of regrets. Just then, something strange happened. A floating window appeared before his eyes. Group owner Sakura has invited you to the Multiversal chat group. Yorichi narrowed his eyes. A blood demon art. No, it doesn't feel like one. What is this? After a brief hesitation, he clicked to enter. Naruto World. In Naruto's world, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was drowning in paperwork. Even as Hokage, his actual authority was limited. Danzo controlled root. The Umbu were still largely under the third Hokage's influence. The Elder Council constantly restricted his decisions. Politics. Even for the Yellow Flash, it was a headache. Just as he was about to sigh, the door to his office swung open. A familiar red-haired woman stepped inside, her belly slightly swollen. It was Kushina Uzumaki. From the looks of it, she had only a few months left before giving birth. You're still here. Dinner's ready, you know. Minato smiled warmly at his pregnant wife. I'll finish these reports and head home soon. After scolding him a little, Kushina left. Minato ran a tired hand through his hair. Just then, a floating chat window appeared in front of him. Group owner Sakura has invited you to the Multiversal chat group. Dragon Raja World. In the world of Dragon Raja, high school senior Mingfei sat in front of his computer, dark circles under his eyes. He was playing StarCraft with Old Tang. It looked like he had pulled an all-nighter. As the screen flashed game over, Mingfei had lost. Immediately, Old Tang's triumphant voice came through his headset. Ha! Lu, you lost again. Mingfei chuckled helplessly. Yeah, I lost. Old Tang, your skills are getting better. What Old Tang didn't know was that Mingfei's laptop was ancient. He didn't even have a mouse. He was playing the game using the red trackpoint nub in the middle of the keyboard. The difficulty level skyrocketed. Just then, a floating chat window popped up in front of him. Am I hallucinating? Mingfei rubbed his tired eyes, thinking it was a side effect of staying up all night. But even after blinking, the chat window remained. Group owner Sakura has invited you to the Multiversal chat group. One Punch Man World. In One Punch Man's world, a bald-headed hero named Saitama walked out of a supermarket. He carried a large bag filled with groceries. All bought at today's big sale. Finally. I can afford beef. Time for a feast. On his way home, Saitama casually slapped a few monsters to death. After stepping inside his apartment, he saw something strange appear in front of him. A floating chat window. Huh? What kind of weird pop-up is this? Group owner Sakura has invited you to the Multiversal chat group. Inside the chat group, Sakura was thrilled to see the new members joining. Group owner Sakura, yo. Welcome. Time for some freebies. A giant red envelope appeared in the chat. The new members reacted instantly. Group member, the dead kid has claimed the red envelope. Group member, Demon Slayer has claimed the red envelope. Group member, the Golden Flash has claimed the red envelope. Group member, One Punch Man has claimed the red envelope. Chapter 2, Group Chat. Dragon Raja World. Mingfei instinctively snatched the red envelope. A bright red fruit appeared in his hand. It looked like an apple, but even more vibrant, its surface glistened, and a refreshing fragrance filled the air. His brain lagged for a second. Wait, what the hell? Is my Chinibu acting up again? What kind of magic trick is this? Can I even eat it? Not far away, a chubby boy snored peacefully. Mingfei glanced at his round little cousin and immediately dismissed the idea of testing it on him first. Old Tang, I gotta go. Something came up. His headset crackled as Old Tang responded. Quitting already? Alright, next time then. Quietly, Mingfei sneaked downstairs, making his way to the kitchen. He carefully washed the mysterious red fruit. Well, here goes nothing. Taking a bite. Juicy. Sweet. Explosively delicious. A wave of rich sweetness burst across his tongue, overwhelming his senses. Holy sh, this is amazing. Suddenly, a warm energy spread from his stomach, flowing into every corner of his body. The exhaustion from his all-nighter vanished instantly. Even his dark eye circles were gone. He felt incredibly refreshed, like he had just taken some kind of super stimulant. Demon Slayer World. A blood-red moon hung in the sky. Yoriichi Tsujikuni could feel his life force fading. At 80 years old, he was now an old man. Any moment could be his last. Yet, he remained the only warrior in history to awaken the Demon Slayer mark and still live past 25. Even Musen Kibutsuji, the Demon King, had been forced to flee in terror before him. The scars from Yoriichi's blade, Musen had never been able to fully heal, even at the end of his long life. The mere sight of Yoriichi's earring sent Musen into a panic. To call Yoriichi the chosen child of the world was no exaggeration. And yet, in his hands now lay a strange red fruit. This is odd. He could sense the fruit's vibrant life force, yet he had no idea where it came from. As if it had fallen from the void itself. Yoriichi possessed transparent world, a vision beyond mere mortals, allowing him to see through all things. And yet, he couldn't see through this fruit. It was not a blood demon art. It was something else entirely. No matter. I am but an old man at death's door. I doubt I'll even live to see the sunrise. Yoriichi Tsujikuni didn't hesitate any longer. He lifted the red fruit to his lips. And took a bite. A surge of life energy instantly poured into his fading body. His withered frame regained vitality. At the very least, he could now live for 2 more days. Swing his sword 2 more times. Incredible. This fruit is incredible. Is this the work of the gods? During the Sengoku era, many clans worshipped divine beings. Yoriichi himself was born into such a noble family. A fruit capable of extending life. To Yoriichi, only a god could possess something like this. Naruto World. After a long day of work, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was exhausted. So much paperwork. This job is insane. Minato was no amateur in politics. But Konoha was filled with scheming old foxes. Danzo was constantly plotting to steal the Hokage position. The 3rd Hokage refused to fully step down. The Elder Council had their own agendas. At this point, Minato felt like nothing more than a figurehead. His gaze drifted to the red fruit sitting on his desk. I already tested it. No danger. Let's see what this thing really does. As a ninja, his instincts were razor-sharp. From what he could sense, the fruit contained no immediate threats. The moment he bit into it, the fatigue of an entire day vanished. His body felt lighter. His chakra surged back to full power. Unbelievable. My exhaustion is completely gone. Even my chakra flow has improved. As Hokage, Minato immediately thought of the battlefield. If we had these in war, the impact would be unimaginable. This is way better than military ration pills. One Punch Man world. Saitama stared at the red fruit in his hand. Without a second thought, he popped it into his mouth. At this point, he had nothing to fear. Even if it was poisoned, what was the worst that could happen? Give him a diarrhea? Pretty good. Sweeter than an apple. Not bad, group owner. However, because Saitama was simply too powerful, the effects of the fruit were non-existent. It was like dropping a single drop of water into the ocean. Any changes? Absolutely none. All he knew was, damn, this apple is really sweet. In the chat group, Ren Asakura was feeling extremely happy. Heck, he was ecstatic. As the bright future of the nation, he was righteous, passionate, youthful, and full of energy. But with overwhelming power in a mundane world, he had been bored out of his mind for years. Now, for the first time in 18 years, he wasn't alone anymore. He finally had followers. Group owner, Ren Asakura. Alright, everyone, let's get hyped. Why waste time sleeping when we're alive? We can rest forever when we're dead. This group owner is pulling an all-nighter, let's party. As a modern-day youth and a certified reckless idiot, Mingfei was the first to respond. Dead kid, group owner, you're the best. Long live the boss. May you rule the world forever. Mingfei was the type of guy who would do anything for a can of soda. Back in school, he once traded his physical labor for a bottle of Coke. Now, after receiving a magical apple from the group owner, he was completely won over. Demon Slayer, excuse me, are you a divine being? Yoriichi Tsujikuni was still feeling a little reserved. One Punch Man. By the way, got any more of those red apples? They were pretty good. Golden Flash. Yeah, they were delicious. But I don't think they were just regular fruit. After eating one, all my exhaustion from work disappeared instantly. Saitama scratched his bald head in confusion. Exhaustion. He didn't feel anything at all. Of course, he didn't. Ever since he became invincible, he had never felt tired again. One Punch Man. Really? I didn't notice anything. Demon Slayer. It's true. I can feel my lifespan extending by 2 more days. Enough time to return to my homeland and pass away peacefully. Thank you, Divine One. Dead kid. Wait, you're about to die. Demon Slayer. Yes, I'm already 80 years old. Yoriichi's profile picture was that of a white-haired elder. His gaze gentle yet imposing, with a Nichiren blade sheathed at his side. Despite his aged appearance, his posture remained straight and unwavering. Even now, if he entered battle, his power would be just as terrifying as in his prime. Dead kid. Ha. Well, I guess 80 years is a solid run. As the chat continued, everyone gradually grew more familiar with one another. And the group began to liven up. Comment. 3 comment. Vote. Chapter 3, Exploring Functions. Looking at the rapidly scrolling messages in the chat group, Ren Asakura felt deeply satisfied. Today is a great day. All the members I invited are from extraordinary worlds. After 18 years of exploring the group's functions, Ren had mastered every single one of them. Among them was the ability to travel between worlds. As long as both parties agreed, group members could cross into each other's worlds. Now, at last, he could finally enjoy the thrill of battle. But if his guess was correct, 3 out of his 4 new group members were walking tragedies. Mingfei, the tragedy magnet. In Book 1, his best friend died. In Book 2, his junior sister died. In Book 3, his wife died. In Book 4, his senior brother died, and he got hunted down by the entire world. In Book 5, he turned into a monster, and kept getting hunted down. His own brother took 3/4 of his lifespan. Miserable. Utterly miserable. Mingfei was the embodiment of tragedy. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, the chosen one. Yet, born with a mark, the ability to see the transparent world, and peerless swordsmanship. Even the Demon King, Musen Kibutsuji, couldn't last a single round against him. In fact, just the sight of his earrings was enough to make Musen piss himself. Yet, despite being one of the strongest warriors in history, he witnessed his mother's death. He watched his clan fall into ruin. His wife and unborn child were slaughtered. His beloved elder brother turned into a demon. Even after cornering Musen, he failed to kill him. His demonized brother killed their leader, causing Yoriichi to be exiled from the Demon Slayer Corps. In the end, he died of old age, never fulfilling his revenge. And even then, he couldn't bring his brother peace. His heart was filled with endless sorrow. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, a hero's fate. A genius ninja from a civilian background. Gifted, hard-working, warm-hearted, and kind. Young, full of potential, with a bright future ahead. Yet this promising fourth Hokage died in the ninetales attack. Died alongside his wife. They were heroes of Konoha. But their son, their child suffered constant abuse. No friends. Mocked, ridiculed, and ostracized. Drank expired milk and ate rice mixed with sand. Weaker than kids his age, constantly bullied. Manipulated by the third Hokage into thinking he had a good life. If not for Ashura's chakra within him, and Irika-sensei's kindness, Naruto might have turned into a villain and taken revenge on the world. Ren shook his head. These guys were tragic beyond words. If Minato ever found out what kind of childhood his son endured, he would probably fight Hiruzen Sarutobi to the death. He sacrificed everything to protect the village, yet his own son, the child of the hero, was treated like trash. And if Kushina Uzumaki, the fiery red-hot habanero, knew, she'd go on a rampage immediately, tearing down Konoha with her bare hands. But unfortunately, they died too soon. Saitama, the invincible hero who broke his limiter. The savior of the world. Even a dragon-level monster couldn't withstand a single punch from him. But being invincible, was boring and lonely. A hero by pure interest, with a noble heart, but fading emotions. That was Saitama, a true hero. His dream? To experience a real battle. To fight someone who could match him blow for blow. Sure, his friend King could crush him in video games with just 2 fingers. But Saitama still longed for a true, intense fight. At this moment, Ren grinned and sent a message to the group. Group owner, Ren Asakura. The red fruit I sent earlier is called the vermilion fruit. It comes from a world of immortal cultivators and is packed with spiritual energy. When fully ripe, it glows with a brilliant red light. For ordinary people, eating one can extend their lifespan, restore their health, and cure diseases, though it can't fix deeply rooted conditions. Group owner, Ren Asakura. You can buy them in the group shop for 50 points each. You can also buy a tree and plant it, but it requires special soil. Each tree produces 50 to 60 fruits per year. Mingfei. Holy crap. A world of immortal cultivators. This is insane. I've been waiting 18 years for this. I knew I wasn't just some ordinary guy. Boss, take me in as your disciple. I want to cultivate. I want limitless power. As expected. Being a modern-day kid, Mingfei was the first to fully embrace the chat group. No hesitation. No doubt. Just pure excitement. This was a cheat code. A world of cultivation only existed in novels. But now, it was real. The future was limitless. Flying through the skies, walking on water, moving mountains. What teenager didn't dream of something like this? But deep down, Mingfei wasn't just a goofball. He was a lonely kid. A forgotten child, desperate for recognition. Someone who craved love from his parents but never received it. Golden Flash. Mingfei, why did your name change? Mingfei. Oh, you can change your name in the settings. You didn't know. At this moment, Mingfei had no idea that the other members of the chat weren't from the same world as him. He assumed they were all just modern people like himself. Since he was a tech-savvy modern youth, he quickly explored the chat group's functions. And while he was at it, he changed his name. Because seriously. Dead Kid? What a terrible name. Golden Flash. Wait, Mingfei, how do you change your name? I don't see the option. Mingfei. Just open settings, scroll down, and you'll find your chat name. Then you can edit it. Group owner, Ren Asakura. Since everyone's busy changing their names, let me take this time to explain how the group works. After all, I'm a responsible and caring group owner. Group owner, Ren Asakura. This chat group connects countless worlds across the multiverse. That means every member here may come from a different world, each with its own unique history, power system, and worldview. If something doesn't make sense to you, don't panic. Group owner, Ren Asakura. Also, as the bright leader of this group, I encourage everyone to reach out to me if you have any questions or concerns. Group owner, Ren Asakura. Oh, and one more thing, this is a positive and wholesome chat group. No posting inappropriate images. But if you must, just DM me instead. Mingfei. No problem, boss. Understood, boss. Golden Flash. Alright, I finally changed my name. So this chat group connects different worlds, huh? That means, the members here aren't just from other ninja villages. Minato was quick-witted. He immediately grasped the bigger picture from Ren's explanation. Different worlds. Different time periods. Different rules. Mingfei. Wait, different worlds. His eyes darted to Minato's profile picture. A bright, cheerful young man with golden blonde hair, wearing the fourth Hokage's white cloak. And then it hit him. Mingfei. Hold up. Minato Namikaze. The fourth Hokage. Dude, you're gonna die. Golden Flash. Minato had just finished work, exhausted from a long day of Hokage duties. And now, some random kid he just met was telling him he was going to die. What kind of weird welcome was this? He stared at Minato's profile picture again. A smiling, bright-eyed young man, golden hair cascading down. Wearing the unmistakable fourth Hokage cloak. And now that the group's nature was clear. Minato really was the fourth Hokage. And this really was a multiversal chat group. Mingfei had read plenty of novels with this kind of setup. He instantly understood what was happening. Mingfei, wait. Sorry. I didn't mean to say that. I was just, really shocked. Group owner, Ren Asakura. Alright, let me explain instead. Chapter 4, Future Stories. Ren Asakura, as the group owner, felt it was his duty to explain the situation to his members. In Mingfei's world, there's a manga, or you could call it a story. This story tells of Naruto Uzumaki's growth, showing how he gradually becomes the world's savior. And within this story, there's a small segment about the tragic death of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Minato stared in confusion. That's right, exactly. Mingfei added. Ren Asakura continued, I've also said before, this chat group connects countless worlds. That means the world of Naruto is also part of these worlds, and that so-called Naruto story is actually your future. Minato fell into thought. His teacher, Jiraiya, liked writing novels and often asked him for feedback. With his quick mind, Minato soon understood what Ren Asakura and Mingfei were implying. So, are you saying my world is actually a manga? He asked. That's just a part of it. Your world is real. It's just that the multiverse is interconnected, and powerful beings can observe the past, present, and future across different timelines. So don't think of yourself as fake. Everything in the multiverse is real. Your love, your friendships, your bonds are all real, and so is the future written in that manga. Minato was stunned. Knowing his death in advance, he wasn't sure whether it was a blessing or a curse. Mingfei, trying to stay optimistic, said, "But you're not dead yet, which means the future hasn't happened. We can still change the future. Worst case, we just leave being ninjas and follow Ren Asakura to cultivate immortality." "Boss Ren, let me join you." Minato thought quickly. The future wasn't set in stone. If he knew his fate, maybe he could change it. Just then, Kushina Uzumaki, heavily pregnant, walked in, placing a hand on her belly. Minato looked at his wife and then down at the child she was carrying. Suddenly, everything clicked. His death made sense now. It must be tied to the ninetales. When a Jinchuriki gives birth, the seal that holds the tailed beast becomes unstable. If Kurama, the ninetales, escaped in that moment, as the fourth Hokage, he would have had no choice but to sacrifice himself to seal the beast again. Minato finally understood. "I think I know how I die now. It's because of Kurama, isn't it?" Mingfei, surprised expression. Emoji, this guy is amazing. Mingfei, you really guessed it right. You and your wife really died at the hands of the ninetales. Although the situation was quite complicated at the time. Minato Namikaze fell silent as he processed Mingfei's words. He had expected his own death, but he never imagined his wife would die too. And they both died at the hands of the ninetales. "Minato Namikaze, is this my future? Can you explain it in detail?" Mingfei, smiling emoji. "No problem." Now it was the group owner's turn to speak. "Ren Asakura, Minato Namikaze's world is a manga. Aren't you in the same situation, Mingfei?" Mingfei suddenly froze, a bad feeling creeping over him. Mingfei, "Boss Ren, please protect me. I'm still young, I'm still a virgin, I don't want to die. At least Minato Namikaze has a wife, a child, and his child is a great hero. I haven't even confessed to Chen Wenwen yet." Ren Asakura, emoji of a panda man, this guy is beyond saving. Minato Namikaze, sweat drops. Ren Asakura, don't worry, your world is a novel, and you are the main character in that novel. You're destined to sit on the Iron Throne. Mingfei, am I that awesome? Ha ha ha. I really am unique. The Iron Throne, huh? It looks like my future is limitless. So, I'll marry Chen Wenwen in the future. Ren Asakura hesitated, not wanting to reveal the truth to the kid. This kid's future indeed holds a place on the throne. But it's a lonely one. A solitary, lonely king. As for his first love, Chen Wenwen. A small letter, I, would shatter his fantasy. Maybe at this very moment, the rich heir Zhao Menghua had already secretly gotten together with Chen Wenwen. Waiting for graduation to stage a grand performance. At this moment, in the Dragon Clan world, Mingfei had already imagined himself as the protagonist of a $1 million, passionate, righteous novel. In his fantasy, he was the hero, surrounded by beautiful women, driving expensive sports cars, and surrounded by wealth that he could never spend. Ren Asakura, speaking of which, you're much worse off than Minato Namikaze. At least he had a wife, kids, and a career. Even though he died, his child became the savior of the ninja world, and he became a hero of Konoha, leaving his name for the ages. He even got a chance to show off during the Fourth War. Maybe he wasn't the strongest Hokage, but he was definitely the flashiest. Mingfei, I have a bad feeling about this. Ren Asakura, your bad feeling is right. The world you're in isn't a normal world. It has dragons, and this novel is a tragedy. The protagonist is tortured to death, and everything about him screams misery. In the end, he's even chased by the whole world, and I mean the whole world. Mingfei, boss, help me. Ren, help. I don't want the throne anymore. I just want to live a good life. Do I still have a chance with Chinwenwen? Rena Sakura, though I don't want to break your fantasies, with who you are right now, do you think you stand a chance with the school beauty? To put it bluntly, go take a piss and look at yourself. You're a shut-in, a loser, garbage, an idiot. Think about what school you're in, Sherlon High, a place full of big shots and rich heirs. What do you have to offer? With your face, how could the pure school beauty ever like you? Mingfei, woo-woo. You've crushed my spirit. Please comfort me. I want to cultivate immortality with you. Minato Namikaze, are dragons snakes? Like those from the Ryuichi cave? Mingfei, 4th Hokage, you've reminded me of something important. My world actually has such creatures. Are they Eastern dragons or Western dragons? Ren Asakura, nah, it's the fire breathers. Mingfei, fuck. Ren Asakura, you have their bloodline. Mingfei. Ren Asakura, you might even be one of those fire-breathing lizards, and the leader at that. Mingfei, you mean I have to become a fire-breathing lizard? No way. I still want to be human. Ren Asakura, being human is out of the question. Maybe you could be a half-blood. Saitama, hello, everyone. I still don't understand this high-tech stuff. Mingfei, hello, I'm Mingfei. Saitama, I'm Saitama, a hero for fun. Chapter 5, Sujikuni Brothers. Mingfei, oh, great hero, please accept my humble respect. As he grew more familiar with the group, Mingfei's goofy personality fully emerged. And thanks to the anonymity of the chat group. In real life, he was timid and cautious. Online, he threw punches with full force. Mingfei had completely let himself go in the chat. Saitama, different worlds, huh? Do you guys have monsters in your world too? Mingfei, monsters. Yeah. We have dragons here. Ren Asakura, monsters are creatures that are abundant in Saitama's world. There are tons of them, capable of destroying the cities, including a cosmic overlord who can wipe out the entire surface of a planet with a single attack. Mingfei, holy crap, Saitama's world is that dangerous? Ren Asakura, relax, no one is more dangerous than this bald demon king. Even the so-called gods of his world would probably get punched to death by him. Mingfei, boss, please take me under your wing. Saitama's profile picture was a round, bald head, wearing a yellow hero suit. The art style looked somewhat rough, but it was the unmistakable style of a true powerhouse. Saitama, in my world, no one is a match for me. I just want to experience a real, exhilarating fight. Mingfei, boss, are you just showing off now? I know you're strong, but do you really have to rub it in? Saitama, scratches head emoji. While everyone was chatting, Kokashibo encountered his younger brother, Yoriichi Tsujikuni. It was a night with a crimson blood moon hanging high in the sky. Having regained a bit of his vitality, Yoriichi looked more energetic than before. The wind blew gently. The reeds around him swayed, rustling softly in the night. A towering demon-ceiling pagoda stood in the distance. Yoriichi walked along the path, never expecting that, in the final moments of his life, he would meet his older brother once again. Standing beneath the blood-red moon, Kokashibo, with his 6 eyes, never imagined he would see his younger brother again. The brother who had cast a lifelong shadow over him. As soon as the two met, the atmosphere became tense. Seeing Yoriichi, with his full head of white hair and red haori, Kokashibo's pupils shrank. He knew that swordsmen who awakened their demon slayer marks never lived past 25. It was precisely because of this inevitability that Kokashibo chose to become a demon. And yet, Yoriichi had already lived to be 80 years old. It's been so long. 60 years have passed since our last meeting. But why are you still alive? Swordsmen with demon slayer marks are fated to die before 25. Why are you always the exception? Kokashibo couldn't help but raise his voice, looking at his older brother's now monstrous and grotesque face. Yoriichi couldn't hold back his tears. This is heart-wrenching, brother. The brother who had grown up and fought alongside him had now turned into a demon. Yoriichi's heart ached. Kokashibo looked at Yoriichi, now aged and frail, seemingly on the verge of death, and felt pity. At that moment, he felt like his old self had returned. To be pitied like this, he should have been furious. But as he gazed at his younger brother, the anger within him faded away. That was emotion. The bond between brothers. Even though Kokashibo had turned into a demon, Yoriichi still called him brother. And in that single word, brother, there was endless sorrow. Kokashibo stared at the fragile old man before him. And, for the first time in centuries, felt a flicker of emotion in his heart. Yet demons and demon slayers stood on opposite sides. Even blood brothers had to draw their blades against each other. That was conviction. In this encounter, one of them had to die. Looking at Yoriichi's frail body, long past its prime, Kokashibo never considered the possibility of losing. The next moment, both of them gripped their swords. And then, in an instant, the feeble old man vanished, replaced by a swordsman more terrifying than anything in the world. That presence. The same presence that once made Musen Kibutsuji tremble in fear, had returned. Yoriichi's stance was flawless. Identical to when he was at his peak. Kokashibo suddenly felt as though a massive boulder was crushing down on him. He couldn't even draw his sword. I'm coming. Yoriichi's hoarse voice rang out. In the next moment, a flash of the blade. Too fast. Kokashibo only felt a cold sensation on his neck. Blood sprayed through the air. He had lost. Kokashibo's eyes filled with disbelief. He had actually lost. To an old man. Damn it. His instincts as a master swordsman screamed at him. The next strike would kill him. Yoriichi's body had long since withered with age. So how could he still swing his sword with such full force? No, it was even stronger than before. Why? Why are you always different? Even in this broken body, your strikes are just as strong as they were in your prime. No, they're even more powerful. Kokashibo turned his head. But Yoriichi had already sheathed his blade. Why did you put your sword away? You could have killed me with the next strike. Are you pitying me? Damn it. Kokashibo was furious. He remembered it all. The jealousy that consumed him. His envy of Yoriichi's talent. His brilliance. His unmatched strength. Why was he the one destined to be the son? I'll kill you. Kokashibo roared in fury. Yoriichi remained calm, his voice gentle. Thank you, divine gods, for allowing my brother to finally rest in peace. 60 years had passed. Yoriichi's swordsmanship had long since reached its peak. A realm beyond human comprehension. Kokashibo's understanding of his brother's strength was frozen in time, stuck at when they were both 20. But with a single crimson fruit, Yoriichi was able to unleash the full power he had honed over the past 80 years. One strike was enough. Enough to send his brother to his final rest. And sure enough, Kokashibo felt something searing his throat. It was the cut left behind by the breath of the sun. The next moment, flames of red and black, like a miniature sun, erupted from his wound. His entire neck was torn apart. Decapitated. Yoriichi's terrifying sword strike. Even Kibutsuji Musen, after centuries, had never been able to heal from such a wound. This was the power of a Nichiren blade. Kokashibo had no chance of resisting such an attack. Not even surpassing the limits of demons, surpassing the rule that a decapitated demon would die, would have changed anything. That was the true terror of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. The wound would never heal. In the end, Kokashibo died unwillingly. His severed head rolled across the ground twice before it began turning to ash. The rest of his body followed. So I'm dying, but I suppose being slain by my own brother isn't such a regretful end. Kokashibo closed his eyes for the final time. Yorichi felt his own life fading as well. Everything had been sustained only by the crimson fruit he had eaten earlier. I'm sorry, brother. Yorichi reached into his robes and pulled out an old gift. A small, handcrafted flute. A gift from his brother long ago. Even after all this time, Yorichi had never discarded it. The flute was still in perfect condition. Chapter 6, Old Man's Last Wish. Yorichi Tsujikuni, thank you, Lord God, for allowing my brother to rest in peace. Though I failed to kill Kibutsuji Musen, at least now, I can finally die. Mingfei, wait, are you about to kick the bucket? Saitama, so, you're really going to die? Minato Namikaze, we barely even got to talk, and now you're dying already? Mingfei, boss, help. Your group member is about to die. Asakura, well, yeah, he's already in his 80s. It's only natural for him to pass away. But still, for him to die right after joining my group, that's no good. Besides, you still haven't taken down Kibutsuji Musen. You haven't even avenged your wife and child yet. Asakura has sent Yorichi Tsujikuni an exclusive red packet. Mingfei, an exclusive red packet? What's inside? Asakura, nothing too fancy, just some pills I made while training. I snack on them when I'm bored. They're not that useful. Mingfei, not that useful. Then what are they for? Asakura, longevity pills. Top grade ones. Each one extends your life by 10 years. Mingfei, Asakura, take me as your disciple. Your world is seriously on another level. That's 10 whole years per pill. Asakura, these things don't really matter to me. I've already become an immortal, so I don't have a lifespan limit. These longevity pills are just snacks to me. Mingfei, you're immortal. You've cultivated to that level. Teach me, please. Asakura, I didn't really train that much. I just ate an ascension pill and instantly became a human immortal. I basically cheated my way up. But my world is just an ordinary one, so there's no way to ascend to the heavens. Mingfei, that's basically cheating. Asakura, you've got hacks. Minato Namikaze, immortal. The only immortals I've seen are the toad sages of Mount Mayaboku. I even trained in sage mode. Is it the same kind of immortality? Mingfei, no, no, no. The immortals in Naruto are just old toads calling themselves sages. Real immortals don't age, don't die, and don't perish. They can travel between heaven and earth, destroy worlds, and live as long as the sky itself. They're absurdly powerful. Asakura, stop it, you're making me blush. Minato Namikaze, so immortals are that powerful. As expected of our group leader. Demon Slayer world. Yorichi Tsujikuni could feel it. He wouldn't live to see tomorrow's sunrise. He was going to die of old age. But at that moment, the group leader sent him a red packet. Just like he had once received the crimson fruit, Yorichi accepted the red packet. Inside was a golden pill, adorned with intricate patterns. A supreme spirit pattern pill. Reading the group chat messages, Yorichi understood. This was a pill that could extend one's lifespan. Forgive me. It looks like I won't be joining you just yet. Kibutsuji Musen was still alive. Yorichi could not allow himself to pass on before finishing what he had started. Without hesitation, he swallowed the golden pill. In an instant, boundless vitality surged through his frail, withered body. His hollow frame filled out with strength once more. His white hair, aged by time, slowly began to turn black again. In just a few seconds. Yorichi Tsujikuni reverted to his younger self. This was the terrifying power of a supreme elixir. Not only did it extend his life by 10 years, but it also restored his youth. After those 10 years, when the vitality faded, Yorichi would once again return to his elderly form. But that was still 10 years away. Feeling the strength of his prime body, Yorichi couldn't believe it. This was the human body, not the body of a demon. It was his own, once healthy body. This is truly a miracle. Yorichi continued his demon-slaying journey. In the group chat. Yorichi Tsujikuni, thank you, Lord God, for restoring me to my youthful form. For the next 10 years, I will continue to search for Kibutsuji Musen. Ran Asakura, don't call me Lord God, call me Group Leader. And Yorichi Tsujikuni, I'm not a god, just an ordinary passionate young man. But your story, Mr. Yorichi Tsujikuni, has earned my admiration. Yorichi Tsujikuni, a story? Ran Asakura, if I hadn't intervened, you probably would have died just now. From Yorichi's brief messages, Ran Asakura had already pieced together what had happened. Under the red moon, the brothers' battle. Yorichi Tsujikuni's life had come to an end. Yorichi Tsujikuni, my story isn't anything special. I've accomplished nothing. Ran Asakura, no one can deny your excellence. If you hadn't created the sun-breathing technique and passed it down, those demon slayers in the future might never have defeated Kibutsuji Musen. Yorichi Tsujikuni, Kibutsuji Musen was defeated? Ran Asakura, yes, but that won't happen for another 400 years. Your friend Sumiyoshi Kamado's descendant, Tanjiro Kamado, will use your sun-breathing technique to lead the Demon Slayer Corps to defeat Musen. Miss Tamayo will also develop a way to turn demons back into humans. Yorichi Tsujikuni, excited emoji. Mingfei, is this the future of Yorichi Tsujikuni? Yorichi Tsujikuni, this is amazing, thank you, group leader, for letting me know about all this. After Yorichi Tsujikuni's death, his final wish was fulfilled. The battle between demons and humans ultimately ended in humanity's victory, declaring the future. And those humans who died fighting demons were reincarnated and lived happy lives. Yorichi couldn't help but shed tears. He realized he wasn't alone. The younger generations were just as extraordinary. Yorichi Tsujikuni, I understand now. But I will continue to fight. Mingfei, I always feel like our world isn't that peaceful. Mingfei, group leader, tell us about our future. I don't want to be the protagonist of a tragic story. Minato Namikaze, yes, group leader, please tell me about my future. I want to change the future. For the sake of my wife and child, I will make the greatest effort to change it. Saitama, I also want to see if I can have an evenly matched fight in the future. Everyone had their own reasons to fight. Ran Asakura, since you all want to know your future, I'll go ahead and share. After all, I'm the best, your group leader. Ran Asakura uploaded Naruto Shippuden, and the 4th Hokage's story. Ran Asakura uploaded One Punch Man anime and One Punch Man manga. Ran Asakura uploaded Demon Slayer anime and Demon Slayer manga. Ran Asakura uploaded Dragon Raja 1-5 and Dragon Raja prequel. Ran Asakura, these are your stories, now take a good look. Mingfei, thank you, group leader. Long live the group leader. Saitama, is this my future? One Punch Man, let's see. Yorichi Tsujikuni, so this is the future generation. Minato Namikaze, Naruto, is that my child? Chapter 7, Enraged Minato. Time always passes by unknowingly. The slice of life world is really boring. Because he fell asleep in class, Ren Asakura was called to the office by the teacher. Ren decided to skip class. Then he used his invisibility skill to sneak out of the school. After spending a few days together, the group members had all watched the future of the worlds they came from. They also understood what the multiverse chat group truly was. Ren Asakura also explained the sign-in and lottery functions. Mingfei was so excited after hearing about it. While walking on the street, Ren bought a cup of milk tea and opened the chat group. So boring, time to spam the group, see which member needs my help. Ren had been feeling restless with all the power he had. It was just like Saitama, who couldn't find a worthy opponent. Boredom made people numb. Ren didn't want to let the human emotions inside him fade away. In the chat group, Minato Namikaze was on the verge of rage. After watching Naruto, and after seeing his child's childhood, Minato felt like he had failed as a father. Especially with all the crap done by Danzo and the third Hokage. It was honestly disgusting, like an unpleasant mess at home. If his son hadn't been so naturally optimistic and righteous, he might have been corrupted and run away by now. The Hidden Leaf Village didn't deserve him. Minato Namikaze, Danzo, I'll kill him sooner or later. And the third Hokage, how could they treat my son Naruto like this? It's time for him to truly retire. Mingfei, so many people to blame, Danzo carries half the burden. The Hidden Leaf Village has rotted to the core. Half of the mess in the ninja world is caused by Danzo. You'd better come up with a way to get rid of him before the ninetales incident, but here, it's a bit of a problem for me. I feel like I've fallen into a pit and still don't know what I even am. Yorichi Tsujikuni, do you need help? I can assist. I've watched the future of my world as well. I didn't expect the Demon King Musen to be avoiding me. But it's nice to see that Sumiyoshi's descendant is so capable. I'm happy about that. But I'm still not dead, and I want to reduce some trouble for the younger generation. They are all excellent talents, and they'll fight for humanity even if it costs them their lives. Saitama, I've watched it too, and I still feel like I haven't met a worthy opponent. There's no sense of battle at all. But I never expected there to be gods in this world, on the moon even. I wonder if my super ultimate move could defeat him. Mingfei, Saitama, if I had your power, I'd knock out every monster, demon, and dragon king with just one punch. Saitama, but my world is pretty full of disasters too. In the future, a cosmic overlord will arrive, and there's the Monster Association. Looks like I'll need to work a little harder. Mingfei, you don't need to. You're already invincible. You're the bald-headed demon king of your world. Saitama, damn it, I'll grow hair eventually. Yorichi Tsujikuni, compared to Mr. Saitama, I'm still too weak. I didn't expect that there are such powerful people in this world. I still need to hone my swordsmanship. Mingfei, Mr. Yoriichi, you're already a big shot yourself. You're the ultimate powerhouse. Ren Asakura, group leader, hello everyone. The group leader is online, did you all miss me? Mingfei, help. Group leader, I don't want to slay dragons. And my little brother, he's writing a story where he tortures me. He wants to kill me. I just want to be an ordinary person, why is it so hard? Ren Asakura, group leader, you can just use 1/4 of your wish to get a harem, your little brother is waiting for you. He set up so many wives for you, and you're rejecting them. I advise you to just go along with your little brother. Mingfei, if I go along with my little brother, will I stop being tortured? Ren Asakura, group leader, yes, and your first love, Chen Wenwen, will return to your arms. Other school beauties will also throw themselves at you. Starting a harem will be easy. Mingfei, if I just go along with my little brother, I can start a harem, and my torture story will turn into a feel-good story. Ren Asakura, group leader, exactly, just go along with your little brother. Mingfei, I refuse. Mingfei, love saying no to people who think too highly of themselves. I want to get stronger. I want to cultivate and become immortal. I want to make my little brother, who loves torturing me, feel what it's like to be tortured. I want him to know what brotherly love really feels like. Yorichi Tsujikuni, Mingfei, I can teach you breathing techniques and sword skills. Even if you unlock the mark in the transparent world, your body should be able to handle it. Ren Asakura, Group Leader, martial arts are important no matter what world or system you're in. Even if you want to cultivate immortality, you need a solid foundation. I suggest you first exchange for a basic circulation technique in the shop, then follow Yoriichi to train in swordsmanship. Tall buildings rise from the ground up, so you need to start with the basics. Mingfei, no problem, I'll work hard for a perfect future. Ren Asakura, Group Leader, then, do you still want your first love? Mingfei, I like her, but I know the one she likes is Zhao Menghua. Plus, we're not from the same world. I also understand that right now, it's impossible between us. It's laughable, everyone in school knows I have a crush on Chen Wenwen, and I thought I was hiding it so well. I, truly, feel like a fool. So I've decided to let go. I'm not in love anymore. Let it end here. Ren Asakura, Group Leader, the bittersweet first love. Don't worry, when you become strong, women will throw themselves at you. Also, you've got a little brother who's preparing wives for you. Mingfei, don't bring him up. I feel like I'm about to awaken. Once I do, he'll start bothering me non-stop. If possible, I don't want to go to Castle College, but it seems I don't have a choice. Minato Namikaze, choices belong to the strong. Mingfei, when you're strong enough, even if there's no road, you'll carve your own path. You can defeat even the Dragon King, so those hybrids will be no problem. Only by getting stronger can you control your destiny. I'm ready to get stronger too. I want to become as strong as the first Hokage. Ren Asakura, Group Leader, it seems like you all have found your goals. By the way, is there anyone who needs help from the Group Leader? When I'm free, I'm a professional hitman. Minato Namikaze, although I can become stronger through sign-in points, the dangers here are pressing. I hope when the time comes, you can help us. Ren Asakura, Group Leader, don't worry, leave it to me. Chapter 8, Lose Analysis. Mingfei, the Group Leader is so powerful. But my world is chaotic. Everyone here is hiding things so deeply, and my parents are even more complicated than I thought. Ren Asakura, Group Leader, do you need my help? I can directly set up a grand formation and extract your entire dragon bloodline. Mingfei, shaking in fear, using an emoji. Mingfei, I'll handle it myself. I'll take care of things in my own world. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, speaking of which, I also have a request I would like to make of the Group Leader. Ren Asakura, Group Leader, what's the matter? Do you need me to kill some demons? Don't worry, I'll go there and give them a sunbath, wiping them all out in a second. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, it's not that. I want the Group Leader to help me find the location of the Demon King Musen. This time, I won't let him escape. After killing him, the rest will be much easier. I will find Miss Tamayo and help her research a way to turn demons back into humans. Ren Asakura, Group Leader, why are all of you so exceptional? Come on, rely on the Group Leader a bit. I've been itching to get started. Mingfei, I have a bad feeling, the Group Leader definitely wants to do something big. But please, don't do it in my world. Even though my world has some problems, I can handle it. Minato Namikaze, Group Leader, please control yourself. I'm the fourth Hokage after all. Even though I know that future, I won't let it happen. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, no need for the Group Leader to intervene. I'll handle it myself. I just need the Group Leader to tell me where Musen is. Ren Asakura, Group Leader, damn, you all have never seen me in action, so how could you know that I want to do something big? Mingfei, to become the leader of a group that connects all the worlds, the Group Leader must have some serious skills. Mingfei, also, based on my research and analysis, I discovered a huge secret. Mingfei, when I was checking the group chat functions, I found that this group has existed for 18 years. And according to the sign-in records, the group leader has been signing in for 18 years, so the group leader should have accumulated hundreds of thousands of points by now, plus 18 mysterious grand prizes. Mingfei, among those mysterious grand prizes, even the worst one could be a resurrection coin that can bring someone back to life, and it's multiplied by 999. Mingfei, earlier in the chat, the group leader mentioned an elixir. I also found that elixir among the mysterious prizes. After taking it, one could instantly reach the level of a human immortal. Mingfei, and below human immortals, there are still many cultivation levels: Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refining, Tao fusion, tribulation crossing, and great ascension. Mingfei, according to the descriptions of various cultivation realms of various novels, the golden core realm can allow one to move mountains, fill seas, and live for up to 500 years. Other realms are even more terrifying. When you reach the nascent soul stage, you can live for 1,000 years. As long as the nascent soul doesn't perish, the person remains immortal. You can even possess someone else's body. Mingfei, the realms of mortal cultivation are already so terrifying, let alone immortals. Even the weakest immortal, their lifespan matches the heavens, and with a single wave of their hand, they can shake the world. Mingfei, such a terrifying immortal elixir is only considered a mid-tier prize in the mysterious grand prize pool. The highest tier prizes in the mysterious grand prizes include Genesis, the heavenly acts of creation, the Chaos Egg, universe worlds, advanced civilization scientific data. Just drawing one of these would make you rich. But the chances are too low. Mingfei, and the mysterious grand prizes can also include bloodlines: Scion bloodline, Kryptonian bloodline, Destroyer God bloodline, Martial God bloodline, God King bloodline, Asgardian bloodline. Just drawing one of these would make you a king in an ordinary world. Mingfei, 18 years, 18 draws, hundreds of thousands of points. I can't even imagine how powerful the group leader must be now. It's like cheating. Mingfei, Ren is still the leader of this group, he must have some special privileges or rewards. Sigh. Ren Asakura, group leader mutes Mingfei for 5 minutes. Ren Asakura, group leader, damn, you've already exposed all my secrets. It's only been a few days, and you've already dug up all my personal stuff. I was planning to have some fun in your world too. Minato Namikaze, so that's how it is. After Mingfei's analysis, it really shows the terrifying strength of the group leader. I didn't realize how powerful the group leader actually is. Yorichi Tsujikuni, if it weren't for the Demon King's extreme danger, I'd be willing to slowly grow stronger and kill him myself. Ren Asakura, group leader, don't worry, I can control myself. Although I do get a little eager, I definitely won't do anything bad. Trust me bro. Ren Asakura, group leader, and I can even repair it. If I destroy any flowers or plants, I can instantly revive them all for you. Saitama, I see, the group leader is so powerful. Let's have a fight. Ren Asakura, group leader, sure. Where should we fight? Just don't end up destroying the world while we're at it. Ren Asakura, group leader, when you fought the Garu in the future, you almost destroyed Mars. Our battle's aftermath will definitely be more terrifying than that. Let's not get too excited and accidentally destroy the entire solar system. Saitama, good point. Ren Asakura, group leader, if you can't go all out, it's not even fun. Forget it, forget it. Yorichi, when do you plan to kill the Demon King? I'll come over. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, the sooner, the better. Group leader, you can come anytime you want. Ren Asakura, group leader, there's no need to wait for a good day, today's the best day. As long as you agree, the Demon King is nothing. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, but group leader, don't act recklessly. Just help me find the Demon King's location. I'll handle the rest. This time, I won't let him escape. Ren Asakura, Group Leader, I promise, I won't act recklessly. Mingfei, I don't believe you. Ren Asakura, Group Leader mutes Mingfei for 10 minutes. Ren Asakura, Group Leader, I swear on my character, there will definitely be no problems. Yorichi Tsujikuni, I believe in the Group Leader. Ren Asakura, Group Leader, I'm really touched. Expression of tears of gratitude. Minato Namikaze, it seems like the problem in Yorichi's world will be solved. I still need to get stronger. Obito. I never expected it would be him in the end. And Danzo, I didn't realize that during the ninetales incident, he deliberately held back the ninjas, watching as civilians died one by one. Is the position of Hokage really that precious? Chapter 9, Demon Slayer World. Ren Asakura, Group Leader, if Danzo doesn't find a way to kill you, how is he supposed to become Hokage? You're young, you're going to live a long time, and this guy won't survive longer than you, he'll definitely play dirty. Minato Namikaze, looks like I need to find a chance to send him to meet the second Hokage. Ren Asakura, Group Leader, there's a book in the store called, How to Become a Qualified Old Sixth. I recommend you read it. If you want to live long, you have to become an old sixth. Minato Namikaze, got it, Group Leader. Yorichi Tsujikuni, I'm ready over here, Group Leader. Ren Asakura, Group Leader, here we go, here we go. Ren Asakura, Group Leader, opens the portal and is about to enter the world of Demon Slayer. Yorichi Tsujikuni, I agree. Ren Asakura, Group Leader, time to give the little demons a sunbath. In the world of Demon Slayer. Yorichi Tsujikuni stood at a beautiful high mountain. In front of him stood a towering grave. A stone tablet was placed before the grave. The tablet was inscribed with sharp characters, carved with a sharp tool. It read, Grave of my elder brother, Michikatsu Tsujikuni. This was the grave Yorichi Tsujikuni had made for his older brother. The body had already disappeared. Yorichi Tsujikuni could only set up a ceremonial tomb with his brother's clothes. There were offerings placed before the tomb as well. For the past few days, Yorichi Tsujikuni had been guarding his brother's grave. When it came down to it, his brother was his last remaining family. At this moment, Yorichi Tsujikuni had returned to his 25-year-old appearance. That was when he was at his peak. Brother, may you rest in peace. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Once again, he was alone. His family members kept passing away, and even Yorichi Tsujikuni felt sadness. However, this only strengthened his resolve to kill the demons. It's time to end this. Not far from him, a pitch-black space rift suddenly appeared. Ren Asakura, wearing a school uniform, walked out of the rift. I'm here. For the first time, both of them looked at each other, subconsciously sizing each other up. Ren Asakura appeared to be just an ordinary high school student, slightly thin, with a delicate appearance, always wearing a smile on his face. The aura surrounding him was entirely that of an ordinary person. Yorichi Tsujikuni wore a red haori, with black long hair tied into a high ponytail that hung down. He had a Nichiren blade hanging at his waist. His face always carried an expression of indifference, and even standing there, his posture was flawless. Hello, Group Leader. Yorichi Tsujikuni slightly bowed as a gesture of respect. If it weren't for Ren Asakura, Yorichi Tsujikuni might have already died, unable to let his older brother rest in peace. So, in his heart, Yorichi Tsujikuni actually held great respect for Ren Asakura. Ren Asakura waved his hand and spoke casually, Nah, just call me Ren. Ren said nonchalantly. The online world and reality were different. In real life, calling someone by their online nickname always felt a bit awkward. Ren. Yorichi Tsujikuni nodded. Shall we go kill the Demon King now? Ren Asakura said with a hint of excitement, eager to get started. Yorichi Tsujikuni thought for a moment and then spoke. Let's go find Miss Tamayo first. We need her to create an antidote to turn demons back into humans, and we need Musen's blood for that. Even if they killed the demon king Musen, there would still be many demons left. Only by addressing the root of the problem could they truly solve it. Moreover, Musen still had his 12 Kazuki, upper-rank demons. Each of the 12 Kazuki possessed a vast amount of Musen's blood. If they were to share their blood with others, they could potentially turn them into demons. Though not as terrifying as Musen himself. But leaving them alive was still quite dangerous. It was even possible that a new demon king could be born from them. Yoriichi Tsujikuni knew how hard the future generations would have it. His good friend's descendants would also be slaughtered by the demon king. Not want to die. Kokoshibo, that useless failure. By sensing the blood he had left within Kokoshibo, Demon King Musen saw the last moments before Kokoshibo's death. A white-haired Yoriichi Tsujikuni swung his blazing red sun blade. That strike, it was fast. Even faster than before. Then, he sheathed his sword. Kokoshibo was gone. This scene sent chills down Musen's spine, as if he were the one being beheaded. No, I need to summon all the upper moons back immediately. At the very least, they can buy me time if I do run into him, enough time for me to escape. Although decapitation wouldn't kill Demon King Musen, and he possessed 7 hearts and 5 brains, it still wouldn't be enough against Yoriichi Tsujikuni. That man could finish him in one move. All the upper moons who were out hunting sensed the message through the blood Musen had given them. Get to the Infinity Castle immediately. If you're even a second late, you die. Musen could control these demons through his blood, including their very lives. At the same time, Musen began gathering other powerful demons. While these demons weren't as strong as the upper moons. If they could withstand Musen's blood, they might earn a spot among the 12 Kazuki. With Kokoshibo dead, there was now a vacancy among the upper moons. A replacement was needed. Yoriichi Tsujikuni had no idea what Musen was planning. But even if he did, it wouldn't matter. It would all be over in one strike anyway. As for Ren Asakura, he really didn't care. He was just here for fun. At worst, they'd just have to bask in the sun together. That would definitely be entertaining. Yoriichi Tsujikuni walked through the bustling streets. In this era, every village, no, every nation, was governed by a powerful clan. These noble families offered protection to their people. The Tsujikuni family had once been such a clan. But after Yoriichi and his brother Michikatsu left, their family declined. 400 years later, the only descendant to emerge was Michiro Takedo. All the others had been slaughtered by demons. Ren Asakura observed the bustling crowd. Unlike the towering skyscrapers of the modern world, the area was filled with small wooden houses. Ronin and samurai walked the streets. There were also many beggars scattered around. Is Tamayo really living here? Won't Musen be able to find her if she stays in a place like this? Ren asked. Yoriichi Tsujikuni answered honestly without hesitation. Lady Tamayo changes locations frequently. After all, demons do not age, and blending into human society helps her avoid being singled out and discovered. Ren smiled. A demon that doesn't age or die, yet chooses to live among short-lived humans. But Tamayo is different from other demons. At the very least, she still looks and acts human. And she was the first demon to break free from Musen's control. Yoriichi nodded. Lady Tamayo's hatred for Musen ran deeper than anything, she despised him to her very core. She wanted nothing more than for him to die without a burial site. Because of that hatred, she dedicated herself to aiding the Demon Slayer Corps, ultimately creating both a cure to turn demons back into humans and a poison that forced Musen to rapidly age. If it weren't for Lady Tamayo, the Demon Slayer Corps might not have been able to kill Musen at all. Yoriichi's mind drifted back to the past. To the first time he encountered Demon King Musen. He had never seen a demon as dangerous as that one. Through his transparent world, he could see Musen's inner structure. 7 hearts. 5 brains. Even if this demon was decapitated, he would not die. And his attacks, like a whip striking at impossible speeds, could kill in an instant. This was a monster that sheer numbers alone could never hope to defeat. There was only one option. Yoriichi had to end it in a single strike. He cut through Musen's head and hearts all at once. If he hadn't wanted to ask him a question, his next strike would have finished him completely. Unfortunately, he gave Musen a brief moment to react. And the coward took full advantage of it. For someone who had been so arrogant upon their first encounter, Musen was pathetically desperate when he ran. The last remaining pieces of flesh that escaped barely combined into something the size of a human head. And the wounds left by the Nichiren blade, after 50 or 60 years, still had not healed. It was at that time that Lady Tamayo and Yoriichi first met. Perhaps because she bore no malice, Yoriichi did not strike her down. And Tamayo, as if she had finally found salvation, vented all the hatred festering in her heart. She cursed Musen, demanding to know why he had yet to die. She told Yoriichi who Musen really was, exposing all the horrific crimes he had committed. It was only then that Yoriichi realized what he had let escape. But by that point, it was already too late. As long as Yoriichi lived, Musen would never dare show himself again. That was also the moment Lady Tamayo broke free from Musen's control. From then on, she became Yoriichi's friend and established a connection with the Ubuyashiki family of the Demon Slayer Corps. She then dedicated herself to researching poisons that could kill demons, and a medicine that could turn demons back into humans. As time passed, Yoriichi also learned why Lady Tamayo hated Musen so much. Centuries ago, when she was still human, Tamayo suffered from a terminal illness with no cure. Desperate to see her child grow up, she searched for any possible treatment. That was when she fell victim to Musen Kibutsuji's deception. He turned her into a demon, and in her uncontrollable bloodlust, she slaughtered her own husband and child with her own hands. When her rationality returned, she was overwhelmed by deep regret. But driven by her demonic instincts, she was forced to continue killing. They moved through the bustling streets, weaving through the crowd. Everything Ren Asakura saw fascinated him, it was all so new and different. Eventually, they arrived at an inconspicuous house. The air around it carried the faint presence of a blood demon art. It was a kind of barrier. One designed to prevent other demons from spying. This was Lady Tamayo's blood demon art. Just as Yoriichi reached the door, it opened. Standing there was Lady Tamayo herself. Seeing her in real life felt completely different from watching her in an anime. "You've arrived," she greeted them. Yoriichi nodded slightly. Tamayo smiled gently. Ren took a moment to examine her carefully. She was a stunning woman with long black hair, parted in the middle and styled into a large, low bun secured with a floral hairpin. Her soft eyes were like a misty shade of pale purple. Her lips were a deep red, contrasting starkly with her porcelain complexion. She wore a dark purple kimono adorned with wavy, light purple branches and red flowers, fastened with a beige obi. Judging by her appearance alone, she seemed no older than 18 or 19. Yet in reality, Lady Tamayo had lived for centuries. "It's unbelievable. I never imagined you would regain your youth," she said softly. "And yet, I can sense it, Yoriichi, you are not a demon." Though clearly surprised, she maintained her composure. Meanwhile, in the chat group. Group leader Ren Asakura, "Everyone, come look. We've got a beauty here." Group leader Ren Asakura has started a group live stream, immersive mode activated. Chapter 11, Tamayo. Mingfei, where's the beauty? Where's the beauty? Group leader Ren Asakura, knew you'd be the first to react. Minato Namikaze, didn't the group leader go to Mr. Yoriichi's world? Yoriichi, just a friend. Saitama, looks like the group leader activated something. Mingfei, it's a live stream, seems like an immersive one. Never tried it before. Group leader Ren Asakura, come on, let's all play together. Your great group leader will take you on a tour. Tamayo invited both of them inside. The small room was neat and clean. Ever since escaping Musen's control, Tamayo had always been alone. After all, she was a demon. Mr. Yoriichi, and this gentleman is. Tamayo turned to Ren Asakura and asked. Ren grinned and introduced himself. Ren Asakura. Not from this country. I came here to help Yoriichi take down the Demon King. Tamayo looked at the seemingly ordinary young man before her, feeling a bit puzzled. She didn't know much about the outside world, only from old texts did she learn of an empire overseas. As if reading her mind, Ren continued explaining. Don't overthink it. Just see me as Yoriichi's friend. I'm here to help. Though still full of questions, Tamayo understood that Ren was an ally brought in by Yoriichi. She then served them both tea. Seeing the youthful Yoriichi intrigued Tamayo. Musen could turn people into demons using his blood, preserving their youth, but at the cost of never being able to walk in sunlight. But it was clear that Yoriichi wasn't like that. He had truly regained his youth. When they first met, Tamayo already knew that Yoriichi was someone capable of slaying Musen. Yoriichi took a sip of tea and got straight to the point. Just then, several translucent figures suddenly appeared beside Ren Asakura. They looked like holographic projections, flickering faintly in the air. The first to appear was a scruffy young man, his face full of excitement as if he had just discovered some futuristic technology. This was Mingfei. His messy hair, skinny frame, and casual clothes made him look rather carefree. He was even wearing slippers. Group leader. I'm here. This group's functions are insanely high-tech. It's way better than the most advanced 3D tech. Then, Mingfei's gaze landed on Tamayo, whose entire presence exuded elegance and warmth. He blurted out in amazement. Is this the legendary Yamato Nadeshiko? Ren Asakura knew that Yamato Nadeshiko referred to the ideal gentle and elegant woman, a highly admired archetype in Japan. Mingfei, that hardcore otaku, sure knew a lot of random things. Then Ren remembered, Mingfei had actually taught himself Japanese just so he could understand anime better. At that moment, a bald figure appeared. A perfectly smooth, egg-like head, lifeless fish-like eyes, and a tight hero suit with a white cape draped over his back. It was none other than the caped baldy, Saitama. The moment Saitama arrived, he curiously looked around. This world really is different. And what kind of high-tech stuff is this? Then, he glanced at his fist. And right after that, another figure appeared, Minato Namikaze. A bright and cheerful young man with golden hair that shone like the sun, his ever-present gentle smile making him instantly approachable. He was still wearing the signature 4th Hokage cloak. This was the first time everyone was meeting face to face. Naturally, they all curiously sized each other up. Mingfei was the first to break the silence. Whoa! It's really the 4th Hokage. Minato looked at his projected form in amazement. This is incredible. My real body is still in my world, yet I can see everything here as if I'm actually present. Saitama nodded, excitedly waving his limbs. This is so fun. Just then, Mingfei seemed to have discovered something interesting. He deliberately walked into the table. Since their projections were nothing more than holograms, they couldn't physically interact with objects in this world. Ha! I glitched through. Mingfei laughed while halfway stuck in the table, then casually walked through a chair as well. Yoriichi, witnessing such a bizarre sight for the first time, couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Ren Asakura smirked in amusement. However, Tamayo couldn't see anything. Seeing the look in Yoriichi's eyes, she glanced around in confusion. There was nothing strange in her house, was there? Mr. Yoriichi, is something wrong? Tamayo asked softly, her voice gentle and soothing. Hearing that, Mingfei's heart started pounding. As expected of the group leader, when there's a beauty, we all get to enjoy it. And that voice, it's heavenly. Tamayo's gentleness and elegance, combined with her extraordinary beauty and refined demeanor, made her truly one of a kind. Even at Shirlan High School, where beautiful girls were everywhere, there wasn't a single one who could compare to her. Without hesitation, Mingfei declared. As expected, 2D is the best. Long live anime waifus. Ren Asakura let out a sigh and muttered under his breath. This damn otaku is losing it again. Tamayo looked even more confused. It was Yorichi who spoke up to smooth things over. It's nothing, Miss Tamayo. Let's continue discussing important matters. If I remember correctly, you mentioned before that in order to create a cure to turn demons back into humans, you need Musen's blood. Tamayo nodded. The problem was, obtaining Musen's blood was nearly impossible. She couldn't do it alone. And at their current strength, neither could the Demon Slayer Corps. Mr. Yorichi, ever since you defeated Musen last time, he has gone into hiding. Finding him again is nearly impossible. However, the 12 Kazuki also carry Musen's blood, though in a diluted form. We might be able to use them as an alternative source. Tamayo explained her thoughts. She had actually sought help from the Demon Slayer Corps before. But after Kokoshibo wiped out the Corps and killed the Ubuyashiki clan, the organization had weakened significantly. The breathing swordsman had been almost entirely eradicated by Musen. Tamayo's research had practically come to a halt, she could only continue developing poison specifically targeting demons. Seeing Tamayo's worried expression, Yorichi spoke calmly. Don't worry, I can locate Musen. This time, I will end him completely. But the 12 Kazuki will also be an obstacle. That's why, after I defeat Musen, I hope you can develop a cure to turn demons back into humans. Tamayo's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. Mr. Yorichi, you've truly found Musen's location. That's incredible. That wretched man deserves to die. Just the mere thought of the monster who turned her into a demon ignited Tamayo's deep-seated rage. Yorichi nodded. This time, I won't let him escape. Is there anything you need to prepare, Miss Tamayo? Tamayo thought for a moment before replying. Mr. Yorichi, we may need to pay a visit to the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 12, Word to the Leader. Yoriichi Tsujikuni was momentarily stunned. The Demon Slayer Corps, his former home. But because he failed to kill Musen, and because his own brother had turned into a demon, he was eventually banished from the organization. From then on, he embarked on his solitary journey to hunt demons. Tamayo, aware of Yoriichi's exile, explained. The Ubuyashiki clan and I have some history. The poisons I developed have been a great help to the Demon Slayer Corps. Some weaker demons can be killed outright with wisteria poison, significantly reducing the casualties among demon slayers. She paused before continuing. The Ubuyashiki clan also provides me with research equipment. Those devices are currently in the Demon Slayer Corps' possession. Occasionally, when they capture powerful demons, I conduct studies on them. The Ubuyashiki clan provided funding, manpower, and resources. In return, Tamayo continued her research. No matter the era, nothing can be accomplished without money. And Tamayo's research required a lot of it. Her relationship with the Demon Slayer Corps was a collaboration. Now that Yorichi was determined to kill Musen, Tamayo wouldn't miss this chance. She planned to bring her best research equipment, after all, this was Musen's actual blood. By analyzing it, she might finally create a cure to turn demons back into humans. Besides, who knew if Musen's blood would decay or vanish over time? Tamayo had already made all the necessary preliminary preparations. This was the meticulous attitude every researcher should have. Yorichi's gaze grew unreadable, as if old memories were resurfacing. All right. When do we leave? Seeing his agreement, Tamayo immediately began making arrangements. She walked over to a window and pushed it open. A black crow soared through the sky. This was the messenger crow assigned to every demon slayer. Caw. Caw. The crow descended gracefully, perching on Tamayo's windowsill. Yorichi recognized it instantly. The Demon Slayer Corps' crows were used for delivering missions and messages. Tamayo gently stroked the bird's feathers. Deliver this message to the master. I will be bringing the first breath-style swordsman to meet him, along with critical intelligence on Musen. Caw. Caw. The crow nodded, spread its wings, and soared into the sky, heading straight toward the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Yoriichi Tsujikuni had not returned to the Demon Slayer Corps for nearly 60 years. He knew that his brother had killed the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, nearly wiping out the entire organization. Although Yoriichi never spoke about it, he had long shouldered all the blame. After barely surviving total annihilation, the Ubuyashiki clan had rebuilt the Demon Slayer Corps, but this time, they hid themselves even more carefully. Their headquarters was now surrounded by wisteria flowers, making it nearly impossible for ordinary demons to enter. Even Tamayo herself had to give advance notice before visiting. Yoriichi-san, if you're not in a hurry, you can stay here for a few days. I believe the master will reply soon, Tamayo said gently. Hearing this, Yoriichi was reminded of his time living in the Kamadu family's home. Thank you. Tamayo then turned to Ren Asakura. This gentleman is also welcome to stay here. Ren narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, can I go out and explore for a bit? Yoriichi's heart suddenly tightened. But Ren waved his hand casually. Relax, Yoriichi-san. You trust me, right? I'm not the type to cause trouble. Besides, I'm not some murder-obsessed lunatic. Mingfei, who had been quietly watching, curled his lips and muttered. I don't believe that. Ren smiled. Mingfei, it seems like you still haven't suffered enough. Do you need me to help with that? Mingfei suddenly felt a chill down his spine. I was wrong. How could someone as sunny, cheerful, righteous, noble, charming, and universally adored as our group leader possibly do anything bad? This wasn't cowardice, this was adaptability. Mingfei prided himself on being a man who knew when to bend and when to stand tall. Ren chuckled and didn't bother arguing with the smooth-talking Mingfei. In truth, once you got to know him, you'd realize Mingfei was just a kid who lacked love and affection. That was why he constantly played the fool, never showing his cool or capable side. It was as if pretending to be weak was a way to protect himself. Meanwhile, Tamayo watched Ren with a puzzled expression. This seemingly ordinary young man was talking to thin air. Did he have some kind of mental illness? As someone with medical knowledge, Tamayo knew that some people were born with neurological disorders that made them see things that weren't real and occasionally act delusional. This condition was commonly referred to as hysteria. As a group member, Yoriichi Tsujikuni naturally saw the other members' projections, so he didn't think there was anything strange about Ren Asakura. But Tamayo wasn't a member. Since Ren was Yoriichi's friend, she didn't want to be too blunt about it. Instead, she said gently. Ren Asakura-san, you might be overworked. If your mind is too tense, you need to rest. Ren looked confused at first, but after a moment, he realized what was happening and chuckled. Ah. I see. Sorry for making you worry. Don't worry, my mind is fine, but you're right, I could use some rest. Tamayo remained silent for a few seconds before choosing not to say anything more. Time always slips away when you least notice. The bright sun bathed the earth in golden light. It was springtime, flowers bloomed, and the air was filled with warmth. Since Tamayo was a demon, she couldn't be exposed to sunlight. Naturally, she spent her days sleeping indoors. Meanwhile, on the steps outside her home, two people sat under the sun. A freshly brewed pot of tea sat beside them. Yoriichi took a small sip, quietly watching the hustling townspeople. Sometimes, just pausing to observe was enough to see that, even in a world as dangerous as this, people never truly stopped moving forward. This place is a rare haven of peace, Yoriichi said softly. Ren Asakura nodded. In an era where villages constantly engage in violent conflicts, a peaceful town like this is truly hard to come by. Basking in the sunlight, drinking warm tea, sometimes, happiness was really that simple. And contrast made happiness even sweeter. For example, just a few meters away, Mingfei was trembling, drenched in sweat, struggling to hold a horse stance. He looked like he was about to cry. He shouldn't have listened to the group leader's nonsense and agreed to come here. That's right, Mingfei had also arrived in the Demon Slayer world. Since Shirlan High School was on break in his world, and playing StarCraft had lost its thrill thanks to the group's cheats, he figured, why not? So Asakura convinced him to travel here, promising Yoriichi would teach him swordsmanship and breathing techniques. At first, Mingfei hesitated. But the power of sun breathing was just too tempting to ignore. So, he crossed over. And now, he was trapped in Asakura's grasp. There was no escaping. He never expected the group leader to hold such a grudge. True to his word, Yoriichi generously taught him everything he knew about sun breathing. But there was a problem, Mingfei had zero talent. His fundamentals were beyond awful. The truth was, this unlucky otaku's physical condition was worse than the average person. So instead of breathing training, his regimen was changed to basic physical conditioning. And just for fun, Asakura decided to add a little something extra. He increased gravity by 1.5 times. Chapter 13, For Freedom. Mingfei was about to collapse. But his body refused to listen to him. Because he had been paralyzed with acupressure. And who did it? Of course, it was the group leader, Asakura. This tea is amazing, Ren mused, taking a small sip. In the marketplace, it's 100 points per tael, and it's infused with spiritual energy. Just one sip, and you can feel it warming your organs. It was unclear who he was talking to. Yoriichi Tsujikuni also sipped his tea. With his transparent world ability, he could see through Mingfei's body. It was pathetic. The kid was so physically weak, it was clear he had never properly trained. Sun breathing wasn't something just anyone could learn. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many derivative breathing techniques. To master sun breathing, the first requirement was an exceptionally strong body. After all, Yoriichi Tsujikuni was in a constant state of marked activation. Other demon slayers could only maintain their mark for short bursts before they were drained. But Yoriichi? He was always at full power. And sun breathing was forged under those conditions. This meant only the most gifted individuals could wield it. Everyone else had to settle for derivatives, flame breathing, thunder breathing, water breathing, and so on. Even so, sun breathing remained the strongest. Like the radiance of the sun itself, it could effortlessly slay even the most powerful demons. Asakura placed his teacup down and walked up to Mingfei. Hold on. Just 10 more minutes. Mingfei, barely able to move, let out a weak, pitiful whimper. I was wrong. Group leader, I was so wrong. I shouldn't have called you a permissions-abusing tyrant. I should never have doubted your noble character. I should never have questioned your righteousness. From now on, you are my sky. If you say go east, I will never go west. Ren nodded approvingly. Ah, now that is a well-placed compliment. But the truth is, you really are too weak. Sure, you could use points to enhance your body, but you wouldn't be able to control that sudden surge of power. Only strength gained through training is truly your own. As the saying goes, when heaven bestows a great mission upon a person, it first tests their will, exhausts their body, and starves their flesh. In Mingfei's world, there were too many scheming old bastards. That was the truth. And then there was Mingfei's personality. His awkward, hesitant nature made him an easy target for manipulators. Training and discipline weren't just about strengthening the body, they also tempered the mind. Control your power. Don't let your power control you. Ren Asakura patted Mingfei on the shoulder. For freedom. Keep going, Mingfei. Mingfei was on the verge of tears. He was sure the group leader was just finding new ways to torture him. 10 minutes. But to Mingfei, it felt like years. His muscles screamed in pain. Even his fingers were shaking. Then, finally, the 10 minutes were up. Ren Asakura tapped the air lightly with his finger. Mingfei collapsed instantly, landing on the ground with a thud. The intense soreness and exhaustion made him feel like he was about to die. Ren, still holding his tea, walked up to him. Drink up. You barely lasted half an hour of stance training. Though, to be fair, I did increase gravity by 1.5 times. Mingfei's hands trembled as he accepted the tea. Then, he chugged it all in one go. A cool, refreshing sensation spread through his body. The muscle pain and fatigue gradually faded away. This tea was better than any elixir. Slow down, slow down. No one's taking it from you. Take a short break. Next up, 1,000 sword swings. Mingfei's entire face twisted in despair. Ren Asakura smirked. Happiness truly comes from someone else's suffering. But as Mingfei felt his body recover to peak condition, a dangerous thought crept in. I can do this. Ren, still smiling, watched him closely. He still needs more training. After all, weakness is the original sin. Among the 5 members in the group, Mingfei was the weakest, both in combat ability and mental fortitude. He couldn't even fight head-on. He was lacking in too many ways. Meanwhile, Yoriichi Tsujikuni, Saitama, and Minato Namikaze had fought countless life-and-death battles. Yoriichi Tsujikuni. There was no need to say much about him, he was the strongest warrior in the Demon Slayer world. He had slain countless demons, fought hundreds of battles, and perfected his swordsmanship to the pinnacle of human mastery. Minato Namikaze. The 4th Hokage. Despite being a civilian-born ninja, his talent was unparalleled. He had fought in hundreds of battles, participated in multiple wars, and earned the title, Yellow Flash. The moment enemy shinobi saw his presence on the battlefield, they would abandon their mission. His battle record was even more terrifying. Instantly annihilated 50 Jonin-level shinobi. Forced the Raikage and Killer Bee to retreat, both Kage-level powerhouses. Could trade injuries to take down a fully transformed 8-Tails Jinchuriki. During his battle with Obito, he analyzed his opponent's weakness within seconds and defeated him. Saitama. The Caped Baldy. He trained relentlessly and slaughtered monsters without hesitation. Even in his weaker days, Saitama never hesitated to fight monsters head-on. Now. He had killed so many that even he had lost count. He had grown so strong that he couldn't even find a worthy opponent. And then, there was Mingfei. Compared to these 3, he was just a regular loser. Without sacrificing his own life for temporary power, he could accomplish nothing. Even when the school principal gave him a cheat ability, he only reached A-rank hybrid strength. During his battle against Odin, he nearly gave away the last 1/4 of his remaining life force to his brother. Maybe, if he kept training, he could somehow reclaim that missing January 4th. Once he caught his breath, Mingfei resumed his sword swings. Sweat dripped down his face. 1, 2, 3, 4. Deep down, Mingfei knew exactly what he was. A pathetic weakling. He had never truly controlled his own fate. He could choose to remain weak. But that would lead him to that lonely throne. A future of absolute solitude. He didn't want that. So, even as he complained aloud, deep inside, he was happy. Because he could feel his body getting stronger. And Ren Asakura never hesitated to provide the best elixirs and medicine after every training session. Every day, Mingfei woke up full of energy. So that he could train even harder. Yorichi observed Mingfei's improving physique through his transparent world vision. At this rate, he's almost ready to start basic breath training. As time passed, Mingfei's body transformed. The fat and excess weight disappeared. His skin tightened. Defined, lean muscles began to emerge. His physique became sharp, compact, like a predator. His six-pack abs were now clearly visible. At this point, if he didn't wear that usual loser expression, he could actually pass as a handsome guy. Chapter 14, A Letter. Time always passes unnoticed. Just like that, a week had gone by. A crow flew in, carrying several important messages. First, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps wished to meet Yorichi Tsujikuni in person. Second, the movements of the 12 Kazuki had suddenly vanished. Some of the stronger demons had also disappeared without a trace. The Demon Slayer Corps took extra time to investigate before responding. Third, regarding Musen Kibutsuji, the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps hoped to join forces with Yorichi to eliminate the Demon King. Nighttime. Yorichi, Ren Asakura, and Tamayo listened as the messenger crow delivered its report. Ren Asakura chuckled. I guess we've played around long enough. It's time to get moving. In the courtyard, Mingfei's breathing followed a steady rhythm. Each inhale and exhale was controlled, precise. As he swung his blade, flickering red flames danced along its edge, evidence of his progress with sun breathing. The weapon in his hands was an alloy steel blade purchased from the group's system shop. Though it was a mundane weapon, its sharpness was terrifying. 7 days. 7 days were enough to transform a person. Especially when his trainers were two incredibly powerful figures. Not to mention, he had a cheat system backing him up. Now, what Mingfei lacked most was combat experience. Despite all the training, he had yet to fight a single real battle. Life and death combat? Not even close. And being too focused on technique had its own drawbacks. Real battles are unpredictable. Without experience, even the best techniques were useless. As for sparring matches, the gap was simply too big. Only in real, unpredictable fights could someone quickly develop true battle instincts. Tamayo gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Yorichi, Ren, let's leave tonight. As a demon, Tamayo could only travel at night. Ren grinned. The Demon Slayer Corps, huh? It seemed like something interesting was about to happen. Then, his gaze shifted toward Mingfei. A mischievous idea suddenly popped into his head. What if Mingfei took the Demon Slayer Corps entrance exam? That would be hilarious. Mingfei suddenly shivered. For some reason, he felt like someone was planning to mess with him. No way, he muttered. I already left the Dragon Raja world, who the hell would still be thinking about me? My brother shouldn't be able to cross dimensions to find me, right? After finishing Dragon Raja, he knew that his so-called brother was actually a real person. Not only that, but he was also the boss behind the group of genius beauties. His fate had basically been decided by those people. Mingfei nervously glanced around and immediately locked eyes with Ren Asakura, who was grinning mischievously. Seeing Mingfei's reaction, Ren Asakura's smile only grew wider. Mingfei instantly turned away and focused on training. After all, it wasn't the first day the group leader had messed with him. The only time he could fully concentrate and not overthink everything was when he was practicing his swordsmanship. Otherwise, he feared he might scare himself to death. Focus on breathing. Focus on breathing. Right now, Mingfei could only control it manually. He had to actively engage his breathing technique, and the moment he relaxed, it would automatically stop. This was completely normal, he had only been training for 7 days and barely scratched the surface. To maintain his breathing technique at all times, he would have to completely replace his natural breathing habit of the past 18 years. And after that, he would even need to train himself to breathe properly in his sleep. Only by doing so could his body continuously strengthen itself and remain in a state of constant enhancement. The breathing techniques were created to bridge the gap between humans and demons. Demons possessed limitless stamina, eternal life, and absurdly fast regeneration. They were like bosses with unlimited health and mana regeneration cheats. Humans, on the other hand, had finite strength. They could get injured, exhausted, grow old, and even die from a small wound. Breathing techniques were the answer to that disparity, allowing humans to fight on equal footing with demons. And the originator of all breathing techniques was none other than Yoriichi Tsujikuni. At this moment, Yoriichi was personally guiding Mingfei through swordsmanship and breathing techniques. The main function of breathing techniques was to enhance the cardiovascular system, allowing the blood to absorb an extraordinary amount of oxygen in a short time. This dramatically increased physical capabilities, granting the user temporary strength on par with demons. The ultimate state of total concentration breathing was maintaining it even while asleep. This was called total concentration constant, and mastering it was the bare minimum requirement to reach the level of a Hashira. From sun breathing, 5 fundamental branches were developed. Water breathing, thunder breathing, flame breathing, stone breathing, wind breathing. From these 5 core styles, various unique derivative styles were later created. After swinging his sword 3,000 times, Mingfei sheathed his blade, finally completing his training for the day. At this point, he was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat. "I'm starving." He rubbed his stomach, feeling completely drained. Meanwhile, Ren Asakura smiled to himself, already planning their next move. Since they were heading to the Demon Slayer Corps, he might as well throw Mingfei into the final selection. Let him get some real training. The demons trapped in the final selection area were all captured by the Demon Slayer Corps. Their strength wasn't particularly high, and since they had been starved for so long, their power had weakened even further. However, their prolonged hunger had turned them into rabid beasts. Fighting against these demons would be the perfect opportunity for Mingfei to gain real combat experience. What Mingfei lacked the most right now was not strength, but a warrior's mindset and battle instincts. And demons made excellent opponents. After all, as long as you don't cut off their heads, they won't die. To truly kill a demon, one needed a calm and composed fighting attitude. Many first-time fighters were so overwhelmed by fear that they couldn't even grip their weapons properly. Battle, bloodshed, and facing fear head-on, these were the only ways to truly grow stronger. At this moment, Mingfei had no idea what was coming. He knew Ren Asakura loved to mess with him, but he never imagined it would be this bad. As Mingfei walked over, Ren Asakura greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Finished training?" Mingfei nodded, then hesitated for a moment before rubbing his stomach awkwardly. "Boss. I think I'm a little hungry." Ren Asakura's smile didn't change at all. "Oh my, but you just had dinner. Though, with your training, I suppose it makes sense." He snapped his fingers, and a small, pearl-like pill materialized out of thin air. "Here, have this. It's a fasting pill I made as a side project." In the world of cultivation, fasting pills were the most basic type of elixir. They were commonly used by ordinary cultivators to replace food so they could focus on training without needing to stop for meals. Nothing fancy, just a standard, everyday pill. Ren Asakura flicked the pill off his fingertip, sending it straight into Mingfei's mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, it melted into a refreshing stream of energy that spread through his body. His hunger disappeared instantly, and his exhaustion faded away. Hunger, defeated. Strength, restored. Back to full power. As expected, anything Ren Asakura handed out was top tier. Ren Asakura grinned playfully. "Get some rest, Mingfei. Tonight, we're heading to the Demon Slayer Corps." Mingfei blinked. "Wait. I'm coming too." He was well aware of his mediocre skill level. Ren, still wearing that mischievous smile, nodded. Chapter 15, Demon Slayer HQ. Following the guidance of the messenger Crow, Tamayo led the group to the newly established Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. They arrived at a sea of flowers, a breathtaking landscape of wisteria trees. The vibrant purple blossoms weighed down the branches, their delicate petals draping gracefully toward the ground. All around them, rows upon rows of wisteria trees stretched endlessly. For demons, wisteria was a deadly poison. But Tamayo had her own ways of dealing with it. The carriage carrying the group moved slowly through the wisteria forest, eventually revealing rows of newly built structures. This was the new Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Swordsmen came and went, their presence constant. Above them, messenger crows flew back and forth without rest. In this era, where there were no telephones, these crows were the main means of communication. They formed a vast and intricate network. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps gathered intelligence from all over, analyzed it, and issued missions accordingly. Even while stationed at headquarters, he could direct countless demon slayers in their hunt for demons. It was because of the Demon Slayer Corps that this small island nation had not been completely overrun by demons. And yet, ordinary people remained unaware of their existence. In a way, they were the unseen heroes of this world. Looking at the Demon Slayer Corps before him, Yoriichi's eyes were filled with nostalgia. Long ago, when he had introduced the breathing techniques, the entire Demon Slayer Corps had been ecstatic. He had fought alongside those who shared his ideals, battling demons together. Back then, even his older brother had been a member of the Corps. Time had passed in the blink of an eye. Nearly 60 years had gone by since he last set foot in this place. He never expected that he would one day return to the Demon Slayer Corps. The sun had not yet risen. If it had, Tamayo would have been unable to accompany them. They finally arrived at their destination, a beautiful and expansive Japanese-style courtyard. At its center stood a grand mansion. The courtyard was adorned with stone benches and tables, surrounded by a variety of flowers and plants. As they ascended the steps, the wooden floors of the mansion were lined with traditional tatami mats. They walked through the courtyard, moving toward the heart of the Demon Slayer Corps. Mingfei curiously observed his surroundings. Everywhere he looked, swordsmen carried weapons just like him. Their auras were distinct and easy to recognize. These were all breathing technique swordsmen. Under the eaves of the courtyard, torches burned brightly, casting flickering shadows. In this era, fire was the only means of illumination in the darkness of night. The sky was hazy, with faint hints of light signaling the imminent rise of the sun. The current head of the Ubuyashiki clan had already been waiting at the entrance for some time. When he saw Tamayo and Yoriichi, he immediately knew that the people he had been expecting had arrived. As for the two individuals behind them, he did not recognize them. However, he could sense that they, too, were human. My apologies for not greeting you properly. I should have come to welcome you myself, but my body simply does not allow it, cough, cough. The Ubuyashiki leader let out a few weak coughs. His frail body seemed as though it could collapse at any moment. Despite being so young, barely in his early 20s, he was already terminally ill. Master, since they've arrived, let's head inside. A man wearing a red flame-patterned haori stepped forward and stood respectfully beside the Ubuyashiki leader. This man was none other than the current Flame Hashira. The Ubuyashiki leader gazed at Yoriichi, his lifeless eyes filled with regret. Let's go inside. In the grand hall of the mansion, the Ubuyashiki leader was helped to his seat by two children. His wife quietly began preparing tea for the guests. Soon, steaming cups of tea were placed before everyone. Yoriichi glanced at the deep scars on the Ubuyashiki leader's forehead. He knew that this head of the Ubuyashiki family, like those before him, would not live much longer. I never imagined I would have the chance to meet you, Yoriichi-san, and looking so young at that. Though Tamayo mentioned it in her letter, seeing it in person still astonishes me. The Ubuyashiki leader spoke softly, his tone exceptionally gentle. Yoriichi cast a brief glance at Ren Asakura, sitting beside him. I simply encountered some unexpected events. I never thought I'd return to the Demon Slayer Corps either. Ren Asakura and Mingfei remained silent, sipping their tea. They sat like two outsiders, quietly observing everything. After a brief pause, the Ubuyashiki leader spoke again. Since the Demon Slayer Corps was founded, countless warriors have sacrificed their lives. If not for the breathing techniques you left behind, Yoriichi-san, we would never have been able to close the gap between us and the demons. Yoriichi finally spoke, his voice calm and steady. There will be no more sacrifices. I will end this. The Ubuyashiki leader hesitated before continuing. The Demon King, Musen, has haunted our family for 1,000 years. Yoriichi-san, I do not doubt your strength, but recently, there have been major shifts on the demon's side. The 12 Kazuki and other powerful demons have suddenly vanished. Based on reliable intelligence, they seem to be gathering in one place. His words carried a deeper implication. Musen's forces were consolidating. Even the strongest warrior needed allies. If the demons had gathered in great numbers, then even someone as powerful as Yoriichi, who had once defeated Musen, might find himself outnumbered. Even if he could defeat the 12 Kazuki and the elite demons, such a battle would surely drain his strength. Humans and demons are different, humans need rest. The Ubuyashiki leader was worried that something unexpected might happen. But Yoriichi's tone was firm. I will take them all down together. This was the confidence of someone standing at the pinnacle of combat strength. Even Kokoshibo, upper rank 1, had been cut down by him in a single strike. The other 12 Kazuki would likely be no different. And besides, he had also called Ren Asakura. Even if he somehow lost, Ren Asakura would step in. The Ubuyashiki leader sighed lightly and said, Yoriichi-san, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. The Demon Slayer Corps is not as weak as you might think. If we're going to attack Musen, we must give it everything we have. This was an opportunity. The Ubuyashiki leader wanted to seize this chance. He planned for the Demon Slayer Corps to hold back the 12 Kazuki and the other demons. King versus king. General versus general. Let Yoriichi, at his peak, face off against Musen. The Ubuyashiki leader was certain that this time, Yoriichi would not let Musen escape again. But Yoriichi did not want anyone else to sacrifice themselves. Too many lives had already been lost in the fight against demons. Meanwhile, Tamayo had arrived at her research room within the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. This room housed her research notes and experimental equipment. She carefully placed down several syringes and vials of reagents. Each of these toxins was specifically designed to target demons. Tamayo chose to take them with her. They might prove useful in the battle ahead. That damn man. Just thinking about what was to come made her emotions flare uncontrollably. After all this time, she finally had the chance to take revenge on him. Now, all that was left was for the Ubuyashiki leader and Yoriichi to finalize their plans. But their discussion did not go as planned. Yoriichi refused to let the Demon Slayer Corps get involved. The Ubuyashiki leader wanted them to assist, ensuring absolute success. Standing beside his master, the Flame Hashira could no longer hold back. He stepped forward. Chapter 16, Duel. The Flame Hashira had a fiery temper. But in front of his master, he kept it in check. However, watching Yoriichi Tsujikuni refuse their help, he couldn't hold back any longer. He thought Yoriichi looked down on him, believing his strength was of no use. Yet, the Ubuyashiki leader could sense Yoriichi's unwavering resolve, not to let anyone else be sacrificed. What a kind man. But when dealing with demons, creatures that devour humans, one must be extremely cautious. The Ubuyashiki leader had witnessed too many Demon Slayer Corps members fall in battle. He remembered the names of every warrior who had sacrificed their life. If he could, he would never let these strong and healthy swordsmen die. But demons existed to prey on humans. Someone had to fight them. That was why the Ubuyashiki leader wanted Yoriichi to understand the significance of the Demon Slayer core. So, he did not stop the enraged flame Hashira. Yoriichi-san, I know you are the creator of breathing techniques and the first wielder of sun breathing, but we are not weak. I believe the Demon Slayer core is more than qualified to assist you. The flame Hashira stepped forward, his entire being erupting with an overwhelming aura. The Hashira were the pinnacle of the Demon Slayer core, the strongest warriors who had survived countless battles against demons. Each possessed the strength to rival the 12 Kizuki. And the primary requirement to become a Hashira was to slay at least one of the 12 Kizuki. Yoriichi looked at the flame Hashira, whose presence burned brightly. Unwavering conviction. Indomitable spirit. A formidable body. It's not like that. It's just, unnecessary. Yoriichi finally spoke. Looking at the flame Hashira, he was reminded of a future flame Hashira. A man who refused to let anyone be sacrificed. Even when tempted to become a demon, he chose to continue fighting. In the end, he fulfilled his promise, no one under his protection perished. But he himself died just before dawn. The flame Hashira took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with determination. Yoriichi, let's duel. Instead of standing here arguing, I will prove with my strength that the Demon Slayer core will never be a burden to you. If he could fight, he wouldn't waste words. The flame Hashira knew he wasn't one for persuasion. Even their master had failed to convince Yoriichi. So he certainly wouldn't succeed either. That was why he chose his own method, a duel. With the battle skills he had honed over years of training, he would show the first breath user the true value of the Demon Slayer core. Yoriichi looked at the flame Hashira, a bit puzzled. He wasn't quite sure how things had taken this turn. He had only come with Tamayo to the Demon Slayer core to retrieve some experimental equipment and, while at it, visit his old home. The Ubuyashiki leader had requested to speak with him. In Yoriichi's memory, every Ubuyashiki leader had been a kind and gentle person. Coincidentally, Yoriichi had some matters he wanted to discuss with the Ubuyashiki leader as well. After all, even if he killed Musen, there would still be many things to handle afterward. Even if they successfully developed a cure to turn demons back into humans, they would need the Ubuyashiki family's influence to help distribute it. Yoriichi was a warrior, strategy and intelligence gathering were not his strengths. Yet somehow, this had suddenly turned into a duel. And in this Sengoku era, swordsmen held their pride in the highest regard. It was a matter of dignity. Duels between swordsmen were not something one could simply refuse. Ren Asakura stood to the side, enjoying the spectacle. Mingfei was doing the same. They were both having a great time watching the drama unfold. Yoriichi looked at the flame Hashira's serious expression. He knew he could not turn down this fight, even if it was only a spar. This was a clash of beliefs. It was also a show of respect between swordsmen. I understand. Yoriichi nodded. The Demon Slayer core had its own convictions, its own unyielding spirit in the battle against demons. Maybe not every member, but most of them. It was because of them that the balance between humans and demons had been maintained. They were heroes. If he thought about it from their perspective. How could the Demon Slayer core not be part of the fight against Musen? By now, the sun had risen. Its warm rays illuminated the earth. Tamayo remained under the eaves, unable to step into the light. Demons had many abilities, but basking in sunlight was not one of them. The moment they did, they would be reduced to ashes. The only way to overcome the sun was the blue spider lily. But the blue spider lily only bloomed under sunlight. Which was exactly why Musen and his demons had never been able to find it. And it only bloomed for 10 minutes at a time. Some years, it didn't bloom at all. Finding it would be nothing short of a miracle. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. In a traditional Japanese courtyard, two swordsmen stood face to face. Their every breath followed a distinct rhythm. Their rapidly beating hearts rumbled like thunder. This duel was only a sparring match, so both were using wooden swords. But in truth, a wooden sword in Japan was simply a practice katana. Even so, the aura radiating from them was terrifying. It felt as if they were wielding real blades. Mingfei watched them with admiration. Though he had only just begun learning the breathing techniques, he knew that reaching this level required countless battles and endless training. Under the eaves, the Ubuyashiki leader stood. His 2 children supported him on either side. He would serve as the referee, showing no favoritism. Both combatants had agreed to let him preside over the match. The duel between Hashira-level warriors quickly attracted the attention of many demon slayers. Such a spectacle was rare. More and more demon slayers gathered around. Yet none of them stepped into the courtyard. They all knew better than to interfere. The Ubuyashiki leader coughed lightly. Begin. Ha! The flame Hashira took a deep breath, and an inferno of blazing sword energy erupted around him. Total concentration breathing. Facing the strongest demon slayer in history, the flame Hashira dared not hold back. He unleashed his full power immediately. Flame breathing, first form, unknowing fire. His entire body ignited in golden flames as he launched forward, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. In the blink of an eye, the flame Hashira was already upon Yoriichi. His wooden sword, engulfed in flames, swung down in a decisive strike. Aiming for the neck. The best way to kill a demon. And just as effective against a human. Yoriichi's figure flickered, then vanished. In an instant, multiple afterimages appeared, his wooden sword slicing through the air. Sun breathing, fourth form, burning bones, summer Sunday. This technique utilized rapid twists and spins, creating an evasive dance designed for near-instant dodging. But the sharper one's vision, the clearer they would see the remnants of his movements. Red flames clashed against golden flames. Their strikes were impossibly fast. So fast they became mere blurs. The ordinary demon slayers watching could only see flashes of movement. They had no idea how the two were actually exchanging blows. The ground beneath them cracked and tore apart from the sheer force of their attacks. The overwhelming heat from their fiery swordplay spread in all directions. Chapter 17, Broken Blade. The longer the flame Hashira fought, the less he could comprehend the man before him. Unparalleled swordsmanship. Terrifying, almost inhuman strength. It was as if this wasn't a technique a mere human could wield. Every one of the flame Hashira's attacks was intercepted, blocked effortlessly. His opponent had not even attempted a counterattack. The difference in strength was immense. Flame breathing, fifth form, flame tiger. Before a decisive battle weighed heavily on everyone. In just 2 days, all the Hashira who had been away on missions had returned. The first assault against Musen Kibutsuji was about to begin. The reason they chose to attack at night was simple. If they moved during the day, the demons would flee without hesitation. Even so, this battle would be incredibly unfavorable for the Demon Slayer Corps. Just like Kamado Tanjiro had once said. Humans could only fight demons in the darkness of night, an environment that put them at a disadvantage. The moment daylight arrived, demons would flee without hesitation. In a traditional Japanese courtyard, all the strongest members of the Demon Slayer Corps had gathered. At present, there were 5 Hashira in the Corps. Flame Hashira, Rengoku Jiro. Water Hashira, Suzuki Kinomi. A beautiful woman with blue hair and a somewhat cold demeanor. She had been away on missions, but as soon as she heard about the plan to eliminate Musen Kibutsuji, she returned immediately. Thunder Hashira, Amano Yoshihide. A stern-looking man wearing a yellow haori, with messy golden hair that partially covered his face. Stone Hashira, Dan Ikuma. A towering, 2-meter-tall giant wielding a massive axe. His every breath was like the roar of thunder. Wind Hashira, Fuma Kotoru. A short-statured man, but his presence was razor-sharp, like a blade slicing through the air. Many other demon slayers participating in the mission were at a near Hashira level. They had fully mastered total concentration breathing, replacing their regular breathing with the technique even in their sleep. Yorichi observed these powerful warriors before glancing at Ren Asakura. Ren Asakura simply gave an "okay" gesture. Lord Ubuyashiki focused his mind. He was an exceptional strategist. With a wave of his hand, Ren Asakura summoned a large, blue projection screen. It was as clear as a modern LCD television, displaying a live feed from the Infinity Castle. At the center of the largest screen stood a man dressed in a flowing black robe. His presence radiated danger. Yorichi recognized him instantly. Musen Kibutsuji. It was as if their very bloodlines had drawn them to this moment. A fated confrontation. Lord Ubuyashiki also understood immediately. That is Musen Kibutsuji, the Demon King. The eyes of every demon slayer in the room widened in shock. This was the source of all demons. The root of all their suffering. Most of them had joined the core because demons had slaughtered their loved ones. Their hatred ran deep. Lord Ubuyashiki coughed lightly and spoke. Remember, your mission is to assist Yoriichi-san in slaying Musen Kibutsuji. 1,000 years of destiny had led to this moment. For the first time in history, humanity was launching a direct offensive against the demons. Lord Ubuyashiki then turned to Ren Asakura. Ren-san, I leave this to you. Ren Asakura had described his abilities as a form of sorcery, distinct from blood demon arts. Lord Ubuyashiki had read ancient records suggesting that other nations existed beyond their own, and that their people had traveled abroad to learn from them. The most frequently mentioned was the Tang dynasty, a great empire that had brought back invaluable knowledge, rare plants, and advanced techniques. If demons and blood demon arts existed in their land, then it wasn't unreasonable to believe that other countries had similar supernatural abilities. Ren Asakura didn't bother explaining further. This interpretation worked just fine. Degree. Chapter 19, Miserable Musen. At this moment, inside the Infinity Castle, the boss, Musen Kibutsuji, was scolding his subordinates. Useless trash. You've consumed so many humans, yet none of you can even withstand a fraction of my blood. It was clear that many powerful demons had perished during the selection process for the 12 Kazuki. All the demons knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. The only one Musen ever collaborated with was Kokoshibo. Everyone else. Overworked, unpaid subordinates. And they were frequently subjected to Musen's mental abuse. Looking at his utterly worthless underlings, Musen was seething with rage. Hundreds of years had passed, yet these gluttonous fools still hadn't found the blue spider lily. Forget it. Right now, I have use for you trash. Just stay within the Infinity Castle for now. With a wave of his hand, Musen dismissed his subordinates. One by one, the demons withdrew. Soon, only Musen remained in the vast Infinity Castle. As he recalled that terrifying swordsman, the wounds on his body, still unhealed, throbbed with pain. These useless underlings. Fine, let them live another 20 years. Once he was certain that swordsman capable of killing him was dead, he would wipe them all out and replace them. And as for the Demon Slayer Corps, annoying flies deserved to be swatted. As the demons retreated, Lord Ubuyashiki gave a slight bow to Ren Asakura. I must trouble you, Ren-sama. Got it. Ren Asakura glanced around before snapping his fingers. A black portal suddenly appeared beneath everyone's feet. Its destination, the Infinity Castle. Honestly, Ren Asakura did want to have some fun playing with these little demons. But he recalled the promise he had made to Yorichi in the chat group, not to interfere unnecessarily. For the sake of maintaining his dignity as the group leader, Ren Asakura had to suppress the overwhelming urge to drag all the demons into the sunlight for a mass sunbathing session. Inside the Infinity Castle, Musen was reading through ancient texts detailing the blue spider lily. At that moment, he sensed something and looked up. His gaze locked onto Yorichi. Familiar eyes. Familiar face. Familiar clothing. Familiar sword. That blade, glowing red, wreathed in crimson flames. Without hesitation, Yorichi prepared to unleash sun-breathing, 13th form. Unlike Kamado Tanjiro, who needed to cycle through the 12 forms continuously to achieve the 13th form, Yorichi could complete an entire cycle in an instant. 12 techniques compressed into one. 12 forms, condensed into a single technique. Musen Kibutsuji watched in utter confusion as Yorichi and the entire Demon Slayer Corps descended upon him from above. Confusion quickly turned into shock. Shock turned into fear. That man had returned. Through the transparent world, Yorichi once again saw Musen's body, one that surpassed ordinary demons. 7 hearts. 5 brains. A storm of imminent danger. This time, Yorichi was attacking with full force. He wouldn't give Musen a chance to react. The Hashira all drew their swords. Before their arrival, Yorichi had warned them, Musen wouldn't die even if his head was cut off. He had to be exposed to sunlight. Or cut into absolute shreds. This time, they would all strike together. Flame Hashira, Rengoku Jairu, radiated a terrifying aura of burning rage. Flame breathing, first form, unknowing fire. Water Hashira, Suzuki Kinomi. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. Thunder Hashira, Amano Yoshihida. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. Stone Hashira, Danikuma. Stone breathing, fourth form, flowing stone rapid charge. Wind Hashira, Fuma Kotaro. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind cutter. All attacks struck simultaneously. In that crucial moment, Musen unleashed a massive shockwave. He had learned his lesson. Having witnessed the terrifying swordsmanship of Yorichi before, Musen had developed techniques specifically to counter it. But he had underestimated Yorichi. The shockwave sent the Hashira and Demon Slayers flying. Yet Yorichi broke through it. He closed the distance in an instant, slashing directly at Musen. Crimson flames. A relentless storm of strikes. He was even stronger now. Stronger than their last encounter. Musen sprouted countless thorned whips from his body. But before they could even lash out, they were severed. 7 hearts. 5 brains. In an instant, only 1 heart and 1 brain remained. One more strike. And Musen would die. Exploding clone. Musen tried to repeat his old trick. But when he saw Yorichi's icy, merciless gaze, he knew. This time, the swordsman wouldn't let a single piece of him escape. You fools! Get over here and help me. In the end, Musen made the smartest decision. He called for backup. Clang! The Infinity Castle activated. In an instant, the 12 Kazuki appeared, surrounding Musen. Yorichi knew that they, too, were his targets. Their bodies contained a massive amount of Musen's blood. They could not be allowed to live. The battle erupted. A dazzling array of blood demon arts filled the air. But Yorichi had no patience for theatrics. Crimson flames surged skyward, forming a colossal dragon that devoured everything in its path. Sun breathing, 11th form, dragon ring of the sun, head dance. The massive fire dragon crashed through all the blood demon arts. The lower moons froze in place as it barreled toward them. This level of swordsmanship. They had never seen anything like it before. Decapitation. 4 of the 6 lower moons were instantly beheaded. The remaining 2 were sliced in half. Their wounds, inflicted by a crimson blade, refused to regenerate. Pain. Excruciating pain. The unbearable agony of sunlight scorching their flesh. How long had it been since they last felt this? The Hashira, who had been thrown back by the shockwave, recovered. Total concentration breathing. Their hearts pounded like thunder. Wind Hashira and Water Hashira moved in for the finishing blows. The two remaining lower moons, still writhing in agony, were instantly executed. With the lower moons completely annihilated, Musen had just enough time to flee. Clang! Musen vanished from sight and reappeared in another section of the Infinity Castle. Damn it! Even after hiding here, they still found me. But no matter how much Musen ran, he could not escape Rin Asakura's omnipresent awareness. Now, it was time for the commander to act. The voice of the Ubuyashiki clan leader resonated in everyone's ears. Yoriichi-san, go after Musen. Leave the other demons to the Demon Slayer Corps. A black portal opened before Yoriichi. Through it, he could see Musen, gravely wounded. He didn't hesitate. With the group leader here, the others wouldn't die. Musen barely had a moment to catch his breath before he saw. That man was chasing him again. And in his hands, a crimson blade, wreathed in terrifying red flames. Damn it! He ran. Yoriichi pursued. There was nowhere to hide. Clang! Musen shifted locations again. But the next second, Yoriichi leaped out from another black portal. One swift slash, and Musen's head was severed. Clang! Musen vanished once more. Another black portal appeared. Fortunately, this was Musen's domain. The Infinity Castle shifted at his command. If it weren't for that, he would have been reduced to dust by now. Chapter 20, No One Will Die. Yoriichi swung his blade with blinding speed. Musen was on the verge of tears. His entire body was covered in wounds inflicted by the crimson blade. Each cut burned as if he were being scorched by the sun. Pain. Excruciating pain. Musen was truly cornered. He needed to devour humans to heal. Clang! Once again, he shifted his location. This time, Musen appeared behind the Demon Slayer Corps. A fleeting opportunity. Without hesitation, his thorn tentacles lashed out, targeting the weaker Demon Slayers. But even the so-called weaker ones had mastered total concentration breathing. The moment his attack fell, they reacted instantly, raising their Nichiren blades to defend themselves. The battle erupted. Even in his wounded state, Musen was overwhelmingly strong. With just one direct clash, many demon slayers were gravely injured. Seeing this, Musen was ecstatic. Ignoring the attacks from the others, he rushed toward the wounded demon slayers. If he could consume them, his injuries would heal. At that moment, Yoriichi also charged forward. Looking at the wounded demon slayers, his fury boiled. He recalled the question he once asked Musen. What do you see life as? To a monster like Musen, life was nothing more than a snack. Yoriichi refused to let anyone die again. He had let Musen escape once before. Every life Musen took afterward was partly on his hands. Being too kind, too gentle, it was a tragedy in its own way. Yoriichi carried this guilt upon himself. Even if it wasn't truly his fault. Just as Musen's attack was about to land, black portals opened beneath the wounded demon slayers. One by one, they dropped in. The portals vanished instantly. Yoriichi knew. Rin Asakura had intervened. SCHLKK. Yoriichi's crimson blade pierced through Musen's last remaining heart. Damn it! There's no way I die here. A massive shockwave erupted. Like the final, desperate struggle of a cornered beast, its force was so immense that even Yoriichi was blown away. Musen didn't stop. He bolted toward the other demon slayers. But anyone who was seriously injured was instantly pulled into the black portals. One by one, they were transported back to the Demon Slayer headquarters. There, the entire medical team sprang into action. The wounded were quickly wrapped in bandages. Disinfect. Stop the bleeding. Treat the injuries. The base was in full operation. Ubuyashiki Kagaya looked at Ren Asakura, his eyes filled with gratitude. If these severely injured Demon Slayer Corps members were devoured by Musen, it could push the situation into a disastrous state. Thank you very much, Ren-sama. Ren spoke softly, his voice filled with confidence. Don't worry. No one will die. A cornered animal will fight back, let alone Musen, who cherished his own life above all else. Once Musen realized he couldn't consume humans, he shifted his target to the remaining upper moons. Their bodies contained a vast amount of his blood. If he devoured them, his injuries would undoubtedly heal. The upper moons seemed to sense the impending danger and all turned to look at Musen. Clang! In an instant, Musen appeared beside them. A bunch of useless trash. Now return what I gave you. The upper moons instinctively tried to flee, but they couldn't escape Musen's control. The next moment, countless writhing masses of flesh surged forward. Musen forcibly fused with and consumed all 6 remaining upper moons. Blood and flesh intertwined. Red muscle fibers wove together, forming countless grotesque tentacles. Ren Asakura watched this shocking scene unfold on the projection screen. What the hell, is this some kind of Cthulhu nightmare? My sanity's dropping fast. But this is probably just the classic second phase of a boss fight. Yoriichi didn't care about any of that. Sun breathing, 7th form, beneficent radiance. No matter what kind of monster stood before him, the solution was always the same, cut it down first and ask questions later. Even after taking on such a horrifying form, Musen still feared Yoriichi. After all, Musen was not some fearless demon. A battle where he could die? He had no intention of fighting it. As long as he survived, he could always recover. Even if it meant sacrificing all of the 12 Kazuki. As long as Musen doesn't die, the 12 Kazuki will always return. Clang! Musen vanished once again. Ren Asakura watched this unfold and spoke softly. What a hassle. Guess I'll have to step in a little. The next moment, a black hole appeared. Ren Asakura casually pointed into it. A single beam of light shot through, transforming into a bullet that instantly pierced and obliterated a woman playing a biwa on the other side. This woman was the one controlling the Infinity Castle. But she wasn't the later biwa demon, Neikime. All done. Now let's bring this to its climax. Time for the final battle. Ren Asakura snapped his fingers. In an instant, the entire Infinity Castle was torn apart. Everyone was transported to the surface. Including the countless demons that had been inside. Musen had now entered an unprecedented state of ravenous hunger. The wounds Yoriichi had inflicted on him were simply too severe. He needed to devour more demons. Before the surrounding demons could even react, Musen had already begun consuming them. Countless writhing tentacles surged and squirmed. This couldn't go on. If it did, Musen would only grow stronger. Yoriichi swung his crimson blade, instantly slicing through countless tentacles. The other demon slayers joined in. Flames, torrents of water, and razor-sharp wind blades tore through the massive, tumor-like mass that was Musen's body. Whenever a demon slayer could no longer endure, a black hole would swallow them up, pulling them back to the demon slayer core's base for treatment. Yoriichi felt something was off. Even after transforming into this grotesque and massive form, Musen continued devouring endlessly. Like a gluttonous beast that could never be satisfied. Something's not right. Yoriichi's brow furrowed slightly. The next moment, his suspicions were confirmed. Musen's bloated mass of flesh suddenly exploded. It was eerily reminiscent of the time he had previously attempted to escape. But this time, it was different. After consuming so many demons, the number of flesh chunks created from his explosion had grown to a staggering 3,000. Musen was willing to go to any lengths to survive. After witnessing Yoriichi's overwhelming strength and terrifying power, Musen had completely lost the will to fight back. Escape. That was his only goal. No matter what it took, he had to escape. Even if it meant consuming his own creations. Even if it meant becoming an unspeakably hideous abomination. This was an unimaginable humiliation. No one had expected this. No one thought that the terrifying Demon King would flee so desperately. As long as even a single piece of his flesh escaped, Musen would survive. He would rest for a few hundred years. And once Yorichi was dead, he would rise again. Chapter 21, Three Sons. Yorichi was confident he could slice through 2,000 pieces of flesh in an instant. But this time, there were simply too many. Ren Asakura watched with a slight smile. Finally, it's my turn. Time for these little demons to take a sunbath. As Musen's flesh fragments scattered in all directions, a single ray of sunlight suddenly shone down from the sky. The moment the flesh touched the light, it turned to ash. Sunlight, at night. The light drove away the darkness. The temperature began to rise rapidly. Just moments ago, the night air had been cold. Now, it was blistering hot. Three suns hung high in the sky. This reality-defying sight left everyone stunned, Musen included. To make sure every last demon in the world got a proper sunbath, Ren Asakura had casually moved over three suns from a neighboring star system. The direct sunlight from these three suns was more than 10 times stronger than the usual daylight. And it possessed terrifying penetrative power. Musen instantly retracted all of his flesh and transformed into a massive, grotesque infant. But even that couldn't withstand the direct exposure of three suns. In the blink of an eye, more than half of his body disintegrated. There was no time to run. In the final moments before his death, Musen reached out a trembling hand toward Yorichi, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. But before he could even touch Yorichi, he crumbled to dust. Just like that, he was gone. Even in the farthest corners of the world, countless demons were wiped out by the sudden arrival of the three suns. Only a handful survived, those who had been fortunate enough to hide deep in the shadows. Ren Asakura waved his hand lightly. And just like that, the three suns vanished. This was the power of a god. With a single thought, the heavens and earth could be rewritten. The three suns had appeared and disappeared in no more than 5 seconds. But in that fleeting moment, the world had witnessed an earth-shattering miracle. Three suns in the sky. For the people of this world, it was an unimaginable, overwhelming spectacle. Kagaya Ubuyashiki, still in shock, stared at the screen displaying Musen's complete and utter demise. His voice trembled with emotion. It's over. Yeah, it's over. Ren Asakura smiled slightly. This was fun. Of course, if he really wanted to kill Musen, he didn't need to do it this way. But where's the fun in that? This way, he got to fully showcase his power while also helping his group members. It felt great. In his own world, a mundane reality with no supernatural beings, Ren Asakura always had to suppress his abilities. But here, he could unleash them freely. And he loved it. Meanwhile, the group chat had exploded. Yorichi, group leader, was that your doing? Why did three suns suddenly appear in the sky? Mingfei, I was in the middle of fighting a demon, and then, boom. They all just dropped dead. This blinding light came down from the sky, wiped out the night, and when I looked up, three suns. My eyes nearly burned out. Shocked face, terrified face. Minato Namikaze. Saitama, three suns in the sky. Mingfei, yep. Huge and blinding. Group leader Ren Asakura, didn't I mention earlier that the little demons needed a sunbath? The sky looked way too dark for it, so I borrowed 3 stars from a neighboring star system. Group leader Ren Asakura, I was actually worried that one wouldn't be enough, so I just brought all 3 over. Mingfei, I don't think I'll ever understand the world of the Almighty. Yorichi, under the light of the 3 suns, Musen Kibutsuji was reduced to ashes, and all the demons around him are dead as well. Miss Tamayo is safe, right? Group leader Ren Asakura, don't worry, I told you no one would be sacrificed. As long as they are on our side, no one will die. Group leader Ren Asakura, with these 3 sons, I believe most of the demons are gone. Most demons are active in the dark of night, and this sudden sunlight would have caught them completely off guard. Yoriichi, it's over. Thank you so much, group leader. If it weren't for you, we don't know how many more innocent people would have died in this world. Mingfei, wait, I think I heard about the Trisolaris system on a science channel. That's 4 light years away from us. Mingfei, group leader is amazing, group leader is generous, group leader is definitely the strongest. Group leader Ren Asakura, you're going to make me embarrassed if you keep saying that. Saitama, light years? That's so far. Minato Namikaze, what is a light year? Yoriichi, I don't get it either, let the group leader explain. Minato Namikaze and Yoriichi didn't understand the power of science yet, so they weren't sure what a light year meant. Saitama, despite being invincible, had once been an ordinary office worker before he became unbeatable. He had studied and knew what a light year was. Mingfei, being a modern person, also knew what a light year was. At this point, Mingfei started explaining. Mingfei, well, a light year is a unit of length. It has to do with the universe. The world we live in is actually just a speck of dust in the vast universe. When we look at the stars, most of them are actually worlds just like the one beneath our feet, because the universe is so vast, that's why we use light years as a unit of length. Mingfei, a light year is the distance that light travels in 1 year. Mingfei, that's roughly 9.46 trillion kilometers. Minato Namikaze, wait, let me calculate that. Saitama, that does seem pretty accurate. Yoriichi, that's so far. Mingfei, that's why I said group leader is amazing. Mingfei, he's ridiculously amazing. Group leader Ren Asakura, you're too kind. This is just a simple application of spatial rules. Actually, once you reach the Dao stage, you can cultivate your own rules. The 3000 Daos all have their unique characteristics. The Dao of spatial rules, once you have a location, you can just teleport there, like Flying Thunder God's technique. Minato Namikaze, but with a distance that far, I wouldn't even be able to sense Flying Thunder God's marks. How strong must your sensory abilities be? Group leader Ren Asakura, this is where the unique spiritual power of cultivators comes in. When you reach a certain realm, you can project your spirit outward. Through special techniques, you can train your spiritual power to form divine consciousness. Divine consciousness acts like eyes, allowing you to see everything clearly. Once you reach the highest level, you can even sense the composition and arrangement of molecules and particles. Mingfei, I want to cultivate and have boundless power. Chapter 22, Politics. Yoriichi and Minato Namikaze still had many things they didn't understand. After all, they didn't understand science. Though they now knew the distance of a light year, the vastness of the stars and the universe was still beyond their grasp. In the group chat. Minato Namikaze, I still can't understand. I just don't get it. Yoriichi, is this world really that big? Mingfei, we live in different times, so naturally, our understanding is different. I checked the group mall and found a complete collection of basic science books. Though they're children's books, they detail the worldview of the universe and the evolution of various creatures. I loved reading them when I was young. Group leader Ren Asakura, actually, there are scientists in the world of Naruto, right? Don't forget about Orochimaru, that scientist obsessed with immortality. While others were struggling for survival, he had already understood the rules of how the world works and seen through the complexities of life. Although, it's undeniable that he went down a wrong path. Mingfei, exactly. It's undeniable that Orochimaru had mastered the power of science. Later on, he even created a mechanical Naruto. He could even build Gundams. Group leader Ren Asakura, mastering technology, mastering the core power. Minato Namikaze, I see now, this is science. Mingfei, science is the driving force behind social development. Group leader Sakura, 4th Hokage, you've seen the future, so you should know that Orochimaru is someone we can use. If we want to make Konoha stronger, we need Orochimaru's scientific power. At this point, Orochimaru hasn't yet defected, so find him and use him. Minato Namikaze, I've thought about that, but right now, I don't have full control of Konoha. I'll deal with Danzo first. Mingfei, I remember that Danzo secretly worked with Orochimaru. He even did human experiments. Minato Namikaze, the darkness of Konoha, the root. It's time for this disgusting thing to disappear. Group leader Sakura, if you need any help, I'm here. Amir Danzo. I can easily crush him. Mingfei, although Naruto is a hot-blooded anime, there's a lot of darkness in it. The reason Naruto suffered so much was because of the higher-ups in Konoha. The root deliberately spread rumors, and the 3rd Hokage ignored everything, brainwashing Naruto with the will of fire. Mingfei, everything happened because everyone wanted to control the ninetales sealed inside Naruto. If it weren't for the 3rd Hokage's intervention, Naruto would have probably been brainwashed by the root and turned into a tool of war. Minato Namikaze, this is something I didn't think about. I understood the idea in the manga that I was going to die, but I never imagined that the people of Konoha would treat Naruto this way. After all, Naruto is the son of a hero. Mingfei, the human heart is unpredictable. You were already dead, what did it matter how they treated your child? Minato Namikaze, what disappoints me even more is Kakashi and Jiraiya sensei. If they had helped Naruto even a little, his childhood wouldn't have been so miserable. But I never expected that when Naruto almost went astray, it was Iruka who pulled him back. Mingfei, that's why you can't die, 4th Hokage. If you had lived, maybe the Uchiha clan wouldn't have been wiped out. Though the story doesn't focus much on it, I can tell the Uchiha were actually on your side. Mingfei, your wife and Uchiha Fugaku's wife, Mikoto, were close friends. Fugaku also understood that the conflict between the village and the Uchiha was intensifying. He probably hoped you could resolve it. Minato Namikaze, the Uchiha clan is a cornerstone of Konoha. So many geniuses have come from them, Itachi Uchiha, Shisui Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha. If the Uchiha hadn't been wiped out, and the tensions between them and the villagers had been eased, Konoha would have become unimaginably powerful. Group leader Sakura, politics is such a hassle. Minato Namikaze, yeah, it's really troublesome. Group leader Sakura, might as well just kill them all. Mingfei, group leader, isn't that a bit extreme? Group leader Sakura, hesitation leads to defeat. Don't forget, a lot of people are eyeing your Hokage seat. You should eliminate potential threats before they try to undermine you. Minato Namikaze, I'll handle it, group leader. Group leader Sakura, actually, regarding the Uchiha, you can be upfront about it. Group leader Sakura, Danzo has root, which operates without answering to anyone, not even the Hokage. The 3rd Hokage may be retired, but he still controls the Umbu. Meanwhile, you barely have anyone you can trust. Even if you slowly cultivate your own forces, the ninetales incident is coming soon. There's no time. That's why I suggest you bring the Uchiha clan under your control. Mingfei, but others will definitely oppose it. Some might resort to underhanded tactics or even wage a smear campaign. The people eyeing the Hokage position won't want you to become stronger, so be careful, 4th Hokage. Minato Namikaze, this is such a hassle. Group leader Sakura, might as well use my method and wipe them all out. Mingfei, we should win them over with virtue. Saitama, I've never dealt with politics, so I don't really know what to do. But as long as you stay true to yourself and do the right thing, I believe you'll succeed. Mingfei, Saitama-sensei, you're insanely strong. No matter how powerful an enemy is, you can take them out with a single punch. But politics is really complicated. Saitama, heh. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, conflict between people will never truly end. Group leader Ren Asakura, no worries. As long as I'm here, I'm your last line of defense. If anything happens, just come to me. I'll take care of everything. My subordinates are under my protection. Mingfei, group leader, you're so domineering. Truly awe-inspiring. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, thank you, group leader. The issue with demons on my side is basically resolved. Now, Lady Tamayo is researching a cure to turn demons back into humans. I believe she'll finish it soon. Group leader Ren Asakura, oh, right. I also handed over Musen Kibutsuji's ancient texts to Lady Tamayo. With that, I believe she'll complete the cure even faster. Mingfei, this is shaping up to be a perfect ending. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, I've finally avenged my wife and child. Even if I die, I can rest in peace now. Mingfei, hey, don't just talk about dying. You're only 80. As long as we keep getting stronger, our lifespan will increase. Living for a few thousand years shouldn't be a problem. Besides, there are still so many wonderful things in this world waiting for us to experience. Degree. Chapter 23, Departure. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, I plan to stay with the Demon Slayer Corps for now. As for what comes next, I'll decide later. Group leader Ren Asakura, the Demon Slayer Corps is hosting a banquet to celebrate their victory over Musen Kibutsuji and the end of the war between humans and demons. The Ubuyashiki family is seriously rich. Yoriichi, you should join us. Mingfei, group leader, don't forget about me. I haven't eaten in 2 days and 2 nights. Group leader Ren Asakura, okay. This battle ended without a single casualty. For the first time in history, a complete victory. The head of the Ubuyashiki family never imagined that the 1,000-year curse would be broken in his generation. From now on, the children of the Ubuyashiki family would no longer be doomed to die before the age of 30. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the atmosphere was electric with celebration. Musen Kibutsuji was dead. The 12 Kazuki were all eliminated. This was an unprecedented victory. Everyone's hard work had not been in vain. In the courtyard of the traditional Japanese estate, all members of the Demon Slayer Corps had gathered. The head of the Ubuyashiki family spoke about the hardships they had endured and announced that everyone should eat and drink to their heart's content in celebration. Everyone was overjoyed. Even Yoriichi, who rarely smiled, showed a hint of a smile. But while the entire Demon Slayer Corps was happy, who was the one person who wasn't? Mingfei should be back soon. Ren Asakura smirked with amusement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mingfei was kneeling by a small stream, drinking water. Group leader. Help me. I'm starving to death. The next second, a black portal suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Swoosh. Before he could react, he was sucked in. And then, thud, he face-planted right in front of Ren Asakura. You son of a... Ren Asakura shook his head. Not good, Mingfei. Your reaction speed is still too slow. At that moment, Mingfei was shirtless, and his pants were nothing more than tattered rags. Over the past 2 days, he had fought in more than 20 battles. He had slain over 100 demons. Through these battles, he had undergone a transformation. Though he still had that unlucky aura about him, the fear in his eyes was gone. He no longer feared combat. As long as the opponent was an enemy, he could now raise his sword without hesitation. Mingfei himself hadn't even realized how much he had changed. Heh. I'm back. Ren Asakura looked at him and thought, this kid's kind of dumb. Mingfei glanced at Ren Asakura, whose clothes were still perfectly clean. Then he looked down at himself. Tears welled up in his eyes. Group leader, you have no idea what I went through these past 2 days. Those demons were so evil. When they couldn't beat me, they ambushed me. I almost died so many times. You almost never saw me again. Despite everything, Mingfei still had that unlucky, beaten down look. Ren Asakura, no crying, no crying. Get up and shake it off. Headache. After all this training, after killing so many demons, why do I still feel so useless? At that moment, the head of the Ubuyashiki family approached. Guest, please change into some clean clothes first. Mingfei scratched his head awkwardly. Yeah. I probably should. His clothes had been torn to shreds during the battles with demons, so he had simply gone shirtless. Dressed in a loose-fitting Japanese robe, Mingfei looked at the grand feast about to begin and swallowed hard. Ren Asakura smacked him on the head. Look at you. At least act like a modern person. It's not like you've never had food before. Mingfei rubbed his head and muttered, I haven't eaten in 2 days. This is perfectly normal. As the banquet began, everyone started eating. Mingfei ate with the most enthusiasm, enjoying every bite. There was even sake. Ren Asakura took a small sip, not bad. Meanwhile, Yoriichi Tsujikuni gazed at the sky. The problem of demons had been completely resolved. But the problems of humans, those were far from over. Japan was still in the Sengoku era. Even without demons, humans would continue fighting each other endlessly. Yoriichi had no idea what the future held for him. Ren Asakura patted his shoulder and said softly. Just keep moving forward. As time passed, the banquet came to an end. Everyone returned to their own places and their own lives. The Demon Slayer Corps members went back to their quarters to rest. Yoriichi stayed in a traditional Japanese courtyard. The head of the Ubuyashiki family declared that Yoriichi was a hero to their clan. He could stay as long as he wanted. Everything was finally over. The Demon Slayer Corps would soon disband. The few remaining demons scattered across the land would never regain their former strength. And once Lady Tamayo completed her research on a cure to turn demons back into humans, the demon crisis would be completely eradicated. The Ubuyashiki family was a well-established clan. As long as Yoriichi Tsujikuni stayed within their territory, he would be treated with the utmost respect. With the demons gone, Yoriichi no longer needed to be a demon slayer. The burden he had carried for so long had finally lifted. For the first time in his life, he felt truly at ease. Late into the night, Mingfei had gotten a little drunk and was now snoring away in his room. The sudden shift from constant tension to relaxation had left him utterly exhausted. He needed a good rest. Meanwhile, Yoriichi and Ren Asakura sat on the wooden steps of the courtyard. The moonlight poured down. Neither of them could sleep. Beside them, freshly brewed tea sat steaming in the cool night air. Ren Asakura took a sip and spoke. I should leave now. There's nothing left for me to do here. Yoriichi gazed at the vast night sky. Neither of them said anything more. They understood each other perfectly. Morning sunlight filtered through the windows, casting a warm glow inside. Mingfei slowly opened his eyes. That was the best sleep I've ever had. For the first time, he had woken up naturally, completely refreshed. Outside in the courtyard, only Yoriichi remained, watching the wisteria flowers sway gently in the breeze. After freshening up and getting dressed, Mingfei walked over. Master Yoriichi, where's the boss? Yoriichi replied calmly. The boss went back, to his own world. Mingfei froze for a moment. Then, after thinking about it, he realized it made sense. Everything here had been resolved. There would likely be no more demons even 400 years from now. And as for himself, it was time to go back as well. Master Yoriichi, I should head back too. Yoriichi gave a gentle smile. Once you return, don't slack off. Keep training your swordsmanship whenever you can. Your world seems quite troublesome as well. Once you master the basics of breathing techniques, I'll teach you total concentration breathing. Mingfei nodded seriously. Then, as if remembering something, he grinned and said, "See you, teacher Yorichi." Yorichi was taken aback. He turned to look. But Mingfei was already gone. He had returned. Teacher, huh? A thought crossed Yorichi's mind. Perhaps he should open a dojo. Teach children the way of the sword. After all, he had passed on his knowledge of breathing techniques and swordsmanship to Mingfei without holding anything back. That made him, without a doubt, Mingfei's teacher. When Mingfei opened his eyes again, he was back in his tiny little room. Now the real headache begins. How am I going to explain all this to my aunt? Degree. Chapter 24, The Trouble Student. Unlike Mingfei, Ren Asakura had skipped class for nearly 10 days straight. He wasn't too worried about being expelled, but dealing with the teachers would be annoying. A little troublesome, but not too bad. He glanced at his phone. Missed calls, lots of them. Almost all from his teachers. Without hesitation, Ren Asakura called the principal directly. He simply stated that he would be back in class tomorrow. The principal acknowledged it immediately and assured him that all issues regarding his absence would be handled. Why was Ren Asakura given such special treatment? Because most of the academy was funded by his investments. Money makes the world go round. Now that he had reached an almost godlike state, making money was ridiculously easy. Find a wealthy old man on the verge of death, extend his life by a year, charge 10 million yen. The very same elixir Yorichi had taken could be sold for 2 or 3 billion. If Ren Asakura wanted money, he could get it effortlessly. A simple disguise, a new identity, easy cash. In this world he had traveled to, Ren Asakura's background was that of an orphan. Since orphans didn't have official names, he simply decided to keep using the name from his past life. It worked just fine. During his early childhood, he lived in an orphanage. He started school a bit later than most. Which was why, at 18 years old, he was still in his second year of high school. And high school second year. That was the classic age for protagonists in Japan to awaken their powers. In countless anime, the story always kicked off when the protagonist hit their second year. The next day, Ren Asakura arrived at school like nothing had happened. He walked into his classroom. His sudden return surprised many of his classmates. Murmurs of discussion spread throughout the room. Ignoring them completely, he walked to his seat. He placed down his bag. Which, of course, contained no books whatsoever. Instead, he pulled out a handheld gaming console and some snacks. Then, casually, he greeted his desk mate. "Long time no see, Megumi Katu. You just keep getting prettier." Megumi Katu. The heroine of Sikano, How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend. She had a decent appearance but an incredibly low presence. People often overlooked her, treating her like a background character. Without much expression, Megumi responded in a calm tone. "Ms. Shizuka Hiratsuka has been looking for you these past few days. You should be careful in class." Ren Asakura waved his hand nonchalantly. "Relax, I won't die. Besides, Shizuka is such a kind person, how could she possibly bring herself to hurt such an outstanding student like me?" Megumi Kata sighed. She had long given up on reasoning with her hopeless deskmate. She had already done her part by warning him. Now, all that was left was to wait and see how the drama unfolded. Rumor had it that Ms. Shizuka Hiratsuka was a black belt in judo. All she could do was pray that her poor deskmate wouldn't have to spend the rest of the day in the school infirmary. When someone becomes strong enough, their personality often shifts drastically. For example, a timid and obedient person might turn into a ruthless tyrant the moment they gain overwhelming power. Standing on a rooftop, launching a Getsuga Tensho for fun. That kind of insanity. Ren Asakura wasn't that extreme. But he had definitely become a confident and cheerful young man. This was the natural shift that comes with having true power. He no longer cared about other people's opinions. He spoke his mind without hesitation. He was basically the pinnacle of social dominance. A true extrovert. That was exactly how he had befriended Megumi Katu. Since they were deskmates, he figured he might as well make a friend. Megumi, due to her low presence, rarely made friends on her own. Even on the first day of school, she had skipped class. Meanwhile, Ren Asakura had also skipped the first 2 days. When he finally showed up, he instantly recognized her. After all, how could anyone forget Saint Megumi from Sikano? Without hesitation, he walked right up to her and said, "Hey, beautiful, wanna be friends?" Even the ever-composed Megumi Kata frowned slightly, thinking he was just another shallow flirt. Then, moments later, Ren Asakura was dragged onto the stage by Ms. Hiratsuka for an introduction. As punishment for skipping class. Standing at the front of the class, a mischievous smirk formed on his lips. And then, he declared, "Everyone, attention. I have an important announcement. I am an unbelievably handsome man." Shizuka Hiratsuka instantly held her forehead. Where did this problematic student come from? Does he have no sense of shame? Is he completely immune to embarrassment? The entire class was stunned. Then, Ren Asakura began his self-introduction. "I am Ren Asakura, undefeated in the world, a superhero, an immortal. But in this ordinary, non-supernatural world, I shall not use my earth-shattering powers, because I am a good person. I would like to thank the country. I would like to thank my mother, for not making me like Homelander. I would like to thank my father, who taught me that getting hit with a size 45 shoe is extremely painful. And I would like to thank my teacher, Shizuka, for giving me this chance to stand here today. Finally, I sincerely thank all my classmates for trusting me. I will lead you all to dominate this school." Silence. The entire room was dead silent. Whose underling is this? He's so extraordinary. At first, they thought he was just a cringy edgelord. But no, he was an actual problem child. Shizuka Hiratsuka massaged her temples as the veins on her forehead bulged. "Calm down. He's just a kid." Ren finished his speech with a big, radiant smile. Then, he turned to Shizuka and casually said, "Well then, I'll be heading home, Shizuka." With that, he turned around, ready to walk out of the classroom and go home to sleep. Shizuka reacted instantly and grabbed him by the collar. "Where do you think you're going?" Ren looked at her as if she had asked the dumbest question in the world. "Obviously, I'm going home, Shizuka." Shizuka could already feel the massive headache this student would give her for the rest of the semester. And this was only the beginning. "Get back to your seat." "Alright, no problem, Shizuka." Ren finally turned to head back to his desk. Halfway there, he suddenly paused, turned back, and said, "Teacher, I've been calling you Shizuka this whole time, and you haven't objected. That means I can keep calling you that from now on, right?" The next moment, a large bump appeared on his head. Back at his seat, Ren rubbed his head and grinned. That was fun. At this moment, Megumi Kata finally understood her deskmate. A true social extrovert. Later, in the entrance exam assessment, Ren Asakura scored a perfect mark in every subject. Instantly, he dominated the rankings. As the top student, he was required to give a speech on stage. Shizuka Hiratsuka had a bad feeling about this. She wanted to stop him. But it was too late. Ren's speech was exactly the same as the one he gave in class. And just like that, Ren Asakura became famous throughout the school. At first, everyone thought the principal would punish him. But instead, the principal backed him up. That was certainly a unique self-introduction. Ren Asakura's dedication to his studies is something we can all learn from. At the same time, we must remember to balance work and rest to maintain our physical and mental health. Our school always prioritizes student well-being. Shizuka Hiratsuka stood in shock, staring at her normally strict principal. And so, a new rumor began spreading through the school. Ren Asakura is actually the principal's relative. Chapter 25, Problem Kids. My dearest friend, want some snacks? Ren Asakura handed a bag of snacks to Megumi Kato. Megumi spoke softly, Ren, class is about to start. We're not allowed to eat during class. Ren waved his hand dismissively. No worries. This is my way of bribing you. If the teacher comes, just give me a heads up. With your stealth-like presence, you can definitely warn me without getting caught. Megumi sighed but accepted the snacks, tucking them into her bag to eat at home later. The friend she made was somehow completely immune to her low presence. Though Ren Asakura was carefree and a bit of a problem child, he wasn't a bad person. If you ignored his constant antics, he was actually a decent guy. Shizuka Hiratsuka stepped into the classroom and immediately spotted Ren Asakura, who had been absent for 10 days, sitting at his desk, head down, playing a game. Megumi Kato, noticing the teacher's arrival, cleared her throat lightly. Ahem. Ren, fully engrossed in his team fight, didn't react at all. Shizuka walked closer, her eyes cold as ice. Although the principal had already explained that Ren had taken an official leave, she was still annoyed. Ahem. Megumi coughed a little louder. Still no response from Ren. By his own gloomy self, he muttered. Sorry to disappoint. That's not what I meant. I just figured you wouldn't actually show up for club activities. There it was. The sharp tongue again. Hachiman sighed. He really couldn't get along with this girl. You're always like this. Do you even have any friends? Yukino Shida flinched slightly, as if someone had struck a nerve. Is that so? Then we need to define what exactly qualifies as a friend. A shadow passed over her face. Unpleasant memories surfaced, finding things stuffed into her shoes, or worse, discovering them missing entirely. Her flute being taken away. Upon hearing her response, Hachiman Hikigaya immediately understood. Yukino had 0 friends. He knew that feeling all too well, because he had been there himself. Then, he thought about Ren Asakura. At least Ren was doing better than Yukino. He had one friend. You look like someone who should be popular. Why don't you have any friends? Yukino closed her book. It seemed like she was about to counterattack with her usual sharp tongue. But just then, the clubroom door suddenly swung open. Ren Asakura stood at the entrance, with a girl beside him. I'm here. Their conversation was abruptly cut off as both turned toward the door. Seeing Ren walk in with a cute girl, they each had their own reactions. Yukino spoke first. Ren, please don't bring random strangers to the club. This is not your personal dating spot. Hachiman, meanwhile, could only think, damn normie. Ren, however, wasn't fazed by Yukino's sharp words. This is my desk mate and good friend, Megumi Kato. She might not stand out much, but she's a really great person. She hasn't joined any clubs yet, so she's here to check us out. President, you can't afford to let such a valuable recruit slip away. Megumi gave a polite bow. Nice to meet you. What a gentle girl. Yukino blinked. This girl didn't react to her sharp tongue at all. If anything, it made Yukino feel petty for bringing it up. Megumi's saint-like composure was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Yukino's usual snide remarks. Completely ineffective. Not even a ripple in Megumi's expression. Ren continued with his introductions. This is our club president, Yukino Shida. Total beauty. And a good person, her sharp tongue is just a defense mechanism. And that gloomy-looking otaku over there? He's actually a decent guy, too. Full of twisted logic and weird philosophies, but his name's Hachiman Hikigaya. Chapter 28, Gentle Megumi. Megumi Kato arrived at the service club. Yukino Shida's sharp tongue had no effect on her whatsoever. Hachiman Hikigaya figured it was best to just stay silent. Hello, everyone. I'm Megumi Kato from Class 2F. She gave a soft smile. Yukino closed the book she was reading. Since a student had come to visit, it was only natural for the club president to step up. As you can see, Kato-san, this is the service club's activity room. Yukino stood up and walked over. Megumi nodded. Meanwhile, Ren Asakura had already made his way to Hachiman. Hey, Hachiman, don't just sit there looking miserable. Come on, log in and play a match with me. Yukino took Megumi on a brief tour of the simple clubroom. She also explained the club's purpose, helping students solve their problems. Megumi found it quite interesting. On days without requests, members were free to do as they pleased, as long as they didn't disturb others. Yukino glanced over at the two boys sitting in their chairs, munching on snacks while playing games. In any case, Kato-san, there aren't many strict rules in the service club. In fact, you don't even have to attend club activities regularly if you don't want to. There were actually quite a few relaxed clubs like this at school. But because they had so few members, they were often disbanded. Most students at this age were full of energy. They usually joined more mainstream clubs. Like the basketball club, soccer club, or baseball club. These were some of the most popular clubs in high school. I see. Megumi seemed to be seriously considering something. Yukino thought for a moment before asking. Kato-san, do you have any troubles you'd like help with? Megumi gave it some thought. I don't think I have any pressing issues, but I have been looking for a suitable club to join. Does that count? Yukino nodded and began listing some interesting clubs. Megumi listened carefully, seriously considering each one. Perhaps it was just part of her personality. Megumi Kato didn't want to join a club where she didn't know anyone. In the end, Yukino Shida suggested that she temporarily join the service club. If she found a more suitable club later, she could leave anytime. At the same time, she could also get a deeper understanding of the club's activities. Megumi nodded in agreement. As time passed, everyone gradually discovered her gentle and easygoing nature. It was as if she never got angry, always kind to everyone. Sometimes, she even seemed to disappear completely. Even Hachiman Hikigaya occasionally failed to notice her presence. The one who always spotted her first was none other than Ren Asakura, the club's resident eccentric. Finally, after a long period of peace, the service club received a request. The clubroom was as silent as usual. Ren Asakura admired the bookshelf he had carefully set up. It was packed with various manga and light novels. Megumi, behold my precious collection. Ha ha ha. Megumi Kato glanced at the assortment of books. Asakura, aren't you afraid that Yukino Shida will get mad if you leave these here? Ren smirked confidently. Relax. I have a foolproof plan. Then, he pulled a massive pile of snacks out of his bag. With enough money, anything is possible. I know Yukino Shida can be bribed. If one pile of snacks isn't enough, I'll bring two. There's no way a girl could resist the temptation of delicious food. Megumi tilted her head slightly. I still think she's going to get mad. She'll probably lecture you for this. Ren struck a proud pose. Don't worry. My skin is extra thick. Megumi, in her usual calm tone, replied. That doesn't seem like something to be proud of. Just then, the clubroom door swung open. Yukino Shida walked in, carrying her bag. The moment she stepped inside, her eyes immediately locked onto the bookshelf across the room. Then, a cold, piercing glare shot toward Ren Asakura. Asakura-kun, this is not your home. Don't bring your personal collection here. Be careful, or I might have to report you for sexual harassment, you pervert. That familiar tone. That familiar attitude. Ren felt a sharp pain in his heart. Then, Yukino turned to Megumi Kato. Kato, you shouldn't go along with his nonsense. Honestly, I'm starting to suspect he used some kind of special method to force you into being his friend. If he really resorted to criminal activity, please let me know. As his club president, I'll personally make sure he ends up in juvenile detention. Ren clutched his chest as if he had been shot again. Ouch. Yukino Shida-san, your words are as sharp as ever. But I refuse to let you question my friendship with Kato. Megumi stood quietly to the side, watching this chaotic scene unfold, just as she did every day. Yukino let out a small chuckle, as if mocking him. For a problem child like you to have someone as kind as Kato as a friend, it feels like you've used up all your luck for this lifetime. Ren straightened up dramatically. Don't underestimate me. I have plenty of friends. You're one of them too. Yukino paused for a moment. And what exactly is your definition of a friend? When did we ever become friends? Ren immediately switched to his tragic protagonist mode. He took 2 steps back, placed a hand over his heart, and filled his gaze with sorrow. We became friends long ago. So why have you forgotten? Have you been brainwashed by the bald demon king? Yukino sighed, feeling a headache coming on. No matter how sharp-tongued or cold she was, nothing could counter Ren's unyielding social energy. Her eyes drifted toward the bookshelf. Finally, she spoke. The service club is relatively free-spirited, but this isn't a library. Before she could finish, Ren was already prepared. He pulled a pudding dessert from his snack stash. Heh. I predicted your prediction. That's why I brought a dessert so irresistible that even Kusuaseki wouldn't refuse it. Now, succumb to my bribery, President. Ren struck a stylish JoJo pose. Yukino knew that if she rejected him, he'd just keep pulling out more tricks, until she eventually gave in. Truthfully, the area where the bookshelf now stood had originally been a cluttered mess. Ren and Megumi had cleaned it up and repurposed and used materials to build the bookshelf. Now, instead of junk, the space was neatly organized with his collection. Yukino sighed. This isn't the first time, so do whatever you want. Ren leaped into the air in excitement. Once again, victory belongs to Ren Asakura. He turned toward the bookshelf, grinning. Kato, see anything you like? These are my top-tier selections, guaranteed to be amazing. Degree. Chapter 29, First Customer. Megumi Kato's expression remained calm. Asakura, do you have any recommendations? Ren Asakura pulled a book from the shelf. For a slice-of-life comedy, how about Baka to Test to Shikanju? Then, he grabbed another. For action-packed gaming adventures, we have the legendary Sword Art Online. And of course, Dragon Ball, Naruto. Before long, Hachiman Hikigaya also arrived at the clubroom. Ren turned his head and, seeing Hachiman enter, grew excited as he proudly showcased his collection. Hachiman, get over here. Let me show off my most treasured collection. Hachiman set his bag down and walked over. Seeing the bookshelves packed with light novels and manga, he was a little surprised. This is quite the collection. Are you sure it's okay to keep them here? Ren smirked confidently. Don't worry. I have 3 copies of everything, one for reading, one for safekeeping, and one for spreading the gospel. I'm not the stingy type. Hachiman raised an eyebrow. Never took you for an otaku. Ren, completely unfazed, shrugged. What's wrong with being an otaku? It's not a crime. I'm not stealing, not hurting anyone. Besides, who said someone with supreme social energy can't also be an otaku? Yukino Shida quietly opened her usual book. Hachiman, familiar with Ren's carefree personality, simply browsed the shelf and picked out something to read. With that, silence settled over the clubroom once again. Until... Knock, knock. Someone politely knocked on the door. Such politeness immediately ruled out their club advisor, Shizuka Hiratsuka. Yukino spoke softly. "Come in." The door slowly opened. A girl with a stylish, gyro-like appearance stepped inside. Her shoulder-length, peach-colored hair had a slight curl, swaying gently as she moved. The bright color gave off an energetic vibe, and it was tied into a bun with a black ribbon. Her uniform? As expected, 2 or 3 buttons left undone. Ren narrowed his eyes. Another main heroine had entered the stage. "Yo. Hello." Yui Yugahama greeted. "Hey there, Dango-chan." Ren was the first to stand, waving casually. As a member of the popular crowd, Yui was someone Ren was aware of. But they'd only exchanged casual greetings before. "Asakura, Hachiman. You guys are here too." Seeing familiar faces, Yui naturally smiled. Megumi Kato, as always, maintained her stealth mode. It wasn't until Yui had scanned the room and greeted everyone else that she finally noticed Megumi. "Oh. Kato's here too." Megumi Kato put down her book, waved slightly, and greeted Yui. "Hello, Yugahama-san." Yui Yugahama took a deep breath before getting to the main topic. "So, Hiratsuka-sensei told me to come here. She said this club can help with problems." Hearing that it was Shizuka Hiratsuka who sent her, Yukino Shida stood up from her chair. She tidied up her things, preparing to accept the request. "You're Yui Yugahama from Class 2F, right? Well, have a seat first." Yukino's attitude towards girls was slightly better than towards guys, but only slightly. Ren Asakura pulled up a chair and sat down. "So, Dango-chan, what's troubling you?" Yui smiled awkwardly. I want to learn how to bake delicious homemade cookies." Hachiman Hikigaya, being part of the club, listened carefully. But internally, he was full of doubts. Why was Yui calling him Hachiman so casually? They weren't even that close. Megumi Kato, standing off to the side, observed quietly. "So, this is what the club does? Helping people solve problems. Sounds kinda nice." Everyone had put on aprons. Yukino planned to personally teach Yui how to bake proper cookies. Megumi watched curiously from the side. Ren, on the other hand, was just excited about getting to eat homemade cookies from a girl. Even if it turned out to be a culinary disaster. And so, the baking lesson began. Hachiman glanced at the ingredients laid out on the table and couldn't help but ask. "Wouldn't it make more sense to ask your friends for help with this?" Yui smiled awkwardly. "Well, I don't really want them to know about it." Ren grinned and patted Hachiman's shoulder. "See, Hachiman, this is where you don't get it. Friendships need surprises like this. It's not about how good the cookies taste, it's about the thought behind them. It's a way to strengthen friendships. I bet you've never gotten a homemade gift from someone before." Hachiman felt a sharp pain in his heart. Was he just roasted? Megumi, after a moment of thought, nodded slightly. Giving homemade cookies to a friend. That did sound kinda nice. Even if it didn't taste good, it was still about the thought behind it. Friendships could grow stronger through small gestures like this. As Megumi Kato thought about it, she couldn't help but wonder. If she made homemade cookies for her friends, would it make their bond stronger? Then, she imagined Ren Asakura. There was a high chance he would immediately shower her with praise, finish them all, and dramatically say, "I accept your feelings. Anyway, I'm counting on you guys." Yui Yugahama clasped her hands together and sincerely pleaded. After a moment, she added. "Sensei said this place can make wishes come true. Yukino Shida responded coolly. Not exactly. The service club only lends a helping hand. But, we'll take care of this for you. And so, the baking lesson began. From putting on aprons to mixing the dough, cracking eggs, and baking. After nearly half an hour of battle, the final product was complete. They all looked at the plate of blackened crumbs. Ren picked up a relatively intact piece. Damn it. Even if a beautiful girl made this, I still can't swallow this. He put on an exaggerated, grief-stricken expression. Yui stared at the charcoal-like cookies. Is it really that bad? Yukino rubbed her temple. We followed every step, but the mistakes just kept piling up. Hachiman picked up a piece as well. Are you sure this is a cookie and not charcoal briquette? Megumi picked up one too, it was rock hard. Anyone wanting to eat this would need extremely strong teeth. Amazing. You actually managed to turn flour into this. Hearing everyone's comments, Yui hesitantly picked one up and examined it closely. Yeah, this is definitely poison. Megumi set her cookie back down. My advice, Yugahama-san, you should practice a few more times. Yui lowered her head. Maybe I'm just not suited for cooking. Maybe I have no talent for it. Yukino, in her usual calm tone, replied. Hard work is also a solution. Chapter 30, Cookies. Megumi Kato looked at Yui Yugahama. Everyone had worries. Even a pretty girl like her. Yukino Shida continued preparing the ingredients as she coldly remarked. Yugahama-san, people who can't even put in the bare minimum effort have no right to envy those with talent. Behind every success is hard work. Yui hesitated for a moment before replying. But everyone is like that. Yukino didn't hold back. Can you stop trying so hard to please everyone around you? It's extremely irritating. Struggling to fit in, losing individuality, all to avoid loneliness. Even if others noticed, they wouldn't say it out loud. Because that was just how society worked. It was called social norms. But Yukino had no problem saying it directly. Because that was just the kind of person she was. Hearing her blunt words, Yui couldn't help but think. She's so cool. Unlike herself, who always went with the flow and lacked her own opinions. Meanwhile, Megumi Kato began making cookies. Yugahama-san, let me teach you a simple way to bake cookies. Yui turned to look at her. Megumi gave a soft smile. She was quite familiar with cooking, as she often made meals at home. Cookies were no exception. Before long, a perfect batch of cookies was ready. Golden and crispy. Just from appearance alone, they looked delicious. Yui couldn't help but gasp. Amazing. Megumi smiled. Try making some yourself. It seemed Megumi had fully immersed herself in the club activities. The baking continued. 1 tray of blackened cookies. 1 tray of golden cookies. Looking at the dark cookies she had made, Yui sighed in defeat. They're completely different. Ren Asakura picked one up and took a bite. Edible. But barely. Dango-chan, these cookies already carry your feelings. He tossed the rest into his mouth. Then, he reached for another cookie. From Megumi's much better batch. Yui didn't quite understand. Ren grinned. For friends, gifts aren't about how expensive they are, but the thought behind them. For example, if a friend gave me homemade cookies, even if they didn't taste great, I'd still be happy, because I'd know they put their heart into it. And if a beautiful girl like you made them for me, I'd be over the moon. Ren Asakura stuffed one of Megumi Kato's cookies into his mouth and gave a thumbs up. Kato, your baking skills are really something. Megumi smiled softly. As long as you like it. Turning to Yui Yugahama, Ren continued. That's the gist of it. Got it? If not, I can give you an example, by exposing one of Hachiman's embarrassing past moments. So, I have this friend. Ren was about to blow up Sensei's dark history. Hachiman Hikigaya panicked and tried to shut him up. Seeing this, Yui couldn't help but laugh. Hiki, Ren, you two have such a great friendship. It was then that Hachiman realized, somehow, his bond with Ren had deepened to the point where they could joke around like this. Ren, of course, had no hesitation in confirming it. Of course. We're friends. Hachiman muttered under his breath. Friends, huh? Time always seemed to fly by. A week passed just like that. Ren didn't skip class for an entire week. Shizuka Hiratsuka felt that dumping her problem students onto someone else had been a brilliant decision. After a week of practice and effort, Yui finally managed to make homemade cookies that weren't completely black. Back at the service club, Yui's request was officially complete. Is it really okay for Yui Yugahama's request to end just like that? Yukino Shida asked, clearly unsatisfied. Megumi Kato sat in an inconspicuous spot, activating her stealth mode once again. Hachiman looked indifferent. Isn't this fine? Yukino voiced her thoughts. I believe that in order to improve, one must push themselves to the limit. Only by achieving perfection can something truly be considered the best. Hachiman put down his book and prepared to unleash his usual philosophical nonsense. Ren tilted his head slightly and whispered to Megumi. Here he goes again. Megumi nodded seriously. Not like it was the first time. Hachiman began his speech. Effort doesn't betray you. But it does betray your dreams. Even if you try your hardest, there's no guarantee your dreams will come true. In fact, failure despite effort is the realistic outcome. But because you tried, at least when you fail, you have an excuse, I did my best. Yukino's response was flat and merciless. That's just self-satisfaction. Disgusting. Hachiman. Megumi Kato watched quietly. Like a bystander observing the protagonist's story unfold. Maybe being a bystander in youth wasn't so bad either. In Megumi's eyes, Ren Asakura was the protagonist, while she was just one of the many unremarkable friends around him. Even so, she still received a fair amount of attention. The door to the clubroom was knocked on. Yo, hello. Yui Yugahama opened the door and walked in. Do you need something? As usual, Yukino Shida's tone was cold. Yui froze for a moment. Wait, do you dislike me? Yukino thought for a second. Not quite. I just don't like you. Yui, Isn't that the same thing? Ignoring Yui's reaction, Yukino continued inquiring. So, what do you want? With a bright smile, Yui pulled something from her bag, handmade cookies, neatly packaged. This is a thank you gift for the other day. I worked hard on them. She handed a pack to Yukino, then took out more. All 4 club members received one. Megumi looked at the beautifully wrapped cookies in her hands. A thank you gift? But no one asked for anything in return. Yui grinned. I just felt really happy after working hard on them. Maybe next time, I'll try making something else. For Yukino, this was the first time she had received a gift from a peer. She looked a little flustered. But Yui was relentless in her energy. Yukino, let's eat lunch together in the clubroom. Oh, and after school, I have plenty of free time, so I'll come help out here. Don't think too much about it, it's just my way of saying thanks. Yukino shifted slightly in her seat. Yui pressed on. Yukino. 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 Ren glanced at Hachiman Hikigaya. Hachiman himself hadn't expected to receive a gift. Understanding the situation, Ren simply chose to say nothing. Chapter 31, Friends. Every stage of life is precious. Because life doesn't give second chances. 80 years of life. Each day should be lived with happiness. Not everyone has an almost infinite lifespan. An ordinary daily life is a part of life, too. In fact, most people in this world simply live out their ordinary days. A farce of youth. This is the everyday youth that belongs to everyone. Ranasakura was no exception. The normie group was just as noisy as ever. They chatted about which dessert shop to visit in the afternoon. Or what kind of sweets to try. Yokohama Yui clasped her hands behind her back, feeling a little lost. She tried hard to fit in, but she couldn't find an opening in the conversation. Finally, she gathered her courage. Ah! Yumiko, you have such a devilish figure. You must be one of those people who never gain weight no matter what you eat. Miura Yumiko smirked. Is that so? But isn't Yukino Shida Yukino's figure nice too? Hearing that, Yokohama Yui instinctively thought of Yukino Shida Yukino. The girl who had been helping her these past few days. Shirayuki is great too. Miura Yumiko narrowed her eyes, noticing something from the way Yui addressed Yukino. In Japan, only close friends call each other by their given names. Most people just use last names, even among friends. Ranasakura was an exception, though. But Yumiko, your figure is still the best. Yokohama Yui hurriedly tried to explain. Seeing her panic, Hayama Hayato quickly stepped in to smooth things over. I'll go with Yumiko this afternoon. Instantly, the displeasure on Miura Yumiko's face disappeared. Sure. The entire normie group's connections revolved around Hayama Hayato. Or rather, he was the glue that held them all together. Watching this unfold, Kata Megumi whispered, trying to fit in like that must be exhausting. Does Yokohama live like this every day? Ranasakura shrugged, looking helpless. It can't be helped. Some people are afraid of loneliness. And let's be honest, being in the normie group is like being in the school's top-tier social circle. Just being part of it is enough to satisfy someone's vanity. Kata Megumi sighed softly. But still, living like that seems way too tiring. Ranasakura grinned confidently. That's why you should be like me. A free-spirited, handsome man who moves like the wind. Fitting in? Never heard of it. Ranasakura and Yokohama Yui were complete opposites when it came to socializing. One tried hard to fit in, blending into the group and hiding her true self. The other fully embraced his individuality, using his bright and cheerful personality to make friend after friend. Kata Megumi knew she couldn't change Yokohama Yui's nature, so she simply continued playing her role as a bystander. In the end, Yokohama Yui finally mustered the courage to speak up. I have somewhere to be at lunchtime. She recalled Yukino Shida Yukino's words. Don't just go along with others. For once, Yokohama Yui wanted to express her own thoughts. Miura Yumiko, as casual as ever, responded without much thought. Then grab me a bottle of lemon tea on your way back. Ugh, I forgot to bring a drink today. Yokohama Yui forced a smile. By the time I get back, the 5th period will have already started, so I probably won't be able to. She had already made plans to have lunch with Yukino Shida Yukino in the service club's clubroom. Because of that, she simply didn't have the time to buy Yumiko's drink. Miura Yumiko clearly hadn't expected someone who usually went along with everything to suddenly say no. Her expression changed in an instant. Seeing this, Ranasakura immediately knew, this is bad. Without hesitation, he sent a text to Yukino Shida Yukino. Dango, emergency. Get here ASAP. Ranasakura. Kata Megumi also noticed the shift in mood. Ranasakura whispered to her. My position isn't really suited to stepping into the normie group's drama. And if I step in, Yui's situation might get worse. Yokohama Yui had worked hard to fit in just to be part of this social circle. If he suddenly came to her defense, it could backfire and get her ostracized entirely. This was exactly the kind of situation that called for the sharp-tongued powerhouse, Yukino Shida Yukino. When it came to conflicts between girls, guys usually weren't in a position to interfere. At most, they could smooth things over. And besides, Hayama Hayato, the guy Hachiman sarcastically called a nice guy, was here. He'd definitely step in to defuse the tension. Everything was under control. Miura Yumiko's expression turned displeased. Today's Yokohama Yui was acting different from usual. What's with you? Yui, you've been kinda hard to deal with lately. Yokohama Yui was at a loss under Miura Yumiko's displeased gaze. Well, there's a personal reason. Sorry about that. Miura Yumiko tapped her fingers on the desk. That doesn't tell me anything. Explain properly. Yokohama Yui panicked, unsure of how to respond. Kata Megumi watched calmly. It kind of feels like Yokohama-san is getting bullied. Ran Asakura grinned confidently. It's fine. Our big boss will arrive in 10 seconds. Time to let the enemy witness our power. Miura Yumiko pressed further. So? What's the reason? Yokohama Yui lowered her head slightly and apologized. I'm sorry. Hikigaya Hachiman, unable to watch any longer, stood up. But the moment Miura Yumiko shot him a look, he sat right back down. Ran Asakura whispered. Old Hachi's useless. No way a shut-in like him can stand up to the normie squad's assault. Kata Megumi nodded. Miura-san's glare is pretty scary. Just then, our big boss arrived on the battlefield. The door to Class 2F swung open. Standing at the entrance, the cold and beautiful Yukino Shida Yukino stared icily at Miura Yumiko. And at the downcast Yokohama Yui. An invisible fire seemed to spark in the air. Ran Asakura chuckled lightly. This is gonna be good. Yokohama, you made plans with me and didn't show up. Isn't that a bit rude? Even if you're going to be late, you should at least send an email. Yukino Shida Yukino's voice was calm yet ice-cold, her piercing gaze locked onto Miura Yumiko without hesitation. Yokohama Yui turned and ran over to her, smiling. Sorry, I don't have your number yet, Yukino. Seeing how close they were, Miura Yumiko frowned. A battle was about to break out. Yukino Shida Yukino stood at the door, arms crossed, exuding overwhelming presence. Even though this wasn't her class, this wasn't her territory. She didn't back down in the slightest. In front of Yukino Shida Yukino, Yokohama Yui seemed to let go of her usual need to conform. Because she knew. Yukino Shida Yukino hated that side of her. Yukino Shida Yukino spoke flatly. You don't have my number. Fine. I won't hold it against you this time. Degree. Chapter 32, This is Youth. Yokohama Yui couldn't help but smile happily. Seeing her friend being taken away, Miura Yumiko immediately stood up, looking annoyed. Hey! We weren't done talking. Ran Asakura smirked. Oh, it's on. It's on. This blonde chick probably has no idea how terrifying the sharp-tongued Yukino Shida is. Yukino Shida Yukino's eyes were full of disdain and indifference. Talk. You call that a conversation? From my perspective, all you were doing was forcing your opinion onto someone else. Miura Yumiko's mouth twitched slightly. Ha. Yukino Shida Yukino continued her assault, a mocking smile appearing on her lips. Didn't notice? My apologies. I'm not familiar with your ecosystem, so I accidentally mistook it for a primate's territorial display. Maybe you enjoy playing the role of a jungle queen, puffing yourself up to intimidate others, but please keep it within your own domain, just like your makeup. It'll start peeling off soon enough. Miura Yumiko had never been talked back to like this before. Furious, she snapped back. What the hell are you saying? You're making no sense. As expected of a classic nice guy, Hayama Hayato stepped in to mediate. Alright, let's leave it at that, Yukino Shida-san. Ren Asakura smirked. Now that Hayama had stepped in, this battle was officially over. I declare Yukino Shida Yukino the winner. And so, the clash ended in Miura Yumiko's defeat. Yukino Shida Yukino glanced at Yokohama Yui and spoke softly. I'm leaving first. Yokohama Yui immediately understood what she meant and nodded. I'll be right behind you. Then, she turned back toward Miura Yumiko, as if she had something to say. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the other students quietly left the classroom. Ren Asakura stretched. Alright, show's over. Time for us to head out too. Kata Megumi and Ren Asakura stood up, ready to leave. Ren Asakura turned to Hikigaya Hachiman. Hey, Hachiman, come hang out with us. With his awkward personality, staying in this kind of environment would probably suffocate him. At the door. Ren Asakura, Yukino Shida Yukino, Kata Megumi, and Hikigaya Hachiman stood silently in the hallway. Yukino Shida Yukino was the first to raise her phone. Displayed on the screen was a short message. Ren Asakura, how did you get my phone number? I don't remember exchanging contacts with you. Ren Asakura thought for a moment before responding. Oh, that? Shizuka-sensei gave it to me. She told me to call you if I ever had any questions. You know how it is, I disappear for half the school day most of the time. Hiratsuka Shizuka was the faculty advisor for the service club. And Yukino Shida Yukino was the club president. Naturally, the two had each other's contact information. Since that was the case, Yukino Shida Yukino didn't press further. But Ren Asakura grinned and added. Still, for a club president, isn't it a bit unreasonable to not share her number with her club members? What if something comes up and we can't make it to club activities? Yukino Shida Yukino thought for a moment before nodding seriously. You're right. Let's exchange numbers. I didn't anticipate Yokohama's situation. Inside the classroom, Yokohama Yui looked at Miura Yumiko with a determined expression. Outside, Ren Asakura was practically glued to the doorway, eavesdropping like a gossiping neighbor. Taking this opportunity, Yokohama Yui finally voiced her true feelings. Honestly. I really envy Ren, Yukino, Katu, and Hiki. They don't have to constantly please others, yet they're able to live so happily. They always say what's on their minds. Compared to them, I feel like I've been doing it all wrong, always forcing myself to fit in. They understand each other. They accept each other. Even with their flaws, their friendship doesn't change. Like, no matter how blunt Yukino is, Ren never gets upset with her. Hiki always pretends to nap during lunch, he's got that weird, awkward personality, and yeah, he can be a little gross, but everyone still gets along with him. So. It's not that I dislike you, Yumiko. Can we still be friends? Miura Yumiko, finally realizing what had been bothering Yokohama these past few days, responded with a slight tsundere attitude. Well. I guess that wouldn't be so bad. A perfect conclusion. A happy ending. This was youth. Misunderstandings could always be resolved. Ren Asakura grinned brightly and declared. This is youth. This is friendship. This is what high school life should be like. Ren Asakura glanced around. There was Yukino Shida Yukino, who barely had any friends. There was Hikigaya Hachiman, who also barely had any friends. And then there was Kata Megumi, the quiet, background heroine. These guys are exceptions. Ren muttered under his breath. Yukino Shida Yukino shot him a cold glance. What did you just say? Ren Asakura let out an awkward laugh. Ahaha. I was just saying it's great that they made up. Clearing up misunderstandings is the essence of youth and friendship, after all. After explaining everything, Yokohama Yui prepared to leave the classroom to find Yukino Shida Yukino. Meanwhile, Ren Asakura spun around and made a run for it. Time to get out of here. If Dan, Yukino sees me gossiping like this, she'll totally hate me. Yugahama Yui opened the door, only to find that the only person left inside was Hikigaya Hachiman. You heard everything, didn't you, you creep? In the end, Hikigaya Hachiman had to bear the consequences alone. Outside the school building, students filled the campus with lively chatter. Amidst the crowd, Ren Asakura spotted two familiar figures. Ah, the scent of youth. And also, the stench of teenage romance. Yuta, I will establish our base in this school. Takanashi Rika spoke dramatically, covering her sealed wicked eye with one hand. Togashi Yuta let out a long-suffering sigh, rubbing his temples. Yeah, whatever you say. Takanashi Rika's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I have already decided on its name, the Far Easter Magic Napping Society of Summer. No one can stop the power of the wicked eye. Togashi Yuta watched Rika getting all fired up and thought about how his dark past was still in the clutches of his sister. Sure. But I doubt this will actually happen. If they wanted to form an official club, they would need a faculty advisor. And what teacher in their right mind would willingly sponsor a Chinibu club? Without an advisor, the most they could do was create an unofficial interest group. Ren Asakura observed silently, finding the whole thing hilarious. Chinibu was truly amazing. Then, without hesitation, he walked over. Because having fun alone was nowhere near as good as having fun together. Kata Megumi followed behind, blending into the background as usual, barely noticed by anyone. Ren Asakura lowered his voice, making it deep and ominous. The wicked eye, huh? If you wish to establish your base in this land of powerful warriors, you are still too weak. Takanashi Rika and Togashi Yuta turned toward him. A stranger. Or rather, someone who knew them, but whom they didn't know. Degree. Chapter 33, You Will Fail. Togashi Yuta and Takanashi Rika recognized this person. After the entrance exam simulation ended, he had stood before the entire school and boldly declared that he would dominate the entire high school. To openly display his Chinibu persona in front of everyone without hesitation. Even at the height of his own Chinibu phase, Togashi Yuta would never have dared to do such a thing. As for Takanashi Rika, that was even more impossible. Aside from her Chinibu tendencies, she also had a bit of social anxiety. Upon realizing Ren Asakura's identity, Togashi Yuta's first reaction was that this guy was trouble, possibly even more troublesome than Takanashi Rika. I recognize you too, Wicked Eye and Dark Flame Master. I acknowledge your strength, but if you seek the recognition of the gods, teachers, you are far from worthy at your current level. Ren Asakura pointed a single finger to the sky, striking a pose of absolute supremacy. Togashi Yuta felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if his dark past had been completely exposed. They were only in their first year of high school, yet Togashi Yuta could already foresee the suffering that awaited him. At first, Takanashi Rika hid behind Togashi Yuta, a little wary. But once their wavelengths aligned, she instantly regained her confidence. The wicked eye feared no one. Who are you? The wicked eye is invincible, no one can stand in my way. Ren Asakura covered his face and let out a wild, arrogant laugh. The wicked eye, huh? The power of the gods is beyond imagination. They are the supreme rulers of this school. Without their approval, it is impossible to claim territory here. Even with the help of the Dark Flame Master, you will not carve out a domain of your own. Takanashi Rika placed a hand over her sealed eye. I, the wicked eye, will never fail. Not even the gods can stop me. Ren Asakura turned his gaze toward Togashi Yuta, his eyes glinting with amusement. The Dark Flame Master. A warrior who has lost his powers. Until you regain your strength, your abilities remain too limited. Your ally is rather weak, wicked eye. Takanashi Rika glanced at Togashi Yuta. Who are you? How can you see through everything? Ren Asakura chuckled. I am a celestial sage. Ren Asakura is merely the name I used in my mortal days. I hail from the legendary Yoriichi, a place that can grant any wish. From the moment you set foot in this school, I have been watching you. Takanashi Rika's eyes widened in shock. What? Impossible. Ren Asakura waved his hand, a playful smile appearing on his face. Wicked Eye. Dark Flame Master, who has lost his power. I look forward to your performance. In the end, you will challenge the gods. You will witness their terrifying might. And no matter how hard you struggle, the territory you carve out will ultimately be taken away by the gods. Ha ha ha. With that, Ren Asakura turned away, leaving behind a cool and dramatic silhouette. Megumi Kato sighed and shook her head. She knew that Ren Asakura had Chinibu. But she hadn't expected it to be this severe. Takanashi Rika watched his departing figure, then clenched her fists with newfound determination. Yuta, I will establish my own club in this school. Togashi Yuta felt like his high school life was doomed. At this moment, he had only one thought. For the sake of his peaceful high school life, he must stay away from these Chinibu cases. Good luck. Togashi Yuta gave a slight bow, maintaining a calm expression, then immediately turned and left. Yuta. Takanashi Rika ran after him. After leaving the two Chinibu behind, Ren Asakura seamlessly returned to his usual self. This was the legendary advanced Chinibu, effortlessly switching between Chinibu mode and normal mode. Isn't it interesting? Ren Asakura grinned happily. Megumi Kato pondered for a moment. Not really. It just seemed like you were all playing characters. Her life had always been rather ordinary. She had never gone through the Chinibu phase that most people did in their youth. Ren Asakura took this as his cue to explain. This is what we call Chinibu. Though, to be fair, it's not really a disease. It's just an overactive imagination taken to the next level. He then gave a simple explanation of what Chinibu was all about, how every teenager, at some point, had their own unique fantasies and delusions. Some dream of piloting starships, fighting alongside Jedi against the Empire's invading forces in a universe filled with blazing lasers. Some wish to become alchemists, capable of healing the sick and crafting all sorts of magical potions. Others act like mad scientists, pouring random liquids into bottles just to see if they'll explode. When they reach a certain age and gain a bit of independence, they start absorbing all kinds of dramatic, wise sayings, which sound profound but are ultimately useless. Under this influence, they begin engaging in behaviors that most people would find bizarre. Like wrapping their hands in bandages. Wearing an eye patch over an uninjured eye. Draping themselves in a black or red cloak and roaming around in public. And occasionally letting out eerie, villainous laughter. These behaviors are collectively known as Chinibu. Megumi Kato pondered this seriously. Ren Asakura let out a soft sigh. Most people don't really understand Chinibu. Groups of peers tend to reject anyone who is different. The uniqueness of Chinibu often leads to loneliness. They have few friends, sometimes none at all. So having even one person who understands them is a real blessing for someone with Chinibu. Megumi Kato nodded. Being isolated in high school was definitely a painful experience. Ren Asakura continued, as long as they don't harm others, as long as they don't cause trouble for anyone, and as long as they have a kind heart, Chinibu or not, they can still be great friends. I'm a cheerful and positive guy, after all. My job is to bring smiles to people's faces. Even if someone has Chinibu, I just want them to be happy. Sooner or later, time will take its course, and they'll naturally graduate from it. Seeing Ren Asakura's confident expression, Megumi Kato couldn't help but smile as well. A protagonist like this wasn't so bad. Checking the time, the two realized it was time to head to the clubroom. But as soon as they reached the clubroom door, they saw that everyone else was standing outside, hesitant to go in. "What's going on?" Ren Asakura asked. Yukino Shida Yukino lowered her voice. "There's a very strange person inside." Ren Asakura glanced through the small window on the door. In an instant, his brainwave connection was activated. "It's a Chinibu." Yukino Shida Yukino seemed unfamiliar with the term. "What is a Chinibu?" Megumi Kato answered, "Someone who roleplays a self-created character. Basically, someone a bit odd." At that moment, Hachiman Hikigaya walked up from the other side of the hall. Seeing everyone gathered outside, he raised an eyebrow. "What are you all doing?" Ren Asakura smirked. "Hey, Hachiman, if I remember right, that guy in there is your friend, isn't he?" Hachiman Hikigaya peered through the window. Inside stood a boy wearing a long trench coat, slightly overweight, radiating an overwhelming dark aura. With a resigned sigh, Hachiman opened the door. Chapter 34, Some Past Memories. The clubroom door swung open. "Ha ha ha. I never expected to meet you here." The trench coat-wearing boy spoke in an overly dramatic, Chinibu tone. Around him, countless sheets of paper with handwritten words fluttered through the air. "I have been waiting for you, Hachiman Hikigaya." With his arms crossed, he struck a cool pose. Hachiman Hikigaya let out a deep sigh. "Why are all my friends so weird?" Yukino Shida Yukino spoke up. "You know him?" Hachiman turned his head and, with obvious disdain, replied. "Nope. And even if I did, I'd pretend I didn't." This dramatic trench coat-wearing guy was Yashiteru Zaimokuza. Because his name resembled that of a samurai from the Sengoku period, he had fully embraced the identity of a warrior poet. Coincidentally, Hachiman's name also bore a resemblance to a historical figure, leading Zaimokuza to forcibly consider him a comrade in arms. After an intense brainwave-fueled Chinibu exchange, Zaimokuza finally revealed his true reason for coming. He needed help with his novel. Everyone sat in a circle. Zaimokuza spoke seriously, "This is the manuscript for my light novel. I plan to submit it to a newcomers competition, but I don't really have any friends to give me feedback. So, I wanted to ask all of you for your opinions." Yet another person with no friends. Yukino Shida Yukino rubbed her forehead. "You just casually said something incredibly sad, didn't you?" Ren Asakura chuckled. "A light novel, huh? Now that you mention it. I think I wrote one a long time ago." Ren Asakura recalled a few years back. By then, he had already become a sage. Upon ascending to that status, his mind had been unlocked, and every memory was now crystal clear. To test the limits of his newly enhanced memory, he had naturally followed the classic Isekai copy-paste author routine. At the time, Ren Asakura thought it was pretty fun. Being a writer seemed so cool. So, he began copying some of the classics from his past life. Copying, and then he caught the disease that plagues all authors. Hiatus. Lack of motivation. Gaming addiction. Endless excuses. Ghosting readers. Eventually, he just gave up completely. Since the stories he copied were all massively popular in his past life, they naturally became huge hits in this world as well. But then came the delays, the hiatuses, and the eventual abandonment. His devoted readers, in their boundless love, gave him an affectionate nickname. The Old Thief. What a beautiful title. Some were even ready to send him to the palace, permanently. Ah, brings back memories. Ren Asakura couldn't help but smile. Hachiman Hikigaya frowned. "If you want feedback, why not just post it on a novel website?" Yashiteru Zaimokuza grimaced. "Those people are too ruthless. If I receive harsh criticism, I might just end it all." Hachiman sighed. "Your mental fortitude is shockingly weak, but honestly, I think Yukino Shida would be even harsher." And so, everyone took home a copy of the manuscript to read. Ren Asakura only needed a single glance to absorb everything. The story was filled with glaring logic gaps, random plot points, and even contradictions. Not to mention an alarming number of typos. It was exactly what you'd expect from a newbie's first ever self-indulgent novel. After getting home, Ren Asakura opened up his cheat system. I've been enjoying my youthful school life for a while now. I should check in with my underlings. Group leader Ren Asakura. Did anyone miss their almighty group leader? Anyone in danger? Mingfei. Long time no see, leader. No real dangers for now. Before the main plot starts, things are pretty normal for me, just your average high school drama. I quit the literature club and joined the kendo club instead. Now, I live by the sacred code, no women, only the blade. Minato Namikaze. Ah, school. I graduated from the ninja academy at 12, so I never had a normal school life. But those days were definitely fun. Anyway, as long as the ninetales incident hasn't happened yet, I doubt I'll run into any major trouble. Saitama. Same as always. Just beating up monsters and hunting for supermarket discounts. Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Nothing on my end either, leader. Lady Tamayo has successfully developed a cure to turn demons back into humans. So, the whole demon problem has been completely resolved. Group leader Ren Asakura. Wow, peace everywhere. I'm just out here enjoying my high school slice of life too. If you guys ever run into anything you can't handle, just tag me. Mingfei. Enjoying high school life? Group leader Ren Asakura. Why not? Just because I'm the group leader doesn't mean I can't have some fun. Play the music, keep the party going. Mingfei. Somehow. I don't quite believe you. Group leader Ren Asakura. Look, I may be insanely strong, but at the end of the day, I'm still just a second-year high school student. Isn't it perfectly normal to enjoy my youth and school life? You want to visit my world? It's super peaceful here. Mingfei. I do want to check it out, but I have school. I won't be free until the next long vacation. Minato Namikaze. Same here, leader. I can't leave right now. There's some tension in the village. Danzo seems to have noticed that I'm trying to bring the Uchiha clan closer, and the Elder Council has been subtly pressuring me. Group leader Ren Asakura. If things go south, count me in. I'll have your back. Minato Namikaze. Got it. Saitama. I don't have much going on lately. Maybe I should visit. Ren Asakura. Sure. But no rampaging. My world is ultra peaceful, it can't handle your casual devastation. Saitama. No problem, leader. I am a hero, after all. By the way, do you cover food and lodging? Because, I'm kinda broke. Group leader Ren Asakura. Of course. You're my guest, room and board are completely on me. Yoriichi Tsujikuni. A truly peaceful world, huh? Group leader Ren Asakura. That's right. No demons, no supernatural disasters, just ordinary people living normal lives. Sure, there are some conflicts, but overall, this era is incredibly peaceful. A regular person can live their whole life without experiencing anything too crazy. Yoriichi Tsujikuni. I'd like to see it for myself. Group leader Ren Asakura. No problem. Come on over. I bet you've never experienced modern society before. As your host, I'll make sure you have an amazing time. Mingfei. Ugh, I'm so jealous. I wanna go too. Group leader Ren Asakura. Focus on your studies, buddy. Enjoy your high school daily life. Mingfei. What's there to enjoy? My high school life sucks. Group Leader Ren Asakura. Don't worry, just endure it. At least you have college to look forward to. Oh wait, that's even worse. Mingfei. Ouch. That hurt. Please comfort me. Group Leader Ren Asakura. At best, I'll start a live stream, you can watch me having fun. Minato Namikaze. That doesn't sound too bad. Degree. Chapter 35, Now This is lifestyle. Group Leader Ren Asakura. Is that my fault? Shrug. Mingfei. You're even sending reaction memes now. Group Leader Ren Asakura. And yet, nothing changes smirk. Saitama. I can punch you, you know. I can do that too. Yorichi Tsujakuni. You can use text like this. Yorichi Tsujakuni. Asterisk laughing asterisk waha. Minato Namikaze. Happy face. Asterisk. Group Leader Ren Asakura. It's nighttime here, so I should head to bed. Not the best time for guests. Tomorrow. I'll show you around properly tomorrow. Group Leader Ren Asakura has approved Yorichi Tsujakuni's entry into his world. Group Leader has approved Saitama's entry into his world. Group Leader Ren Asakura has started a live stream. The morning sunlight was beautiful. Today was a perfect day to skip class. After being a model student for so long, it was about time to indulge himself a little. Two black portals suddenly appeared. Saitama and Yorichi stepped out of them, glancing around curiously as soon as they arrived. For Yorichi, who had lived in ancient times, everything was new and fascinating. Saitama, on the other hand, was just intrigued by how this world compared to his own. They had arrived in front of a massive villa. Ren Asakura's private villa, spanning over 10,000 of square meters. Welcome to my home, you two. Ren greeted them with a wide grin. Yorichi observed the luxurious interior. So this is what the world looks like. 600 years into the future. Ren nodded. Meanwhile, Saitama was glancing around. This world had no monsters, meaning there was no need for heroes. Every country maintained order through its military, and that was enough. Wanna try some gamer soda? Ren casually grabbed 2 bottles from the fridge. Chilled to perfection. The two took the bottles. Saitama twisted his open and took a sip. Whoa! This is good. Yorichi Tsujakuni followed Saitama's lead, twisting open his bottle of gamer soda. He took a sip. Cold. Sweet. Refreshing. Ren Asakura began his introduction. Mr. Yorichi, you might not be too familiar with modern society. Right now, the world has fully entered the information age. Many things that were once impossible have now become reality, like flying, or traveling across countries. With a casual snap of his fingers, the entire villa lit up with brilliant lighting. The concealed air conditioning system in the ceiling activated, releasing a cool, gentle breeze. The temperature inside the enormous villa began to steadily drop. Saitama looked around at all the air conditioners running. Man, how much is your electricity bill? Ren smirked. He knew Saitama was the type to endure the summer heat just to save on AC costs. Relax. I may not be some crazy billionaire, but I can at least afford a little electricity. After all, as the group chat leader, he had to keep up appearances. In this age of advanced technology, the world has changed rapidly. We can turn scorching summers into pleasantly cool days and make freezing winters warm and cozy. Yorichi listened to Ren's explanation, finding it all quite fascinating. And let's talk about food. Ren continued. As civilization progressed, so did cuisine. Salt became finer, and now we have access to all kinds of spices, chili peppers, herbs, peppercorns. Ingredients that were once rare and expensive are now affordable for everyone. At that moment, a projection suddenly appeared. It was Mingfei, wearing his school uniform. Judging by the background, he was still in class. Watching the live stream during class. "I'm here, group leader." Ren chuckled. "You little punk, you're actually slacking off during class." Mingfei. "I couldn't help it. I can't come to your world, so at least let me watch. Besides, no one even notices me in class. Might as well watch the stream." Ren smirked. "Fair point. You're practically guaranteed admission anyway." Mingfei sighed. "Yeah, no way around it. Castle Academy has already locked me in. No matter what I do, I can't escape. At this point, studying doesn't even matter, I'm getting in regardless." Ren laughed. "Damn. Must be nice being a guaranteed admit." Mingfei didn't dare make any big movements, so he just grinned. "Group leader, this is your house." "Damn, it's huge. Let me take a look around." At this point, Ren Asakura had already led everyone into the kitchen. "Alright, next up, let me introduce my kitchen." As the door opened, they were met with a high-end, state-of-the-art kitchen. Multiple refrigerators lined the walls, while stainless steel countertops and cutting-edge appliances gleamed under the overhead lighting. Above them, an enormous range hood dominated the ceiling. The shelves were stocked with an endless variety of seasonings, both Western and Eastern. The floor was paved with expensive marble, polished with a special treatment to prevent slipping. Ren stepped inside, motioning for the others to follow. "This is my kitchen. Whether it's Western cuisine or Eastern dishes, anything can be made here. The entire kitchen covers several hundred square meters, big enough to fit an entire team of chefs cooking up whatever I want. As for ingredients, everything is stored in these fridges." He opened the fresh produce fridge. Inside, an array of vegetables gleamed, all in pristine condition. Then came the freezer, filled with various cuts of meat. Next was the seafood fridge, stocked with all kinds of fresh seafood, some of it still alive. Mingfei stared in shock, completely speechless. He'd seen luxury before, but this? This was something else. Ren continued his explanation. "Oh, and all the fresh ingredients in here. I've placed a time-stopping spell on them. They'll never spoil." Mingfei looked utterly defeated. "I've seen impressive stuff before, but you take it to a whole new level." Ren chuckled. "Well, I mean, my power is right here. I don't go around using world-ending abilities, but little conveniences like this. That much, I can handle." Mingfei glanced at the group leader, then at himself. "Damn it. You're the kind of guy people envy to death." Ren shrugged casually. Compared to real billionaires and corporate moguls, this is nothing special. Their ingredient spoils." Ren chuckled, then grabbed 2 apples from the nearby fruit rack. Each one was perfectly red, freshly picked at peak ripeness. "No need to hold back. I'm the host today, so make yourselves at home." With that, he handed them over. These apples had already been washed and were ready to eat. After that, Ren led the group to his bedroom. Surprisingly, it wasn't very large, and the decor was simple. However, the blanket and mattress were made of the highest quality down feathers. While they looked ordinary, they were ridiculously expensive. Then, they visited the wine cellar, stocked with countless rare and fine wines. Right across from it was a room filled with imported cheese wheels, each one aged to perfection. After a quick tour, Ren decided to stop. There were still plenty of areas he hadn't shown them, but if he kept going, there wouldn't be any time left to have fun. Degree. Chapter 36, Skipping. At school. Shizuka Hiratsuka had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the moment she arrived at class, she saw that Ren Asakura's seat was empty. It wasn't unexpected, but it was still frustrating. That damn brat skipped class again. He was doing fine these past few days too. Shizuka sighed, left the classroom, and pulled out her phone. Let's see if he picks up. As soon as she dialed, Ren answered. Hello, Shizuka. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Shizuka immediately yelled into the phone. Shizuka, my ass. At least try to make it sound convincing. What the hell are you doing? Don't tell me you skipped class again. Get back here right now. Ren replied in an utterly shameless tone. Of course, I'm skipping, taking a leave of absence. Shizuka, my dear teacher, my uncle came to visit today, so I need a few days off. Shizuka's brain short-circuited for a moment. Even when skipping class, this problem child of hers always had the weirdest excuses. Uncle? What the hell are you talking about? Boys don't get an uncle. Just then, another male voice came through the phone. Group leader, how do you start this game? It's so high-tech, I've never played anything like it before. Ren's voice responded in a relaxed manner. It's an open-world exploration game. First, you do this, then this. Oh, by the way, Yoriichi, if you want tea, I've got an entire collection in the next room. Every type of tea that exists in this world, I've got it. Guaranteed to suit your taste. If you'd rather have a drink, just tell the smart assistant, and it'll get it for you. And Mingfei. Don't even think about coming over just to mooch food and drinks. Go to school properly. I'm not letting you in, begging won't work. Then, he hung up. Shizuka took a deep breath, forcing herself not to explode. That little bastard. She could totally picture him throwing a party at home with a bunch of his delinquent friends. She felt utterly played. When he comes back, I'm gonna make sure he feels my fist of love. Meanwhile, on the second floor of Ren's villa, Yoriichi Tsujikuni sat quietly on a chair, gazing at the clear sky and the bustling streets below. Towering skyscrapers filled the skyline. The streets were packed with cars, some honking occasionally as they passed. Sidewalk vendors sold fresh fruit and snacks. People bustled about, moving with purpose. This truly is a peaceful world. In this world, people didn't have to struggle on the brink of life and death. Laws protected them, allowing everyone to focus on their own pursuits. Thinking back to his own world, Yoriichi Tsujikuni knew that for many, mere survival was a luxury. Even a harsh winter could claim countless lives. But human strength was limited. No matter how powerful he was, Yoriichi alone could not change an entire era. On the table beside him, a small plate of snacks sat neatly arranged. The villa's smart assistant had brought them. This AI-operated robot was the estate's personal butler, responsible for maintaining order within the mansion. It wasn't an advanced AI, but it was more than capable of keeping the entire villa clean, secure, and running smoothly. Meanwhile, in the gaming room, Ren Asakura and Saitama were locked in a fierce battle. A fighting game. Since this peaceful world couldn't withstand a clash between two overpowered individuals, they had opted for a different kind of duel, settling things in a virtual arena. On the massive screen, their characters fought at breakneck speed. It was a 3D version of the King of Fighters. Ren smirked. You let your guard down, Saitama. Take this, Rosen Shoryu Ha. KO. Saitama lost. Again. Damn it. How is this possible? Next time, I will beat you. Ren scoffed, leaning back confidently. If you want to defeat me, you'll need to train for another 10 years. Beside them, a table was stacked with snacks, spicy strips, potato chips, and bottles of soda. Meanwhile, Yoriichi continued observing the modern cityscape outside. As someone who enjoyed tea, he would occasionally brew himself a cup while watching the world go by. Ren had also given him a smartphone, along with a user manual. This should help you understand this era a little faster. As time slowly passed, Saitama and Ren Asakura kept switching between different games. Ren had collected every game in existence. All Mingfei could do was watch the live stream, full of jealousy and frustration. He wanted to play too. But he was just a student, he couldn't skip class as recklessly as Ren could. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, also seemed to have some free time. He projected himself into the chat and observed the towering buildings of the modern city. Looking at this era, he couldn't help but marvel at its beauty. Ren explained that in this world, there were no supernatural powers. People here weren't like those in the shinobi world. They couldn't train in chakra or perform strange, mystical jutsu. They were just ordinary people, like the civilian villagers in Konoha. Wars were rare in this era, and everyone had the right to live their lives in peace. Children didn't have to go to war. Of course, once they became adults, they could choose to join the military and protect their country. But even in this world, politics still existed. Where there were people, there would always be conflicts. Fortunately, those conflicts were distant from their everyday lives. Compared to the shinobi world, modern society was far better. The shinobi world was brutal. 12-year-old academy graduates were sent straight to the battlefield as cannon fodder. 7- and 8-year-olds fighting in war was common. Meanwhile, in modern society, kids that age were still running around with runny noses, playing in the mud. But in the shinobi world, those same children wielded kunai, taking lives on the battlefield. Even Uchiha Itachi had begun contemplating the meaning of life while fighting in the war. Ren thought the shinobi world needed a revolution. Letting children fight and die while a group of scheming old men sat back and reaped the benefits. It was disgusting. Minato seemed deep in thought. But he knew that one person alone was too small to change an entire world. To make a difference, one would need power on Madara's level, at the very least. Soon, it was noon. The smart assistant started working in the kitchen. Automated machines powered on, preparing a variety of dishes. Each meal was pre-programmed with carefully calculated nutritional values. Every ingredient was precisely cooked, its temperature and timing perfectly controlled by advanced calculations. This level of technology far surpassed what modern society could achieve. The AI computer system installed in Ren's mansion was a high-tech product he had purchased from the chat group. It didn't belong to this era. Saitama continued playing games, munching on snacks. He wasn't particularly hungry. But mealtime was mealtime. As the delicious dishes were plated, a lavish lunch spread was ready. Ren Asakura-san, your lunch is prepared. Please proceed to the dining room. Saitama-san, please join us for the meal. Elsewhere, Yoriichi Tsujikuni also received a notification from the smart assistant. A robotic AI approached him. Yoriichi-san, lunch is ready. Please follow me to the dining area. Chapter 37, Going Home. As the host, Ren Asakura had treated his guests well. But in the end, they still had to leave. After all, this wasn't their world, this wasn't their home. Saitama, after spending 2 days here, returned to his own world. Back to his daily life of being a hero. Fighting monsters, hunting for discounts. Even though the food at Ren's place was much better, Saitama still preferred his own simple home. Yoriichi Tsujikuni also returned. He planned to open a kenjutsu dojo within the Ubuyashiki clan's territory. Everyone had their own path to follow, their own responsibilities. Ren didn't force them to stay. After all, everyone had to walk their own journey. After skipping school for 2 days, Ren finally showed up to class. Morning, Kato. Megumi Kato lifted her head slightly and gave him a faint smile. Morning, Ren. As time passed, the bell rang, signaling the start of class. The moment Shizuka Hiratsuka entered, she immediately spotted Ren. As expected, today, he was met with Shizuka's fist of love. Shizuka-sensei is as powerful as ever. Ren gave her a thumbs up. Fortunately, she didn't press the issue too much. And so, the day's lessons began. Boring lectures dragged on until it was finally time for PE. Luckily, the gym teacher was in good health and didn't call in sick. Back in Ren's past life, his PE teacher could be sick for an entire semester. Pair up in groups of 2. The PE teacher's voice rang out. Today's lesson was tennis. Hachiman Hikigaya was already planning to play against the wall by himself. Ren, on the other hand, wasn't particularly interested. His skill level made it feel like he was just toying with kids. Unless he found an interesting opponent. Like Hikigaya. Once the students were free to practice, Hachiman immediately approached the teacher. Claiming that he wasn't feeling well. He started practicing alone. Ren quietly observed the scene. That's classic Hachiman. He's probably coming up with some ridiculous excuse in his head right now. Since he couldn't play with Hachiman Hikigaya, Ren Asakura decided to just entertain himself. Leaning against the wall, he casually bounced the tennis ball against his racket, twirling it skillfully before shifting to hit it with the edge of the frame. The round ball remained perfectly under his control. Not far away, a cute girl happened to witness this scene. It seemed almost unbelievable. No one should be able to control a tennis ball with such precision. This is pretty boring. Ren gently flicked his racket, sending the ball into the air. It followed a perfect arc. And landed precisely inside the tennis basket dozens of meters away. Ren didn't even glance at it. It was as if he had already predicted the outcome. Having lost interest, he decided to leave and find something else to do. As the top student in his grade, he had certain privileges. The PE teacher simply pretended not to see him. Ren was, after all, a well-known problem student. Just as he was about to leave, he felt a lingering gaze on him. Turning around, he spotted a cute girl. White hair. Holding a tennis racket. Fair, delicate skin. A soft, gentle smile. So cute, must be a boy. Ren waved, signaling that he had noticed. Saika Tatsuka. The adorable boy. The gentle little angel. The one man who nearly made Hachiman Hikigaya question everything. If Tatsuka had actually been a girl, there probably wouldn't have been any competition left. Tatsuka blinked, then waved back. A simple greeting. They were classmates, had exchanged a few words before, just casual acquaintances. Noon break. Standing by the window, Ren looked down at the scenery below. Hachiman was sitting with Yui Yokohama. Around this time, Hachiman should be starting to notice something off about the Dango situation. Teenagers are such a hassle, and that guy's weird hatred for kind girls is even more troublesome. The 3 great delusions of life. 1. I can do it. 2. I can turn this around. 3. She likes me. Hachiman had once mistaken kindness for affection. And confessed, only to be harshly rejected. To avoid ever being hurt again, he became a self-sabotaging expert, convinced that youth was trash and kind girls were the worst. After all, kindness creates illusions. At that moment, Megumi Kato quietly walked over, having just finished her bento. Her presence was so subtle, most people wouldn't have noticed. But Ren did. You're done eating, Kato. Megumi Kato nodded, her gaze falling on the milk carton in Ren Asakura's hand. Is that all you're having for lunch? Ren glanced at the milk in his hand. Technically, I don't need to eat. This is just a disguise, so I don't seem too weird. Megumi simply thought his Chinibu was acting up again. Why is it that you always notice me first? Leaning against the window, she finally voiced a question that had been on her mind for a long time. Because you're my friend. Ren answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. If I couldn't even notice my own friend, that would be pretty pathetic, wouldn't it? Megumi blinked. Really? But a lot of my friends don't always notice me. Ren shrugged. Maybe I'm just special. Or maybe I'm your closest friend. Megumi smiled slightly. Closest friend, huh? I don't have many friends, so don't lie to me. Ren chuckled. Of course. If I lied, I'd be a puppy. Megumi looked genuinely happy. But, don't you think close friends should have a more intimate way of addressing each other? Ren thought about the cultural norms in Japan. How about, Mei? Megumi's smile deepened. Looking forward to working with you, Ren. Being a transmigrator, Ren's mindset leaned more toward his past life. He wasn't particularly concerned with the complex etiquette of Japan. Megumi rested her chin on the windowsill, following Ren's gaze downward. There, she spotted Hachiman Hikigaya and Yui Yugahama. They seemed to be chatting happily. Yui was even playfully punching Hachiman's shoulder. They seem really close, Megumi commented. Ren took a sip of his milk. Yeah. But Hachiman, he's too kind. And too smart for his own good. Megumi tilted her head. Did something happen between them? Ren nodded. Yeah, some stuff. But I'll handle it. After all, I'm a bright and cheerful young man. He flashed a warm smile. Megumi didn't respond, simply watching quietly. By the way, Kato, what do you think of our club? Are there any other clubs you're interested in? Megumi pondered for a moment before replying softly. I don't really know anyone in other clubs. And I'm not exactly the standout type. I think the service club is fine. Ren let out a small laugh. Our president is super sharp-tongued. At first, I was worried you'd dislike her. Megumi remained as gentle and composed as ever. Yukino Shida is actually a good person. She may be blunt, but once you get to know her, she's easy to get along with. Ren downed the last of his milk. That's nice to hear. Anyway, since I'm back from my leave, I should report to the president. Degree. Chapter 38, New Client. Service Club, Clubroom. As usual, Ren Asakura and Megumi Kato arrived together. Yukino Shida didn't say much. Since there were no new requests, everyone was free to do as they pleased. Ren picked a light novel from the club's bookshelf. Megumi did the same. But today, something was off about Hachiman Hikigaya. He was trying to quit the service club, and join the tennis club instead. The reason? Saika Tatsuka invited him. Naturally, Yukino rejected his request immediately. Ren's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Trying to run away? Not happening. Hachiman, I never expected you to be the type who values romance over friendship. I'll admit, Tatsuka is ridiculously pretty, but... Ren leaned forward, eyes gleaming with mock shock. He's a boy. A cute boy. Hachiman, I used to think you were just socially awkward, but now I see the truth. His face was a perfect picture of dramatic disbelief. Hachiman stared at him, completely lost. He wasn't actually trying to join the tennis club. He just wanted an excuse to leave the service club, slowly fade from everyone's attention, and return to his friendless daily life. But Ren wasn't about to let that happen. Hachiman, I respect your orientation, Ren said, voice dripping with fake sympathy. But if you insist on quitting, I'll have no choice but to report this, word for word, to Miss Hiratsuka. And I believe she'll educate you with her fist, filled with love, of course. Yukino turned to Hachiman with a look of pure contempt, as if she was staring at trash. Damn it. She misunderstood. Hachiman realized his plan had completely failed. There was no way out now. No, you've got it all wrong. He panicked. This was just a request from someone else. Ren smirked. His plan had worked perfectly. Before Hachiman could say anything else, the clubroom door swung open. Yo. Hello. Yui Yugahama bounced into the room, full of energy. I brought a client today. Behind her, Saika Tatsuka stepped forward, looking a little shy. Hachiman. Ren. Megumi. What are you guys doing here? Seeing familiar faces, Tatsuka looked genuinely surprised. Ren answered with a grin. What do you mean? We're here for club activities. All three of us are members of this club. Ren Asakura explained the situation. Meanwhile, Yui Yugahama continued speaking enthusiastically. Since I'm part of the service club too, I wanted to help. That's when I ran into Sai-chan, who was completely overwhelmed. Yukino Shida glanced at her before responding in a calm, even tone. Yugahama-san, technically speaking, you're not actually a member of the service club, are you? Yui froze for a moment. That was true. She hadn't officially submitted a club application. Ah. Ren sighed dramatically. Dango-chan, submitting an application is necessary for joining a club. That's how all of us got in. Strictly speaking, you're not an official member yet. But since you've brought it up, if you really want to join, you can submit your application right now. It's not too late. Okay. I'll do it. I don't care how many words I have to write for the club application. Yui's expression was both panicked and determined. At that moment, Megumi Kato silently handed over a club application form and a pen. Just state your reason for joining. Yui immediately picked up the pen and started filling out the form. Yukino turned to Tatsuka and asked, So, what's your request, Tatsuka-san? Tatsuka explained the situation. Since the third-year seniors in the tennis club were about to graduate, the club was losing members. He hoped someone could help him train and improve his skills. After a brief moment of thought, Yukino nodded. I accept your request. I will assist in improving your technique. Tatsuka smiled shyly. I think, if I can improve, the others might be motivated to train harder too. That's what I believe. Ren found the whole situation quite amusing. Just then, Yukino turned her gaze to Hachiman Hikigaya. Hachiman stiffened. Of course, he hadn't forgotten what had just happened. Why are you looking at me like that? You're not seriously thinking of. His voice trailed off. A bad feeling crept up his spine. Yukino Shida smiled slightly. It's exactly what you're thinking, Hikigaya. Club activities usually took place during free periods. In this relatively normal high school setting, the curriculum wasn't too demanding. Aside from third-year students preparing for university entrance exams, first- and second-year students had plenty of free time. The school not only prioritized academics but also encouraged students to develop social skills and life experiences. And so, the group began accompanying Saika Tatsuka in his tennis training. Since Yashiteru Zaimokuza didn't have many friends, aside from Hachiman Hikigaya, he decided to join as well, helping out with training while also revising his novel and getting feedback. Meanwhile, Ren Asakura simply enjoyed his youth. Spending time with a cute boy truly lifted his spirits. Using scientific methods, Yukino created a structured training program for Tatsuka. Day after day, the training continued. Eventually, Tatsuka reached phase 2 of his regimen. That day was like any other. Ren and Tatsuka played a match. Even when going easy, Ren still made it difficult for Tatsuka to win a single point. The tennis ball spun midair, drawing an arc before landing perfectly. Tatsuka was just a second too slow. He missed the ball and slipped, falling to the ground. Are you alright? Ren asked casually. Tatsuka struggled to get back up. I'm fine. Everyone's helping me train, so I want to push myself harder. Ren nodded. Take a break first. Dango, you can spar with Tatsuka next. Tatsuka blinked in surprise. Ren twirled his racket and continued. Tatsuka-kun, playing against me right now is pointless. At least wait until you've completed all your training. Only then will it actually help you improve. Don't rush ahead too quickly. Yukino agreed and nodded. Tatsuka held his racket, looking a bit down. It just feels like, no matter how hard I train lately, I'm not improving. Ren, unfazed, simply responded, since Yukino accepted your request, she will push you to the highest standards. That's just how she is, she always does things to the absolute limit. Even Hachiman stepped forward to encourage Tatsuka. You'll be fine. Just keep at it. As the group continued their conversation, an unwelcome voice suddenly interrupted them. Oh. Playing tennis, huh? Hey, mind if we join in? Ren turned toward the approaching group of students. Leading them was Hayato Hayama, the head of Class 2F's popular clique. The one who had spoken was Yumiko Miura, the same girl who had been left speechless by Yukino's sharp tongue not too long ago. It seemed she was here for payback. After all, what's youth without a few antagonists showing up? Chapter 39, The Gamer. Saika Tatsuka tried to explain. Miura-san, we're not just playing around. What are you saying? I didn't hear anything. Yumiko Miura smirked arrogantly. This was the perfect moment for Yukino Shida to step in. As the leader of their group, she took center stage. It seems that someone's cognitive abilities aren't the only thing regressing, now their hearing is too. If you can't even comprehend such simple words, you really do resemble a primate. Miura's expression darkened instantly. Ha! You're really pissing me off. Yui Yugahama quickly jumped between them, trying to defuse the tension. Yukino, Yumiko, don't fight. Don't fight. Yukino chuckled softly. From behind the group, Hachiman Hikigaya added, this court was reserved by Tatsuka. Other people aren't allowed to use it. Miura frowned. Then why are you all here? Hachiman shrugged. Because we're helping Tatsuka train. Miura suddenly smiled. Then we'll train too. What's wrong with that? Hayato Hayama stepped in, trying to keep things friendly. It's more fun if everyone plays together, right? Hachiman sighed. It was clear this wasn't going to end so easily. Just as Yukino was about to respond, Ren Asakura stepped forward, looking bored. Something this interesting was too good to pass up. Ren was strong, whenever he played with his friends, he had to hold back to avoid accidentally crushing them. These past few days of casual training had been mind-numbingly dull. Truthfully, Ren enjoyed the thrill of dominating opponents in games. For example, forcing an opponent back into their base in a competitive match and utterly demolishing them. But since these were his friends, he always held back, never going overboard. However, some people didn't deserve that courtesy. Making them cry, crushing them completely, teaching them a lesson, now that sounded fun. Perfect timing. We just finished our training, and Tatsuka needs a break. So how about I play with you guys instead? Maybe I'll help you all quit gaming for good. Ren's sweet smile made it seem like he had just reunited with old friends. Of course, he was always smiling, but this time, there was a distinct edge to it. Yukino didn't stop him. Instead, she watched with interest. Even Shizuka Hiratsuka had once mentioned that Ren's athletic ability was far beyond ordinary. Hayama glanced around at the group. Miura looked eager to jump in. Finally, Hayama nodded. Thanks, Asakura. Ren Asakura smiled. No problem, Hayama. Just don't start crying later. Ha. You're way too cocky. Do you even know who I am? Yumiko Miura couldn't take it anymore. It was one thing for Yukino Shida to act arrogant, but for this Chinibu problem child to do the same. That was just unbearable. Ren covered his face and let out a wild laugh, his aura radiating pure arrogance. In the eyes of the strong, the weak have no place. Miura felt like this guy was beyond arrogant. Then I'll just have to show you what I'm capable of. The rest of the group sat on the steps, watching Ren in full-on battle mode. Yukino Shida raised an eyebrow. Is he always like this? Megumi Kato nodded. Hachiman Hikigaya sighed, resigned to the fact that all his friends had issues. Ren was especially unpredictable, sometimes completely normal, other times totally unhinged, always acting on a whim. Yukino glanced at the court. Who do you think will win? Hachiman analyzed the situation. Miura's supposed to be pretty good at tennis. Hayama, on the other hand, is the ace of the soccer team, meaning he's definitely athletic. Plus, he's good-looking, a normie, great at socializing, and super popular with girls. Damn high-class pretty boys, they even have to take over tennis too. Hachiman didn't even bother lowering his voice. Yukino sighed. The first half of that was reasonable. The rest was just your personal complaints, wasn't it? Let's be real, your lack of friends is 100% due to your terrible personality. Hayama definitely heard Hachiman's not-so-subtle grumbling. He smiled and suggested, how about we settle this with a match? The winner gets to use the court during lunch break. Of course, they'll also have to help train Tatsuka. After all, practicing with someone stronger is the best way to improve. Hayama didn't lower his voice either, clearly addressing everyone present. Ren's smile didn't fade. Should I take that as a challenge? Hayama shook his head. Not at all. I just want everyone to have fun. Saika Tatsuka looked like he wanted to say something, but before he could, Ren simply grinned, his aura as wild as ever. Ren Asakura let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. Interesting, truly interesting. You know, back in my hometown, there's an unspoken rule, when competing against someone, you should at least give them some dignity. Never completely shut them out, especially on their own turf. But you know what? I've changed my mind. Not only am I going to make you cry, but I'm also going to shut you out completely. And of course, all of you can come at me at once. He was arrogance personified. Even Hayama Hayato was momentarily at a loss for words. Yumiko Miura couldn't stand this guy's cocky attitude anymore, so she stepped forward immediately. Then I'll take that as a yes. Ren smirked. Of course. Oh, and I'd recommend changing into sportswear, wouldn't want you crying later and claiming I bullied you. Yumiko clicked her tongue. TCH. Yumiko Miura changed into her sportswear. Her long, toned legs were fully exposed, making her look sharp and full of energy. As expected from the face of the normie clique. The two of them stood on the tennis court. The atmosphere was tense, and all eyes were on them. Let's begin. Yumiko tossed the ball up and smashed it with full force. The ball flew at high speed, cutting through the air. Hayama Hayato, watching from the sidelines, spoke up. Yumiko passed the national-level junior tennis selection when she was in middle school. But in the very next moment, an even faster ball landed near Yumiko. Before she could react, it hit the metal net and spun violently, getting stuck in place. Ren scored the first point. Even Hayama hadn't expected this level of dominance. What followed was a complete massacre. Forget scoring a single point, Yumiko couldn't even touch the ball. Every time Ren served, her racket never even made contact. His perfect serves, lightning-fast play style, this wasn't just skill. It wasn't human. Only Olympic-level athletes could maybe pull this off. Everyone had expected Ren to be strong, but not like this. Which meant that for the past few days, during practice, Ren had been holding back. Saika Tatsuka instinctively lowered his head. Ren smirked, eyes filled with mocking amusement. Game over. Shutout victory. Chapter 40, Unspoken Rule. Yumiko Miura was gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. Her expression was complicated. She had expected to lose, but not this badly. The gap between them wasn't something that could be closed with hard work alone. Ren Asakura's overwhelming skill made it feel like an adult playing with a child. Like it was all just a game to him. She had stepped onto the court full of confidence, only to be utterly humiliated. She felt like crying. But she held it in, no way was she going to cry here. Ren sighed, suddenly recalling an unspoken rule from his previous life. Never completely shut out your opponent. Always let them score at least once or twice. And if you make them cry, you're responsible for cheering them up. Not my fault. She was the one who started this. What else was I supposed to do? Honestly, after watching through all of Oreguru, Ren knew that Yumiko Miura wasn't actually a bad person. Even the description of her said. Hachiman Hikagaya's classmate. Hayama's close friend. Blonde, well-defined features, a queen-type personality. A former tennis club member in middle school. The pinnacle of female normies, best friends with Ebona Hina and Yui Yokohama. The queen bee of her class's female social scene. A blonde beauty admired by many guys at school, though they all know she likes Hayama and don't dare confess. Very proactive in social interactions. As a result, she's about as clueless about social norms as Marie Antoinette. Easily moved to tears, deeply cares about her friends. Called out Yui for lacking independent thought. Tried to help Ebona find a boyfriend but got rejected. Has an older sister and an older brother. Ren scratched his head, feeling slightly guilty. Great, now I've made her cry. And I'm the one who has to fix it. Ren Asakura waved toward Hayama Hayato. Hey, blonde pretty boy over there. Your girlfriend just lost, aren't you gonna comfort her? What an unqualified boyfriend. Hayama had already planned to step in, but as soon as Ren pointed it out, he immediately walked over. The moment Yumiko Miura heard someone call Hayama her boyfriend, she instantly brightened up. Humph. At least you've got some taste. Hayama neither confirmed nor denied it. In the end, the normie group left. Ren shook his head. Women are way too easy to cheer up. Then, he turned to look at the group sitting on the steps. What's with those looks? You're staring at me like I'm some kind of irredeemable villain. Yukino Shida Yukino nodded without hesitation. You made a girl cry. That's hardly gentlemanly behavior. Hikigaya Hachiman added, yeah, Ren, you kinda went too far. Ren turned to Megumi Kato, his voice full of hurt. Hui, you don't think that too, do you? Megumi smiled awkwardly. Well. I really want to be on your side, but making a girl cry is a bit rude. Ren clutched his chest in mock pain. I was defending our territory. Why, when my soldiers are still on the battlefield, does the commander surrender first? Yukino saw right through his dramatic performance. With curiosity, she asked, what if Yumiko had been tougher? What if she hadn't cried and instead kept provoking you? Ren smirked and raised a single finger toward the sky. When I reach the top, I find myself utterly alone. There is no one to talk to, only the bitter cold of winter. What is the purpose of standing above others, if solitude is all that awaits me? So dramatic. Too bad for her, Miura did cry. If he kept pushing, that'd just be too cruel. Don't worry. She probably won't come back after this. Anyway, break's over, let's get back to training. Even after such an intense match, Ren still looked completely fresh. His clothes weren't even wrinkled. Yet another huge gap between them. Before the game, Ren had already been training with Saika Tatsuka for quite a while. Now, Tatsuka ran up to him, eyes sparkling. Ren, you're amazing. Your tennis skills are unbelievable. His smile was so bright it felt like flowers were blooming around him. An adorable, glowing boy. A gentle little angel. Ren blinked. For a second, he swore he actually saw special effects. Damn it, how is he so cute? That should be illegal. And on top of that, he's so sweet. No wonder Hachiman almost got bent. If Saika were a girl, Hachiman would be finished. Ren muttered under his breath. Saika excitedly grabbed his hands. Ren. You should join the tennis club. With your skills, we could become the strongest team in school. His eyes sparkled with pure hope. Ahem. Yukino cleared her throat, cutting off the rom-com moment. Then, in a calm voice, she said. Tatsuka, it's still practice time. Before long, morning practice was over. For once, Ren actually had some free time. Maybe because they had finally realized the gap in skill, Yukino took it upon herself to train Tatsuka personally. Megumi Kato's tennis skills were average. Her stamina also average. So, she didn't really help much. As time passed, Tatsuka finished his training. His request was officially completed. And just like that, the service club returned to normal. That morning at school, Hachiman Hikigaya was suddenly called to the office. The reason? His career survey form was just as explosive and ridiculous as all his past essays. This time, only he was summoned. Hachiman turned to Ren in shock. Ren, how is this possible? There's no way you didn't get called too, you wrote something just as crazy. Ren smirked and pulled out his career survey from his desk drawer. Surprise, Hachiman, I never turned mine in. His grin widened. This time, you're facing Miss Hiratsuka's extermination fist all on your own. Good luck. Hachiman's jaw dropped. You set me up. Ren dramatically covered his face with one hand. Ha ha ha. No, my friend. You were just too naive. You actually submitted that survey. Your career goal was to become a hikikomori, and you even cited that cute lowly meme saying, my dream is to be a bride. Ren shook his head. I can already see your future, Hachiman. Megumi Kato watched their antics with mild amusement. Her career survey had been perfectly normal. So normal that even if it were placed at the top of the stack, no one would bother to look at it. Which was exactly in character for her. Then, Miss Hiratsuka entered the classroom from the back door. She immediately spotted Ren, holding his unsubmitted career survey in plain sight. Miss Hiratsuka. Chapter 41, Shinobi World. Inside the chat group. Minato Namikaze, group leader, are you there? I'm ready to make my move. Danzo must die. Mingfei, make sure to stream it. Half of the bad things in the Naruto world are because of that guy. Why did Konoha become so weak in the future? Every genius either dies or escapes, it's all thanks to him. If he had just died earlier, the ninja world wouldn't have half the problems it does now. Minato Namikaze, he definitely needs to die. Lately, I've been trying to bring the Uchiha clan closer to the village, but out of nowhere, public opinion started turning against them. If I hadn't suppressed it with my authority as Hokage, the tension between the Uchiha and the villagers would have escalated again. I've investigated for a long time but couldn't find the source of these rumors. It's as if they appeared out of thin air. The only one capable of orchestrating something like this is Root, which operates outside the Hokage's jurisdiction. That bastard needs to go. Mingfei, 4th Hokage, you've only been in power for less than a year, and they're already trying to trip you up. They're clearly targeting you. Don't back down, go all in. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, enemies like this are the most troublesome. If he escapes, he will definitely cause endless problems in the future. He must die. It's best if the group leader joins you. Group leader Ren Asakura, your great and mighty group leader has arrived. Group leader Ren Asakura, who's about to make a move. Minato Namikaze, group leader, I'm about to act. The rotten root of Konoha needs to be cut off. Group leader Ren Asakura, took you long enough. Want me to handle it? Minato Namikaze, no, I'll do it. No need to trouble you, group leader. Just make sure Danzo doesn't escape. Mingfei, yeah, if the group leader gets involved, the last time, he made 3 sons. If he fights this time, who knows what'll happen. Minato should definitely handle this himself. Saitama, good luck. Guys like Danzo are worse than monsters. Group leader Sakura, I can't believe I don't get to take care of this myself. What a shame. I was planning to gift Danzo an all-expenses-paid trip to Pluto, followed by a solar core cremation service. And maybe even let him experience Diavolo's infinite death loop while I was at it. Mingfei, group leader, you're insane, I respect that. If anyone dares to mess with you, I'll be the first to stand up for you. Group leader Sakura, alright, enough with the flattery. Minato Namikaze, after dealing with Danzo, I still need to handle Root. Even though they're brainwashed assassins, they are still Konoha's ninja. Group leader Sakura, by the way, what exactly is the timeline over there? Naruto's birthday should be October 10th, which means the Ninetales incident is just around the corner. Minato Namikaze, it's September 20th, year 48 of Konoha. Group leader Sakura, 20 days left, huh? That's not too bad, though it is a long time to skip class. Mingfei, the final battle, huh? Make sure to stream it when the time comes. Minato Namikaze, no problem. Minato Namikaze has granted group leader Sakura access to his world. In the Naruto world, each village has more than just its genin, chunin, jonin, and kage. There also exists an elite force of assassins, known as the Special Tactical Assassination Squad. Their primary duty is to protect the kage and guard against enemy infiltration, a force indispensable to every village. However, in Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great shinobi nations, this force was divided into 2 factions, the ANBU and Root. Root was far more secretive than the ANBU, operating in the shadows and carrying out missions that could never see the light of day. It existed with the silent approval of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Under Danzo's leadership, Root became Konoha's deadliest sword, acting under the motto, better to kill the wrong person than to let a threat go free. Root eliminated enemies both inside and outside the village, but its shinobi were more Danzo's personal soldiers than true Konoha ninja. Danzo saw Root as his best weapon in his fight for the Hokage's seat. Unfortunately, despite all his schemes, he never truly became Hokage. He only served as an acting Hokage for a few days, before Sasuke killed him. Thus, the world mockingly referred to him as the 5.5th Hokage. Nightfall, Minato Namikaze's private residence. A dark portal suddenly opened in Minato's home. From within, a figure dressed in sportswear stepped out. It was Sakura. Minato greeted him with his usual warm, sun-like smile. Welcome to my world, group leader. Sakura looked around. The traditional architecture, the nostalgic design, everything was familiar. He was standing in the Hidden Leaf Village. I'm here. When do we act? Tonight. A dark, moonless night, the perfect time for a kill. Minato had endured long enough. If he waited any longer, his plan to bring the Uchiha clan into the fold would fail. A Hokage without a faction of his own was nothing more than a puppet. Without trusted allies, he'd be forced to handle every crisis alone. Just like in the original timeline. This time, Minato Namikaze would not allow his wife to die. This time, he would not let his son suffer a tragic childhood. This time, I will save everything. Sakura saw the determination in Minato Namikaze's eyes. A true Hokage. A true father. In the original timeline, Minato failed to be a good father. But this time, he had a choice. I understand, Ren said with a serious nod. Root was deeply hidden. The darkness of Konoha ran deep. But Minato knew exactly where Root was. This day had been planned for a long time. Danzo was in Root's base tonight. Minato's plan was simple. Eliminate Danzo. Absorb Root into his own forces. At this point, Orochimaru was likely collaborating with Danzo. If possible, Minato planned to bring Orochimaru under his control as well. Once Root was no longer an obstacle, Minato could win over the Uchiha clan. Then, he would find a way to ease the tensions between the Uchiha and the villagers. After that, he would pull the Uchiha out of the shadows and reintegrate them into the village's power structure. Then came the rest of Konoha's major clans. The Hyuga, the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi. And, of course, the Anbu under the third Hokage's control. If the third Hokage willingly handed over control, then Minato would let him retire in peace. But if he refused, Minato would be forced to take more extreme measures. The fact that the Anbu, the Hokage's own personal force, was not actually under his command was utterly ridiculous. And then there were the so-called elders. A bunch of old relics who refused to let go of power. They needed to retire. Minato had not been idle in the past few months. He had been analyzing Konoha's power structure and thinking deeply about its future. If Konoha was to shine again, then it needed a complete purge. All the corrupt, decaying elements had to be removed. Through the chat group's marketplace, Minato had purchased numerous books on modern governance and society. If everything went smoothly, Minato planned to turn the Uchiha into a true modernized police force. A trusted, respected, and honorable police force. One that protected the people. Once the villagers trusted the Uchiha, and the Uchiha developed a sense of duty, honor, and belonging, they would become truly loyal to Konoha. This was the future Minato envisioned. Chapter 42, Night en route. A sudden visitor arrived at Konoha's route headquarters. The fourth Hokage. Technically, Root was not under the Hokage's direct control. But tonight, Minato Namikaze intended to change that. Tell Danzo to come see me. The fourth Hokage no longer wore his usual gentle smile. He was here to kill. The Root members exchanged glances. One of them, wearing a fox mask, spoke up. Please wait a moment, Lord Hokage. Minato's eyes narrowed. In an instant, he appeared right in front of the masked ninja. Wait. Do you think you have the right to make me wait? Bang! The masked Root ninja was sent crashing into the wall. Minato walked straight through Root's main entrance. The moment he stepped inside, Danzo Shimura appeared, his right arm wrapped in bandages. What brings the Hokage to Root? Danzo asked with a calm expression. Minato got straight to the point. The rumors spreading in the village, it's your doing, isn't it? Don't bother denying it. If I didn't have solid proof, I wouldn't have come here. Danzo's lone visible eye narrowed. Lord Hokage, the Uchiha clan is extremely dangerous. Back in the second Hokage's time. Shut up. Minato cut him off coldly. I'm the Hokage now. You don't get to tell me what to do. His tone was sharp and commanding. Danzo was caught off guard. The Minato he knew was always calm, kind, even too soft at times. This was completely unlike him. Why? Spreading a few rumors shouldn't have provoked such a strong reaction. Surely this hadn't crossed Minato's line yet. Fourth Hokage, you should watch your words, Danzo said, unfazed. This is Root. Root does not answer to the Hokage. As he spoke, several figures emerged from the surrounding shadows, all wearing animal masks. Minato smirked. Looks like I was right. It was you interfering with my efforts to ease tensions between the Uchiha and the villagers. Even as they spoke, Minato had already made his move. The Flying Thunder God seal had silently shifted, now positioned directly beneath Danzo's feet. A single strike. That was all he needed. The yellow flash was known for his speed and precision. Minato knew that Danzo had a stolen arm infused with Hashirama's cells. He also knew about the Sharingan implanted in it, each one capable of using Izanagi. Each eye meant one extra life. Danzo wasn't unbeatable, but he was an annoying opponent. In a battle of life and death, there was only one rule. Fast. Precise. Lethal. And Minato was the fastest of them all. Minato had no intention of giving Danzo the chance to activate his Anaji. In the next instant, the fourth Hokage vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind Danzo. His tri-pronged kunai slashed forward, aiming straight for Danzo's throat. Lethal. Instant. Too fast. To the onlookers, all they saw was a golden flash. But at the last possible moment, a root ninja threw himself in front of Danzo, blocking the fatal strike. Danzo had been prepared. He knew Minato was the fastest man alive. There was no way he wouldn't have been on guard. And he knew his own weakness, he needed time to activate his strongest technique. Back at the 5 Kage summit, he had brought 2 bodyguards with him. For this exact reason. To buy time. Wind release, vacuum wave. Danzo's hands formed seals at lightning speed. A spiraling wind blade shot from his mouth. The root ninja shielding him was instantly bisected. Minato flicked his kunai lightly. And disappeared. He reappeared beside the kunai he had thrown earlier. The vacuum wave sliced through the air, carving a deep scar into the stone wall behind them. Minato didn't seem fazed by missing his first strike. After all, someone like Danzo, an old schemer who valued his life above all else, would never be easy to kill. What is the meaning of this, 4th Hokage? Danzo's lone eye was filled with murderous intent. Minato's voice was cold. I'm here to take your life. Meanwhile, perched atop a stone pillar inside the root base, someone was casually watching the show. Ren Asakura. A bucket of popcorn rested in his arms as he absent-mindedly swung his legs. His job was to make sure Danzo didn't escape. And since Danzo wasn't running yet, that meant Ren couldn't make a move. So he was stuck here. Watching. Boring. My way would have been way more fun. Ren muttered to himself. First, an all-expenses-paid trip to Pluto. Then, a nice cremation inside the sun's core. After that, a never-ending death loop courtesy of Diavolo's King Crimson. Finally, just for the grand finale, we extract Danzo's memories and play them on repeat across every big screen in the shinobi world. Ren sighed dramatically. What a perfect way to die. Ren Asakura spoke softly. Too bad the 4th Hokage insisted on sending Danzo to meet the Sage of 6 Paths himself. But Ren wasn't the only uninvited guest lurking in the darkness. Hidden in the shadows, unnoticed by anyone, stood Uchiha Fugaku. His Mangekyo Sharingan coldly observed the battlefield. He had been roped into this by Minato. Whether he chose to fight or not was up to him, but he was here to witness something important. Fugaku had already noticed the growing tension between the Uchiha and the villagers. That was why he agreed to Minato's request. And the thing he was supposed to witness? Danzo's arm. Covered in stolen Sharingan. Any Uchiha would lose their mind at the sight. Sasuke nearly exploded with rage when he saw it. Ren turned his head toward Fugaku, still concealed in the darkness. By all logic, unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan meant reaching Kage-level strength. Fugaku was one of Konoha's rare elite fighters. Yet, in the end, he hadn't even tried to resist. Itachi killed him without a fight. Ren sighed. Man, even the kind and cheerful ones end up playing dirty, huh? This was Minato's plan, a perfect 3 birds with 1 stone strategy. The first bird was Danzo's life. 2 Kage-level fighters, Konoha's Yellow Flash and the Uchiha clan leader. Either one could kill Danzo alone. Together, it was a guaranteed victory. The second bird was forging an alliance. If they fought side by side, it meant they were in this together. Ever wonder why criminals make sure their accomplices have blood on their hands? It keeps them bound to the same fate. The third bird was power. If Fugaku stood with Minato, then winning over the Uchiha clan would be easy. The clan had different factions, but their leader's word held weight. A little behind-the-scenes maneuvering, and Minato could bring the Uchiha fully to his side. Those involved in the game might be blinded by it, but an outsider like Ren could see Minato's plan as clear as day. Politics really change people, huh? Ren mused. The fourth Hokage used to be so simple. Meanwhile, other members of the chat group projected themselves in to watch the battle. A live stream had begun. Watching the fight unfold below, Mingfei sighed in disappointment. Damn, looks like I'm late. The fight already started. Ren responded casually, it's just getting started. Watch closely. You're about to see what happens when two old foxes with insane battle experience go at it. Mingfei smirked, the classic keyboard warrior itching to critique. The anime and manga had some differences. In the anime, Uchiha Fugaku unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan. And Shisui awakened his Susanoo with just one eye. Not my problem, though. Blame Danzo. Just throw all the blame on him, it's what he's there for. Chapter 43, Minato vs. Danzo. Mingfei spoke without the slightest hint of fear. Looking at Danzo's life, he was all bark and no bite, scheming but indecisive. He wanted to do great things but feared for his own safety. He chased small gains yet risked his life for them. Ren Asakura was speechless. Are you seriously giving me a heroes over wine speech right now? Saitama scratched his head. They keep flashing around so much. Mingfei smirked confidently. I already know the winner of this fight. I've listed 10 reasons Danzo will lose and 10 reasons Minato will win. Ren looked at Mingfei's projection. In real life, this guy was timid and cautious. But online? Heavy blows, non-stop attacks. Why don't you teleport over here and say that to Danzo's face? I bet he'd kill you on the spot. Danzo might be weak compared to real powerhouses, but he was still Kage level. Pfft, Danzo. I could crush him with a flick of my finger. Just give me 6 months. No, 3 years. Never underestimate the young. That clown Danzo is nothing. 3 years. By then, Danzo's grave would have weeds growing all over it. Mingfei continued. As the leader of Root, he was obsessed with power. His biggest flaw. Instead of eliminating threats to the village, he saw every danger as a chance to climb higher. This was the power of internet warriors. All it took was a screen, and suddenly, he was an expert. Ren Asakura was stunned. Whose general is this? Whose damn general is this? Oh wait, he's mine. Mingfei, far from feeling any shame, looked rather proud of himself. This was the same guy who once catfished his own brother on the net, pretending to be a girl just to mess with him. Even used a secret name. He'd post all sorts of cryptic, poetic nonsense, then send messages right when his little brother, the round and chubby Lumingza, was in the middle of piano lessons. Had the poor kid feeling heartbreak he didn't even understand. Yoriichi, watching all of this unfold, didn't know what to say. He finally spoke while observing the fight below. They are both very strong. I read Naruto before. Danzo spent his entire life chasing the Hokage seat, using every means possible. And in the end, Mingfei, eyes full of disdain, watched as Danzo reached for the bandages on his arm. A mere clown. The world has 8 measures of blame, Danzo alone takes 1. And throughout history, he still owes 2 more. Ren Asakura looked at Mingfei. Talk big while you can. When your little brother sets you up, I guarantee you won't be acting tough anymore. Minato Namikaze wasn't just speaking to Danzo, he was making it clear to Fugaku Uchiha who had been targeting the Uchiha clan all along. If Danzo didn't die, he would never stop. You can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against one forever. The reason the Uchiha clan was wiped out in the future? It was basically all Danzo's fault. When Fugaku realized that everything happening in the village lately had been orchestrated by Danzo, he developed the intent to kill. But given the fragile situation of the Uchiha clan, he hesitated. Fugaku had both talent and strength, but he was too indecisive. Hesitation leads to downfall, and in the end, that's exactly what happened to the Uchiha clan. But if he was still uncertain at this moment, he wouldn't be for much longer. The surrounding root ninjas weren't even close to being a match for Minato. They couldn't even touch him. The title Yellow Flash wasn't just for show. Minato wanted to kill Danzo. Danzo, in turn, wanted Minato dead. His reason? The Hokage seat. He still remembered when Hiruzen Sarutobi patted him on the shoulder and said, "The great tree of Konoha cannot survive without its roots. When I grow old and retire, the Hokage seat will be yours." But Danzo had done too much shady stuff. And with Root operating in total secrecy, barely anyone knew what he had actually contributed to Konoha. So no one supported him. And the Hokage position naturally fell into the hands of Minato Namikaze, the hero of the Third Great Ninja War. Handsome, kind, powerful, intelligent, and fiercely protective of his comrades. Minato embodied everything people imagined a great leader should be. That Hokage seat should have been mine. If you die, the fifth Hokage will definitely be me. Danzo's eyes flashed sharply. He was ready to use his trump card. Danzo was determined to kill Minato Namikaze. But he never expected that his old friend, the third Hokage, would refuse to relinquish power. When the fourth Hokage died, Konoha didn't even elect a fifth Hokage. Instead, Hiruzen Sarutobi held on to control for over a decade. The taste of power was truly intoxicating. Minato looked at Danzo's crazed expression and easily saw through his schemes. Does power and politics really fascinate you that much? What do you know? For the sake of the Hokage seat, I was willing to become Konoha's darkness, doing the dirtiest and most exhausting work. But no one acknowledges my contributions. I, Danzo, am the true hero of Konoha. Ran Asakura was speechless. A mere clown actually believed himself to be a hero. If he hadn't been stirring up chaos behind the scenes, Tsukumo Hatake wouldn't have died. The Uchiha clan, the strongest clan in Konoha, wouldn't have been wiped out. The three Sannin wouldn't have abandoned the village one after another. And in the future, pain never would have invaded Konoha. That's right. It was all Danzo's fault. Oh, and let's not forget, it was also Danzo who sabotaged relations between the Akatsuki and Amigakure, leading to Yahiko's death and Nagato's descent into darkness. Because of him, the Akatsuki transformed into a militant group collecting tailed beasts, eventually resurrecting the Ten Tails and nearly destroying the entire ninja world. Again, it was all Danzo's fault. Danzo slowly unwrapped the white bandages around his right arm, revealing his secret. Even though Minato had already seen it before, he still couldn't help but frown. That arm of Danzo's truly pushed the limits of human decency. The pale, wrinkled limb was embedded with countless Sharingan, each one shifting and staring in different directions, undeniably alive. What the hell have you done? The Uchiha clan is part of this village. Minato's voice was cold. Danzo was unbothered, after all, he had already exposed his arm. The so-called Uchiha are nothing but a cursed existence. Without them, Konoha will be much better off. Sharingan weren't just ordinary eyes. If a non-Uchiha used them, they consumed an absurd amount of chakra and couldn't be deactivated, meaning they were always draining energy. Take Kakashi Hatake, son of the White Fang, a genius who became a Jonin at age 12, creator of the S-rank Jutsu Chidori, future 6th Hokage, and an outstanding battlefield commander. Yet after receiving Obito's Sharingan, he was constantly out of chakra. I'm out of chakra. I can't go on. My chakra's all used up. Sure, his self-loathing played a role, but this also highlighted just how unmanageable the Sharingan was for non-Uchiha users. Fugaku Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan had terrifying genjutsu capabilities. During the anime's flashback to the night of the Uchiha massacre, he directly suppressed Itachi's Mangekyo and revealed the truth about the ninetales attack. His other eye was rumored to have the ability to foresee the future. Chapter 44, This is Style. A single Sharingan already consumed a massive amount of chakra, let alone the 5 densely packed into Danzo's arm. If it weren't for the Hashirama cells suppressing the burden, even with Kage-level chakra reserves, Danzo would have been reduced to a dried-up corpse in an instant. After the First Great Ninja War, following the death of the second Hokage, Danzo, under the tacit approval of the third Hokage, began researching Hashirama cells, even going so far as to transplant them into himself. 5 Sharingan in total. Minato Namikaze stood on high alert. When Sasuke killed Danzo in the future, Danzo had already amassed 11 Sharingan, including Shirsue's right eye, which possessed the mind-controlling ability Koto Amatsukami. However, at this moment, Danzo had yet to obtain Shirsue's eye. And this was not yet the infamous arm that would eventually hold 10 Sharingan. The balance between Hashirama cells and Sharingan had to be precisely maintained, otherwise, the host would suffer severe backlash. Clearly, at this point in time, Orochimaru's research had not yet reached perfection. A few years later, after the Uchiha massacre, the fully enhanced 10 Sharingan arm would emerge, replacing Danzo's current one and significantly boosting his strength. A true version upgrade. Right now, his arm was merely version 1.0. Once he collected enough Sharingan, he could upgrade to version 2.0. Since you've seen my secret, 4th Hokage, you'll have to stay here. Danzo extended his hand, preparing to form hand seals. The 3-tomo Sharingan on the back of his palm spun ominously. But just as his hands met, a 3-pronged kunai came flying at him. The surrounding Root Anbu immediately drew their weapons, ready to counter Minato's attack. However, Minato simply smiled, as if everything was going exactly according to plan. From the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes, as deep as blood, locked onto Danzo's grotesque arm. Konoha Year 48, the Third Great Ninja War had just ended. The Uchiha clan had suffered catastrophic losses during the war. Many of their young elite shinobi had died, some perishing so thoroughly that not even a body remained. They had given everything to protect Konoha. And now, Fugaku Uchiha was staring at Danzo's arm. Suddenly, all those strange disappearances of Uchiha during the war began to make sense. Why did so many of his clan's most talented members vanish without explanation? These were Jonin-level shinobi, all of whom had unlocked their 3-tomo Sharingan. Why had some of them gone to war and never returned, their deaths classified as simple casualties? Now he knew. Someone had been stabbing them in the back. And worse, it had been one of their own. The Root Anbu stationed nearby suddenly wavered, their eyes glazing over before they collapsed to the ground, one after another. They had all been caught in a powerful genjutsu, a level of illusion so overwhelming that it instantly incapacitated over a dozen elite Root shinobi, including several Jonin-level fighters. The enemy was, without a doubt, a Kage-level powerhouse. What? Danzo's expression shifted ever so slightly. But that fraction of a second of hesitation. To the fastest man alive, Minato Namikaze, it was nothing short of a death sentence. A golden flash streaked across the battlefield. Before Danzo could even react, a blade of cold steel flashed before his eyes. In the next instant, his torso was split cleanly in half, from shoulder to lower waist. Blood exploded into the air. Most of his organs had been sliced apart, including his heart. The yellow blur vanished as quickly as it had appeared. And not a single drop of blood had stained Minato's clothes. Now that's what you call style. Killing a Kage-level opponent without a speck of blood on you. Still looking as effortlessly clean and dashing as ever. I, Danzo, refuse to die here. Danzo tried to speak, but all that came from his mouth was blood. His body swayed before collapsing heavily onto the ground. Death was near. In that moment, he saw his entire life flash before his eyes. A final, fleeting montage, something that everyone seemed destined to experience before dying. Minato Namikaze stood over Danzo's weakened form. There was no need to strike again. Without activating Izanagi, Danzo only had one life to lose. And now, he no longer had the strength to even move. As time passed, the last traces of his life force would inevitably fade. Even though you've fallen into darkness, I can't deny that you were once a hero of Konoha, Minato said, his voice calm. Under the second Hokage's command, you fought off many of Konoha's enemies. Just let it end here. At least, no one will ever know about the things you did. His blue eyes regarded Danzo with a detached gaze. Even if Tsunade were here, not even she could save him from these wounds. The next step was dealing with Root. With Danzo dead, Root would need to be absorbed into Konoha's official chain of command. From his vantage point above, Ren Asakura watched the scene unfold with an indifferent expression. Minato just made a mistake. A serious one. He didn't finish the job. Clearly, he hasn't read How to Be a True Master of Survival, a book that details the art of deception across countless worlds. If any of those legendary survivors were here, Danzo wouldn't even have ashes left. His bones vaporized. And they'd make sure to frame someone else for the entire thing, probably the third Hokage. Minato, in the end, was still too soft-hearted. Yes, Danzo had committed countless crimes, but he was still part of Konoha. A high-ranking official. Minato didn't want to be too ruthless in his methods. Just die here. From the shadows, Fugaku Uchiha stepped forward. Dressed in his Jonin uniform, his Mangekyo Sharingan burned bright red in the darkness, locked onto Danzo's right arm. This bastard. How dare he? The Uchiha clan is part of Konoha too. How could he do something so heinous to his own comrades? The Uchiha were known as the clan of love. When their emotions reached a certain threshold, a unique chakra would surge within their brains, awakening and evolving their Sharingan. But Fugaku had already reached the pinnacle of the Sharingan. The Mangekyo. To evolve further. To obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He would need to exchange eyes with another Mangekyo user. I'm sorry, Fugaku. I'll take care of this. Minato's voice was serious, leaving no room for doubt. Fugaku met his gaze and nodded. I understand, fourth Hokage. You brought me here to show me all of this. That means you trust me. From now on, the Uchiha clan will stand behind you, unconditionally. In that moment, the two men became accomplices. Minato was the mastermind, and Fugaku was the collaborator. Good. I'll work to repair the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. Without Danzo interfering, there's a real chance for peace. The Uchiha are part of Konoha, just like everyone else. Fugaku nodded. With the Hokage's promise, the burden on his shoulders felt just a little lighter. Minato had already devised a strategy. The real reason the Uchiha had been pushed aside was due to misunderstandings and false rumors. Suppression by the higher-ups. The Uchiha's own methods, as the Konoha police force, they often enforced the law with harsh, aggressive tactics. Many civilians had come to fear and resent the Uchiha. But there was a solution. Increase transparency in law enforcement. Make policing more open to public oversight. Allow civilians to observe and understand how the Konoha police force operates. These were modern governance concepts that Minato had adapted from contemporary systems. A true partnership between police and civilians. Only through mutual understanding could true harmony be achieved. Chapter 45, Izanagi. In a corner where no one was paying attention, a small white snake slithered across the ground. It moved toward Danzo, flicking its tongue in and out. For such a tiny creature, it looked oddly adorable. At this point, Danzo was barely breathing. Give it half a minute, and he'd probably be dead. But the little white snake moved with a peculiar intelligence. Its ruby-red eyes, gleaming like precious gemstones, held a distinctly human emotion. Mockery. It was laughing at him. The once mighty leader of Root, reduced to lying on the ground, waiting for death to take him. How pitiful. Orochimaru. Danzo recognized the snake immediately, a summon belonging to Orochimaru. And if the snake was here, then that meant Orochimaru was watching. Save, M. Danzo and Orochimaru had always worked together. Orochimaru, in his pursuit of immortality, required human test subjects for his experiments, horrific, inhumane acts that couldn't be carried out within Konoha's laws. And such research wasn't cheap. Eventually, Danzo approached Orochimaru, seeing the potential in his skills. Root was already Konoha's shadow, willing to do whatever was necessary. The two struck a deal. That was how their experiments began. One of which involved researching Hashirama's cells. Through those experiments, they even cloned a shinobi with would release, Yamato. But Yamato's abilities were a pale imitation of the first Hokage's legendary power. And the arm embedded with multiple Sharingan, which Danzo wielded. That, too, had been Orochimaru's creation. The tiny white snake slithered up to Danzo's neck. Far away, Orochimaru observed with a smile. Two Kage-level shinobi, the fourth Hokage and the leader of the Uchiha clan. I wouldn't dare interfere. But Danzo, if you were to simply die here, it would be quite inconvenient for me. Then again, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed, if you're so desperate to die, at least let your death serve as my latest experiment. His latest cursed seal was infused with senjutsu energy. He needed a test subject. And who better than a Kage-level shinobi on the brink of death? Danzo and Orochimaru had been partners, yes. But the moment it was convenient, either of them would have betrayed the other without hesitation. It was a relationship of pure self-interest. One where a knife in the back was always expected. Orochimaru had long seen through Danzo's nature. He knew that, sooner or later, Danzo would throw him under the bus to take the blame for their crimes. So now, Orochimaru struck first. There was no hesitation. No mercy. More than anything, he was curious. He wanted data. Would his newest creation work against a Kage-level opponent? This was an opportunity too perfect to pass up. The little white snake opened its mouth and sank its fangs deep into Danzo's neck. Immediately, the power of the cursed seal began to spread through his body. This was senjutsu energy. A force far beyond ordinary chakra. Just as Danzo was about to die, his body reacted. A sliver of strength returned to him. With what little energy he had left, his hands formed a seal. He only had one way to survive this. A forbidden technique. Izanagi. Izanagi was the ultimate dojutsu of the Uchiha clan. By weaving the boar ram's snake hand seals, a Sharingan user could activate Izanagi. This technique allowed the user to rewrite reality itself, turning any harm suffered during its duration into illusion, while preserving only what was beneficial to them. Even death could be undone. However, there was a price. Once activated, the Sharingan used for Izanagi would go permanently blind. It was the ultimate trump card, but a dangerous one. And now, in his desperation, Danzo had no choice but to use it. Danzo's right arm had 10 Sharingan implanted into it. Each time he used one, he could activate Izanagi for 1 minute. Which meant Danzo had 10 minutes of invincibility. During his battle with Sasuke, Danzo was killed multiple times by Susanoo. But every time, he rewrote his own death with Izanagi, making it as if it never happened. Something felt off. Minato turned his head, staring at Danzo's corpse on the ground. The lifeless body still had its hands formed into a seal, blood staining the ground beneath it. Then a small snake suddenly darted out from the corpse, slithering away at high speed. Orochimaru. Minato's face darkened. Something was very, very wrong. I didn't expect Orochimaru to make a move now. Fugaku's brows furrowed as he stared at Danzo's corpse. The Sharingan on its hand was slowly closing. A sudden shock flickered through Fugaku's pupils. He had finally realized what was wrong. Izanagi. The closing Sharingan. The final hand seal. The calm expression on Danzo's face before dying. There was no pain at all. There was no doubt in Fugaku's mind. Danzo had used Izanagi. Izanagi was a forbidden Uchiha technique. A terrible jutsu that sacrificed a Sharingan to rewrite reality. Most Uchiha only had 2 eyes. Using Izanagi twice meant permanent blindness. Even Fugaku himself, no matter how desperate the situation, would never use such a technique unless death was absolutely certain. But now, he finally understood. He understood why Danzo had so many Sharingan in his arm. He understood why Danzo didn't implant them into his own eyes, but kept them on his arm instead. Because to Danzo, the Sharingan were disposable tools. And that meant, to him, the Uchiha clan were nothing more than disposable tools as well. You must die, Danzo. Fugaku was not like his younger son, Sasuke. He had been the Uchiha clan leader for over a decade. He had access to every record in the clan. He knew all of the secrets that had been hidden away. And that was why he had kept the existence of his Mangekyo Sharingan a secret all this time. But now, this was different. If Danzo was not killed here and now, then the Uchiha clan would have no choice but to leave Konoha immediately. Not for revenge, but just to survive. Because if they stayed, they would be exterminated. Fugaku knew Danzo's nature. He knew, there were no other options. Then let's test the power of my other eye. Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan spun violently. His pupils flashed. Images of the future flooded his mind. His Mangekyo had a unique ability. It allowed him to see glimpses of what would happen next. Though only briefly. But it was enough. There. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fugaku's hands moved rapidly, forming seals. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, scorching across the battlefield before exploding in the distance. From within the flames, a figure leapt out. It was Danzo. Aside from his clothes being slightly burned, he was completely unharmed. Even the fatal wounds that Minato had inflicted earlier were completely gone. Wind style, vacuum serial waves. Wind style, vacuum bullets. Danzo's hands flashed through a series of seals, inhaling deeply. The first technique, vacuum serial waves, unleashed multiple slicing wind blades, capable of cutting through both flesh and chakra. The second technique, vacuum bullets, compressed wind into high-speed projectiles, firing them in rapid succession like a machine gun. Both were B-rank jutsu. Both were Danzo's signature moves. And he wielded them with absolute mastery. Chapter 46, Kunai vs. Susanoo. Fugaku's Sharingan granted him incredible dynamic and static vision, allowing him to see through enemy techniques with ease. The moment Danzo's attack descended, a black skeletal frame materialized around Fugaku's body. Susanoo. A powerful ocular jutsu, available only to those who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. With immense offensive and defensive power, Susanoo was nearly impervious to normal ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Minato had thrown his signature three-pronged kunai. As the kunai descended, his body vanished in an instant. A gust of wind kicked up a cloud of dust. Danzo rushed forward, cutting through the smoke, appearing right in front of Ranasakura. Seeing Danzo charge directly at him, Fugaku assumed he had some kind of powerful technique prepared. Without hesitation, he reinforced his entire body with Susanoo. The next second, Danzo pulled out a kunai. and stabbed directly at Susanoo. Fugaku. What the hell are you doing? As expected. The kunai snapped instantly. The broken blade flew several meters away. Danzo stood there, stunned, staring at the remaining half of his kunai. But Fugaku didn't waste the opportunity. A giant skeletal hand shot forward, gripping Danzo in an instant. The crushing force obliterated his body on the spot. But of course. Due to his energy, Danzo reappeared nearby, completely unharmed. Unfortunately for him, the moment he reappeared, a three-pronged kunai lay right at his feet. The fastest man alive had arrived. In the blink of an eye, Minato teleported, his right hand glowing with a rapidly spinning Rasengan. Boom! Minato slammed the Rasengan directly into Danzo's body. The sheer force launched Danzo through the air, sending him crashing into the base's high walls, leaving behind a massive crater. Against two Kage-level opponents, Danzo stood no chance. Which was why he chose to flee. Danzo was never the type to fight when he knew he would lose. The moment he revived, his body vanished once more. Another intact Danzo appeared a short distance away. Wind style, great breakthrough. With a quick set of hand seals, Danzo unleashed a violent gust, kicking up a thick smokescreen. Then he turned and ran. This was his base, after all. He knew every secret passage and hidden tunnel. Danzo was certain he could lose both Fugaku and Minato within these corridors. But he underestimated Minato's speed. A three-pronged kunai dropped from the sky, embedding itself right in front of Danzo's path. A flash of yellow. Minato appeared. A moment later, Fugaku caught up from behind, his Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto Danzo. Trapped between a wolf and a tiger, escape was no longer an option. Looks like it's time to get serious. Danzo glanced at his right arm. Out of 5 Sharingan, 3 had already closed. If they all shut, the balance between his Sharingan and Hashirama cells would collapse. His entire arm would become useless. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. Danzo formed a seal. A high-pressure wind sphere shot from his mouth. A stronger version of vacuum bullets. If vacuum bullets were like machine gun fire, then vacuum great sphere was a rocket launcher. Designed to obliterate enemies instantly. And his target was Minato. Minato's speed was too fast. If he wanted to escape, he needed to deal with him first. But Minato didn't hesitate. He threw another three-pronged kunai. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. A technique inspired by the Shadow Clone Jutsu, created by the third Hokage. By throwing a single shuriken, it multiplied into hundreds, creating a storm of projectiles. A rain of kunai filled the sky, completely covering Danzo's position. The vacuum great sphere blasted through some of the kunai, continuing toward Minato. But just as it was about to hit him, Minato vanished. Flying Thunder God, Level 2. Kunai flew in every direction, constantly moving. Danzo had no way of predicting Minato's next move. Flying Thunder God, Level 2 was an advanced version of the original teleportation technique. Instead of only teleporting to fixed coordinates, Minato could now teleport to moving objects. By throwing marked kunai toward the enemy, he could instantly appear at their location, attacking in sync with his kunai. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu plus Flying Thunder God, Level 2. An unstoppable combination. Danzo watched as countless kunai rained down. Wood style, spear tree. Giant trees burst from the ground, forming a barrier. Danzo hid behind the thick branches, shielding himself from the incoming kunai. One kunai slipped past the trees, flying toward the distance. But before it could go far, a hand reached out and caught it mid-air. Minato had already teleported. In his right hand, A massive Rasengan, nearly twice its normal size, spun violently. Giant Rasengan. The instant Danzo sensed danger. He formed a seal. Wood release, root burial. Danzo's right hand suddenly detached from the tree, rapidly expanding into countless vines and branches. His wood release allowed him to create a giant tree, instantly swallowing both himself and his enemies. Then, using his Anaji, he nullified any damage he took, turning it into a mere illusion. Countless vines and tree roots spread across the passage, extending into the distance. From an outsider's perspective, the battle looked intense. But in reality, it all happened in an instant. Even Fugaku couldn't keep up in time to join the fight. Wood release. This is the first Hokage's wood release. Fugaku stared at the massive trees before him, shocked. He had heard rumors of Danzo's experiments. But he never expected them to actually succeed. Wood release was the signature ability of the first Hokage. A man known as the god of shinobi. Who stood unmatched with his sage art, true several thousand hands. His legendary techniques left a deep impression on the entire world. For generations, the Senju clan had desperately tried to recreate his power. Yet, not a single Senju ever awakened the ability. And now, Danzo had done it. Danzo reappeared from the mass of trees. He glanced at Fugaku. Then turned and ran. Time was running out. Another Sharingan on his arm closed. Only a few minutes remained. 1 minute wasn't enough for Danzo to defeat Fugaku. Minato was still tangled in the wood release. If he didn't escape now, then when? But Fugaku wasn't going to let him get away. Tonight, he had seen too much. He had already chosen to attack Danzo. There was no turning back. Susanoo, half-armor mode. The skeletal Susanoo started to take shape. Becoming a half-armored warrior. Blood dripped from Fugaku's eyes as he focused his gaze. The black-armored samurai raised its massive blade. And hurled it forward. The blade pierced through Danzo's heart. For a brief moment, everything froze. Then, Danzo's body vanished, reappearing a short distance away. Without looking back, he sprinted toward a nearby wall. It was a hidden passage. Fugaku tried to chase after him. But by the time he reached the spot, the passage had completely sealed itself, turning into just another wall. Chapter 47, Come Play. Orochimaru watched as Danzo fled, shaking his head before preparing to slip away himself. The curse mark he had placed on Danzo had already been erased by Izanagi. Still, Orochimaru had gathered enough experimental data and was ready to continue perfecting his immortality jutsu. Just as he was about to fade into the shadows, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. "Where are you running off to, Snake? Come play. The fight isn't over yet, the real show is just getting started." Ren Asakura had already noticed Orochimaru. His divine sense enveloped the entire Umbu headquarters, making it impossible for anything to escape his detection, including the figure lurking in the darkness. From the moment Orochimaru appeared, every move he made had been watched by Ren. Even when he helped Danzo activate Izanagi, Ren did nothing to stop him. After all, if he accidentally got too excited and ended up playing too hard, what if he broke his new toy? Besides, the fourth Hokage had only told him to watch over Danzo and prevent his escape. He never mentioned Orochimaru. And if he didn't say it? A brilliant smile spread across Ren Asakura's face. "I've actually wanted to meet you for a long time. I've heard your name ever since I was a kid. Let's get to know each other. I'm Ren Asakura, the fourth Hokage's assistant." Ren spoke politely, as if he were simply chatting with an old friend. Orochimaru glanced at the hand on his shoulder, then slowly shifted his gaze to the man behind it. "You know, there aren't many people left who dare to talk to me like this." Orochimaru's long tongue slid across his lips. "Oh, come on. Lighten up a little. If you keep acting so cold and creepy all the time, how are you ever gonna make any friends? Ren was still as cheerful as ever, his warmth forming a stark contrast to Orochimaru's icy demeanor, two complete opposites. Friends? First, they have to be worthy. Otherwise, I don't mind killing them. Ren gasped, feigning shock. Whoa, that's so mean. So, if I became your friend, would you kill me too? Who knows? Orochimaru remained extremely wary of this mysterious newcomer. Because from start to finish, he had never noticed how this person had managed to appear right behind him. If this guy was an enemy, that would be terrifying. In the darkness, countless colorful snakes slithered forward. Each one was an Orochimaru summoning, a deadly ninjutsu creeping toward Ren. But Ren simply patted Orochimaru's shoulder, completely unconcerned. Relax, relax. Friendship takes time. It's a process. Even though I already know everything about you, you don't know me yet. You haven't even realized how insignificant you are. Just watch the show first. Once it's over, we'll have a deeper conversation. Orochimaru instantly jumped back, assuming a combat stance, his serpent-like eyes as cold as ice. Come on, don't be so cold. I already told you, just sit back and enjoy the show. Ren Asakura ignored Orochimaru's icy gaze and gestured downward. Can I refuse? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his tone almost taunting. I'd advise against that. Sometimes, living can be far worse than dying. Ren Asakura said this with a playful smile, but his words carried an undeniable chill. At some point, a small snake had silently slithered toward Ren's foot. It was an extremely venomous serpent. If it bit him, the toxins would spread instantly, shutting down his entire body. But Ren simply lifted his foot and crushed it without a second thought. If you don't want to watch, fine. But why try to have a snake bite me? I usually like to be polite first. But since you're not in the mood for a show, how about a little vacation? Originally, I prepared this travel package for Danzo. But don't worry, you won't die. I'll make sure of it. After all, isn't immortality exactly what you've always dreamed of? I hope you have fun. Ren Asakura casually snapped his fingers, and Orochimaru vanished. Pluto was a dwarf planet in the Kuiper Belt, the first of its kind to be discovered. It was the largest known object in the Kuiper Belt and the second most massive dwarf planet in the solar system. Because it was so far from the sun, very little solar heat reached it. As a result, Pluto's temperatures were extremely low. According to a study published by the University of Arizona, Pluto's equatorial temperatures could drop to -240 degrees Celsius, freezing nitrogen into solid ice, just like how water freezes on Earth. If Earth's Antarctic ice sheets expanded several times over, it would experience the same climate conditions as Pluto. Without any protection, arriving on Pluto meant instant death, a horrifying and miserable end. But Ren had stripped Orochimaru of death itself. Now, trapped in a frigid wasteland, Orochimaru was forced to endure the unbearable cold, unable to die, yet unable to truly live. This was exactly what Ren Asakura had meant. Sometimes, living can be far worse than dying. Eternal suffering is the greatest torture. Luo Mingfei could only offer a moment of silence for Orochimaru. Unlucky for him, he messed with the wrong person. Luo Mingfei hesitated for a moment before asking. Admin, is Orochimaru really gonna be okay? Ren Asakura simply waved his hand dismissively. What are you even thinking? I'm a good person. I know Orochimaru desires eternal life, so I took away his ability to die. I know he's fascinated by science, so I sent him to Pluto, so he could experience his own insignificance and witness the vastness of the universe firsthand. I really am a good person, aren't I? Luo Mingfei. Ren Asakura continued. Do you know how human civilization advances in science? It all starts with gazing up at the stars, realizing our own insignificance, and feeling the urge to explore. Curiosity is the driving force of progress. As scientists push the boundaries, they uncover the mysteries of the world. Right now, science in the Naruto world is still in its infancy. Orochimaru doesn't even realize the true path ahead of him. So, I simply helped him step into the cosmos, allowing him to witness the true road of scientific discovery. I'm sure that, in the sub-zero temperatures of Pluto, he'll have plenty of time to calmly reflect on his journey. At that moment, Mingfei made a firm decision. Never, under any circumstances, should he ever piss off the admin. Saitama absent-mindedly rubbed his bald head. Pluto, that's pretty far from Earth, right? Mingfei pulled out his phone. Let me check. Yeah, it's really far. 3.225 billion kilometers away. Ren Asakura casually replied. Yep, sounds about right. Mingfei sighed, well, guess Orochimaru's never coming back. Honestly? Probably for the best. He's a total freak anyway. Ren Asakura waved his hand. Don't say that. Orochimaru is a scientist. And we must respect scientists. Even if he is a total creep who does illegal human experiments. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield. Down below, trees and vines intertwined, forming a giant, towering tree. Sealed within the tree was the fourth Hokage. In the next instant, a kunai struck the ground. With a flash of light, Minato Namikaze appeared. His eyelids bore red markings, and his pupils resembled a toad's. Sage Mode. The fourth Hokage had entered Sage Mode, and in a single motion, broke free from the wood-release bindings. Uchiha Fugaku frowned as he watched Minato appear. His tone was grim. Danzo has escaped. Chapter 48, He's a great guy. Minato wasn't worried at all. Relax, Fugaku. He's not getting away. With that, his sage mode faded. He had never been particularly good at it anyway. Meanwhile, all 5 Sharingan on Danzo's arm had completely shut. The balance between the Sharingan and Hashirama's cells had been broken. Inside the hidden tunnel, Danzo felt a searing pain. His arm began to swell. The cells were rejecting him. Ah! His Hashirama-enhanced arm rotted away, turning into a pile of sludge. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. I'll have Orochimaru grow me a better arm. This experiment was a failure anyway. As long as he was alive, he could always try again. The arm was just a temporary transplant. Once they perfected the research, he could replace it with a better one. He didn't care at all. Then, a faint light appeared ahead in the tunnel. Looks like the exit. Danzo rushed forward. But the moment he stepped outside, his face darkened. Standing at the exit were 2 people. Fugaku. Minato. From the very start, Ren had sealed every entrance in the entire route base. No matter how much Danzo ran, he would always end up back at the beginning. Minato had been waiting here for a long time. Danzo, prepare to die. This time, Minato wouldn't make the same mistake. One clean strike. And then a finishing blow to ensure he was truly dead. Danzo stood there, missing an arm, his chakra nearly depleted from using forbidden jutsu. In his current state, he had no chance against 2 Kage-level shinobi. Fourth Hokage, spare me. Danzo took 2 steps back, his voice desperate. I have bled for Konoha. If you let me live, Root will be yours. I will support you. Can't you see? Hiruzen doesn't want to give up power. I can help you keep him in check. But Minato's voice was ice cold. I don't need you. Killing you will accomplish the same thing. Once you're dead, Root will be mine anyway. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes burned with pure killing intent. Danzo, today you die. For the Uchiha you've murdered. For my clan. There was no room for negotiation. No second chances. Danzo was cornered. Damn it. Don't push me. Danzo's eyes were filled with madness. He still had one last trump card left. But there was no way they would let him use it. Minato slowly raised his three-pronged kunai. Fugaku's Susanoo skeleton began to form around him. They were ready to finish this. Danzo's face twisted with rage. You forced me into this. If I die, I'm taking you both with me. There was no escaping. Not from Minato Namikaze. And maybe, deep down, he already knew he was going to die. All the resentment he had bottled up for years exploded. I did this for the ninja world. For peace. I am the hero of Konoha. The title of Hokage should have been mine. During the Second Great Ninja War. On the eve of Tobirama's death, Danzo had hesitated for just a moment. And that hesitation had cost him everything. The seat of Hokage. His dream. His legacy. He had never gotten over it. For symbol's seal. Danzo ripped open his robe. His torso was covered in sealing patterns, forming a yin-yang diagram. This was the four symbols seal. Black liquid burst from his body. The seal began expanding outward. Fugaku immediately sensed the danger and leaped back. The four symbols seal was designed to pull everything within range into oblivion. A suicide technique. Danzo was trying to take them with him. But Minato was already prepared. His hands flashed through seals, activating a modified flying Raijin technique. This version allowed him to relocate objects to another marked location. Just as the four symbols seal reached its maximum range, Danzo vanished. He reappeared over the ocean. And the seal detonated, sealing nothing but seawater. Danzo was gone. The king of scapegoats had finally fallen. Minato exhaled. It's over. His expression was complicated. Fugaku approached from the distance. I never expected so much to happen tonight. Fourth Hokage, I believe my role here is done. Now. Only Root remained to be dealt with. All the Root members in the base had already been trapped in a genjutsu by Fugaku. By the time they woke up, it would be over. However, they had witnessed Minato Namikaze's actions tonight. And once they learned of Danzo's death, some of them might not take it well. That was Minato's problem to deal with. Fugaku left. He needed time to process everything that had happened tonight. Meanwhile, after the battle ended, Ren Asakura teleported Orochimaru back. This trip to Pluto would leave a lasting impression on him. And it would teach him just how small he truly was. Compared to the vast, mysterious universe. Ren Asakura sighed as he looked at Orochimaru's broken and dying body. He shook his head. Orochimaru's once cold eyes were now lifeless. Immortality wasn't always a gift. Sometimes, it was just another kind of torture. Ren Asakura snapped his fingers. In an instant, all of Orochimaru's wounds disappeared. Life returned to his body. He could feel the passage of time again. He could feel himself aging. For the first time ever. The man who had spent his life chasing immortality realized just how precious death really was. So, how was the trip? Not bad, right? Ren Asakura grinned at Orochimaru. Orochimaru was silent for a long time. Then, he finally spoke. I was foolish. Too small-minded. I never saw the world for what it truly was. Immortality is nothing but a joke. But even so, I will not abandon my pursuit. I have found a new goal. He spoke with unshakable determination. Ren Asakura nodded approvingly. Not bad. The kid can be taught. So, what's next? Orochimaru's golden eyes gleamed. I will become Hokage. I will lead this world toward the stars. I have seen true peace. Humanity is too small, too ignorant, they waste their time fighting each other. They need a new leader to show them the way. I will explore what lies beyond the ninja world. It seemed. This journey to Pluto had truly changed him. Ren Asakura had deliberately shown Orochimaru the solar system during their travels. And the effect was exactly as planned. He had been properly educated. Mingfei stood there, completely stunned. What the hell just happened? Where was the arrogant, rebellious villain from before? You know, competing for Hokage might be a little tricky, Ren Asakura said with a smirk. Come on, let's go see the current Hokage. I'm sure he'll understand your ideals. Meanwhile, the root ninjas lay unconscious, trapped in an illusion. Minato Namikaze stood among them, deep in thought. Then, in the next instant, Ren Asakura appeared with Orochimaru. Ren Asakura grinned. Looks like everything went smoothly. Orochimaru chuckled, a mischievous, almost sinister laugh. Minato, you're even more impressive than I expected. Minato's eyes narrowed. Orochimaru. Ren Asakura laughed playfully. Relax, Uncle Snake is a great guy. Chapter 49, Troubles of Politics. Orochimaru's gaze was no longer as cold as before. It was like, a scientist who had spent his life chasing mysteries, finally witnessing the truth of the universe. A kind of feverish obsession. He had seen his path forward. Naive ideals would always fade with maturity. Fourth Hokage, if you don't know how to handle Root's ninja, just leave it to me. I've spent years en route. I know exactly what needs to be done. Orochimaru's voice was calm, clearly, he was trying to win Minato's trust. But Minato Namikaze still wasn't sure if he could. Ren Asakura suddenly gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, fourth Hokage. After my careful persuasion, Orochimaru has deeply realized how wrong his old path was. Now, he just wants to be a good person. Minato didn't fully understand what had happened, but since Ren Asakura said so, he decided to trust it for now. Still, he asked, and what exactly do you plan to do? He was asking Orochimaru. It's simple. The Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal. The Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal, a special sealing jutsu used exclusively in Root. Danzo had placed this seal on the tongues of all Root members. Anyone who tried to reveal information about him would immediately become paralyzed, unable to move or speak. It was a tool of absolute control. Minato nodded slightly. Orochimaru, as Root's second-in-command, knew a lot. And as a meticulous scientist, he had studied countless jutsu. Since he had spent so much time researching seals, it was natural that he had also dissected the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal. He had even studied countless types of jutsu in pursuit of his own form of immortality. Very quickly, under Minato's watchful eye, Orochimaru reapplied the seal on all the captured Root ninja. Now, everyone who had witnessed tonight's battle was completely under control. Orochimaru looked at Minato and asked, Fourth Hokage, what's your next move? Danzo's sudden death will make my teacher very unhappy. As Hokage, he might pressure you. Don't forget, most of ANBU is still under his control. Ren Asakura sighed. Ugh, politics. Such a pain. Then, he made a cutthroat gesture across his neck. The meaning was obvious. Just eliminate him. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. Right now, he still had respect for his teacher. Sensei may be power-hungry, but he hasn't reached that level yet. And there's still the matter of Root. Even if you absorb all of it, he will surely resist. He might try to pull Root's remaining members under ANBU and seize control. Orochimaru, as one of the three legendary Sannin, was also a high-ranking figure in Konoha. He understood politics very well, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to establish Otogekure after his defection. Minato frowned slightly. Since you're saying this, I assume you have a plan, Orochimaru. A smirk appeared on Orochimaru's face, dark and calculating. Talking to a smart man is always easier. We can work together. You give me control over Root, and I will become your blade in the shadows, just like Danzo once was to the third Hokage. Orochimaru hadn't seen the future, but this was the best way he could think of to handle Root. A strong village always needed someone to do its dirty work. And besides, his research had to continue. Root could provide the resources he needed. It was a win-win solution. Orochimaru was confident that Minato would agree. But Minato shook his head. He had seen the future. Many powerful individuals would appear. The existence of Root was becoming pointless. Even if Ren Asakura personally guaranteed it, Minato still couldn't bring himself to trust Orochimaru completely. He knew exactly what kind of person Orochimaru was. Handing him that much power? Impossible. Meanwhile, Ren Asakura was casually wandering through Root's base. Politics were such a headache. Let Minato and Orochimaru figure it out themselves. Orochimaru thought for a moment, then spoke. Then what do you plan to do? Root can't just be ignored. If we do nothing, my power-hungry teacher will definitely seize control. And we need to act quickly. I suspect he's already sensed that something is wrong. Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi had been best friends, one in the light, one in the shadows. Right now, the fourth Hokage was still alive. All those disgraceful things the third Hokage would eventually do hadn't happened yet. Back in the day, Hiruzen had truly been an excellent Hokage. Danzo's death, Hiruzen would definitely notice sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. Right now, Orochimaru's position was actually quite delicate. He was the third Hokage's student. His most outstanding student. Hiruzen had invested so much in him, placed so many expectations on him. He had even entrusted him to his best friend, Danzo. Back when Orochimaru defected, the third Hokage had the chance to capture him. But because of sentimentality, he had let him go. And back then, Danzo had pinned all his crimes on Orochimaru, blaming him for everything. Those crimes alone were enough to execute Orochimaru 100 times over. Because of this, if Orochimaru became Root's new leader, Hiruzen wouldn't just accept it, he would actually support it. Because in his mind, Orochimaru was still his student. And as someone obsessed with power, Hiruzen would assume Orochimaru would side with him. Danzo had been his trusted friend. Orochimaru was his most trusted disciple. This was politics. A game of power. Minato thought deeply. Right now, he already had the Uchiha clan on his side. If he seized control of Root, the power-hungry third Hokage would definitely react, perhaps even mobilizing the Konoha elders against him. After all, those elders were all Hiruzen's old comrades. If they all pressured him together, even as Hokage, he wouldn't be able to simply ignore them. Finally, Minato made his decision. Orochimaru, we need to cover up what happened to Danzo. I'll help you become Root's new leader, but, those experiments you were doing before. They end here. Those things die with Danzo. Human experimentation, Hashirama cells, Sharingan research, you understand what I'm saying, don't you, Orochimaru? Orochimaru nodded. He had seen a new path forward. Looking back now, he realized how foolish his old ambitions had been, trying to recreate Hashirama's glory. How short-sighted. Staring into the past, trapped in old achievements, never looking ahead. Never exploring the unknown. He had been so stupid. Even without seeing the future, Orochimaru could already predict, there had to be far greater forces beyond the shinobi world. The unknown. The mysterious. And that, was truly exciting. Chapter 50, Game begins. Danzo was dead. Somehow, word of this had already reached the ears of the retired third Hokage. By year 48 of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi was already in his 50s. He had survived the first, second, and third shinobi wars without dying. In the world of shinobi, living past 50 was considered old. Upon learning of his old friend Danzo's death, Hiruzen was deeply troubled. Danzo had practically been his childhood companion. They were both students of the second Hokage, fighting side by side through countless battles. Even after Hiruzen became Hokage, he had willingly granted Danzo control over Root, a special division within Anbu. In fact, he had rarely questioned Danzo's actions at all. Even when Danzo crossed the line, Hiruzen had simply turned a blind eye. And yet, this close friend of his was now dead. But more than Danzo's death, what truly worried him was, who would control Root now? Once someone had tasted power, letting go wasn't easy. Hiruzen had retired only because the next generation had produced exceptional talents. Konoha's White Fang. The Yellow Flash. The Three Sannin. And the most beloved among them, Namikaze Minato, was his own student's disciple. He was getting old. Konoha needed new blood to keep its power strong. And at the time, Hiruzen had been right to step down. But when Minato died, and Hiruzen returned as Hokage, his leadership quickly became a disgrace. The Hidden Cloud kidnapped the Hyuga princess. Instead of punishing them, he sacrificed her uncle to keep the peace. He endlessly suppressed the Uchiha clan, forcing them into rebellion, then wiped them out entirely, creating the Avenger, Sasuke Uchiha. How ironic. Konoha had been founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans together, yet now, both clans had nearly gone extinct. Meanwhile, other families thrived, like parasites, feeding off the remains of these once great lineages. Before Konoha existed, the world had been in the Warring States era. Back then, the Uchiha and Senju were unmatched, standing above all others. Despite their endless battles, they still overshadowed every other clan. In year 60 of Konoha, when the main story began, Hiruzen finally died during the Konoha Crush. By then, he had lived to almost 70 years old. 70. In modern society, people retired at 60. 70 was ancient. At that age, many would already be bedridden, plagued by illness. Yet even at 70, during the Konoha Crush, Hiruzen still possessed Kage-level strength. He fought against Orochimaru. He sealed away the first and second Hokage. And even in his final moments, he crippled Orochimaru by sealing away his arms. Root Base. Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived at Root's hidden base, flanked by two Anbu. But someone was already there. Orochimaru. Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Fugaku. And several high-ranking officials of Konoha. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. What's going on here? What happened? Mitokado Hamura's face was grim. Danzo seems to have disappeared, and a lot of unpleasant things were left behind here. Then, Hamura turned his gaze toward Uchiha Fugaku. It was clear that this unpleasant matter had something to do with the Uchiha clan. Fugaku, why are you here? Root's affairs don't seem to fall under the jurisdiction of the police force. Fugaku's expression was icy. The police force is responsible for Konoha's security. There was an intense battle here, and this location is within Konoha's territory. I believe we have the right to investigate, don't we, former Hokage? He emphasized former heavily, making his meaning unmistakable. Hiruzen Sarutobi had retired. Technically, the Uchiha clan no longer had to report anything to him. And now, with the current Hokage, Namikaze Minato, standing right there, they had even less reason to acknowledge Hiruzen's authority. Hiruzen sighed. During his time in power, he had relentlessly suppressed the Uchiha clan, there was no way they'd treat him kindly now. Minato, what happened here? In the end, he had no choice but to ask the most handsome person in the group. Never in his wildest dreams would he have guessed that it was his beloved student who had eliminated his dear friend Danzo. Minato let out a helpless sigh and put on a perfect performance. Third Hokage, take a look for yourself. I only just found out about Root's situation as well. His expression was that of someone who genuinely knew nothing. Orochimaru remained cold and emotionless, his face betraying nothing. The high-ranking officials of Konoha entered Root's base. It was Root's laboratory. Blood. Eyes. Hashirama's cells. Twitching test subjects. Severed limbs. No one present was foolish. They all understood what this meant. This was a line that Konoha could not cross. Fugaku's expression darkened as he stared at the Sharingan floating in the storage tanks. All these experiments were conducted under Danzo's orders. The evidence is right here, these records show Danzo's direct involvement. Root may operate independently from the Hokage's command, but what Danzo has done violates Konoha's laws. Worse, he has turned his blade against his own comrades. Third Hokage, did you know about this? Minato's gaze toward Hiruzen was filled with suspicion. So were the expressions of the other high-ranking officials. They had heard rumors about Root experimenting with Hashirama's cells. But they had never imagined it involved human experimentation, or that Danzo had targeted his own allies. This was something that could never be forgiven. And worst of all, Minato had caught them red-handed. At this moment, could Hiruzen possibly admit that he had turned a blind eye on purpose? My apologies, Minato. I was unaware of this. I never imagined Danzo would do something so monstrous. I will give you an explanation for this. As for Danzo, when it came time to sell out a friend, Hiruzen did not hesitate. Minato nodded, graciously giving the third Hokage some face. Danzo seems to have disappeared. I suspect he is already dead. There are clear signs of battle here. Based on the traces, there was wind release, likely Danzo's, and also wood release. The moment wood release was mentioned, everyone's expression changed. But no one spoke. Minato continued. The one who fought Danzo was clearly stronger than him. The opponent took down all of Root's shinobi almost instantly, then battled Danzo directly, forcing him to use wood release. He glanced at the Hashirama cells in the lab and paused, as if giving everyone a moment to process what that meant. According to the surviving Root members, they didn't see anything clearly. They lost consciousness immediately, and by the time they woke up, the battle was over. They searched for a long time but couldn't find Danzo. That's when they reported to me. Chapter 51, Powers and Politics. Hiruzen Sarutobi simply could not imagine who could have infiltrated Danzo's own stronghold en route and defeated all of his forces in an instant. He knew Danzo's strength very well. Though Danzo wasn't quite on his level, he was still strong enough to be a Hokage candidate. In their youth, he and Danzo had served as elite bodyguards for the second Hokage, alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kagami, Mitokado Hamura, Udatain Koharu, and Akimichi Torafu. In other words, the very same Konoha higher-ups now standing in this room. The enemy was extremely powerful and managed to infiltrate without triggering Konoha's outer barrier. I suspect they used space-time ninjutsu, that's the only explanation that fits. Without hesitation, Minato shifted all suspicion onto his own student, Uchiha Obito. What a great Hokage he had once been. Now he had learned how to play dirty. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. Minato continued. After Danzo disappeared, Root immediately reported it to me. Just to be cautious, I gathered Konoha's high-ranking officials and Uchiha Fugaku. But the moment we arrived, we saw the horrors inside this lab, experiments that clearly took years to complete. Even during my tenure as Hokage, I had heard rumors of Root experimenting with Hashirama's cells. This research started all the way back when the second Hokage died. His implication was clear. Hiruzen could only sigh and stay silent. The fourth Hokage was blaming him. He couldn't deny it, he was too old to handle this anymore. This was, in reality, a political maneuver. The message was simple: Hiruzen needed to admit his mistakes and stop clinging to power. It was time for him to retire, for real. A mistake was a mistake. Now, it was time for the Konoha higher-ups to hold a meeting. And Minato's goal in this meeting was simple: maximize his own interests. Because of Danzo's actions, many high-ranking officials were losing faith in Hiruzen. After all, Konoha's will of fire strictly forbade harming one's comrades. Bonds and protection were the core ideals of Konoha. Many of the village's leadership had been indoctrinated with this belief since childhood. Now, standing in the light, they wanted to judge others by their own moral standards. This was moral high ground politics. Minato had 3 objectives for this meeting. 1. Bring the Uchiha clan back to the center of the village. This incident was the perfect opportunity. If the Uchiha hadn't been pushed to the outskirts, they could have reacted faster in times of crisis. Resistance was expected, but some benefits had to be secured. After all, the lab was filled with stolen Sharingan. The Uchiha were still part of Konoha, suppressing them would only push them toward rebellion. The Uchiha were Konoha's greatest Dojutsu clan, not just an empty title. If the Uchiha rebelled, Konoha would be crippled. The village had just finished a war, another major loss would threaten its position as the strongest hidden village. Kyumo was growing stronger. Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki of the 8 tails. The 4th Reikage, a brutal powerhouse. A's speed was second only to Minato himself. The two had even fought during the war, though neither had been able to secure victory. 2. Ensure that root remains, under Orochimaru's leadership. As Orochimaru's former teacher, the 3rd Hokage wouldn't dare oppose this. All the blame had already been placed on Danzo. After all, Danzo was the real mastermind behind all of this. To most people, Orochimaru might have been a bit cold, but he was still part of Konoha and had even competed for the position of Hokage. There would be some opposition, but it was a matter of political maneuvering. The 3rd goal was the ANBU, Konoha's assassination unit and its most elite force, answering only to the Hokage. Hiruzen probably wouldn't want to give up control. But Danzo's mess was an opening. After all, everything Danzo had done happened under Hiruzen's rule. It was another power struggle. Politics was such a pain. Ren Asakura didn't bother getting involved. At the end of the day, politics was just too much trouble. Besides, this wasn't even his world. Give a man a fish, and he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, and he'll eat for a lifetime. Eventually, he'd have to leave. He wouldn't interfere with their growth or their battles, unless they were really about to lose. Minato had to grow on his own if he was ever going to stand on his own. Ren walked through the streets. Konoha's higher-ups had clearly covered up Danzo's disappearance. If the public found out, it could cause panic. Maybe even doubt in the village itself. Rumors were terrifying things. Once upon a time, a mighty steel dragon had collapsed because of rumors alone. And even then, it still had the power to drag the whole world down with it. If I go down, everyone goes down with me. Then, Ren spotted a familiar figure. A tall man wearing a headband with the kanji oil on it. Long white hair flowed down to his waist. 2 red lines ran from his eyes all the way to his chin. He wore a red cloak over a brown outfit, wooden sandals on his feet, and armored guards on his arms. He sneakily looked left, then right. Then, he grinned. And headed off on a very familiar route. Straight to his research materials. Jiraiya. One of the 3 Sannin. A top figure in Konoha. An elite ninja on par with a Kage. But after all the village's mess, he'd taken off, spying on the Akatsuki instead. This time, though, he was back. Hiruzen must have called him for a meeting. But knowing Jiraiya, he hated that kind of thing. So instead of showing up, he'd gone straight to his real priority. Peeping on the women's bathhouse. Inside, the women had no idea they were being watched. Ren smirked. Time for some fun. Lu, you watching? Ren, I'm watching. Lu Mingfei gave him a knowing grin. Ren scoffed. Come on, do I look like that kind of guy? What's even the point of peeping? Lu Mingfei was at that age, his collection definitely had some questionable films, especially the ones from Tokyo. You just don't get it. It's all about the thrill. If you're gonna do it, go all the way. For a second, Ren felt like he was seeing a new side of Lu Mingfei. You're not planning on wearing women's clothes, are you? At this time of day, he was the only one in the chat, skipping class as usual after getting his recommendation. With just the two of them, Lu Mingfei's true colors finally came out. That's what friends were like. When you were with them, you let your guard down. Even the parts of yourself you usually hid. Like sharing your resources. Chapter 52, Prank. Jiraiya's Ika Paradise was said to be an amazing read. Even Kakashi was obsessed, constantly complaining about running out of chakra because he stayed up too late reading. He even read it during battles. That alone showed how wildly popular the book was. Unfortunately, the Naruto manga never revealed its actual content. Probably wouldn't have passed censorship. The more you can't see something, the more you want to see it. Now that Ren Asakura was here, how could he not take a look? Might as well compare it to the classics he had read before. Ren smirked. We should appreciate the artistry of literature. Only those who wear yellow-tinted glasses see everything as yellow. We should be noble. Free from vulgar interests. Ren truly felt he was an honorable man. And now, the author himself was right here, gathering inspiration on the spot. Ren decided to let him collect all he wanted. In front of the women's bathhouse window, Jiraiya was perched on a wooden bucket, eyes glued to the scene inside. His pen flew across the pages, taking frantic notes. Lu Mingfei walked up with a serious expression. Leader, you have to believe me. I am an upstanding young man. I would never abuse my ability to project myself invisibly just to peek at others. Absolutely not. But the way he sped up his pace totally ruined his credibility. He stopped next to Jiraiya. Look at this guy, such a creep. Clearly a loser. Spends all day writing smut. Lu Mingfei crouched beside Jiraiya, gazing at what he considered paradise. And then. A blood-curdling scream. Ah. My eyes. Who the hell threw a flashbang? I can't see anything. Lu Mingfei collapsed, writhing on the ground. Ren had expected this. Mingfei, our chat group is a wholesome one. No pervy stuff allowed. Of course, our live streams are also wholesome. Having a few paladins of light around is only natural. Lu Mingfei looked like he was about to cry. Why didn't you warn me? Ren shrugged. Why would I ruin such a fun moment? Damn it. If I can't see, no one else gets to either. Leader, let's mess him up. Lu Mingfei scrambled to his feet as the flashbang's effect faded. Obviously. Ren grinned. Wandering around was boring. Messing with people, especially people like Jiraiya, was way more fun. Jiraiya, completely focused on his masterpiece, furiously scribbled down notes. He didn't notice the teenager creeping up behind him. A mischievous grin on his face. Like a kid about to pull the ultimate prank. Jiraiya was so absorbed in his work that he let his guard down. Ren saw the perfect opportunity. And kicked him. Hard. Right in the ass. Jiraiya never expected a sneak attack. Ouch. A sharp pain shot through him as an unstoppable force sent him flying. Straight into the women's bathhouse. Through the wall. The naked women inside were stunned. For a moment, there was silence. Then. Pervert. Die. You sicko. A chorus of furious screams erupted. The beautiful girls quickly grabbed their towels, wrapping themselves up. Then, they turned to look at Jiraiya, who was sprawled out on the floor. Jiraiya rubbed his aching backside and glanced up at their murderous stares. If I say I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me? Go to hell. Pots, pans, and anything they could grab came flying at Jiraiya's head. Ren Asakura found the scene hilarious. Jiraiya scrambled to his feet and bolted, though the brutal kick from earlier had clearly done a number on him. He ran off, clutching his bruised rear, limping as he went. I wasn't peeping. I was gathering inspiration. Ah, not the face. Ren grinned as he watched. Jiraiya had two major injuries in his life. One was during Naruto's training, when Naruto lost control and transformed with four tails, forcing Jiraiya to subdue him while getting seriously wounded in the process. The other? Peeping on the women's bathhouse and getting his ribs shattered by Tsunade. Jiraiya was the type to never learn his lesson, even if it nearly killed him. Eventually, he managed to escape. After all, as a Kage-level ninja, running away from a group of girls in towels wasn't exactly difficult. And they weren't about to chase him outside dressed like that. But if Tsunade found out about this, he was done for. Ren's grin widened. Oh right. I should go tell Tsunade. Now that would be fun. He had just stepped away from the bathhouse, ready to tattle, when someone blocked his path. A bruised and battered Jiraiya stood in front of him. Damn brat, you actually kicked my perfect, round ass. Ren tilted his head. It took him a second to recognize him. Oh. The pervy creep. Ren's voice wasn't loud, but everyone around could hear. Oi. Don't say it like that. I was gathering inspiration. Jiraiya lowered his voice, glancing around nervously, afraid the angry mob might still be lurking. Inspiration? More like a pervy creep. Shoo. Jiraiya pressed a finger to his lips, looking around frantically. Then, he studied Ren closely. Alright. Kid, I'll let this slide. You don't seem like a ninja, and I've never seen you in Konoha before. Ren responded calmly. I'm not a ninja. I'm just here for fun. But I barely walked around for 5 minutes before running into a total creep. What rotten luck. His disgusted expression only made Jiraiya's eye twitch. As one of the legendary Sannin, he wasn't used to being mocked like this. He immediately launched into his grand introduction. Stop calling me a creep. I have a name. And I'm a big deal. He stomped his wooden sandals rhythmically, producing a steady thumping sound. I am the Toad Sage. One of the 3 legendary Sannin. A name so powerful that even crying children stopped to listen. I am the great Jiraiya. Ren stared at him expressionless. Not a single ounce of awe on his face. So, why are you still a pervy creep? Jiraiya choked. Ren's eyes narrowed. Wait, don't tell me, you're still single. You look about 40. Have you never been able to get a girlfriend? Don't tell me, you're still a virgin. Chapter 53, Jiraiya. Jiraiya never expected that a simple conversation would cut this deep. It was like taking 10,000 points of emotional damage. Even his heart trembled. Ren Asakura, seeing an opening, went in for the kill. No way. There's no way someone pushing 40 has never even touched a girl before, right? No way you've never been in a relationship, right? No way you've never even held a girl's hand, right? Impossible, right? Jiraiya froze. His soul left his body. His world turned dark and cold. Truth be told, there had been a girl who once liked Jiraiya. She was from a small and rather unknown ninja village called Nadeshiko Village, basically a female-only society filled with beautiful women. One of their top kunoichi had pursued Jiraiya for a long time, even challenging him to a duel. They fought to a draw. But in Nadeshiko Village, there was a rule: if a kunoichi fought a man to a tie, they would marry him. However, Jiraiya already had feelings for someone else, so he turned her down, and promptly dumped the whole messy situation on his student, Naruto. Naruto had stumbled into Nadeshiko village by chance and was completely bewildered when he got challenged to a duel. His opponent was a beautiful kunoichi named Shizuka. Naruto won. And then he, too, refused the marriage proposal. Ren watched as Jiraiya sat there, spiraling deeper into despair. Jiraiya, however, recovered quickly. He refused to accept defeat. I can still win her over. Ren sighed and shook his head. Yeah, maybe in your next life. Jiraiya glared but let it go. Anyway, I've introduced myself. I'm not some creepy peeping Tom, I was just gathering inspiration. But who the hell are you? Ren grinned. Good question. Suddenly, his aura changed. A wave of pure edgelord energy filled the air. I am he who walks the skies and dives into the depths of the sea. I know the past, foresee the future, and live as long as the heavens. I command all things, summon the winds and rains, and uphold the will of the cosmos. The one and only celestial sage, Ren Asakura. Jiraiya stared at him. Then blinked. Ren Asakura. What a weird name. Ren's face darkened instantly. 2 words. Ren Asakura. Oh, okay. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly. By the way, what kind of material are you gathering? You're such a pervert, Ren Asakura asked. At that, Jiraiya flashed a confident smile. His Aika Aika Paradise was one of the best-selling books in the entire shinobi world. Of course, I'm gathering material for my book. I also have another identity, as an author. My books have long spread across the shinobi world and consistently rank as bestsellers. Ren Asakura, what book? Aika Aika Paradise. Jiraiya said the name without a hint of embarrassment. Ren Asakura, is it really that good? Jiraiya, of course it is. Ren Asakura, I don't believe you. Jiraiya, you still don't believe me, you little brat going through puberty? Let me show you the world of adults, this is a realm you've never explored before. With a mysterious look, Jiraiya pulled out the latest volume of Aika Aika Paradise from his robe. Come on, kid, take a look at the adult world. Ren Asakura took the book from him and flipped to a random chapter. Beside him, Mingfei leaned over to peek. Don't get me wrong, I'm looking at this from an artistic perspective. I'm a man of integrity, Ren Asakura said seriously as he caught Jiraiya's pervy expression. Jiraiya gave him a knowing look, as if saying, I totally get you. And just like that, the 3 of them squatted by the roadside, reading what looked like an erotic novel. Wait, no, they were appreciating Jiraiya's latest literary masterpiece. Ren Asakura suddenly closed the book. Mingfei's projection, why'd you stop? It was just getting to the best part. Ren Asakura said with a serious expression, if we keep reading, this book is going to get censored. Jiraiya, puffing out his chest like a proud rooster, declared, I'm sure I just gained another devoted fan today. Ren Asakura casually stored Aika Aika Paradise in his personal storage space. Ahem. I was reading it purely for artistic appreciation, I definitely wasn't looking at it through yellow-tinted glasses. But I don't like owing people. Since this is our first meeting and you gifted me such an outstanding literary work, I have to return the favor. Here, take this book, Golden Plum. It's a literary classic, passed down through generations, praised by countless scholars and poets. Oh. Jiraiya took the book Ren Asakura handed him, flipped through a couple of pages, then closed it again. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Good book, good book. Truly a literary masterpiece. Looks like I'll have to take my time appreciating it properly in the middle of the night. But hey, I still have another volume of Aika Aika Paradise I wrote earlier. Jiraiya pulled out another book. Asakura narrowed his eyes. How's the content? My standards are pretty high. Jiraiya patted his chest confidently. Top 10 bestseller. Guaranteed quality. Asakura took the book from Jiraiya, then pulled out another one of his own. This book may not be an ancient literary masterpiece, but it's incredibly popular among young people. Almost no one dislikes it after reading it. Oh. Jiraiya took the book and glanced at the title. Kunoichi. The cover featured a beautiful female ninja tied up, her eyes filled with defiance. Jiraiya, I have another one here. Asakura also brought out one from his collection. This one tells a beautiful story, about a wife who works tirelessly to support her husband. The husband is deeply moved, and the wife silently sacrifices for him behind the scenes. Jiraiya took a deep breath. I have another one. Asakura, The Pillow Book. Mingfei's projection watched in stunned silence as the two engaged in a shady PY transaction. Being just a projection, he couldn't interfere with this world. Damn it. You guys can't just leave me out of this. In the end, the PY transaction was completed. Both men were satisfied, each having acquired a new literary treasure to appreciate. Jiraiya looked down at the new books in his arms. These would bring him plenty of inspiration, including some content he had never explored before. Looks like my next book will be my best-selling one yet. The future is bright. Tonight, Jiraiya would be brimming with energy. As for the meeting, whether he attended or not didn't really matter. Once the meeting ended, he'd have to leave again anyway. Politics was such a hassle. Jiraiya hated trouble, and he despised politics even more. Back when the third Hokage died, many of Konoha's higher-ups wanted him to take the position of the fifth Hokage. But he refused, he would rather wander off in search of the elusive Tsunade. He still remembered the first time Kakashi read Aika Aika Paradise. That shocked expression, like he had just opened the door to a whole new world. After that, Kakashi read it all night, going through several volumes in a row. By the time he snapped out of it, the sun had already risen. And yet, it still ended up getting censored. Chapter 54, Meeting Ends. Meanwhile, in the meeting, Uchiha Fugaku officially represented the Uchiha clan and firmly stood by the fourth Hokage's side. This high-level meeting included representatives from every major clan, all of whom witnessed the shifting political landscape. Although they did not openly take a stance, many secretly supported the fourth Hokage. By the end of the meeting, Namikaze Minato had almost completely achieved his three main objectives. 1. Orochimaru was appointed as the new leader of the Root organization. 2. The ANBU forces under the Hokage's direct command could now only be mobilized by the Hokage himself. Anyone else who wanted to deploy them would need explicit authorization from the sitting Hokage. The third Hokage was allowed to keep only a few trusted subordinates as personal guards. 3. The Uchiha police force was granted permission to establish a base in the central area of Konoha. However, the Uchiha clan's residential area remained on the outskirts, isolated from the rest of the village. Both Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato fought hard to change this, but Konoha's high-ranking officials opposed it. Most of these officials were trained under the second Hokage, who deeply distrusted the Uchiha, believing that all of them were inherently evil. As a result, Konoha's leadership also harbored this prejudice. Despite this, Fugaku and Minato managed to secure some political advantages for the Uchiha, including giving Fugaku a voice in village politics. And as long as the fourth Hokage remained in power, the Uchiha would never face complete annihilation. Things would change gradually, after all, you can't achieve everything in a single step. Meanwhile, Danzo, the scapegoat king, had taken all the blame upon himself. As a result, Konoha's High Council unanimously decided to strip Danzo of his title as an elder and remove him from his position as the leader of Root. Whether he was missing or dead, it no longer mattered. If Danzo ever reappeared, he would be held accountable. Once the meeting ended, some people were pleased, while others were frustrated. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, was completely baffled by what had transpired. Even his most talented student, Orochimaru, had sided with the fourth Hokage, though he still treated Sarutobi with respect. Maybe I really have gotten old. Orochimaru was my student, and he's incredibly smart. I suppose he's seen the writing on the wall. It's time to let go. If retirement is what awaits me, so be it. This era belongs to the younger generation now. With that, the third Hokage left with a few trusted subordinates, seemingly accepting his fate. Although the ANBU had been placed under Minato's control, he still needed to cultivate his own loyal operatives. Fortunately, he already had a candidate in mind, his own student, Kakashi. The son of the legendary White Fang, a true prodigy among prodigies. At just 12 years old, Kakashi had become a Jonin, served in both Root and ANBU, and completed multiple S-rank missions. Unfortunately, after Minato's death, Kakashi lost his motivation to grow stronger. Alone and consumed by darkness, he never actively pursued further power. On top of that, his ever-active Sharingan constantly drained his chakra, further weakening him over time. Because of this, Kakashi fell behind his peers. Yet, people often forgot, Kakashi's father, the White Fang of Konoha, was once just as renowned as the Yellow Flash. Had the White Fang survived, the position of fourth Hokage might not have gone to Namikaze Minato. Like father, like son, Kakashi had the potential to be Hokage from a young age. In the final battle of Naruto, when Kakashi briefly wielded both Mangekyo Sharingan thanks to a temporary power-up, he was strong enough to rival Hashirama, the god of shinobi. He even landed decisive blows on Kaguya Otsutsuki, giving Naruto and Sasuke the opening they needed to seal her away. Although the power boost faded afterward, Kakashi still reached Kage-level strength and later became the sixth Hokage. At this moment, however, his Sharingan was more of a burden than a blessing. If it could be temporarily removed, he would greatly benefit from it. Of course, Kakashi would probably refuse. But if he learned that Obito was still alive? Many thoughts raced through Minato's mind. The future is unpredictable. I have to become even stronger. Once again, Namikaze Minato reaffirmed his determination to grow stronger. Not just for his village, but for his family. He thought of his wife, Uzumaki Kushina, the fiery, red-hot-blooded habanero, who, despite her temper, had moments of incredible gentleness. Every little moment of their life together was filled with happiness. It's time to head home. I need to start preparing. Naruto's birthday is coming up on October 10th. Everything must be perfect. As Minato walked through the village streets, people greeted him warmly. With a gentle smile, the fourth Hokage returned each greeting. Minato was well loved in the village. Minato, you're really popular, aren't you? Orochimaru's hoarse voice came from behind him. They are all part of the village. That's the bond we share, Minato replied. Orochimaru nodded. Alright, now that everything's settled, I'm heading to Root to fully take over. Danzo was good at brainwashing, so am I. Understood. Minato agreed without hesitation. Orochimaru formed a hand seal and vanished in an instant. On his way home, Minato began to think. Another day has passed. That day is getting closer. The name Naruto, it's a good one. After all, it comes from my teacher Jiraiya's novel. But honestly, I think Menma Namikaze has a nice ring to it, too. Maybe I'll discuss it with Kushina. Having two names might make Naruto happy. With that, Minato continued home with a cheerful heart. In reality, he and Kushina had been thinking about names ever since she became pregnant. Both of them admired the protagonist of Jiraiya's debut novel, Tale of the Gutsy Ninja, whose unbreakable will and determination left a lasting impression. So when Minato suggested naming their son after the novel's hero, Kushina wholeheartedly supported the idea. To both of them, Naruto was the perfect name. They had high hopes for their son's future. Just as Minato was about to reach his home, he heard two familiar voices. It was Ren Asakura and Mingfei. At that moment, Mingfei was practically begging Ren Asakura. Come on, boss. You have to share the goods. You can't be so selfish. This is the best-selling masterpiece in the entire Naruto world. This book is legendary, it even helped Kakashi find peace. Think about it, Kakashi lost his best friend, was forced to kill the girl he loved, watched his teacher and his wife die, and his hands are stained with blood. This book was the only thing that kept his soul from falling completely into darkness. I'm dying to know what's inside. Ren Asakura waved him off. Scram, kid. Go play somewhere else. This is for adults. Go slay your dragons or something. Mingfei immediately panicked. Don't be like this, boss. I only took a quick glance, and I could already tell, this is a true work of literature. I was reading it purely from an academic perspective. Ren Asakura righteously declared. This book is dangerous, it can lead people straight to hell. I'm doing this for your own good, Mingfei. If you end up like Kakashi, completely drained, you'll never be able to slay dragons. Let me bear this burden instead. Mingfei didn't hesitate to respond. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? I'm ready to step into the abyss. Ren Asakura smirked. You really are something else. Chapter 55, A Visit. On the side of the street, one man was desperately begging, while the other righteously refused. But to everyone passing by, Ren Asakura seemed to be talking to himself. People started whispering, thinking he might be a lunatic. Eventually, the fourth Hokage arrived. What are you two arguing about? Ren Asakura cleared his throat. We're discussing your teacher's literary masterpiece. Hearing that, Namikaze Minato immediately understood. As Jiraiya's student, he knew exactly what kind of books his sensei wrote. For many, they were educational. How were Naruto and his children conceived? A significant part of that knowledge could be attributed to Ika Ika Paradise. In fact, in the Naruto epilogue, Naruto himself continued writing Ika Ika Paradise, successfully preventing a war in the process. Truly, the student had surpassed the master. Minato forced a smile. You probably don't have a place to stay right now, do you, Ren? Why don't you come to my house? It's not too big, but it's cozy. Ren thought for a moment. He really didn't have anywhere to stay. Sounds good. Seeing Minato had joined the conversation, Mingfei decided to drop his request for resources. And so, Ren Asakura followed Minato home. It was a simple two-story house, not too big, but warm and inviting. Minato cherished this little home. Because this was where his family was. If only this happiness could last forever. Ren suddenly recalled Tsunade's infinite Tsukimi dream world. A world where the fourth Hokage never died. Where the Uchiha clan was never massacred. Where Uzumaki Naruto, though mischievous, lived a happy life. Minato opened the door and let out a small sigh. The weight of being Hokage was gone. Right now, he wasn't the village's leader, he was just a husband. A gentle and devoted man. I'm home. Welcome back, Minato. You must be tired. A soft voice came from inside. Uzumaki Kushina emerged from the room, a warm smile on her face, her large pregnant belly showing clearly. When she wasn't angry, this red-haired beauty had an incredibly gentle side. Minato's expression softened as he looked at her. You shouldn't be moving around so much while pregnant. You need to rest more. Kushina rolled her eyes. I'm not that fragile. Yes, my red hot-blooded habanero is the strongest, Minato said playfully, his voice filled with affection. Kushina blushed slightly and playfully swatted at him. Idiot. Damn it. These two are merciless. Ren had barely stepped inside when he was bombarded with sickeningly sweet affection. And it wasn't just a little bit, it was force-fed. Mingfei took one look at the scene and immediately bailed. If he stayed any longer, his heart might not be able to take it. Minato then gently pulled Kushina into an embrace. The two gazed into each other's eyes, their affection obvious. Ren coughed awkwardly. Kushina finally noticed him standing in the doorway. Without missing a beat, she turned and punched Minato lightly on the head. Not hard, just a casual, playful hit. Like a couple teasing each other. What do you think you're doing? We have a guest. Minato scratched his head awkwardly and turned to Ren Asakura. Let me introduce you, this is my friend, Ren Asakura. Ren looked at Minato's bright, friendly smile and scoffed. Damn it, you finally remembered me. You said you'd invite me for dinner, and instead, the first thing you do is shove a giant mouthful of lovey-dovey nonsense down my throat. Kushina chuckled, a little embarrassed. Sorry about that. Minato's just like this, kind of a goof sometimes. Ren nodded in understanding. Kushina, despite her usual temper, was warm and welcoming toward Minato's friends. It's been a while since we had a guest over. Go ahead and take a seat. Since she wasn't in any condition to cook, Minato busied himself in the kitchen. Feeling a little bored, Kushina gently stroked her belly, smiling as she felt the baby's movement. Sorry about this. Normally, I'd be the one making dinner, but with my condition, Minato has to take care of me instead. Ren waved it off. He understood perfectly well, even if he was single. Having lived 2 lifetimes in a world rich with information, he knew a thing or two. Pregnant women transferred most of their nutrients to their unborn child, which often led to various physical ailments, or even psychological struggles, like prenatal depression. He looked at her belly and spoke calmly, almost like a blessing. I can tell, this child will be strong and healthy. And they'll grow up happy. This time, Minato will protect both of you. Kushina grinned. Yeah. And I'll protect my child too, no matter what. Ren smiled faintly. You two will make wonderful parents. Kushina looked down at her belly, her eyes filled with warmth and affection. Ren thought back to when he first watched Naruto. Minato and Kushina's deaths had always been one of the most tragic parts of the story. She suddenly turned to Ren, curiosity in her eyes. You don't seem like a ninja, but you don't look like an ordinary villager either. Ren considered his words before answering. I'm not a ninja. Becoming friends with Minato was just a coincidence. But honestly, being a normal person isn't so bad. I'm pretty happy as I am. Kushina nodded thoughtfully. Being an ordinary person isn't bad at all. The ninja world is a mess, always filled with battles that never seem to end. Ren's voice remained calm, almost distant, like a bystander observing the world from afar. As long as people exist, conflict will always follow. The only way to end it is with overwhelming power, like the first Hokage, who used his sheer strength to force peace. But once he died, that peace crumbled. The other path is revolution and reform, waiting for someone who can truly lead this world into a new era. Like how Hashirama ended the Warring States period. But if the world of Naruto was ever going to find true peace, there was still a long road ahead. After all, fans of Naruto often joked that the entire series was just Black Zetsu's mom rescue mission. For a so-called shonen anime, the mastermind behind everything, the true villain, was actually Black Zetsu. A kid who lost his mother. A kid who would do anything to bring her back. As long as Black Zetsu was still alive, the ninja world would never know peace. Kushina sighed. Who knows? You're young, but you sure know a lot. Your parents must be very wise. Ren thought back to his previous life. It had been a simple, ordinary life. And in this life, he had been abandoned as a baby, left at the doorstep of an orphanage. I don't have parents. I grew up in an orphanage. His voice was calm, completely indifferent, as if he were talking about someone else's life. There was no attachment. No resentment. Just, nothing. Kushina's expression softened, a trace of sadness in her eyes. I'm sorry. Ren shook his head. It's fine. I don't care either way. Degree. Chapter 56, Storm Approaches. A hearty meal was soon prepared. By now, it was already noon. The food was simple, yet it carried a warmth that only a home-cooked meal could bring. As Ren Asakura ate, he was once again force-fed an unbearable amount of romantic affection. He swore that after finishing this meal, he absolutely wouldn't stay here. If he did, he wouldn't need to eat actual food, he'd be full just from all the dog food they kept stuffing down his throat. Here, have some meat. Minato picked up a piece of meat and placed it into Kushina's bowl. You eat too. Kushina did the same, putting a piece in Minato's bowl. You should eat more. Our baby needs the nutrition too. Kushina smiled sweetly and nodded. The warmth of a family, this was what a home felt like. But for Ren, this meal was unbearable. As soon as he finished eating, he bolted. He couldn't stand staying in that house for another minute. He'd rather go hang out with Orochimaru en route. Yes. That was it. He would stay in Root's underground base. The environment might be dark and eerie, but it was spacious. He could just pick any empty room to stay in. Besides, Orochimaru knew Ren's true power. And because of that, he had deep respect for him. It was the kind of respect that came from recognizing overwhelming strength. The kind of respect that came from knowing Ren could achieve immortality effortlessly. Orochimaru had spent years desperately searching for the key to immortality. He had even created the living corpse reincarnation technique, sacrificing his own soul's integrity just to touch the edge of eternal life. But even he knew the flaws of his method. Compared to true deathlessness, a state where one is simply denied the right to die, no matter what happens, his technique was nothing but a joke. After careful analysis, Orochimaru had even considered abandoning the very technique he had dedicated years to perfecting. At Root's base, the Root ninjas were busy cleaning up the battlefield from the previous night. Orochimaru was carefully gathering data from his latest experiments. Now that he was in charge of Root, the fourth Hokage had strictly forbidden him from conducting unethical human experiments. Not that he minded. He had already lost interest in those outdated projects. They were remnants of the past. Even if they still had some value, they were nothing more than stepping stones for technological advancement. Just as Ren stepped into Root's underground headquarters, every single ninja immediately tensed up. They instantly reached for their weapons, swords and kunai drawn. Hello, everyone. Ren greeted them casually, completely unfazed by the hostile atmosphere. Put your weapons down. A cold, commanding voice cut through the tension. Orochimaru stepped forward, his piercing gaze scanning the room. Ren Asakura is my guest. From this moment on, treat him as you would treat me. The Root ninjas froze. Then, without hesitation, they immediately lowered their weapons. Their orders were absolute. Root followed commands without question, without hesitation. They bowed deeply, speaking in unison. Our apologies, Ren Asakura. Their voices carried nothing but pure, unwavering respect. Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smile. In this moment, he almost looked approachable. Ren Asakura, what brings you here today? Ren Asakura knew quite a few people in the Naruto world, but not many knew him. By the end of the day, aside from Minato Namikaze, the only other people he had met were Orochimaru and Jiraiya. As for Jiraiya, well, there was no need to mention him. By tomorrow morning, that guy would probably be too exhausted to even get out of bed. There was no way he'd be visiting him. Minato's house? Absolutely not. That would just mean getting force-fed another round of disgustingly sweet marital affection. After thinking it over, Ren realized Orochimaru's place was his best option. Of course, I'm staying here for a couple of days. Just thought I'd drop by and hang out. Orochimaru looked at Ren's casual attitude and couldn't help but feel, something was off. Was this guy treating Root like a vacation spot? And of all places, he came to Root. Did he know what kind of place this was? Dark, ruthless, hidden in the shadows, filled with cold-blooded assassins who had undergone brutal training and extreme brainwashing. This was not a tourist destination. Sure, Orochimaru had considered transforming Root into a biological research and advanced experimental facility. But those plans were still in their infancy. Right now, Root was still as dark as ever. But in the end, Orochimaru agreed to let Ren stay. After all, Root had many secrets, but to someone truly powerful, those secrets were meaningless. No one spends their time investigating ant hills. Orochimaru nodded. Ren Asakura, I'll make arrangements for you. Ren grinned. Nice. Root had plenty of available rooms, as its members lived underground when they weren't on missions. Soon enough, a room was cleaned up and prepared for him. It was simple but spotless. And just like that, Ren moved in. Now he could spend his free time watching Root's intense training sessions, or observing Orochimaru's research. Everything was calm. But calmness always comes before a storm. October 10th. Naruto's birthday. The day the Ninetales attack would begin. But this time, Minato had prepared for it. Would Obito still be able to pull off his plan? Now that the Uchiha clan had summoned Shisui back to the village, things were different. Two warriors with Mangekyo Sharingan against a single one-eyed Obito. Just imagining the battle was already exciting. Training in Root wasn't all that different from training at the Ninja Academy. The ninjas here were raised from childhood, much like the Academy students. The difference? Unlike the Academy, which taught the will of fire, Root taught obedience and control. It was brainwashing, pure and simple. These weren't just ninjas. They were disposable soldiers, ready to die on command. They didn't fight for justice. They only followed orders. On the training grounds, Root ninjas engaged in brutal combat exercises, pushing themselves to the limit. Nearby, another group practiced shuriken techniques. Wooden training posts were completely covered in embedded shuriken. Ren sat off to the side, silently watching. Here, the ninjas didn't wear masks during training. Not far away, Orochimaru appeared, walking toward Ren. Behind him followed a young boy, no older than 10. Orochimaru's voice was calm. Ren Asakura, what do you think of these children? He paused before continuing. The new Root will no longer force them to stay. They won't be trapped in the darkness anymore. Once they've matured, they'll have choices. If they wish to remain in Root, they can stay. If they prefer to join the Umbu, they can do so. And if they want to live as ordinary leaf ninjas, I won't stop them. After the Third Great Ninja War, our village lost many strong warriors. Now, more than ever, we need to nurture a new generation of powerful ninjas, to protect the village. Ren smirked. The roots of a tree are meant to nourish it, not corrupt it. Roots provide strength, allowing the tree to grow tall and strong. That is what Root was meant to be. Danzo, that old schemer, had turned it into something rotten. During Pain's invasion, Danzo had deliberately refused to help, all because he wanted to preserve his forces and seize power. If Naruto hadn't saved the village. If Nagato hadn't used Rinne Rebirth at the last moment. Then even if Danzo had become Hokage, he would have been ruling over a pile of rubble. A king with no kingdom. Chapter 57, Orochimaru's Plan. The Third Great Ninja War had produced many exceptional talents. The Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. The Body Flicker, Shisui Uchiha. But even with such prodigies, the battlefield was still littered with the corpses of countless fallen ninjas. No matter how strong two individuals were, they could never compare to an entire village. With the war just ending, Konoha found itself facing an unprecedented shortage of ninjas. After discussing the situation, Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru decided to focus on ninja cultivation policies. They needed to replenish Konoha's ranks. Otherwise, the title of the strongest hidden village might soon slip from their grasp. And then there was the disaster caused by the third Hokage when he took back power. After the war, Konoha was already suffering from a severe lack of manpower. Then he went and wiped out the village's strongest clan. No wonder Kumogakure dared to attempt kidnapping the Hyuga princess. No wonder Tsunegakure, the weakest of the 5 great nations, had the audacity to declare war on Konoha. Thinking back to the beginning of the original storyline, Konoha had been utterly weakened. Most of its strong ninjas had either fled or defected. Orochimaru spoke about these matters casually, but in reality, they were top-secret village affairs. Things that should never be discussed with outsiders. Yet, Orochimaru didn't seem to care at all. Ren Asakura simply nodded. This was politics, after all. Well, good luck with that, he said, shrugging. You guys have your own paths to follow. I wouldn't want to interfere. But hey, I'll be watching, don't disappoint me. Orochimaru licked his lips, amused. Behind him, the young boy, no older than 10, watched the exchange with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. The boy glanced at Ren, who didn't look much older than himself. Then he looked back at Orochimaru, his new leader. A man rumored to be ruthless beyond measure, a merciless killer, and the former second-in-command of Root. Now, the current leader of Root. And yet, here he was, treating Ren Asakura with what seemed like respect. The boy couldn't understand it. Ren tilted his head, studying the kid. There was something familiar about him. This little guy is. He's a ninja from Root. His name is Kino. Orochimaru smirked. He was one of the products of my past experiments. Don't underestimate him, he is the only one who successfully inherited the wood-release Kekii Genkai. Ren's eyes widened slightly. Ah. So that's why he looked familiar. This 10-year-old kid would one day become Konoha's future real estate mogul. Yamato. The boy straightened up and introduced himself. Greetings, Ren Asakura. I am Kino, a ninja of Root. Yamato bowed slightly, showing his respect. Not bad, not bad. Ren Asakura said with a grin. Are you planning to train him personally? Orochimaru nodded. He's different from the others. His body holds the gift of the gods. Standard training won't be of much use to him. The wood-release Kekii Genkai was incredibly powerful. Even if he couldn't reach the level of the god of shinobi, becoming an elite jonin was more than possible. That's why Orochimaru wanted to help him fully develop his wood-release abilities. This meant Yamato's training would be separate from the rest. And since Yamato was Orochimaru's own creation, he understood the boy better than anyone. Ren smirked. So, how's the training going? Can he use the 3-room 1-hall technique yet? Orochimaru. Was that an actual wood-release technique? Orochimaru's face twisted in confusion. Still, he responded, not ideal. Despite possessing wood-release, he's far too weak compared to the first Hokage, the true god of shinobi. Ren thought back to Hashirama. Summoning Wood Dragon and Thousand-Armed Buddha, fighting against the combined forces of 4 nations. And most importantly, Sage Mode. Instant activation, ridiculous duration, and enough power to end an entire war. Not to mention his absurd chakra reserves. One moment, he'd be saying, Kurama, you're too dangerous. The next moment, sealing the ninetales with one hand. Even Kurama was left speechless. Ren mulled it over and then said, well, keep at it. I believe in you. Then he turned to Orochimaru. Speaking of which, weren't you researching Sage Mode? That whole Heaven's Curse and Earth's Curse thing, why don't you hook Kino up with one of those? That way, we'd get a proper low-budget version of the God of Shinobi. Ren smirked. You know why Hashirama was so strong? Because Sage Mode lets you tap into natural energy, making your body insanely powerful. Orochimaru glanced at Kino. Not a bad idea, but I still need to refine the curse mark. Right now, the survival rate of those who receive it is only 1 in 10. Once it's more stable. Yamato shuddered. The look Orochimaru just gave him, full of obsession and scientific curiosity, was way too familiar. He remembered that look from when he was a child. It seemed like he was about to become another test subject again. Noticing Yamato's wary expression, Orochimaru smirked. Relax, Kino. You're the only one who survived. I wouldn't let you die so easily. Your future will be one that revives the glory of the God of Shinobi. Don't forget your dream, once you're truly ready, you'll leave the foundation and become one of Konoha's brightest shinobi. That was what Orochimaru said, and what he believed. Right now, he wasn't obsessed with simply replicating Hashirama's power. He wanted to surpass the God of Shinobi. Yamato's hesitation vanished instantly. I understand. Ren Asakura, watching from the side, couldn't help but feel like Orochimaru was gaslighting Yamato. Orochimaru turned to him. Mr. Asakura, I won't be able to chat with you much longer, I need to take this child for training. Ren grinned. I'm coming too. He had nothing better to do, so he followed them. Until the ninetales incident, Konoha would remain peaceful. This was the calm before the storm. Yamato's childhood was far from happy. As everyone knew, Orochimaru was a villain back then, and Danzo was no better. The two of them hit it off instantly and started conducting forbidden experiments. They injected Hashirama's cells into newborn infants. As a baby, Yamato was one of Orochimaru's test subjects, implanted with Hashirama's cells and raised under observation. Because an infant's body lacked the resilience to withstand such power, all of the other 59 children in the experiment died, one after another. Orochimaru eventually deemed Yamato a failure and abandoned him. But his will to live kept him going. By sheer luck, he was later found by Shimura Danzo, who decided to take him in instead of letting him die. Having witnessed the deaths of countless other test subjects, Yamato developed a strong desire to protect others from a young age. But as a mere lab rat, he had no control over his fate, leaving a permanent scar on his heart. After surviving the brutal experiments, he became the only one to successfully inherit the first Hokage's Kekkei Genkai. In the original storyline. At age 10, Kino had already become one of Danzo's most trusted subordinates, thanks to his wood release. After the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, died, Danzo, unwilling to accept Hiruzen Sarutobi's return to power, ordered Kino and other root members to assassinate the third Hokage. During the mission, Kino fought Kakashi Hatake but was ultimately defeated. However, Kakashi spared him, recognizing that his wood release was far too valuable for Konoha's future. With the third Hokage's help, Kino left the root and joined the Umbu, adopting the codename Tenzo. Later on, he even became the temporary captain of Team 7. Naruto's team leader. Chapter 58, Wood Release. The Forests of Konoha. A perfect place to train would release without any interruptions. Orochimaru, Ren Asakura, and Yamato arrived at the training ground. This spot should be good enough, Orochimaru said. He took out a notebook, ready to record data. Yamato unrolled a wood release scroll. His knowledge of wood release mainly came from the scrolls written by Hashirama Senju himself. Meanwhile, Ren Asakura pulled out a copy of Ika Ika Paradise. Orochimaru glanced at the book in Ren's hands. Isn't that one of Jiraiya's novels? Ren nodded. Gotta admit, for an old virgin, that guy's got some talent for writing smut. Orochimaru thought back to his useless teammate. That guy. Ren smirked. I ran into him once when he was peeping at the women's bath. I kicked him straight inside. Orochimaru sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Jiraiya had always been a slacker, ever since they were kids. Ren chuckled. You talk like the three of you were any better. Tsunade's a gambling addict who never wins, Jiraiya's a pervy old man always spying on women, and you, our mad scientist, are literally planning to modify yourself. Orochimaru didn't deny it. He did want to enhance himself, but he was waiting for bioengineering to advance further before operating on himself. Even his living corpse reincarnation jutsu wasn't perfected yet. Ah, Orochimaru sighed. It seems you misunderstand me, Mr. Asakura. I am merely seeking to uncover the unknown. You have shown me how small I am in comparison to the vast universe. What we call the shinobi world is nothing but a speck of dust beneath the endless stars. My journey is far from over. To me, battles are nothing more than meaningless conflicts. Ren stared at him. Was it just him, or was Orochimaru starting to sound like a great scientist? After reading through the scroll, Yamato started his training. He began by practicing hand seals. He wasn't anywhere near Hashirama's level yet, where all it took was a single clap to summon anything. Who even needed to weave hand seals anymore? After finishing his seals, Yamato clapped his hands together. Wood release, violent bullet tree. A few twisted wooden vines broke through the ground. Then flopped over like cooked noodles. This technique was supposed to restrain enemies and grow into a massive tree. But Yamato ended up summoning a tiny sapling. Wood release, wooden pillar wall. Deciding to start with the basics, Yamato attempted a defensive technique. A row of wooden pillars was supposed to emerge from the ground, curving into an arch to protect him. A few logs sprouted from the dirt and actually formed a semicircle wall. Wood release, wood clone. Orochimaru occasionally glanced over, correcting Yamato's mistakes. As a scientist obsessed with research, Orochimaru had already fully analyzed the powers granted by Hashirama's cells. Which meant he was more than qualified to guide Yamato. By the end of the session, Yamato was drenched in sweat, his chakra almost completely drained. Without a word, Orochimaru handed him a military ration pill. Keep going, he ordered. Ren watched for a while but quickly got bored. I'm gonna go grab some food. Even though he technically didn't need to eat anymore, he still had taste buds. Good food is a source of spiritual comfort. And when it comes to Konoha's most famous dish, nothing beats Ichiraku ramen, Naruto's all-time favorite. Coming to Konoha without having a bowl of Ichiraku ramen would be unacceptable. Like visiting a trendy tourist spot without taking a picture. Or going to a scenic landmark without admiring the view. Ren Asakura extended his powerful divine sense, scanning the entire village like a radar. Found it. After a quick word with Orochimaru, he vanished. An instant later, Ren reappeared on the bustling streets of Konoha. With the Third Shinobi War over, a decade of peace lay ahead, before the Fourth War began. For now, Konoha was still in its post-war recovery phase. Among the many shops lining the street, a small ramen stand was operating as usual. It didn't stand out much. But Ren knew better. This wasn't just any ramen shop, this was the ramen shop that would span the entire Naruto series. More than just Naruto's favorite meal, this tiny stand had survived multiple wars and invasions. The Konoha Crush. The Pain Invasion. Attacks by rogue ninja and shinobi battles. No matter how many times Konoha was destroyed, Ichiraku ramen remained untouched. By the time of Boruto's era, it had even expanded into a franchise. Because of its uncanny survival, fans started joking that Ichiraku's owner was actually the true final boss, even giving him the nickname Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Of course, in the official lore, the owner's real name was Tucci. A chef dedicated to his craft, who once said, "A smile is the best seasoning for Ichiraku ramen." In the future, Tucci would even defeat a cooking ninja in a competition, with help from Sakura and Naruto. He was also one of the few people in Konoha who never discriminated against Naruto. Ren stepped inside the tiny shop. Tucci greeted him with a warm smile. "Welcome. What'll it be?" Ren grinned. "Give me your best, most popular ramen." Tucci's smile widened. "Looks like it's your first time here. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed." Turning to the back, he called out. "I am. We've got a customer." From the kitchen, a cute little girl walked out. She wore an apron and a headscarf, her expression gentle and kind. "Got it, Dad." I was Ichiraku Ramen's mascot, its charming and friendly face. 10 minutes later. A steaming bowl of ramen was placed before Ren. The aroma alone was mouth-watering. Time to dig in. Ren picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. The noodles were perfectly chewy. The broth was rich and flavorful. Not bad at all. But what made it truly special was the heart put into it. Only food made with care and passion can taste this good. "I can feel your dedication, boss." Tucci had been a stubborn perfectionist his entire life, dedicated to ramen for decades. Every bowl was crafted with the best ingredients, expert skill, and genuine love. Even when wasn't around, customers still flocked to his shop. Because what truly made Ichiraku famous was the art of his ramen. Ren finished his bowl and immediately wanted more. "Another one, boss." That was the ultimate compliment to a chef. Tucci chuckled. "Coming right up." There was something about Ichiraku ramen. No matter how much you ate, you never got tired of it. Every bite carried the chef's love for his craft. No wonder it became so famous that in the future, they even held an eating contest. The biggest shock. The winner of the contest wasn't Naruto. It was Hinata. Chapter 59, Daily Simp. Simple daily moments, yet full of happiness. Mingfei had also come running over. Even though he wasn't particularly strong, he had his own goal for coming to the Naruto world. To learn the shadow clone jutsu. And his reason? To send a clone to school in his place, while he went off to enjoy life. He could also use clones to deal with his aunt and uncle. Not to mention, with multi-shadow clone jutsu, he could use the sheer number of clones to accelerate his training. That was exactly why Mingfei had come. He was too weak, he needed a fast way to grow stronger. And in the Naruto world, shadow clone jutsu and multi-shadow clone jutsu were perfect choices. Multi-shadow clone jutsu was one of Naruto Uzumaki's signature techniques. With his insane chakra reserves, Naruto could summon hundreds or even thousands of clones without breaking a sweat. But not everyone was Naruto. Not everyone had chakra reserves in the tons. Multi-shadow clone jutsu was a forbidden technique. It burned through chakra like crazy and could exhaust a person to death. At Ichiraku ramen, Ren Asakura watched Mingfei devour bowl after bowl. "How many bowls is that now?" Ren sighed. "Are you trying to bankrupt me?" Mouthful of ramen, Mingfei mumbled, "I didn't make it last time. This time, I have to eat my money's worth." Ren shook his head. "This kid's a lost cause. Wait, do you even have chakra? How are you gonna learn shadow clone jutsu?" Mingfei forced his mouthful of food down. "Don't worry, I'm a cultivator now." He grinned. "I reached chi refining stage 3. My talent's not great, but I spent 200 points in the group shop to buy an energy converter. It lets me convert different types of energy. I can turn my spiritual energy into chakra, so I can learn techniques from different worlds. I can even convert it into mana to learn magic." He proudly held up his wrist, showing off a watch-like device. It didn't look particularly impressive. But the energy converter was actually an incredible artifact. It allowed people from different cultivation systems to learn techniques from other worlds. However, at the peak of all power systems, there was only one destination. The grand Tao of heaven and earth. The energy converter was useful while weak. But once someone reached the absolute pinnacle, they wouldn't need it anymore. When that day came, they could freely control their own energy and master all techniques. By the way, Mingfei continued, last time, group leader, you suggested I train with chi refining technique, right? Ren nodded. So I checked the group shop, turns out, a chi refining manual only costs 100 points. It'll let me cultivate all the way to the foundation establishment realm. Once I get there, I can unlock my meridians, fly with my sword, and use real magic. Right now, I can barely manage a small fireball. The cultivation system was massive. With countless professions and paths to choose from. Body cultivators. Sword cultivators. Martial cultivators. Spell cultivators. Formation masters. Alchemy masters. Artifact forgers. There were so many choices, but Mingfei hadn't picked his path yet. After all, he was only at chi refining stage 3. He still had a long journey ahead. Ever since joining the chat group, Mingfei had spent most of his time. 1. Training breathing techniques under Yoriichi Tsujikuni. 2. Buying spiritual stones to cultivate his immortal path. Meanwhile, the 4th Hokage was busy. His child was about to be born, he had no time to train Mingfei. Ren could instantly master any jutsu he wanted, but he had zero interest in such small tricks. So, he dumped Mingfei onto Orochimaru. Orochimaru immediately sensed the hidden energy within Mingfei. A monster. And Orochimaru loved studying monsters. Without hesitation, Orochimaru dragged Mingfei away. Mingfei's eyes filled with despair. Orochimaru's eyes burned with mad scientist excitement. Ren patted Mingfei's shoulder, offering a half-hearted consolation. Don't worry, Mingfei. Orochimaru will definitely train you properly. If you want to learn something, just ask him. With that, Mingfei vanished into the root base. Orochimaru was one of the 3 legendary Sannin, a Kage-level powerhouse. Mingfei has no way he could compete with Orochimaru. Chi refining stage 3. Too weak. His little fireball technique couldn't even compare to a genin's great fireball jutsu. Ren Asakura sighed, feeling like a truly responsible chat group leader. Orochimaru and a modern-day human like Mingfei. They were bound to have plenty to talk about. And as time passed, Mingfei would awaken his hybrid bloodline. Orochimaru. He definitely had an interest in dragons. A few days later, Mingfei ran away. And he kept muttering that he was unclean. No one knew exactly what Orochimaru did to him. But it was certain that Mingfei had been a part of various experiments. Being stripped naked was the least of his concerns. His eyes before leaving. Deep sorrow. But, on the bright side, Mingfei did manage to learn multi-shadow clone jutsu. And on top of that, his cultivation energy actually gave Orochimaru new ideas for developing senjutsu. Cultivators refined spiritual energy, which was, at its core, a form of nature energy. And senjutsu chakra in the Naruto world? It followed a similar principle. For the past few days, Orochimaru had been locked away in his lab, utterly obsessed. Whenever Ren dropped by, Orochimaru looked even more deranged. Bloodshot eyes, staring at endless data sheets. And constantly drawing blood from Mingfei. Mingfei's blood. It wasn't normal. It had an intense infectious property. It could corrupt and mutate other blood samples. If concentrated enough, it could completely transform a person. Orochimaru. He hadn't slept in days. His appearance had become a mess. At this point, he looked like a full-blown mad scientist. Fortunately, the root organization had its own system of operations. Even without a leader, everything still functioned as usual. Ren Asakura had zero interest in these experiments. He continued wandering around Konoha, eating, drinking, and having fun. That was when he ran into a certain someone. A boy in a green jumpsuit, shouting his lungs out. The future Might Guy, the man who nearly kicked the final boss out of existence. But at this moment, he was still just a nobody. A dead last. In the Naruto world, never underestimate a dead last. Because they usually turned out to be monsters. Obito Uchiha, a dead last, but he ended up starting the fourth great ninja war. He even became the second person in history to attain the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto Uzumaki, a dead last, the class clown, and nearly failed his genin exam. But he beat every major villain, Madara, Obito, Kagaya, and even Sasuke. Might Due, Might Guy's father a forever genin, who knew no ninjutsu or genjutsu. But with pure taijutsu and 8 gates, he killed 4 members of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The remaining 3 were so terrified, they literally pissed themselves. So yeah, never underestimate a dead last. Right now, Might Guy was full of youthful energy. Shouting out loud as he ran. This is youth. Let's go. 100 laps around Konoha. Degree. Chapter 60, Crisis Begins. October 10th, Year 48 of the Hidden Leaf. A seemingly ordinary day. But in reality, the crisis had already begun. Today was the day Kushina Uzumaki would give birth. And today, the Ninetales seal would become fragile. At the Uchiha clan compound. Shursui of the body flicker had returned. He now sat across from the Uchiha clan head, both of them at a small tea table. Their Mangekyo Sharingan spun in the dim light. Shursui, today Kushina Uzumaki will give birth. The Ninetales seal will become unstable. This is our chance, a rare opportunity for the Uchiha clan to improve relations with the villagers. You've seen what's been happening lately, the village is finally beginning to recognize us. The fourth Hokage has allowed us to re-enter the political stage. But there are still those who oppose us. So your next mission is clear. Protect the fourth Hokage. This is for the future of the Uchiha clan. Shursui knew exactly what his clan had been through. But over the past few weeks, the situation had finally begun to improve. And the reason? Minato Namikaze. The Konoha military police force had started enforcing laws transparently. The villagers had begun to change their view of the Uchiha. And the higher-ups had stopped their open hostility. Everything was heading in the right direction. And for a peace-loving person like Shursui, this was something that made him genuinely happy. If this continued, the Uchiha clan could finally become a true part of Konoha again. And the key to that future? The fourth Hokage. The Uchiha stood by the Hokage. And in return, the Hokage helped the Uchiha integrate back into the village. Shursui's eyes burned with determination. Clan leader, even if it costs me my life, I will not let the fourth Hokage come to harm. Fugaku Uchiha nodded. Go, Shursui. Your mission is even harder than mine. For the peace of Konoha, and the future of the Uchiha. Shursui nodded once. In the next instant, he vanished. His body flicker jutsu had reached a level of perfection. A few minutes later, Mikoto Uchiha entered the room, carrying a newborn Sasuke in her arms. Do you really think something bad will happen? Fugaku was silent for a moment. Then he spoke. It's always best to be cautious. Konoha can't afford any more chaos. And now that the Hokage is finally supporting us, we must not waste this chance. The Uchiha had suffered for generations. All because of their ancestor, Madara Uchiha. Ever since his betrayal, the clan had been excluded from Konoha's power structure. Especially during the rule of the second Hokage. But now, finally, they had a chance to return. They would not let it slip away. Even if it meant sending Shisui, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, to protect Minato. Meanwhile, at the Hidden Leaf Village perimeter, the ninetales Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, was about to give birth. The village leadership took this situation extremely seriously. During pregnancy, a female Jinchuriki's chakra is drained, making it harder to suppress their tailed beast. During Mito Uzumaki's delivery, her seal had nearly broken. They could not risk a repeat of that. To prevent disaster, the village elders had set up a secure birthing location outside the village. A powerful barrier surrounded the area. And it was guarded by elite Umbu directly under the Hokage's command. Inside the room, Kushina lay on a single hospital bed, her face twisted in pain. A sealing pattern had already appeared on her stomach. By her side, Minato Namikaze held one hand over the seal, reinforcing it. His face was full of worry. The midwives were already prepared. Including Biwa Koharu, wife of the third Hokage, and another Umbu Kunoichi, Taji. Shisui was also present. But he had hidden his identity. This was Minato's plan. The reason was simple. To draw out whoever was lurking in the shadows. During the Third Great Ninja War, Shisui had earned the title Shisui of the Body Flicker, standing equal to Minato's Yellow Flash. If any enemy ninja saw either of them, their only option was to flee immediately. Shisui had agreed to the plan. And so, he stood guard. Completely hidden, watching from the shadows. Outside the secured area, several Umbu had already activated a barrier. Dozens of hidden shinobi were stationed nearby. Even Kakashi Hatake was present. And inside the room, Kushina screamed. Ha! Kushina's screams of pain echoed through the room. Watching his wife struggle, Minato Namikaze felt his heart ache. He had never seen her like this before. Thinking about what was supposed to happen next, Minato's expression turned cold. He refused to let fate repeat itself. He refused to let his wife die. Ah! It hurts. Kushina's agonized cry rang out. Minato had never heard her scream like that before. Before they got married, they had fought side by side as comrades in arms. They had both suffered injuries during battles. But no matter how serious the wounds, Kushina had never screamed in pain like this. Is this really okay? Sarutobi Biwako, wife of the third Hokage, gave him a deadpan look. I've never seen Kushina cry out like this before. Women scream during childbirth. It's normal. Your job is to focus on maintaining the ninetales seal. And as the fourth Hokage, you should try to look a little less panicked. Minato took a deep breath. Right. Kushina, hang in there. He tried to encourage her. But as her labor progressed, the seal on the ninetales began to weaken. Inside Kushina's mind, the ninetales was pinned against a massive stone slab. Its 4 limbs, its stomach, even its 9 tails. All of them were bound. Unbreakable adamantine chains wrapped around its massive body. This was even worse than when it was sealed inside Naruto. At least in Naruto's mind, the ninetales was inside a cage and could still move. But now, as the seal weakened, the giant stakes embedded in its body started to loosen. The chains began to tremble. Greya. The ninetales roared in fury, thrashing against its bindings. It could feel the restraints weakening. Outside, Minato felt the surge of power under his hands. The ninetales was struggling to break free. I'm sorry, Kurama. But now is not the time for you to be released. Minato silently spoke in his heart. After watching Naruto's story, he had understood the truth of this world. The tailed beasts weren't just monsters. They weren't natural disasters. They weren't evil. They were created by the Sage of Six Paths from the chakra of the Tentales. They could be reasoned with. They could be understood. But at this moment, there was no time for that. Because outside the chamber, an uninvited guest had arrived. The massive red torii gates stood ominously in the moonlight. The Umbu guard stationed outside lay collapsed on the ground. Dead or alive? Unknown. A mysterious man in a black cloak stood at the entrance. His face was hidden. It was him. He had taken out the guards. The moonlight illuminated his mask. A single-eyed mask, marked with an eerie, spiraling pattern. After ensuring all the guards were neutralized, the masked man stepped forward. But just as he took his second step, a furious voice rang out from above. "What the hell did you do?" Shisui Uchiha had arrived. He stood on a rooftop, looking down at the scene. At the lifeless bodies of the Umbu. At the masked intruder. For the first time, Shisui felt genuine rage. He hadn't expected someone to actually attack during such a crucial moment. If the ninetales was released now, it would all be over. Chapter 61, Obito Uchiha. Ren Asakura sat atop the tallest power pole in Konohagakure. The moon hung high in the night sky. From his vantage point, he quietly watched the battle unfolding outside the village. If only I could join in. My group members are too reliable sometimes, it's a blessing and a curse. Battle and growth go hand in hand. Only through hardship and struggle can one truly become stronger. Minato Namikaze understood this well. That's why he only hoped Ren Asakura would act as a last resort. Everything else, he would handle himself. He would find his own way. Because at the end of the day, Ren Asakura was not of this world. Eventually, he would leave. And Minato could not afford to rely on him for everything. A borrowed mountain will collapse. A borrowed man will leave. When true disaster strikes, the only one you can depend on is yourself. Shisui Uchiha's eyes turned ice cold. The Third Shinobi War had only just ended. Everyone was still on edge. And now, in a moment of vulnerability, someone had come to attack. It was exactly what an enemy would do. If the ninetales was released, it would be disastrous. But then, Shisui caught a glimpse of the man's eye through the hole in his mask. And he froze. His face turned ashen. And then, pure, uncontrollable killing intent erupted from his body. This masked man had to die. Because within the eye hole of that single lens mask, he saw it. A Sharingan. A three-tomo Sharingan. The one who slaughtered the Umbu. The one who came to attack the Jinchuriki. Was an Uchiha. If Konoha's leadership discovered this, the fragile piece the Uchiha had just started to rebuild would be shattered once again. Shisui would not allow it. It didn't matter if this man was truly a Uchiha or not. It didn't matter who he was. He had to die. Because the betrayal of Uchiha Madara had already left an eternal scar on their clan. If another Uchiha betrayed Konoha now. If the ninetales was unleashed. If the village was destroyed and countless civilians died. Shisui couldn't even imagine the consequences. Not even the fourth Hokage might be able to mend the damage. That possibility was unacceptable. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Understanding the stakes, Shisui attacked without hesitation. A hail of fireballs rained toward the masked man. But the masked man, Obito Uchiha, let his body turn to mist. The flames passed straight through him, splashing harmlessly into the distant lake. What kind of ability is this? Shisui's heart pounded. Even though his attack had only been a test, it was still something no ordinary ninja could survive. The masked man turned his head slightly. A single, cold voice rang through the night. Shisui Uchiha. Obito Uchiha immediately recognized his opponent. But even so, he did not retreat. With Hashirama's cells, he could use his Mangekyo Sharingan as much as he wanted. He didn't believe he could lose. Because this fake world had to be completely destroyed. He would create a world where Rin was alive. A world where happiness was real. This world, this reality, was nothing but a lie. Ren Asakura watched the battle unfold with an amused smile. Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Obito. Two warriors, both possessing Mangekyo Sharingan. Two warriors, both at Kage-level strength. The Uchiha clan really is full of talent, huh? Ren's tone carried a hint of amusement. Shisui leaped from the treetops, descending like a shadow. In his hand, a short blade. A weapon that had accompanied him for years. A weapon that had made him famous in the Third Shinobi War. With one clean slash, Shisui vanished into the darkness. Too fast. Fast enough to kill before the enemy even realized what happened. His blade sliced through Obito's body. But Shisui felt nothing. The moment they crossed paths, a chain came flying toward Shisui, attempting to restrain him. Sensing the shift in the airflow, Shisui instinctively raised his short sword in defense. A second later, blade and chain clashed. Sparks erupted into the night. Clang! Before the chain could coil around him, Shisui flashed away with a body flicker technique. From a safe distance, he narrowed his eyes. This jutsu. What is solid? What is intangible? Both men's eyes shifted. Their pupils spinning into Mangekyo Sharingan. For a brief moment, their gazes locked. Then, Shisui's heart trembled. Mangekyo Sharingan. Who are you? Tonight had already brought too many shocks. He never expected to encounter another Uchiha with Mangekyo. Aside from himself and Fugaku Uchiha. Then, the masked man spoke. His voice was low and hoarse. I am the ghost of the Uchiha. You may call me Uchiha Madara. Another shockwave ran through Shisui's mind. Tonight was full of surprises. The name Madara echoed throughout the ninja world. He was the ancestor of the Uchiha. A legendary warrior, as powerful as the god of shinobi himself. Even now, at the Valley of the End, two massive statues stood in memory of his battle against Hashirama. Together, the two had built Konohagakure. Together, they had ended the Warring States period. Together, they had created the ninja village system. But then, Madara betrayed Konoha. And his betrayal led to Hashirama's death. Ever since, the Uchiha clan had been pushed to the margins of Konoha society. The second Hokage had always believed the Uchiha were inherently evil. Madara's betrayal only solidified that belief. Though the village gave the Uchiha power, it also kept them at arm's length. Eventually, they were excluded from politics altogether. Shisui gritted his teeth. I don't believe you. He raised his short sword in front of his chest. His gaze was lethal. Uchiha Madara is dead. Who are you really? Why are you pretending to be him? The masked man's tone remained calm. I already told you. I am Uchiha Madara. You really think I'd fall for that? Shisui's eyes sharpened. It doesn't matter. Because tonight, you die. His body tensed. Then, dozens of Shizuis appeared all around. They weren't shadow clones. They were real. By combining his body flicker technique with Sharingan Genjutsu, he had created a perfect illusion. Each copy could move as fast as the original. Each copy could strike just as lethally. Tonight, the battle had truly begun. Chapter 62, Battle of the Mangekyo. Blades flashed and clashed. A masterful body flicker technique, combined with terrifying swordsmanship. Dense sword shadows wove into an intricate web. However, against Obito Uchiha's intangibility, these attacks were meaningless. Once again, a swift slash passed harmlessly through Obito's body. This couldn't continue. With a single body flicker, Shisui Uchiha retreated from the battlefield. Spacetime Ninjutsu. The four-pointed Shuriken Mangekyo Sharingan met the three-scythe Windmill Mangekyo Sharingan in a silent clash. After just a brief exchange, Shisui understood how troublesome his opponent was. A space-time jutsu that allowed intangibility, he had no way to counter it. The so-called Shunshin no Shisui, in my eyes, just an empty name. Obito spoke coldly, gripping a chain in his hand. Shisui wasn't angered, only the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. This enemy could not be left alive, he was too dangerous. Fire release, great fireball technique. With swift hand seals, Shisui expelled a massive fireball nearly 5 meters in diameter. The fireball rushed toward Obito, yet Obito didn't even attempt to dodge, it simply phased through him. Flames exploded, scorching the ground black. Obito stood unharmed in the aftermath. Ninjutsu, Kenjutsu, Taijutsu, none of it works. That only leaves Genjutsu. The Uchiha's Sharingan was fearsome in the field of illusion. However, the Mangekyo Sharingan had an extremely high resistance to Genjutsu. That was why Shisui had refrained from using it so far. But now, he had no other option. If regular Genjutsu didn't work, then he would use his strongest technique, Koto Amatsukami, to directly alter Obito's will and force him to commit suicide. As the wielder of the strongest illusion, Koto Amatsukami, Shisui had an unmatched understanding of Genjutsu. He didn't even need eye contact to activate it, his illusions worked at a distance. During the Third Great Ninja War, he had used this very technique from afar to drive away a mist ninja squad. If not for their captain, A.O., possessing the Byakugan, they would have never realized who had cast the Genjutsu. Demonic illusion, Naraka sight. Shisui formed hand seals, and blood trickled from his Mangekyo Sharingan. No matter how strong one's will was, everyone had fears they could not face. This Genjutsu materialized those fears, making the target believe they were real. The deeper the fear, the stronger the illusions hold. Obito's body trembled, as if he had seen something terrifying. He involuntarily took 2 steps back, but in the next moment, he let out a crazed roar. It's all fake. Even this entire world is fake. In less than 2 seconds, Obito had broken free from the illusion. As expected, Genjutsu works on you. Shisui's hands moved into another set of seals. Just now, he had only used a simple D-rank illusion. Now that he had found an opening, he unleashed his attack. Obito, realizing that his Kamui's weakness had been exposed, grew serious. Would release, Hell's Chaos. Obito quickly formed hand seals. Would release, Hell's Chaos was a technique that created multiple thorn-covered trees, spiraling upward to entangle and crush enemies, capable of devastating a wide area. After losing control, Obito had used this against the hidden Mist Zambu, slaughtering all the Mist Nin. Blood pooled on the ground, turning it into a literal river of blood. Countless thorny vines sprouted beneath Shisui Uchiha's feet, attempting to ensnare him. However, Shisui was too fast, these vines couldn't catch him. Would release. Shisui had thought he had seen enough shocking things tonight, but witnessing the legendary bloodline limit of the god of shinobi, Hashirama, would release, was yet another surprise. Would release, cutting sprigs technique. Obito moved through the forest of vines, countless wooden spikes shooting toward Shisui. Seeing the overwhelming barrage of wooden spikes, Shisui evaded with the body flicker. The spikes embedded themselves into the ground and instantly exploded, forming clusters of spiky formations, resembling sea urchins. That was dangerously close. Shisui exhaled slightly. Would release truly was terrifying. At that moment, Obito had vanished. The surroundings fell eerily silent. Shisui's eyes scanned the area. Behind him, Obito slowly emerged. He had phased through a tree. A hand reached toward the back of Shirsue's head. If I catch you, you lose. As long as Obito touched someone, he could pull them into his Kamui dimension, where they would starve to death. No matter how strong Shirsue was, he was still human. And humans could die of hunger. He was getting closer. Just as Obito's hand was about to make contact. A flash of steel. A swift and powerful slash tore through half of Obito's body. Yet, no blood spilled. Instead, a white substance oozed out. Hashirama's cells. Shirsue slowly turned his head. So, I can only hit you when you're attacking. It was a risky test, using himself as bait. A gamble with his own life. Only someone with immense combat experience and an unshakable mindset could make such a decision. Shirsue stared at Obito, whose body had been partially cut open. Obito touched his wound. You really are impressive, Shirsue Uchiha. To carry out my plan, it seems you must die. Wood release, thorn execution. Obito quickly formed hand seals, and countless vines burst from the ground, surging toward Shirsue. It's useless. Shirsue's figure vanished instantly. When he reappeared, there were dozens of Shizui surrounding the area. Obito's body began sinking into the ground, just then. Shirsue suddenly appeared right in front of him. His body flicker was simply too fast. Demonic illusion, shackling stakes. Shirsue's eyes widened. Obito's body froze. It was a unique visual genjutsu activated through the Sharingan. The target would feel as if their body was being impaled by massive iron stakes, rendering them completely immobile. At the same time, the illusion induced a sensation of unbearable pain. This technique was often used for interrogation, a weaker version of Tsukimi. As a genjutsu cast through the Sharingan, it made the victim feel as though their limbs were nailed in place, stripping them of their ability to move. Taking advantage of the moment. Shirsue's short blade plunged directly into Obito's heart. Puchi. This time, it was solid, Obito had not phased through it. Degree. Chapter 63, Persistent. A pierced heart. An ordinary person would already be dead. But Uchiha Obito was no ordinary person. Half of his body was made of Hashirama's cells. Even with his heart impaled, he wouldn't die. In the future, Kakashi would pierce Obito's heart with Chidori, yet Obito would survive and still become the Sage of Six Paths. I got you. Obito's voice rang out. Learning from experience. If Shirsue Uchiha dared to use his life as bait, then so could Obito. For the Eye of the Moon plan, Obito had already gone mad. A spiraling distortion appeared in his eye. The space around them began to warp. A terrifying force of suction locked onto Shirsue. Shirsue's heart pounded. A deep, overwhelming sense of danger filled him. If he got sucked in, something terrible would happen. Die, Uchiha Shirsue. The pull intensified. Without hesitation, Shirsue released his grip on the sword, using his unparalleled body flicker to escape the vortex. Though he had avoided the danger, the price was heavy. His right hand, which had been holding the sword, was now grotesquely twisted. You really are decisive. As expected of Uchiha's genius. With his left hand, Shirsue pulled out a kunai from his pouch. So what if he had lost his sword? He was still Shunshin no Shirsue. I didn't expect it to be over so soon. Obito spoke, the sword still embedded in his chest. As he phased, the blade slipped out and clattered to the ground. A single slash. A direct hit to the heart. These two injuries were enough to make Obito retreat for a while. Continuing the fight was meaningless. Without hesitation, Obito chose to leave. Goodbye, Uchiha Shirsue. I hope you're still alive the next time we meet. Another spiraling distortion appeared, this time pulling Obito into it. And just like that, Obito vanished. What a terrifying ability. This power might even bypass barriers. I must report this to the fourth Hokage immediately. Wasting no time, Shisui flickered forward, retrieving his fallen sword before disappearing into the building. Naruto Uzumaki was born. Kushina Uzumaki had given it her all. Her face was pale. Wah! Wah! Naruto's cries were strong and loud, a healthy baby. Sarutobi Biwako cradled the crying newborn. Congratulations, fourth Hokage. He's a very healthy child. A soft smile appeared on Kushina's lips, though tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. That's wonderful. For the first time, Minato Namikaze was a father. Looking at Biwako, who held his healthy son, Minato felt an overwhelming happiness. Thank goodness, Naruto. Wrapped in a soft cloth, only half of Naruto's tiny body was visible. His loud cries echoed through the room. 3 whisker-like marks adorned each cheek, giving him an adorable look. A trembling, excited heart. Such a good child. From today onward, I'm a father. Seeing the newborn, Sarutobi Biwako smiled. Let the child see his mother first. Minato Namikaze nodded. Biwako carried the baby over to Kushina Uzumaki and placed him beside her head. What a lively child. Kushina turned to look at her son. Naruto. I finally get to see you. After giving birth, she needed to rest and recover. Minato began reinforcing the seal. At that moment, Uchiha Shisui appeared. His right hand was twisted unnaturally. Fourth Hokage, something's happened. Minato's body tensed slightly. Seeing Shisui's injuries, he immediately understood, Uchiha Obito had been here. Shisui knelt on one knee and quickly reported everything that had just happened. But when he mentioned the Uchiha clan, he hesitated. He also explained that the enemy could use would release and had survived despite having his heart pierced. Minato took a deep breath. You've done well, Shisui. I'll handle this matter. Don't worry, I won't give up on reconciling the Uchiha clan and the villagers just because of this incident. Hearing Minato's warm words, Shisui felt a pang of guilt. Even though the enemy had been driven away, he hadn't killed him. If the enemy wasn't eliminated, he would return. That made the current situation even more dangerous. My apologies, fourth Hokage. His abilities are simply too strange. Shisui spoke seriously. Minato continued suppressing the restless ninetales. Just then, an explosion echoed from the direction of the Hidden Leaf village. Minato's pupils contracted. What's going on? Did he attack the village? At that moment, Konoha was engulfed in flames. Countless white Zetsu emerged from the ground. On the Hokage rock, Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito stood overlooking the chaos. Looks like I can't do this alone. I didn't expect Uchiha Shisui to be this strong. Obito gazed coldly at the burning village. Beside him, Black Zetsu shrugged. Konoha is the #1 village in the ninja world. The Uchiha are its strongest clan. And Uchiha Shisui is the clan's most talented genius. It's normal that you couldn't beat him. Does your chest still hurt? Obito touched his chest. The wound that had been pierced through was already filled with Hashirama's cells. My heart hasn't felt pain in a long time. This fake world should have disappeared long ago. Though his ambush had failed, Obito didn't give up. Instead, he launched an even greater assault. The White Zetsu Army, his hidden trump card. Each White Zetsu had the strength of a Chunin, and through fusion, they could form larger entities with Jonin-level power. They could even absorb an enemy's chakra to mimic their abilities. Caught off guard, Konoha was thrown into chaos. The Uchiha clan mobilized in full force. Countless crimson-eyed warriors swiftly cut down the invading White Zetsu. The White Zetsu, covered in sharp wooden thorns, attacked anyone they saw. But Konoha's strength was formidable. Within moments, dozens of white Zetsu were taken down. Yet, from underground, hundreds more white Zetsu emerged, some of them massive. White spores drifted in the wind. The moment they latched onto a ninja, they rapidly grew, draining their chakra completely. At this point, the Umbu also joined the battle. Regular ninjas focused on evacuating civilians. Uchiha Itachi carried his younger brother, Sasuke, through the battlefield. Uchiha Fugaku, after cutting down a white Zetsu, glanced at his son. Have the Uchiha help with the evacuation as well. This enemy is not easy to deal with. Chapter 64, Teacher vs. Student. The Uchiha clan, truly worthy of being Konoha's #1 red-eyed family. Most of the invading white Zetsu had been eliminated by them. Even Konoha's civilians had witnessed the clan's overwhelming strength. Being protected by such powerful people was a reassuring thing. Black Zetsu placed his hand on the ground, manipulating his clones. This chaos should be enough. Next, let's take the enemy's form and fight them, it'll be quite entertaining. Many white Zetsu, after absorbing chakra from Konoha's ninjas, used their mask technique to perfectly mimic their appearance before attacking their allies. The chaos spread further. Explosions erupted one after another. Since no one could tell friend from foe, many ANBU found themselves hesitating, afraid of accidentally striking their own comrades. White Zetsu's impersonation technique was different from standard transformation jutsu, it didn't just change appearances but replicated the original's chakra signature. Even those closest to the person or sensory-type ninjas couldn't tell the difference. In the future, White Zetsu would continue to use this technique to infiltrate the allied shinobi forces, causing internal slaughter. Only the ninetales Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, with his ability to sense malice, could break through White Zetsu's disguise. At this moment, the third Hokage joined the battle, wielding his massive staff. Though he was attached to power, there was no denying that he was a part of Konoha, someone who sincerely wished to protect it. Now that the village was under siege by White Zetsu, he had no choice but to fight. 3 White Zetsu fused together, forming a massive creature. Strange pitcher plants covered its body, opening like giant mouths that attacked the surrounding ninjas relentlessly. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. The third Hokage's hands moved rapidly in a series of hand seals, and an earth dragon rose from the ground, launching a barrage of stone projectiles at the monstrous White Zetsu. Minato Namikaze frowned, sensing the battle raging in the village. It's not him, then who is attacking Konoha? Looking at his wife and newborn son, he knew Konoha was no longer safe. After some thought, Minato decided to leave Kushina and Naruto here while he went to deal with the situation. Reinforcing the ninetales seal, he turned to Kushina. Kushina, you and Naruto stay here and rest. I'll handle things in the village and be back soon. In the original events, the attack on Konoha had been carried out by only Uchiha Obito. But clearly, things had deviated drastically from that timeline. This was an unforeseen future. Minato remained extremely cautious. Kushina understood that her husband wasn't just her child's father, he was also the Hokage, the protector of the village. She knew the burden he carried. Do your best. I'll be waiting for you to come back. I promise I will. Minato turned to Uchiha Shisui. Shisui, I'll be counting on you to watch over Kushina and Naruto for now. Shisui nodded seriously, his injured arm now wrapped in bandages after some quick first aid. Kakashi. A voice called from the shadows, and Kakashi Hatake stepped forward. Kakashi, take my personal ANBU unit and guard this place. Nothing can happen here. Understood, 4th Hokage. Kakashi had already lost too much. This time, he swore he wouldn't lose anything else. With everything arranged, Minato vanished. Heading back to Konoha. Just as Minato Namikaze arrived, he saw White Zetsu wreaking havoc throughout the village. Minato knew what White Zetsu was. They were the enemies that would later trigger the 4th Great Ninja War, beings transformed through infinite Tsukimi. Why are they appearing at this point? As expected, Obito wouldn't just give up so easily. At that moment, a few white Zetsu spotted the fourth Hokage and immediately charged at him. White Zetsu were extensions of black Zetsu. When they weren't in battle, they were mainly used for gathering intelligence. Sensing the information being relayed through white Zetsu, black Zetsu turned to Obito. The fourth Hokage is back. What's your plan? Don't worry. This world is fake, just like my teacher and everyone else in it. I'll go kill him right now. Black Zetsu sighed, shaking his head. That's an entire village's Hokage you're talking about. In my eyes, he's just a teacher who failed to save anyone. Obito's figure slowly faded away, he was heading straight for the fourth Hokage. Within moments, Minato had already dealt with the attacking white Zetsu. The battlefield was littered with traces of battle. White Zetsu's transformation technique. Normal sensory abilities can't detect them. Only someone with sensitivity to malice or sage mode can. White Zetsu's body was essentially made of Hashirama cells, a form of artificial sage body. That meant sage mode sensory techniques would be the best way to detect them. Other than me, the only one in the village who can do this is Jiraiya-sensei. I need to find him. Just as Minato was about to move, dozens of kunai flew toward him from the darkness. With a flicker of his body, he dodged instantly. The kunai stabbed deep into the ground where he had just been standing. Who's there? From the shadows, Uchiha Obito emerged. He wore a mask and a black cloak, his presence cold and heavy. Minato stared in silence for a moment. This was his brightest student, the one who was always cheerful and full of energy. The one who had been called a dead last, yet always worked hard and cherished his comrades. But now, the Sharingan in his eye was filled with killing intent and hatred. Hatred for a teacher who had failed to protect his student. Minato had already read the Naruto manga given by the group chat. But that was just a manga. The future had already changed drastically with his involvement. That story was not his fate. And yet, when they met again, master and student stood as enemies. Even though he had mentally prepared for this moment, Minato still felt an indescribable weight in his heart. Obito was the first to speak. His voice was hoarse, no longer brimming with life. Fourth Hokage, your speed is always so fast. But this time, you will die. I will kill you. After a brief silence, Minato finally spoke. Give up. Nothing has happened yet, don't go any further down this path. There was a hint of guilt in his voice. After reading the manga and watching the anime, Minato understood everything. It was Uchiha Madara who had orchestrated all of this. But Rin, Kakashi, and Obito had been completely unaware. And back then, he himself hadn't known either. When Kakashi's Chidori had pierced Rin's heart. When Rin, for the sake of Konoha's safety, had willingly thrown herself into Kakashi's attack. When Obito, believing he would reunite with his friends, had instead witnessed Kakashi killing Rin. And when despair consumed him. His teacher had not been there. Degree. Chapter 65, Teacher vs. Student, 2. Asakura observed the battlefield. He seemed like a spectator watching a grand performance unfold. Minato, when you didn't know the masked man's true identity, you could fight without hesitation. But now? You're still too soft-hearted. Asakura tilted his head slightly. It was as if he could see beyond the surface of things. As expected, when it comes to scheming and manipulation, the old ones always have the upper hand. Should I step in? He thought about it for a moment, then smiled. Let's wait a little longer. No matter how bad things get, I can always turn the tide. Even if the world were to end, I could bring it back. Besides, after this experience, Minato will surely grow stronger. Fourth Hokage, your opponent is me. Uchiha Obito's voice was filled with killing intent. Minato Namikaze took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. It's been a long time, Obito. You've grown even more impressive. Obito's body stiffened for a moment. You've got the wrong person. I am Uchiha Madara. But Minato's voice was firm. No. You are Uchiha Obito. He had been recognized. And with such certainty. Obito began to wonder, had someone leaked his identity? The air grew tense. Even Obito himself hesitated on whether to attack or not. But then, he thought of Rin's death. He thought of infinite Tsukuyomi, the only way to bring true peace. He had to create a world where Rin existed. This world was fake. Uchiha Obito is dead. He died a long time ago. With a furious roar, he charged at Minato. Maybe only battle could mask the fear within him. Minato looked at his student, his eyes filled with sorrow. But that tragedy had not yet happened. Minato made up his mind, he would defeat Obito first, then try to talk to him. If even his son could reach him, then surely he could as well. The battle began. Both of them had reasons why they could not afford to stop fighting. Meanwhile, in Konoha village. A massive toad suddenly appeared, gripping a short blade in its hand. It was at least 30 meters tall. Standing atop the toad's head was Jiraiya. The toad sage, Jiraiya, has arrived. Minato had already anticipated that October 10th would be a chaotic night. So he had called in as many powerful allies as possible, including the 3 legendary Sannin. Since the Third Great Ninja War had just ended, there were no major missions keeping them away. At the Hokage's summons, the Sannin had returned to the village. On another side of the battlefield, a giant slug was summoned. Tsunade stood on its head. I'm counting on you. The massive slug nodded before splitting into countless tiny slugs, rushing to aid the injured. No great battle could be fought without a healer. With the support system in place, the odds of victory tipped in their favor. At the same time, Orochimaru summoned a horde of snakes. The formation of 10,000 snakes. With the 3 Sannin joining the fight, the battle in Konoha began to shift. The White Zetsu army was nearly wiped out. As for the ones disguised as Konoha shinobi, they were easily exposed through careful observation. Or simply by testing their knowledge of Konoha. Jiraiya activated Sage Mode, systematically eliminating the disguised White Zetsu. The invasion of Konoha was nearing its end. Minato could sense that the battlefield in the village was finally calming down. With that worry off his shoulders, he focused entirely on the battle before him. Obito, I am your teacher. Even if you've lost your way, I will pull you back. Minato Namikaze's eyes were filled with determination. Uchiha Obito said nothing. Instead, he reached out his hand and charged straight at Minato. If Obito touched him, he would be sucked into Kamui's dimension. Minato swung his 3-pronged kunai, aiming directly at Obito's body, but it passed right through him. And in that brief moment after passing through, Obito's hand suddenly grabbed Minato's wrist. You let your guard down, sensei. The spiral pattern of Kamui appeared, and Minato's body began twisting into the vortex. But in the very next instant, Minato vanished. Flying Thunder God. He didn't disappear, he teleported. The very next moment, Minato's 3-pronged kunai fell from the sky. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Countless kunai and shuriken rained down like a storm, covering Obito completely. However, Obito's phasing ability was too broken, too overpowered. Even a barrage this dense was utterly useless. Then, Minato reappeared behind Obito, his right hand forming a Rasengan, slamming it toward his back. But once again, it phased through. Yet the moment Obito fully solidified, his hand lunged toward Minato. At that moment, the edges of Minato's eyes turned red, Sage Mode. During his time in the chat group, Minato hadn't wasted a single second. Especially after learning that he was destined to die soon, he had pushed himself harder than ever. Just as Obito's hand was about to touch Minato, he suddenly threw a kunai with his left hand. It flew straight through Obito's body, but Minato had already vanished before Obito could react. Minato knew that in the original timeline, Minato had defeated him with Flying Thunder God, level 2. So he was likely going to use it again. As Obito closed in, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Using his own body as bait, then striking right when he became tangible, this technique felt so familiar. And sure enough, just as Obito was about to grab Minato, he vanished again. This time, he reappeared right where the kunai had landed. In his hand, a Rasengan infused with Sage Chakra was already formed. And with unstoppable force, he slammed it straight into Obito's back. In the next moment, a terrifying spiral of energy erupted. The sheer force of the impact shattered the ground beneath them. Got him. As the Rasengan's energy faded, Minato touched Obito, marking him with both a Flying Thunder God seal and another special technique. A gust of wind blew away the rising dust. Even with Hashirama's cells, Obito was seriously injured. Half of his body was oozing white fluid, his wounds refusing to close. As expected, "You're strong, sensei." Obito struggled to his feet, barely holding himself together. Meanwhile, Minato had already teleported away, appearing at a safe distance. "This is enough. Obito, turn back. Nothing has happened yet. I can help you." "No. It's already too late." Obito's eyes burned with rage. The moment Rin died, it had already been too late. Rin's death was not your fault. It was mine. I failed to protect you both. Minato finally voiced the regret in his heart. Obito slowly removed his mask, revealing his scarred and twisted face. "No, sensei. The one at fault is this world, this fake world, filled only with endless fighting. I will create a world of true peace." Chapter 66, Unleash. Minato Namikaze gazed at Uchiha Obito's young yet twisted face. Gone was the once bright, cheerful expression, replaced by nothing but rage and hatred. Now that his identity had been exposed, the mask was no longer needed. "Sensei, we will meet again." Obito was ready to leave. By now, Black Zetsu should have already completed the plan. "You won't escape, Obito. I left a special seal on you." Minato lowered his kunai, and in the next instant, a massive surge of chakra erupted from Obito's body. From the seal Minato placed on him, countless golden chains burst forth. Adamantine sealing chains. This was a modified sealing technique, developed specifically for Obito. A technique designed to restrict movement and suppress chakra. Similar to the Hyuga clan's gentle fist sealing techniques and binding curses. The moment his chakra was sealed, even Kamui became temporarily unusable. Obito had not expected this at all. He tried to resist, but his body refused to move. He attempted to phase through the chains, but even his Sharingan's power was sealed. The Uzumaki clan was renowned for its sealing techniques, possessing an endless variety of powerful seals. Minato had learned many of them from his wife. Obito could feel the overwhelming power of the seal binding him completely. Breaking free was impossible. "Obito." Minato prepared to take Obito away. But at that moment, a monstrous roar shook the entire village. The ninetales. A massive red fox swung its tails, each movement causing the very earth to tremble. The ninetales had been unleashed. A few minutes earlier. Inside Kushina Uzumaki's delivery room. Uchiha Shisui stood on high alert, knowing that the enemy had arrived. The disturbances in the village confirmed it. But right now, his priority was to protect the ninetales Jinchuriki. Kakashi, though worried about the village, knew that this was not his battlefield. Alongside them, Biwa Sarutobi and the midwife remained inside the room. Leaving now would be suicide. The village was under siege. Well, I wasn't expecting to find so many people here." In an instant, Shisui drew his blade. "Who's there?" Slowly, several white Zetsu clones emerged from the ground. The battle was about to erupt. But before anyone could react, white spores suddenly sprouted all over their bodies. The spores began absorbing their chakra, growing larger and wrapping them completely. What the hell is this? Kakashi was shocked. The white Zetsu clones grinned smugly. I'm super powerful, you know. Shirsui's Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, its four-cornered pinwheel pattern accelerating. Susanoo. A massive green skeletal structure emerged, instantly shattering the white spores that had latched onto him. You bastard, die. The skeletal arm extended outward, sweeping through the air, crushing every white Zetsu in a single strike. Shisui then ripped away the spores covering Kakashi. But then, a chilling voice echoed through the room. Don't move, or I might accidentally snap someone's neck. Standing near Kushina's bedside, a half-white, half-black figure emerged, Black Zetsu. And in his hands, a newborn baby. Naruto Uzumaki. A hostage. Uchiha Shisui hesitated for a moment. Even Kakashi stood frozen in place, uncertain whether to move forward or hold back. If anything happened to Naruto Uzumaki, Kushina would never forgive them. That's more like it. Black Zetsu spoke with satisfaction, clearly enjoying his control over the situation. Kushina, pale and weak, still forced herself to speak. Who are you? What do you want? Ah, don't say it like that. Obviously, I came here to do something bad. So, Ninetales Jinchuriki, don't try anything funny. If my hand slips, well, this newborn baby might not make it. At this moment, Black Zetsu was the textbook definition of a villain who talked too much. Shisui slowly deactivated Susanoo, but his hand remained firmly gripping his sword. With his instantaneous speed, he was confident he could kill Black Zetsu in a single strike. But against an abnormal existence like this, was it really that simple? Alright, enough chit-chat. After all, I came here to release the Ninetales. Kushina's pupils shrank in shock. Black Zetsu's blackened half extended a hand, pressing it against her Ninetales seal. In an instant, the sealing technique Minato had placed was shattered. After all, the black half of Black Zetsu was Kagaya's will incarnate. Weak as he may be, he was still a creation of the Sage of Six Paths lineage. Breaking a chakra seal and loosening the Ninetales prison was a simple task. Now, Shisui vanished in a flash, his blade slicing through the air. The arm holding Naruto. Before Naruto could hit the ground, Shisui caught him in his arms. Rather than aiming for a fatal strike, he had prioritized saving the child. Black Zetsu, staring at his severed limb, seemed completely unfazed. Alright, I won't play with you anymore. See you later. Oh, and one more thing. The Ninetales is about to be unleashed. With that, Black Zetsu disappeared into the ground. Kushina, seeing her child safe in Shisui's arms, smiled weakly. Thank goodness. But in the next second, a wave of agony hit her. As intense as childbirth itself. Ah! Inside the sealing space, the chains binding the Ninetales began to dissolve. One by one, the sealing spikes were removed. After being imprisoned for so long, the Ninetales was beyond furious. Even without external control, it would still rampage freely. It would destroy everything. It would take revenge on the village that had sealed it away. Roar! The seal on Kushina's stomach ruptured, leaving behind a gaping hole. A red torrent of chakra surged outward. Chaotic. Malicious. Uncontrollable. A tailed beast was the equivalent of a village's nuclear weapon. Even Shisui's expression darkened as he saw the corrupt red chakra spreading across Kushina's body. So this, is the power of the Ninetales? Damn it. But Shisui did not know sealing techniques. He had no way to stop it. His Mangekyo Sharingan could, in theory, control the Ninetales. But if he did, the Konoha elders would only grow more fearful of the Uchiha clan. Shisui hesitated, he was carrying too many burdens. The ninetales chakra engulfed Kushina, forming a massive fox-shaped head. At the same time, the Umbu ninjas, who had been restrained by white Zetsu spores, finally broke free. It's too late. Shisui quickly handed Naruto to Kakashi. The ninetales is about to emerge. Get everyone out of here, take the baby and run. Find a safe place. Kakashi stared at the sleeping infant in his arms, then looked at Shisui. What about you? Shisui glanced at Kushina, who was slipping into unconsciousness. I'm going to save her. I have to at least try. Chapter 67, Do You Miss Your Mom? The moment the ninetales was released, it let out a furious roar. Houses collapsed, rubble flew in all directions. At this most critical and dangerous moment, Shisui Uchiha used his exceptional body flicker technique to escape. And along the way, he saved Kushina Uzumaki. With the ninetales rampaging, Minato Namikaze had no choice but to hastily imprison Obito. A dim underground prison. Obito Uchiha sat on the cold floor, his entire body wrapped in chains. At that moment, Black Zetsu appeared. Oh my, how pitiful. Need some help? Obito's eyes snapped open. Since you're here, that means the ninetales has been released. Hurry up and free me. Black Zetsu chuckled darkly. Alright, no problem. But seriously, Obito, you really suck. First, you got your ass kicked by Shisui, and now your teacher too. Extending his hand, Black Zetsu prepared to undo the sealing jutsu on Obito. Hey there. Do you miss your mom? A voice filled with amusement echoed through the chamber. Ren Asakura had arrived. The moment the ninetales broke free, the situation was already beyond Minato's control. So Ren came to clean up the mess. Who's there? Black Zetsu snapped his head around, only to see Ren Asakura smiling at him. Though he had his suspicions, Black Zetsu still acted casual. Oh. Who are you? When did you even get here? I totally didn't see you. Ren tilted his head slightly. When did I get here? Probably before you did. But hey, you still haven't answered my question, do you miss your mom, Zetsu? Black Zetsu shrugged. I was created. I don't have a mother. Ren's expression shifted into one of mocking disdain. If your mom heard that, she'd probably beat you. I mean, how dare you say you don't have a mother? Black Zetsu fell silent. He couldn't figure out what this man was after. Meanwhile, Obito sat there, utterly confused. From what he understood, Black Zetsu was a creation of Madara, meant to carry out his will and monitor him. Ren gazed at the ceiling, staring past layers of walls, through to the moonlit sky. I wonder, if Kagaya Otsutsuki knew she had such an ungrateful child, would she be crying in her seal right now? Black Zetsu's expression changed instantly. Who the hell are you? Ren smiled slightly. No one special. But you know what they say, a child with a mother is a treasure, while a child without one is just a weed. But you? You seem pretty happy for a weed. What's it been, 1,000 years? You're literally Hagoromo's brother, yet look at you, getting weaker and weaker over time. You even had to rely on some 14-year-old brat to carry out your save mommy plan. A murderous glint flashed in Black Zetsu's eyes. He had planned for millennia, and now that the Rinnegan had finally appeared, everything was at its most crucial stage. He couldn't afford for anyone to interfere. How much do you know? Ren pretended to think for a moment. Oh, quite a lot. Let's see. You manipulated Madara Uchiha, tricked Obito Uchiha, stirred up the conflict between Ashura and Indra, incited the war between the Senju and Uchiha, altered the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. As Ren listed off each of Black Zetsu's sins, even Obito was shocked. Was this Black Zetsu really that powerful? Suddenly, countless white Zetsu clones emerged from the walls around them. But the next moment, they turned to ashes and vanished. Ren stared at the pile of gray dust. Oh. Someone's getting desperate. His smile widened. But hey, I'm a good person. You haven't seen your mom in over 1,000 years, right? You must really miss her. If you beg me, I'll let you see her. That's way better than that whole infinite Tsukuyomi, Eye of the Moon plan nonsense you've been working on, don't you think? Black Zetsu didn't believe it, and countless wooden spikes emerged from his body. Trying to attack me? You know, the last person who tried that. After a little, gentle persuasion from me, they became a fine, upstanding person. Wouldn't it be fun if you could become one too? Snap. Ren Asakura snapped his fingers. Instantly, the white Zetsu clones possessed by black Zetsu crumbled into ash. Their life force had been drained away. Life force, the essence of existence, the foundation of vitality, longevity, and strength. As the ancient saying goes, living beings are the essence of all things, they may seek the Tao and understand destiny. The path of cultivation is the pursuit of the Tao. Those who attain it become immortals, but in the end, cultivation is just stealing the world's essence to empower oneself. Humans, as higher life forms, hold extremely valuable life force, a precious form of natural energy, capable of rapid cultivation. Of course, those who use this method of cultivation are typically demonic cultivators. Ren Asakura wasn't a demonic cultivator, but if he didn't control his absorption, all life energy around him would be completely devoured. Plants, animals, humans, the very earth itself, nothing would be spared. That's how the white Zetsu clones died. Ren didn't need to do anything. Just one breath, a tiny bit of cultivation, and that was it. With no white Zetsu body to cling to, black Zetsu reverted into a mass of black liquid. Within the liquid, a vague outline of a head formed, its empty, hollow eyes staring out. So this is your true form? Damn, you're ugly. You bastard. Black Zetsu tried to flee, but he suddenly realized, he couldn't sink into the ground. Trying to run from me? You think too highly of yourself. The shinobi world sure has a lot of messes, but you're easily the biggest one in the early story. As for Jigen hiding in the shadows, and the future arrival of the Otsutsuki clan, Minato Namikaze can deal with that headache. Ren Asakura grabbed Black Zetsu by the throat, lifting him into the air. With his other hand, he casually swiped at the air, and a dimensional rift appeared. Beyond the rift lay Kaguya Otsutsuki, sealed away in eternal slumber. Ren smirked. Damn, she really is beautiful. Black Zetsu finally saw his long-lost mother. Tears instantly welled up in his eyes. He really did miss her. Ren tightened his grip on Black Zetsu's throat, watching him squirm. 1,000 years have passed. Seeing your mother again after all this time, aren't you happy? Ren's smile carried pure sadistic amusement. Then, he lowered Black Zetsu toward the dimensional rift. No. You can't do this. If Ren threw him in, Kaguya would never escape. A millennium of planning, scheming, and manipulation, all of it would be for nothing. Wow, I really am such a good person. You hate me so much. You even tried to attack me. But look at me, being all kind-hearted, helping you fulfill your dream and reuniting you with your dear mother. I can't help but marvel at my own saintly nature. Ren's smile was pure joy. Sometimes, being alive is worse than death. Because living means struggling, suffering, resisting, and that's what makes it fun. Pain brings entertainment. And at Black Zetsu's moment of absolute despair, Ren let go. The dimensional rift snapped shut. Black Zetsu and Kaguya were now sealed together forever. Chapter 68, Gentle Persuasion. The biggest troublemaker of this era was finally dealt with. Now, it was Uchiha Obito's turn. At this moment, Obito was completely stunned. He never expected to hear so many secrets today. What should I do with you? Sure, in the show, you eventually got redeemed, but your identity is still a huge problem. How about I just kill you and be done with it? Ren Asakura squatted down in front of Obito, a smile of amusement on his face. Seeing that smile, Obito instinctively stepped back. Somehow, this man felt even more dangerous than Madara. I don't have Koto Amatsukami, so what should I do? Maybe I should let Minato deal with you. Nah, forget it. Let's test out my gentle persuasion. If it doesn't work, well, then you'll just have to die. Ren reached out his hand. Obito struggled, trying to avoid it. But Ren grabbed his head perfectly, as if it were meant to be in his grasp. Alright, let's go take a stroll in the underworld. In the Naruto world, the underworld exists. The souls of the dead linger there. Through summoning rituals, one can call upon these souls, or even summon the Shinigami of the underworld for battle. Techniques like Edo Tensei and Shiki Fujin are based on this principle. The underworld is a sacred place for spirits, the living are forbidden from entering. Yet, Ren Asakura dragged Obito's soul straight into the underworld. Darkness surrounded them. A massive gate stood in the center. Ren walked toward it without hesitation. But just then, a white-clad specter blocked their path. A sharp knife was clenched between its teeth. The living must not enter. Though the specter did not move its mouth, a hoarse, chilling voice echoed. This was the Shinigami of the underworld. Good dogs don't block the road. Get lost. Smack. Ren Asakura slapped the Shinigami away like a fly. Where did it land? Who cares, it's too dark to see anyway. Stepping through the underworld's gate, they entered the Pure Land. Obito's nerves were on edge as he looked around. Where is this? Where are you taking me? Are you sending me to hell to be tortured? What do I do? What do I do? Ren Asakura rubbed his ears, annoyed. Shut up. You're so damn noisy. This is the Pure Land, the world of the dead. I brought you here so you could meet someone you've dreamed of seeing. If she can't talk sense into you, then you're staying here forever. That's my gentle persuasion, if it doesn't work, you die. Beyond the gate, darkness still reigned. But through Ren's spiritual senses, nothing in the Pure Land could hide from him. The river of souls flowed slowly. The lingering spirits seemed to be waiting for something. Some of them had lost all sense of self, wandering like lost souls. A voice echoed from the darkness. It's been a long time since I've seen a living person. A silhouette emerged. The Sage of Six Paths. Ren Asakura recognized the newcomer, it was none other than the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Hagoromo had 2 horns on his head, brown hair, and wore a white robe with 6 black tomo markings on his chest. On his back was a red spiral symbol with 9 tomo arranged in a grid beneath it. Floating behind him were the truth-seeking orbs, and in his hand, he held a black staff. It looks like you recognize me, outsider. Ren wasn't surprised that his identity had been noticed, he had never tried to hide it. Old man, are you here to stop me? The sage shook his head. Why would I? In fact, I'm here to help you. I have been watching you, and your actions do not conflict with my mission to protect the ninja world. Alright, just bring out the girl this idiot has been secretly in love with. Let her talk some sense into him. Otherwise, he's staying here forever, he's too much of a problem alive. Hagoromo sighed at Ren's bluntness but didn't argue. Follow me. With the sage leading the way, they soon found Rin. Obito's eyes filled with emotion when he saw her face, it was just as he remembered before she died. After all this time, he was finally seeing her again. Rin, is that you? His voice trembled as he took a shaky step toward the girl who had haunted his dreams. Rin turned slightly, her soft voice confirming what his heart already knew. Obito? That familiar voice, it was real. Rin. Obito rushed forward and hugged her tightly. Since he was in soul form, he had returned to the appearance of a 14-year-old boy, just as he was when she last saw him. Obito, does this mean you died too? Ren, watching the emotional reunion, rolled his eyes before cutting in. No, but he's about to. Because your dear friend here has been up to some real messed up stuff. So, talk to him. If you can't change his mind, well, he might actually die for real. Rin looked confused. To her, Obito was still the kind, brave, and cheerful boy she once knew. Obito, what happened? Obito opened his mouth, but no words came out. How was he supposed to tell her? That he had tried to kill his own teacher and his teacher's wife. That he had released the ninetales to destroy Konoha. There was no way he could say it. Oh, now you can't talk. But you had no problem doing all of it. Ren stepped closer to Rin. And you are? She looked at him curiously. Ren Asakura. A sage. Just call me Ren. Rin gave a polite bow and smiled gently. I'm Rin. Well. I'm dead now. Yeah. Listen, girl, I've got things to do, so you handle this. Try to talk some sense into him. Life. Reaper Death Seal. Minato rapidly formed hand seals, summoning the Shinigami to possess him. This was an S-rank forbidden jutsu. Once cast, his soul would be handed over to the Shinigami, who would then reap the enemy's soul as well. A mutual demise. But Minato wasn't afraid, he had a trump card. A small porcelain bottle materialized in his hand. Soul solidification elixir. A special item that could anchor his soul to his body. It was available in the group shop for just 400 points. With this, the Shinigami wouldn't be able to take his soul. A complete exploit. However, after finishing the hand seals, Minato realized something strange. The Shinigami was missing. What the hell? At that moment, somewhere in the underworld, the Shinigami was still unconscious in some unknown corner. Just then, a golden sword of light descended from the heavens, piercing through the ninetales and pinning it to the ground. Then, 9 more golden swords appeared, each one impaling one of its tails, completely immobilizing it. The once ferocious ninetales instantly slumped, as lifeless as a salted fish. I ride the wind to cleanse the world of demons. And a mere fox spirit dares act up before me? The protagonist always arrives last. Ren Asakura had finally appeared. Floating in midair, standing atop a golden sword of light, exuding absolute dominance. These golden swords, condensed from his celestial energy, possessed an overwhelming suppressive force. Any opponent weaker than Ren Asakura would be instantly and completely subdued. With this, Konoha's crisis was truly over. As the leader of the group, how could he show up without making a grand entrance? It's over. Minato Namikaze let out a slow breath and deactivated Sage Mode. Ren Asakura descended from the sky in the most ostentatious way possible. Minato. Isn't your great group leader absolutely amazing? Wasn't that spectacular? Ren Asakura felt that his entrance deserved at least an 82 out of 100. The remaining points should be sent in the form of 666 spam. Minato smiled. Thank you, group leader. Meanwhile, Mingfei, who was watching the live stream, was completely hyped up, as if he had been the one showing off. Group leader is badass. Group leader is unstoppable. Ren Asakura had a habit of streaming whenever he was free. Tonight's ninetales chaos stream had been running from the very start. Everyone in the group had witnessed everything unfold. Especially the part where Ren Asakura casually moved between the living world and the afterlife. Yoriichi Tsujikuni fell into silence. He thought of his wife and child. His world seemed to have a similar realm for spirits of the dead. Back then, he had been so close, just a little closer, and he could have saved them. Would they blame him? Would they resent him for not being there when it mattered most? Meanwhile, Saitama was simply treating the stream like a TV show. A TV show required electricity, which meant an electric bill. But watching a live stream? Totally free. Plus, everyone in the group was talented and entertaining. Looking at the ninetales still pinned to the ground, Ren Asakura asked. So, what's your plan? Are you sealing it inside yourself? If you want to become a perfect Jinchuriki, you'll need to reconcile with the ninetales. If you try to brute force it, you'll only gain partial access to its power. Right now, the ninetales was super irritable. Getting it to cooperate would be a challenge. Minato had learned his lesson and immediately asked for advice. Group leader, do you have a solution? Ren Asakura confidently patted his chest. Of course. I specialize in gentle persuasion. You want reconciliation? A perfect Jinchuriki? Piece of cake. Minato suddenly had a bad feeling about this. Ren Asakura looked at the ninetales, still nailed to the ground, and spoke in the gentlest tone possible. Kurama, my dear fox. Minato's a great guy, sunny, cheerful, and he's the fourth Hokage. Bright future ahead. If you live inside him, you get free meals, free housing, no rent. All he asks is for a little help in battle every now and then. Tempting, right? Doesn't that sound amazing? The ninetales, still sapped of strength, let out a cold snort in refusal. Degree. Chapter 70, Defiant Ninetales. Ren Asakura could tell that the ninetales was exceptionally defiant. Nearby, the projection of Mingfei crouched down, observing the situation. They say a dog relies on its master's power. At this moment, Mingfei was acting particularly arrogant. A little fox, how ridiculous. Still so defiant. A few slaps and it'll behave in no time. Ren Asakura shook his head, his face showing a gentle expression. This is about reconciliation. We should use a softer approach. But if the ninetales refuses to listen, I might as well send it to see the Sage of Six Paths. I'm sure it'll listen to him. Mingfei definitely knew where the Sage of Six Paths was right now, resting in the afterlife's pure land. Sending the ninetales there was just a fancy way of saying killing it. As expected of our group leader. Mingfei said, full of admiration. I refuse to accept this. If you have the guts, release me and let's fight fair. You ambushed me, that's despicable. Ren Asakura, completely unfazed, replied casually. So what if I ambushed you? You're still under my control. The ninetales, now visibly exhausted, growled weakly. You coward. Let me go if you dare. The moment those words left its mouth, Mingfei immediately stepped aside, quietly mourning for the fox. Ninetales, good luck. Ren Asakura's mouth twitched slightly. What did you just call me? A coward, the ninetales replied without hesitation, even adding a hint of disdain. Ren Asakura's smile was anything but warm. Looks like you still need some discipline. With a wave of his hand, he released the ninetales. The 10 golden swords pinning it down vanished into thin air. The ninetales was free. Roar. The moment it regained its freedom, the beast let out a furious roar. Minato Namikaze, being the wise man he was, immediately left the battlefield to check on his wife and child. Before leaving, he could only silently wish the ninetales good luck, hoping it wouldn't actually die. Elsewhere, Tsunade was personally treating Kushina Uzumaki. As the strongest healer in the entire history of the Leaf Village, she was unmatched in medical ninjutsu. Meanwhile, the medical team was providing emergency treatment for Shisui Uchiha's injured arm. At that moment, Fugaku Uchiha arrived. I'm sorry, clan leader. Fugaku simply sighed and said nothing. What had happened had happened. Blaming others was pointless, what mattered now was finding a way to fix the situation. Tsunade, on the other hand, frowned deeply. Even though the Uzumaki clan was known for their immense life force, losing a tailed beast was something not even they could survive. Naruto Uzumaki remained quietly in Kakashi's arms. Looking at his teacher's child, Kakashi's eyes were filled with concern. "Sensei, I hope you make it back safely. And I hope Sensei's wife can survive this crisis." Elsewhere, the third Hokage stood clad in his battle armor, bearing fresh scars from combat. Sigh. Konoha cannot afford another disaster. The third shinobi war had just ended. Before the village could even catch its breath, an enemy invasion and a ninetales rampage had struck. If both the fourth Hokage and the village's Jinchuriki died now, Konoha would be doomed. The next Hokage would likely be chosen from the three legendary Sannin. Danzo was already done for, and most of Konoha's higher-ups were way too old to handle the position. That left only three real candidates. In the third Hokage's opinion, the best choice for the fifth Hokage was Tsunade. Her status, strength, and even her heart made her the most suitable candidate. Sure, she was a notorious gambler and Konoha's biggest money-losing machine, but she never failed when things got serious. Not to mention, she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the princess of the Senju clan, and a genuinely kind person. Forget it, no point overthinking. Let's just hope Minato makes it back safely. The third had already made up his mind, he was going to fully retire. The world now belonged to the younger generation. The ninetales roared furiously, glaring down at Renasakura, who was no bigger than one of its claws. Without hesitation, it swiped down with a massive paw. The ground shook violently, sending debris flying everywhere. Weak little human. Its 9 tails swept through the surrounding mountains, leveling them instantly. Now that it was free, the ninetales was thrilled. "What exactly are you so happy about?" A voice suddenly rang in its ear. A human. Renasakura was standing right on top of the ninetales' head, raising his hand. Smack! A solid slap landed across the fox's massive face. For a brief moment, the ninetales felt as if something had smashed into its skull, and its body instinctively tilted sideways. It hurt, but more than the pain, it felt humiliated. That one tiny slap had caused massive psychological damage. Its colossal body crashed into the ground, sending up a thick cloud of dust. "Human! You've truly angered me now." The ninetales roared and immediately began charging a tailed beast bomb. A massive black sphere of energy formed in the air. Once it detonated, everything within 1,000 meters would be obliterated. A mushroom cloud would rise from the explosion. Renasakura, however, seemed amused rather than worried. He simply watched as the ninetales prepared its attack. "Ninetales, have you ever watched Tom and Jerry? I used to love that show as a kid. Back then, we didn't have computers at home, so every day, I'd sit in front of the TV, waiting for the cartoon to air. Even in kindergarten, our teachers would play it for us. Oh, I remember one episode in particular." As he spoke, Renasakura casually floated above the tailed beast bomb, then stepped onto it. The ninetales, mouth open, glared up at him. Its 9 tails stood on end, funneling chakra into the attack. Just as the bomb reached its limit and was about to detonate, Renasakura gently jumped. Then, he landed lightly. "Watch my 1,000-pound drop." The moment his foot touched the bomb, it was as if gravity had increased tenfold. The tailed beast bomb plummeted, straight into the ninetales' mouth. And got stuck in its throat. MMPH. MMPH. The ninetales was slammed into the ground. "Oops, too big, it got stuck. Let me help you out." Renasakura lightly stomped his foot. The bomb slid straight down. "There we go. But it's about to explode now." Renasakura pressed his hands together. The ninetales' giant mouth snapped shut. And Renasakura held it firmly closed. MMPH. The ninetales struggled wildly, but no matter how much it thrashed, it couldn't open its mouth. MMPH. MMPH. Inside its stomach, the bomb was seconds away from detonation. It had swallowed its own tailed beast bomb before, but that was a controlled attack, meant to concentrate the explosion into a powerful energy beam. But this time, it couldn't release the energy. That meant the full force of the explosion would have to be absorbed, inside its own body. The ninetales knew how deadly its own attack was. If it actually exploded inside, it was done for. It needed to release it. Its mouth was locked shut. But there was another opening. Just, a lot smaller. Boom! It exploded. Chapter 71, Kurama's Journey. The terrifying explosion bloated the ninetales' stomach to its absolute limit. Its head and tails now looked comically small in comparison. It felt like it was about to burst. Tsk tisk. Ren Asakura chuckled, shaking his head with a helpless smile. The ninetales felt dazed, black smoke drifted from its ears and nostrils. Its mouth was still locked shut, and its expression was utterly lifeless. The full force of the explosion had been contained inside its body. Honestly, if not for the insane durability of a tailed beast, it would have been done for already. Ren Asakura finally let go. A thick puff of black smoke billowed from the ninetales' mouth. It collapsed onto the ground, tails limp and body exhausted. Clearly, it was not having a good time. Ren Asakura gracefully landed beside it. So, how was it, ninetales? Fun or not? Damn it. Who the hell are you? Its voice was weaker than it had ever been before. Ren Asakura smiled. So, have you reconsidered my offer? I refuse. Even if I die today, even if you beat me to death, even if the Sage of Six Paths himself shows up, I will never let myself become your Jinchuriki. Ren Asakura's excitement only grew. Great. I love that unyielding spirit of yours. Just don't come crying for mercy later. The ninetales let out a haughty snort. It was clearly saying, do your worst. I still won't bow. Ren Asakura casually strolled forward, placing a hand on the ninetales' massive head. Let's go play in a world of false realities. This technique of mine, it's no weaker than infinite Tsukimi. Oh, and by the way. Foxes are part of the canine family, aren't they? A different world. Towering skyscrapers. Brilliant city lights. Humans danced through life, believing they ruled the world. And in doing so, they ruled over other creatures, keeping them as pets. Beneath the glittering surface of the city, countless stray cats and dogs scavenged through trash cans, searching for scraps. In this cruel world, stray animals had to avoid not only hostile humans but also the city's animal control officers, and even those deranged people who captured strays for forced sterilization. To a stray, humans were terrifying creatures. To survive, they had to be constantly on guard. At the slightest hint of danger, they ran. Sometimes, they envied those lucky pets with owners, at least they were fed and warm. For them, going 3 days without food was normal. Among the strays of this city was a red-furred canine. It lived among the stray dogs and cats, struggling to survive. Its name was Kurama, but because of its 9 tails, the other strays simply called it Ninetales. Kurama didn't mind the name. After all, in this city, strays could die at any moment. A name was just a label. That day, like always, Ninetales wandered alone, searching the trash cans for food. If it was lucky, it might find some leftovers. If not, it would go hungry, again. Sometimes, Ninetales dreamed. It dreamed of a world called the Shinobi Realm, where it was a being of unmatched power. Towering 30 to 40 meters tall, a mere swing of its tails could shake the heavens and earth. Humans feared it. The first part of the dream was joyous, a time when it roamed free. But then, it was imprisoned. After that, the dream became blurred and fragmented. And eventually, it could no longer remember. Sometimes, dreams blurred with reality. At times, the ninetales truly believed it was that world-shattering tailed beast. But when it woke up, it was still just the weakest stray in the city. Every day, it scoured filthy trash heaps for food. Every day, it dirted itself to avoid drawing attention. Every day, it had to stay hidden from humans, always wary of being harmed. Today, after digging through a trash bin, the ninetales got lucky. It found a bone, with some scraps of meat still clinging to it. That meant, dinner was secured. Oh my, oh my. Isn't this the mighty-tailed beast, Kurama? What's this? Digging through trash for food? A mocking voice rang out. Instantly, the ninetales tensed, clamping down tightly on the bone in its mouth. Humans in this city were dangerous. Some of them seemed kind, but beneath that friendly mask, there could be nothing but malice. Ren Asakura watched the ninetales, its defensive posture, its wild, cautious gaze. It looked exactly like a stray dog guarding its meal. TSK TSK TSK. I really do love that untamed spirit of yours. I hope you never lose it. The ninetales backed away, its sharp eyes locked on Ren Asakura's ever-present smile. Then, once it reached the shadows, it spun around and bolted. Its 9 tails swished behind it. In the blink of an eye, its red figure had vanished into the cityscape. Ren Asakura didn't chase. He simply stood there, his smile unchanging. The ninetales darted into a dark alleyway, still clutching its precious bone. Only when it was sure that human hadn't followed did it breathe a sigh of relief. That human, he knew me. No, no. Humans are dangerous creatures. How could I possibly know a human? Then, suddenly, something felt off. There were other dogs' scents here. And not just one, but a pack. Even among the lowest creatures of the city, strays had their own society. Stray dogs. Stray cats. Each group had its own territory. These territories were centered around the best trash heaps, the ones with the richest food sources. Because food was scarce. And if others ate your share, then you went hungry. And in the stray world, there was no morality. The weak went hungry. The hungry grew weaker. And the weak died. To mark their territories, strays left clear signs. Dogs, for example, used their scent, urine, feces, anything to make it known. This place belongs to us. Anyone who trespassed had 2 possible fates. The lucky ones were chased away. The unlucky ones were torn apart. Every day, stray dogs and cats vanished from the city. And no one cared. That was simply their fate. The ninetales understood this. So, it turned to leave. It had always been a loner, never part of a pack. It had survived this long not just because of its skills, but because it avoided places like this. Yes, those territories had more food. But that food came at the cost of blood. Still clutching its bone, it prepared to slip away. Before the pack noticed. As it weaved through the dark alleys, its ears twitched. Somewhere close, it heard an agonized scream. A stray cat had wandered into the wrong place. And, as expected, the pack had found it first. Chapter 72, Hero. The ninetales had no intention of meddling. Because in this world of strays, meddlers died quickly. There were no heroes here. No noble figures who fought for justice. Just survival. The ninetales didn't want trouble. But trouble found it first. A scout from a nearby dog pack spotted the ninetales. And more importantly, the bone in its mouth. The aroma of that bone, rich, savory, was irresistible. Even in the world of strays, there was a hierarchy. Bosses. Underlings. And this mangy mutt, this watchdog, was nothing more than a grunt, a bottom feeder who barely got scraps. Hey, you! Mutt. Drop that food and leave it behind. The mutt barked twice. It didn't matter if this was actually its turf. It had seen the bone, so now, it belonged to it. The ninetales shot it a cold, sharp glare. It didn't pick fights. But that didn't mean it was afraid of them. Scram. The growl was low, menacing, the bone firmly between its teeth. The mutt was used to bullying others in its territory, used to throwing its weight around like it actually mattered. But now, it was being mocked. It couldn't let that slide. Bark. Bark. With an angry snarl, it lunged for the ninetales, aiming to snatch the bone right from its mouth. A flash of disdain flickered in the ninetales' eyes. Lone wanderers among strays came in two types. The pathetic ones. And the ones who were strong enough to survive alone. The ninetales was the latter. The moment the mutt lunged, the ninetales swiped. And slammed it into the ground. Pathetic. Cold. Sharp. If this weren't enemy territory, the ninetales would have killed the mutt right then and there. But for now. Get lost. The ninetales released its grip. The mutt knew. It had messed with the wrong dog. Whimpering, tail tucked between its legs, it fled. The ninetales turned to leave. But it was too late. The mutt hadn't been a threat. But it had been a distraction. And when it had barked earlier, it wasn't just yelling. It had been signaling. From the shadows, a massive mastiff stepped forward. In its mouth, a small, white cat. Or at least, it used to be white. Now, its fur was soaked in red. You came to my territory, beat my underling, stole my food, and thought you could just walk away. The mastiff was huge, as large as a calf. Brutal. Battle-scarred. Clearly the leader of this stray pack. Around them, one by one, other strays emerged from the shadows. A dozen. Maybe more. And among them, the mangy mutt, its eyes gleaming with malice. The ninetales stared them down, its expression unwavering. I didn't come looking for trouble. But if you're looking to die, I won't stop you. Among strays, the moment you showed fear, you were done. You had to be ferocious. Make them doubt. Make them hesitate. Then, maybe, they'd let you go. But this was his turf. And letting a loner walk away with food? That would be shameful. The mastiff wasn't going to let that happen. Drop the bone. Then you can leave. The ninetales let out a low, rumbling growl. This is mine. Try to take it. And you die. The other dogs snarled, baring their fangs. The ninetales' eyes turned icy cold. If they wanted to take from it, then they'd have to pay in blood. The mastiff, still towering over them all, watched in silence. This stray, even when surrounded, still wouldn't back down. But numbers were on its side. It wasn't afraid. It was time to settle this. The mastiff dropped the bloody cat. The ninetales released its bone. A fight was about to begin. A hoarse, guttural growl rumbled from the ninetales' throat. Take down the leader, take down the pack. Without hesitation, the ninetales lunged straight for the mastiff. Before the other dogs could react, its fangs sank into the mastiff's throat. Sharp teeth tore through flesh. Blood spilled instantly. The mastiff let out a furious roar, thrashing wildly. And the other strays attacked. They bit. They tore. They ripped at the ninetales' body. But the ninetales did not let go. It refused. Even as its body was shredded by claws and teeth. Even as pain burned through every nerve. It held on tighter. If it had to die, it would take this bastard down with it. Blood poured from the mastiff's neck, soaking the ground beneath them. And finally, The mastiff collapsed. Dead. The ninetales released its grip. Blood dripped from its mouth. Its entire body was covered in wounds, deep, gaping bite marks from the wild attack. But it was still standing. The mastiff lay in a pool of its own blood, its body twitching, its life fading. The other dogs froze. Their leader, gone. They had no orders. No direction. The ninetales lifted its head, eyes burning with rage. Get lost. The strays hesitated for only a second. Then turned tail and ran. The alley fell silent. The ninetales watched them disappear. Then, its legs gave out. It collapsed. Its breathing was ragged. Its body throbbed with pain. 10 against 1 had been too much. But what choice did it have? Strays don't get choices. Survive. Or die. The ninetales dreamed. It was back in the shinobi world. Back when it was the mighty-tailed beast. It saw an old man, standing before it. You must understand peace. You must learn to coexist. To understand one another. Then it woke up. Pain flared through its body. Where is this? Anne. It was starving. As it tried to sit up, something soft pressed against its chest. Something warm. A white ball of fluff. What the? The ninetales nudged it with its paw. It was a cat. A pure white cat, without a single speck of dirt. And around its neck. A blue collar. A pet. Who are you? The cat stirred, blinking awake. And the moment it saw the ninetales, its face lit up with joy. Hero. Hero. You're my hero. The ninetales froze. What? What did you just call me? The white cat tilted its head. You saved me from those monsters. That makes you my hero. It nuzzled against the ninetales' fur, rubbing its cheek against it. Close. Warm. Affectionate. The ninetales stiffened. From the moment it could remember, it had always been alone. It had never had companions. Never had warmth. And now, someone was getting this close. Fear gripped its chest. Not fear of death. Not fear of battle. But fear of this strange warmth. Even when it had been surrounded by 10 strays, it hadn't felt a hint of fear. But now, it didn't know what to do. Stop clinging to me. It grumbled, shaking itself slightly. And tell me, what happened after I blacked out? Your wounds, they seem much better. Its tone was awkward. The white cat, still beaming, replied cheerfully. Oh. A human came. They treated our wounds. They also said something weird. Something about how, when a life has love, it also has weakness. So strange, right? The ninetales stiffened. It glanced around. The alley was still dark. But the mastiff's body was gone. It narrowed its eyes. The pack would come back. It had to leave. Now. But the white cat, still happily chatting, didn't seem to notice the danger. Oh. By the way, my name's Xiao. What's yours, hero? Kurama. The ninetales huffed. Irritated. But for some reason, it didn't push the cat away. Chapter 73, A Friend. Friends. What is a friend? Officially, a friend is someone who shares the same interests and values, a kindred spirit. A few days later, Ninetales gained a little follower. Maybe it was because he had been lonely for too long, or maybe he just knew that a naive little pet cat like Xiao wouldn't survive among strays without protection. By some twist of fate, the two strays became friends. Through their conversations, Ninetales finally understood how Xiao ended up leaving its owner. It was simple, for freedom. From birth, Xiao had lived in a beautiful world. There was always food, water, and play. Unlike the strays, Xiao had never known hardship. Its owner adored it, showering it with endless love and affection. It was the kind of life that every stray dreamed of. But as the saying goes, we always long for what we can't have. Xiao would sit by the window, staring at the world outside. It wanted to see it. It didn't understand how dangerous the outside world was. It only knew, it wanted freedom. Even if it meant giving up everything. When Ninetales first heard Xiao's story, he could only feel a deep, aching frustration. A life of comfort and love, thrown away. Just to become a stray, struggling to survive day by day. Then, one day, a small opportunity appeared. Xiao's owner forgot to close the window. Without hesitation, Xiao leapt out, chasing its dream of freedom. Maybe it was the scent of freedom, too intoxicating to resist. But Xiao got lost. And ended up in dog territory. Naive little Xiao thought all living beings were as kind as its owner. It trusted everyone without question, offering kindness to every creature it met. The result was predictable. If not for Ninetales, that tiny pet cat would have died. Sometimes, Ninetales wondered, if he could be a pet instead of a stray. If he had an owner like Xiao's, would he be happier? Hero. Where are we finding food today? Xiao was overjoyed. It was truly happy, free to run wherever it pleased, no longer confined to a tiny house where every day was just eat, sleep, repeat. Its constant, overflowing kindness gave Ninetales a headache. This naive little thing was better off with its owner. If it stayed with him, sooner or later, something bad would happen. That thought surfaced in Ninetales' mind before he even realized it. Look, hero. Look what I found. Xiao dashed forward and pulled a half-opened can from a pile of trash. Inside were a few fish, still fresh, just recently thrown away. Ninetales walked over, sniffing it carefully. It hadn't gone bad. Hero. You eat first. It must be delicious. Xiao's eyes sparkled, bright like shining stars. Ninetales grabbed a fish from the can, then nudged it toward Xiao. You eat too. It's not every day strays find food like this. Hero, you're so nice. My owner would love you. You should come to my house one day, I'll treat you to my favorite steak. To Ninetales, the world had always been dark. But Xiao was the only flower blooming in that darkness. The only one that had ever shown it kindness. And a flower like this belonged in its own world, not in the world of strays. Ninetales remembered how it had been shunned by other strays because of its 9 tails and red fur. Even among animals, outsiders were still treated differently. Despite being fellow strays, none of them had ever shown Ninetales kindness. So it made up its mind, before it died, it would return Xiao to its owner. Ninetales didn't know why this thought had taken root. Maybe it was because it had seen light, and it cherished that light. It didn't want to see it fade away. And so, the two strays shared their meal, feasting on the salty fish. A simple, happy moment, passing by little. As morning broke, Ninetales slowly woke up. But the soft, fluffy little creature that should have been nestled in its arms was gone. Probably out wandering again. It was Xiao's first time in the outside world, it was too excited to sit still. Sometimes, it would skip sleep in the mornings just to run around. Luckily, this area wasn't claimed by dog packs or other strays. As long as Xiao didn't wander too far, Ninetales could track it down by scent. The sun rose higher into the sky. That little one, who usually would have been back by now, was still missing. Ninetales started to feel uneasy, a feeling it had never experienced before. Where the hell did that little one go? Following Xiao's scent, Ninetales began its search. As it tracked the trail, it started to notice another scent mixed in with Xiao's. Dogs. A bad feeling crept into Ninetales' heart. No way, something bad wouldn't have happened, right? Pushing forward, Ninetales soon spotted a familiar stray. That same mangy mutt from before. At that moment, the dog was gnawing on a bone, chewing and licking at it greedily. As soon as Ninetales approached, the mutt spotted him. Its once proudly raised tail immediately tucked between its legs. Ah! Boss! Please, have mercy. Want some bone? Ninetales' eyes flashed with disgust, but instead of lashing out, it simply asked. Have you seen a white cat? The one your boss bullied before. The mutt, terrified, pressed itself against the ground, struggling to remember. I think I saw it this morning, ran off ahead. Probably in trouble. Word is, that area belongs to a dog that escaped from a fighting ring, real nasty one. Ninetales' heart sank. Without another word, it tore off towards Xiao's scent. At that moment, inside an abandoned building, a few stray dogs were toying with a small, white kitten. They bit at it, swatted it with their paws, and even threw it off the ledge. Luckily, Xiao was agile, otherwise, that fall would have already killed it. You bastards. Just you wait. Hero will come and save me. Xiao curled into itself, holding its head tightly, its voice brave, but the fear in its expression was impossible to hide. Then, from the shadows, a pit bull stepped forward. A massive dog, its entire body covered in bite scars. Its presence alone was enough to make it clear, this was no ordinary stray. Hero. The pit bull let out a low chuckle. In our world, do you really think heroes exist? Is your so-called hero a human? Its voice grew colder. Do you not understand? To them, we're nothing but toys. As it spoke, it bared its teeth, a mouth full of metal. Its original teeth had been worn down, destroyed in countless fights. But these steel jaws, they were harder, deadlier than before. Seeing the pit bull's ruthless gaze, Xia instinctively curled up tighter, as if it could somehow protect itself. The pack of dogs around them burst into laughter. Degree. Hungry for more chaps? Then check out our Patreon. Link, patreon.com/baphometfiction. I post 20 advanced chapters of this fanfic there. Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 74, Tragedy. The pit bull had clearly suffered endless torment at the hands of humans. In the dogfighting ring, to keep the dogs as savage as possible, the organizers used unspeakable cruelty, constantly pushing them to the brink of madness. Even as Xia curled up, trembling, it refused to back down. Hero isn't my owner, but he'll come. He'll come and defeat you all. Not a human. The pit bull's interest was piqued. A hero among strays? How amusing. Little thing, if I kill you right now, what do you think your so-called hero will do? Its eyes glowed red, jaws widening, metal teeth glinting with the promise of death. Xia couldn't stop trembling. At that moment, Ninetales burst into the room. And took in the scene before it. Get away from her. With a furious snarl, Ninetales charged straight at the pit bull. Seeing its opponent rush in like a mad dog, the pit bull's blood boiled. This was familiar, this rush of battle, this wild, unhinged rage. Just like back in the ring. In the fighting pit, there were no winners or losers. Only the dead. Every dog inside was a beast. A monster. Hero. Xia's voice was filled with joy as it saw Ninetales arrive. The dozen or so stray dogs around them rose to their feet. Anyone who interferes, dies. The pit bull's cold voice froze the air. For dogs, instinct was etched into their bones. Even after escaping the ring, the pit bull remained a fighter to its core. In the world of fighting dogs, battle had only two outcomes: survival or death. And no matter what, a dogfight was never to be interrupted. This was a duel. A battle of pride. For a fighter like the pit bull, interference would be an insult. An insult that could never be forgiven. Even dogs had their own beliefs. Ninetales didn't understand why the surrounding strays suddenly backed off, but it didn't care. This was its chance. Jaws wide, it lunged for the pit bull's throat. The pit bull did the same. In an instant, they clashed. Tearing. Biting. Clawing at each other's flesh without hesitation. Blood sprayed across the room. Two beasts. Two maniacs. Watching the sheer ferocity of the fight, the stray dogs around them flinched. It had only been a few exchanges. Yet when they separated, neither had a single unscarred inch of skin. Again. The pit bull snarled and charged once more. Experience. That was where the pit bull had the upper hand. At first, Ninetales held its ground through sheer brutality, matching its opponent bite for bite. But as the battle dragged on, it began to falter. It was losing. Then Xiao leapt into the fight. Jumping onto the pit bull's back, it clawed and scratched wildly. "Don't bully hero." Furious at this interference, the pit bull snapped. "Get lost." It opened its massive jaws. And sank its metal teeth into Xiao's body. Then, it flung the kitten out the window. Outside was a road. Cars raced past, speeding recklessly. For strays, the streets were just as deadly as cruel humans. Ninetales knew this all too well. At that moment, its rage exploded. Rack. With a thunderous roar, Ninetales slammed into the pit bull, sending it flying. The abandoned building was falling apart, walls crumbling with age. A place so broken, no human would ever live here. Only strays, cats and dogs with nowhere else to go, would choose to live in a place like this. Ninetales and the pit bull fell through a gaping hole in the cracked wall. Beneath them was a deep pit, filled with broken concrete, twisted steel rods, debris from the abandoned building. Blood splattered everywhere. Ninetales' entire body screamed with pain. A protruding steel bar had pierced into its abdomen. Thankfully, it wasn't very long, just a few centimeters deep. The pit bull, however, wasn't as lucky. A single, sharp steel rod had impaled its skull straight through. Dead. Ninetales struggled to stand, dragging itself out of the pit. The surrounding stray dogs, seeing their leader dead and witnessing Ninetales' rabid fury, began to back away. Strays were survivors above all else. They didn't seek revenge, they only wanted to live. One by one, they scattered. Dragging its wounded body, Ninetales made its way to the edge of the road. Cars roared past, their engines screaming. And there, in the middle of the street, Xiao shivered violently, unable to move. Seeing that Xiao was still alive, Ninetales breathed a sigh of relief. "You're okay. I'm here. Watch the cars carefully, come over slowly. Hero." Xiao, bloodied and weak, forced itself to move, step by step, crossing the road. Finally, it reached the sidewalk. Safe. For the first time, Ninetales felt something new, relief. But then, a black car suddenly swerved off the road and onto the sidewalk. Xiao had no time to react before it was sent flying. Screech. Brakes screeched against the pavement. A fat, middle-aged man stepped out of the car, rubbing his drowsy eyes. "Damn, I think I dozed off, did I hit something?" Then, spotting the white cat's motionless body, he sighed in relief. "Ugh. Just some filthy stray." Without a second thought, he kicked Xiao's body aside, sending it tumbling into the grass. Ninetales watched it all. Its heart ripped apart. No. It lunged at the man, jaws snapping with murderous rage. Holy, where the hell did this crazy dog come from? The man scrambled back into his car, slamming the door shut. Engine revving. And just like that, the black car sped away, vanishing into the distance. No. 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 For the first time ever, Ninetales felt something far worse than pain. It had lost a friend. And worse, it had broken its promise. In the grass, Xiao's life was fading fast. This isn't how it's supposed to be. Dragging itself closer, Ninetales collapsed beside Xiao, its body aching, its heart shattering. Then, a flood of memories hit it like an explosion. It all came back. Who it really was. Ninetales. Kurama. A tailed beast of immense power, a creature feared by all. Its chakra, a force of destruction. Its existence, a symbol of terror. No one had ever understood it. It had always been alone. But right now, the only thing that could save Xiao was a human. Ninetales threw back its head and howled in fury. Human. Show yourself. Even if this world was a lie. Its feelings were real. From the shadows, Ren slowly approached. What's with all the screaming? He sighed lazily. Ninetales gritted its teeth. Save her. Ren's smirk widened. No. Ninetales knew what this man wanted. Looking down at its dying friend, Ninetales clenched its teeth. And made its choice. Fine. I lose. I won't resist anymore. I'll become your Jinchuriki. Is that enough? Ren crouched down, grinning. Hurts, doesn't it? He reached out, tracing a finger along Xiao's blood-stained fur. The pain of losing your only friend hurts way more than any wound, doesn't it? His voice grew softer, almost amused. I think I finally understand Nagato a little. After all, only those who felt true pain can truly understand each other. Degree. Chapter 75, Destiny. Everything froze. Time itself stopped. Ren Asakura looked at Ninetales and continued speaking. I wasn't trying to make you surrender. I just wanted you to try. To understand. To make friends. To trust them. So, yeah, I used some underhanded tricks to crack open that thick skull of yours. Ninetales fell silent. Then. Fine. Whatever you say. Ren Asakura smirked and snapped his fingers. Time began to flow again. All the wounds on Ninetales and Xia vanished. Xia slowly woke up, surprised to find itself completely healed. But it didn't dwell on it. Instead, the little cat immediately started circling around Ninetales, excited beyond words. Hero. Hero. I knew you'd come save me. Ninetales, however, was no longer the same. No matter how real this world felt. The pain, the joy, the emotions. It was all fake. Human. Can you send this little one home? Ren Asakura smiled. Of course. Just then. A red sports car sped down the road. As it approached, it screeched to a sudden halt. A cute girl in a white dress jumped out of the car, her eyes wide in shock. Xia. Before Xia could even react, the girl had already scooped it up into her arms. Ha! My owner. I finally found you. Where have you been these past few days? It's so dirty outside. What if you ate something bad? Her voice was filled with love and worry. Ninetales turned away. Ready to leave. Humans couldn't understand a cat's words. Xia meowed loudly, twisting in the girl's arms. Hero, hero. My owner's here. Look, look. But Ninetales was already gone. Vanished from the world. The girl carried the struggling Xia back into the car. The engine roared. And the red sports car sped off into the distance, leaving only a crimson blur. The world around them began to blur. Ren Asakura flipped open the script in his hands. Man, who would have thought a cliché novel like this could be so fun? And my imitation of the infinite Tsukimi? Way more entertaining than I expected. So this is what it feels like to control someone's fate. This is what it's like to write tragedy. Ninetales woke up. For the real world, only an instant had passed. But to Ninetales, it had felt like an entire lifetime. Ren Asakura released his grip. Let's go, Kurama. Now that you've been through this, maybe, just maybe, you'll finally be able to understand others. Of course, Ninetales' current form wasn't exactly suited to enter the Hidden Leaf Village just like that. But in the end, Ninetales was just chakra. Without hesitation, Ren Asakura absorbed Ninetales into his own body. Konoha Hospital. Thankfully, the village's invasion hadn't destroyed the hospital. Kushina Uzumaki lay on the hospital bed, her hand held tightly by Minato Namikaze. Tsunade stood nearby, pouring all her effort into healing. As expected of the Uzumaki clan, their life force was monstrous. Minato wasn't too worried. After all, the group leader was about to arrive. And sure enough, in a flash, Ren Asakura appeared inside the hospital room. The room was relatively empty, save for the family and Tsunade, who was overseeing the treatment. Tsunade's brow furrowed the moment she saw him. Who are you? Minato Namikaze quickly introduced him. He's a friend of mine. He knows medical ninjutsu. Tsunade didn't pay much attention. She continued her treatment, not believing anyone in the ninja world could surpass her in medical skills. Ren Asakura smiled. Well, if it isn't Lady Tsunade. You're even bigger than I imagined. Tsunade's eyes narrowed dangerously. You've got some nerve, huh? No, you misunderstood. Ren Asakura waved his hands innocently. I was talking about your age. Right, Auntie Tsunade? He smiled, as if he were an honest child. Tsunade gritted her teeth. If she weren't in the middle of emergency treatment, she would have sent him flying with her monster strength. Meanwhile, Kushina Uzumaki had already fallen unconscious. Her life force was rapidly fading. Ren Asakura clapped his hands together. Alright, enough small talk. Time to save her. Tsunade frowned in confusion as Ren placed his hand on Kushina's stomach. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of life force poured into Kushina's body. Her wounds healed. Every hidden injury vanished. The damage from losing Ninetales disappeared, instantly. Hell, even the recovery period from childbirth was skipped altogether. Kushina's eyes fluttered open. She felt refreshed, as if she had just woken up from the best nap of her life. The exhaustion from childbirth? Gone. The life-threatening damage from Ninetales' extraction? Gone. She felt like she was back in her prime. Tsunade stared in shock. As the top medical ninja, she knew exactly what should have happened to Kushina. Losing a tailed beast? For an ordinary person, that was instant death. Kushina tried to sit up, but Tsunade rushed forward. Hold on. Let me check. After a frantic round of examinations. Asakura, in One Punch Man's world, hard work actually does pay off. Saitama broke his limiter through training, allowing him to grow infinitely stronger at an absurd rate. That's his unique talent. Ren Asakura, in the Hero Association, S-Class Hero, Superalloy Dark Shine, became ridiculously strong purely through extreme training. Same with Tank Top Master. Mingfei, so does that mean I can do it too? Ren Asakura, sorry, different power systems. Mingfei. Ren Asakura, but what are you so scared of? As long as I'm here, those four-legged lizards in your world are just a bunch of overgrown reptiles. Stick with me, and I'll carry you to the top. Mingfei, I will hold on to the group leader's thigh with all my might. I'll be the most loyal underling. If the group leader tells me to go east, I won't go west. If the group leader tells me to go south, I won't go north. Ren Asakura, sigh. Your shameless devotion leaves me speechless. Mingfei, there's no shame in clinging to the strong. Saitama, by the way, group leader, do you want to visit my world? Last time I visited your place, you were a great host. Oh yeah, I should be meeting Genos soon. Ren Asakura, Genos is a good guy. Though blinded by vengeance, he's still a righteous hero. After his hometown was destroyed, he's been searching for the one responsible. Saitama, yeah. I'll help him out. Ren Asakura, I'd love to visit your world, Saitama, but I've already skipped school for quite a while. I should probably check in again. After all, I'm still a high school junior. Mingfei, do you even need to go to school? With your strength, you could rule the world. Ren Asakura, I'd never do something so boring. Mingfei, the ultimate dream of any ambitious person, and you think it's boring? Ren Asakura, boring as hell. What's the point of ruling the world? Other than feeling empty, lonely, and cold, there's nothing to gain. I'd rather enjoy my high school life to the fullest. Mingfei, high school life is fun. Damn it, why is mine so miserable? Ren Asakura, your youth, my youth, we're not the same. Mingfei, carrot. Minato Namikaze, that's right. We should learn to enjoy life. Some things are beyond our control, so the best we can do is change our mindset. Mingfei, TCH, you damn winner at life. I heard you're already planning for a second child. Minato Namikaze. Ren Asakura, Mingfei, do you want a wife? Mingfei, question mark. Ren Asakura, let me go over there, and I'll snatch that little kaiju for you. Mingfei, kidnapping is illegal. Ren Asakura, who cares? If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, who's gonna know? As for your future brother-in-law, we can just ship him off to France to sell special oils. Mingfei, Sigma, degree. Degree. Hungry for more chaps? Then check out our Patreon. Link, patreon.com/baphometfiction. I post 20 advanced chapters of this fanfic there. Comment. 7 comment. Vote. Chapter 79, Back to High School. A new day, bright and sunny. The sun shone high in the sky. After skipping school for more than half a month, Ren Asakura was finally going back, and he was late. He stretched lazily and sat up in bed. Glancing at his phone, he checked the time. 9 a.m. Looks like I'm late. Might as well skip today too. Just as he was about to lie back down and sleep a little longer, his phone rang. Ding! Seeing the name on the screen, Ren Asakura smiled. The moment he picked up the call, an angry voice exploded from the other side. Didn't you say you were coming to school today? Where are you? Ren yawned, still half asleep. Slept in. Figured I'd skip another day. At this point, what's one more absence? There was a brief silence before a furious roar came through the speaker. You damn problem child. Even if you're late, you still have to come to school. Ren sighed in resignation. Okay. No problem. After hanging up, he went through his usual morning routine, washing up, getting dressed. Putting on his school uniform, he headed out. By the time he reached school, the gates were already closed. So, he climbed over. No embarrassment. No hesitation. Arriving at his classroom, he knocked on the door and opened it in one motion. Teacher, I'm late. Shizuka, who was in the middle of teaching, twitched slightly. Saying that so righteously, is that really okay? Go to your seat. Now. Ren flashed a wide grin. Got it. No problem, Shizuka. If they weren't in class, Shizuka would have used her beloved iron fist on him. Ren made his way to his seat and turned to his desk partner, Megumi Kato. Long time no see, hui hui. Miss me? Megumi's expression didn't change much, her voice as calm as ever. While you were skipping class, Sensei was pretty mad. You'd better be careful. Ren grinned. No worries. If she hits me, it just means she cares. Megumi tilted her head slightly, looking adorably puzzled. I have a feeling it might be more serious this time. Ren gave her a thumbs up. It'll be fine. At that moment, a piece of chalk flew through the air at high speed. And struck Ren square on the forehead. From the podium, Shizuka smiled, but there was no warmth in it. No chatting during class, Ren Asakura. Megumi could only shake her head helplessly. She returned her focus to the lesson. With Ren gone, her invisibility had returned. In class, she was a background character. Even in the service club, it was the same. Her life had once again returned to its peaceful, uneventful state. After suffering through Shizuka's loving iron fist, Ren Asakura made a solemn vow. That he would definitely do it again. Service club. The room was quieter than usual. What was once a 5-person club now had only 2 members left. Hachiman Hikigaya and Yukino Shida. Megumi Kato was there too, but with her almost non-existent presence, it was hard to tell. Yui Yugahama, due to some personal matters, wouldn't be coming for a while. Suddenly, the clubroom door swung open. Ren Asakura stood in the doorway, grinning. Missed me, guys? I'm back. Yukino Shida, without looking up from her book, spoke in a cool tone. You're back. I thought you had completely forgotten to return. Hachiman Hikigaya waved a hand lazily as a greeting. Where's Miss Dango? She's usually the most energetic one here, why isn't she around? Hachiman fell silent. Yukino responded indifferently. It seemed she had a fight with Hikigaya. Hachiman put his book down. I don't think our relationship is even close enough for us to have a proper fight. Yukino nodded. Then I suppose it's a war. Ren Asakura scratched his head. A fight? Miss Dango is so gentle, she actually gets into arguments. Alright, enough blocking the doorway. Standing behind him, Shizuka lightly karate chopped his head. Ow. Ren exaggeratedly rubbed his head. Shizuka, you can't just go around hitting people's heads, they'll get dumber. That wouldn't be a bad thing for you. You're already too smooth-tongued for your own good. She walked into the service club, noting how quiet it was. Megumi Kato followed her inside, found her usual spot, and quietly sat down. The peaceful scene suited her well. She then pulled a light novel from her bag. Love Metronome, by Kasumi Yutako. Ren leaned over. Oh, this is by that super popular female author. Megumi nodded. Yeah. It's really well written. If not for you, I wouldn't have realized how interesting light novels can be. Ren pulled up a chair. Words capture human emotions, while stories record imagination and experiences. A great story lets people immerse themselves in different lives, it's all about stepping into the protagonist's shoes. Megumi nodded again in agreement. On the other side of the room, Shizuka let out a frustrated sigh. Can someone educate these problem children? At least make them behave a little. Yukino also looked helpless. Sensei, you're pushing such a difficult task onto a student. Is that really okay? Shizuka sighed, then suddenly remembered another club member. What about Yui Yugahama? If she doesn't attend club activities, we'll have to consider it a withdrawal. Yukino replied, you should ask Hikigaya about that. Hachiman. Shizuka sat down, looking directly at him. If friends argue, just apologize already. I really don't understand you stubborn teenagers. Anyway, figure out a way to bring Yui back. She's still a member of this club, after all. Yukino thought for a moment, then nodded. As the club president, she was responsible for her members. Understood. Shizuka nodded in satisfaction. Alright, then it's settled. She left happily. After all, pushing problems onto others was always the best solution. Yukino fell into thought, considering how to handle the Yui situation. Ren watched in silence, recalling events from the original storyline. I can't believe so much has happened while I was gone. Well, this is easy to solve. Old man can probably swallow his pride, his specialty is taking all the blame himself. No point hesitating. Teenage years only come once. It's best to avoid regrets. Ren suddenly stood up. Everyone, look at me. Look at me. The others turned to him. With a cheeky grin, he asked. Hey, do you guys remember what's happening in 2 days? Yukino thought for a moment. Before she could answer, Ren spoke up. It's Miss Dango's birthday. As her friends, shouldn't we prepare a gift? Yukino's eyes flickered with realization. I see. Ren Asakura, you're more thoughtful than I expected. Chapter 80, Birthday Plans. To be honest, Yukino Shida would have come up with this idea even without Ren Asakura's reminder. Though she wouldn't admit it out loud, she had already accepted her club members as friends. A kind girl is well liked everywhere. Actually, you guys must have noticed by now, Miss Dango's email username contains 0618. Of course, with your levels of social awkwardness, you'd never ask about it. But I would. Ren declared proudly. Megumi Kato clapped politely. Alright, we have to take this chance to bring Miss Dango back into the service club. Otherwise, once I start skipping class again, there'll be no fun left in the club. We're students, we need to enjoy our youth. If our youth is full of regrets, we'll end up like that unlucky guy, Mingfei. Ren spoke loudly, expressing everything on his mind. It wasn't easy to be this outspoken, no matter who you were. Megumi's lips curled into a faint smile as she thought to herself, Ren Asakura is still as impressive as ever, like a shining sun. Yui Yugahama hadn't been coming to the club for quite some time. Without her, the atmosphere had become much quieter. Megumi had a fondness for kind-hearted girls, but she couldn't think of a way to fix the situation. Yukino nodded, voicing her thoughts. That's right. But even if Yui really plans to leave the club, I still want to celebrate her birthday and properly thank her for everything she's done for me. Ren chuckled as he walked over to Hachiman Hikigaya. Old man, nobody was really at fault back then. I know you have a lot of history, but trust me, Miss Dango is a good girl. A really kind girl. So just thicken your skin a little and say what's on your mind. Don't wait until you lose this friend and end up full of regret. Ren patted Hachiman's back firmly. Hachiman twitched at the impact. I'll try. Ren kept grinning. You're a great guy. Sure, you like to self-destruct and take all the damage alone, but I gotta admit, your thick skin is impressive. Just don't go losing such a good friend. Hachiman nodded. Ren then turned to everyone and raised his voice. Alright, that settles it. On our day off, let's meet at the mall to pick out a gift. We're sure to find the perfect gift. Everyone thought for a moment, her birthday was coming up fast. The weekend was their only chance to find something suitable. Since no one had prior plans, they all agreed. Weekend, early morning. The group gathered in front of the shopping mall. Outside of school, everyone was dressed casually. Ren wore a tracksuit. Hachiman did the same. The two girls, on the other hand, were in dresses. Yukino had her hair tied into twin tails. Ren cheered. Oh. Everyone's here. Yukino looked at the massive mall, lowered her head in thought, and then spoke. The mall is huge. Where should we go first? Does anyone have a plan? Hachiman glanced at the mall directory and pointed. Let's be efficient. I'll start exploring from this side. Yukino pointed in the opposite direction. Then I'll take this side. Ren raised an eyebrow. Splitting up is definitely efficient, but wouldn't it be better to have someone else's opinion? Otherwise, we might end up picking the wrong gift. Yukino Shida thought about her own sense of aesthetics, then nodded. You're right. Sometimes, choosing a gift requires listening to others' opinions. My values are quite different from the average high school girl. Ren Asakura continued. How about we pair up? That way, we can get a second opinion on the gifts we choose. It was a good idea, and Hachiman Hikigaya agreed. How should we split the teams? Ren glanced at everyone before casually suggesting. I'll team up with Megumi, and Yukino will go with Hachiman. Yukino and Hachiman exchanged glances. Why are the two of us paired together? Yukino asked. Ren sighed. Because if I leave Megumi with you two, there's a good chance she'll get lost while you're browsing. Her presence is so faint that it could actually happen. At that moment, Yukino suddenly realized something. Wait, where's Megumi? Ren replied casually. She just went to buy ice cream. Didn't you guys notice? Hachiman looked a little embarrassed. Honestly, no, I didn't. Ren clapped his hands. Alright then, this will be the team setup. We'll listen to each other's opinions while picking gifts, then regroup and give feedback. That way, we'll find the best possible present. Just then, Megumi returned, holding 4 ice creams. I saw a nice ice cream stand over there, so I bought some. Try it. No one refused. And with that, they began their search around the mall. Ren and Megumi walked through the first-floor shopping area. There were plenty of clothing stores, and many shoppers were trying on outfits in the fitting rooms. Megumi carefully scanned the area. I don't know Yui's exact size, so the clothing section might not work. Ren, full of energy, responded. Alright, let's move to the next floor. The mall was filled with couples strolling around, making Ren and Megumi blend right in. They took the escalator up to the second floor, where there were lots of snack shops on one side and jewelry stores on the other. Ren pointed toward the jewelry section. Let's check that area out. Megumi nodded. Okay. They browsed through the selections, exchanging opinions on different pieces. Whenever they found something suitable, they took note of it but didn't buy anything just yet. After all, they had only just started, and there might be even better options later. As time passed, more and more people filled the mall, and soon, it became crowded. If it were anyone else, they might have lost track of Megumi in the crowd. Her ability to seemingly disappear in a crowd was almost supernatural. Ren placed a hand over his forehead as he looked at the bustling scene ahead. Wow, as expected on a weekend, so many people. Don't get separated now, or it'll be a pain to find each other. Megumi stood close to Ren, their shoulders almost touching. This floor appeared to be a toy store section. Many shops had employees dressed in mascot costumes at their entrances. Children ran around excitedly, gathering near the mascots. Look, look! There are balloons! A child suddenly shouted. In an instant, a swarm of kids rushed toward the mascot holding the balloons. Amid the chaos, a few children accidentally bumped into Megumi as they passed by. She lost her balance and stumbled backward. Ren reacted quickly, catching both Megumi and the children. Once Megumi steadied herself, he gently let go. Then, crouching down, he ruffled the little boy's hair. You shouldn't run so fast, you might bump into someone. The boy nodded, looking a little embarrassed. Ren smiled. Alright, go have fun. Just watch where you're going next time. Thank you, big brother. The child beamed before running off to join his friends at the balloon stand. Ren watched them go, a nostalgic expression on his face. Ah, being a kid was great. So carefree. Chapter 81, Gift. The crowd around them kept growing. To avoid the same situation from earlier, Ren Asakura reached out and held Megumi Kato's hand. Megumi didn't resist. Judging from her expression, she didn't seem to find anything strange about it. Ren felt the same. Holding her hand was simply a way to avoid any accidents in the crowded space. Right now, Ren wasn't particularly interested in romance. Because of lifespan. The concept of lifespan, a truly terrifying thing. Ren didn't want to think about it, but the difference in lifespans would inevitably become apparent with time. Human life, and spirit, was simply too short. Even if the body became eternal, the soul and mind would eventually decay alongside it. Ren didn't want such things to happen in this otherwise ordinary, non-supernatural world. Even more so, he didn't want his friends' souls to be tainted by such ideas. After a loop around the mall, Ren noticed a mug with a cute puppy design. Thinking about Yui Yugahama's pet, he decided this would be the perfect gift and bought it. Megumi, with her keen sense of observation, picked out a bracelet. She'd noticed Yui liked wearing them. Hachiman Hikigaya and Yukino Shida had also made their choices. Hachiman remembered the accident he had. It was caused by Yui's dog breaking free from its collar and running into the street during a red light. He'd gotten into a car crash trying to save it. It all started with a faulty collar. So, he decided to get a better one. Yukino picked out a light pink apron. After choosing their gifts, Ren called Hachiman. The call connected after just 2 rings. Hey, Hachiman, you guys done picking gifts? Just finished. What about you two? Hachiman replied. Ren looked at the shopping bag in his hand. We're done too. Where are you now? We'll come to you. Hachiman looked around and gave their current floor. Got it. Ren hung up, still holding Megumi's hand, and looked ahead. Let's go. Megumi nodded. Elsewhere, Yukino hadn't expected to run into her sister. Haruno Yukino Shida, a big sister who was amazing in every way. Yukino had always looked up to her, even copying her blindly without knowing what she really wanted. Haruno greeted them with bright enthusiasm. Her overwhelming energy even made Hachiman visibly uncomfortable. In the end, it was Yukino who stepped in and brought the conversation to a close. Someone like Hachiman, a socially anxious introvert, could barely handle being greeted so warmly by a girl. Watching Haruno walk away, Hachiman let out a small sigh. Your sister really is impressive. Out of everyone I've met, I think only Ren Asakura can match her. But they're different. Ren's a total problem child who doesn't even bother to hide it. Your sister, on the other hand, is perfect. So perfect it almost doesn't feel real. Yukino replied calmly. Perfect, huh? Everyone says that when they meet her. But you're right. Maybe only Ren can compare with her in some ways. In chasing after a perfect image, she had forgotten herself. Hachiman glanced at Yukino. Well, even so, you're not bad either, you know. Was that a roundabout way of praising yourself just now? Yukino's face remained expressionless. She seemed lost in thought, until suddenly, the sound of a dog barking echoed from the distance. When Ren Asakura and Megumi Kato found Yukino Shida and Hachiman Hikigaya, Yui Yugahama was also there. For some reason, the atmosphere felt a little awkward. Yui looked at the two couples and gave a slightly embarrassed smile. How could I not realize it? Why didn't I notice it before? I'm usually so good at reading people, how did I miss this? Clearly, Yui had misunderstood something. But birthday gifts are supposed to be a surprise. Now wasn't the time to clarify anything. Which made things, well, even more awkward. What was needed now was someone to break the tension. Ren Asakura jumped right in, speaking with exaggerated surprise. Oh, my God, my Holy Mother Mary. What a miracle to run into my long-lost friend here of all places. Dango, to meet you again here, it's truly fate. Hachiman stared, thinking, what the hell is with this deadly fake foreign accent? Yui chuckled softly, and the awkwardness dissolved in an instant. Long time no see, Ren. You're still as funny as ever. Ren placed his hand on his chest with a solemn expression. Oh, my heavens. It must be that God has heard my prayers, for me to encounter you again like this. Might I be so honored as to offer you my assistance? Yui shook her head. Though the mood had lightened, she still seemed intent on leaving. Ren kept going. Oh, what's with that heartbroken look? Did some blind bastard bully you? My Jehovah. Just say the word and I swear I'll kick him square in the ass. And no, nothing like that. Yui waved her hands quickly, though a trace of sadness flickered in her eyes. In that case, may I have the honor of inviting you to the clubroom this Monday? It's a humble little place, but it's a safe haven in a storm. The liveliness of the past is gone, and I feel such sorrow for it. Ren smoothly changed tones again. Hachiman looked stunned. The way Ren could shift tones so freely, and with that level of shamelessness, he couldn't help but feel inferior. Yukino also stood from her seat and said, There's something I want to say about what's happened between us. Yui, can you come to the clubroom on Monday? Yui seemed like she wanted to refuse, but after seeing the serious look in both Yukino and Ren's eyes, she nodded slightly, then hugged her dog and left with a sad expression. After she was gone, Ren stroked his chin with a knowing look. I feel like, there's a major misunderstanding going on here. Then he turned to Hachiman. Don't mess this up on Monday. You know, cracks in friendships always start with misunderstandings. Those super angsty bad-ending love stories always begin with a tiny miscommunication, and next thing you know, it's all-out emotional warfare. Hachiman rolled his eyes in exasperation. That kind of thing doesn't happen in real life. Ren replied. No, no, no. They say art is higher than life, but it still comes from life. Even a small misunderstanding can ruin a great friendship. Anyway, Hachiman, do your best on Monday. Chapter 82, Reconciliation. Monday. After school. Yui Yugahama stood hesitantly at the door of the service club. Why isn't Dango-chan going in? Ren Asakura had appeared at the door and spoke up. Yui jumped in surprise. Ren opened the door. Anyway, come on in. Everyone's waiting for you. As the sun set, the atmosphere inside the service club room felt a little tense. The moment Yui stepped in, she quickly put on a smile. Yo. Hello. Yukino Shida looked up slightly. Hi. Come in. Yui took her usual seat. At this point, all 5 members of the service club were present. Yugahama-san. As soon as Yukino called her name, Yui tensed up again. You're going to talk about you and Hiki, right? It's a surprise, but I'll give you my blessing. And also to Kato and Ren Asakura. Ren shook his head with a helpless sigh. Can high schoolers have just one clean thought in their heads? Romance isn't nearly as fun as causing chaos. Girls only distract me from my true mission. Megumi Kato remained as serene as ever and quietly pulled out the gift she'd prepared. Yugahama-san, you've misunderstood. Yukino didn't quite understand what Yui was talking about, her values and way of thinking were quite far from those of a typical girl. And when it came to romance, well, she was even further removed. Celebration. Did you already hear about it? I'm really thankful for everything you've done for me before, so I hope. Yukino was referring to the birthday surprise and the gifts they'd prepared for Yui. But Yui thought they were celebrating 2 couples getting together. No need to thank me. I didn't really do anything worth thanking. Ren could tell this misunderstanding was about to spiral out of control. Anyone who's read a tragic love story knows misunderstandings are where all the pain begins. Dango-chan, look over here. Yui turned her head. Ren stood up from his chair and pulled a neatly wrapped gift from his bag. There was even a label on it that said, fragile. Dango. This is for you. Yui froze for a moment. For me. Ren nodded, then turned to the others. Alright everyone, stop hiding your stuff. Let's bring out the gifts we carefully picked out the other day. Yukino took out the pink apron she'd wrapped. Megumi handed over her neatly packaged bracelet. Hachiman brought out his gift too. Yui didn't know what to say, whether it was gratitude or simply being moved. Ren gave a sly little grin, looking proud of himself. Feeling super touched, aren't you? These gifts were all chosen with care. We didn't expect to run into you that day, though, we almost ruined the surprise. Yukino also handed over her own gift. As she received everything, realization suddenly dawned on Yui, and she blurted out in surprise. Wait. Yukino, Hiki, you two aren't dating? Yukino just looked at her, totally confused. Hachiman Hikigaya wore his usual dead fish expression. Yugahama, you totally misunderstood something. Yukino Shida added with a very serious look, in your eyes, is my taste really that bad? After some explanation, Yui Yugahama burst out laughing. Sorry. My bad, I totally misunderstood. At that moment, Ren Asakura gave Hachiman a pat on the back. Go on. Don't forget. Hachiman stood up, looking a little embarrassed. Yugahama, about what I said to you before, don't take it to heart. About saving your dog, well, can we just write it off as the past? I didn't mean to help a specific person, so you don't need to thank a specific person either. Yui looked at Hachiman with a surprised expression, an expression she had never seen on his face before. I think I made things more complicated again. It was supposed to be something really simple. Yukino stared out the window. One of you was the one saved, the other the savior, so there's no need for guilt between you. Everything was the fault of the one who caused it. There was never any need to argue in the first place. Ren Asakura sighed. These three had a complicated dynamic. Yukino continued. Anyway, Yui Yugahama, you didn't do anything wrong. There's no need to get caught up in this. Come back to the club, okay? Yui finally nodded, then looked around at everyone. Then, can I open the presents now? Everyone nodded. A delicate mug, a pink apron, a bracelet, and a collar. Nothing extravagant, but each item carried the warmth and thoughtfulness of friendship. The cracks in their bond had been mended. But new ones were already beginning to form. The offender Yukino had spoken of, was actually herself. My youth romantic comedy is definitely not going smoothly. Ren Asakura shook his head helplessly. Later. Yukino went to inform the teacher that Yui Yugahama would be rejoining club activities. Yui followed after her. A new day. Ren Asakura left the faculty office as usual. Today's Miss Shizuka is still as cute as ever. Inside, the angry voice of Shizuka Hiratsuka could be heard. You little delinquent brat. Meanwhile, in another part of the school, two rather gloomy-looking students stepped out of a different office. They were Yuta Togashi and Rika Takanashi. Unlike Ren's cheerful mood, their vibes were seriously down. Yuta. What do we do? The club's going to be shut down. What should we do? Yuta silently thought, whose fault do you think that is? Scoring only 2 points in math and still bragging like a genius, of course the teacher was gonna catch you. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, full of flair, oh ho. Who do we have here? The Dark Flame Master and the Tyrant's Eye. Judging by your defeated expressions, it seems even you have fallen to the will of the gods. Do you understand now? The true terror of divine power? Yuta turned his head. It was that infamous second-year troublemaker, Ren Asakura. They'd crossed paths once before. Rika Takanashi instantly puffed up. The power of the tyrant's eye is limitless. Not even the gods can stand in my way. Ren gave a wicked smile, his face full of crazed energy. Courage and confidence are the keys to unlocking the door to victory. But without real strength, even with the key, you won't be able to push it open. Gods are not something you can defy in your current state. Yuta let out a tired sigh. Rika's really unbalanced academically, and Nana's way too scheming. If Rika fails again, the new club we just formed will be disbanded. Rika covered one eye with a dramatic pose. It's just math. Before the tyrant's eye, no secret shall remain hidden. Ren dramatically replied, still deep in Chinibu mode, I look forward to your victory, tyrant's eye. Chapter 83, Chinibu Club. Ren Asakura seemed to have had his fill of fun and returned to his normal self. That was pretty fun. By the way, why don't you invite me to hang out in your club? Yuta Togashi blinked in surprise. You want to come to our club? Ren nodded confidently. Yup. Far Eastern Magic Napping Society of Summer. At the entrance. Ren glanced around. I remember this used to be a storage room, right? It was always pretty empty. Never thought it'd turn into your clubroom. Yuta replied with a helpless tone. Nana made us clean it up once, then it accidentally became our new club. They opened the clubroom door. The inside was bustling with energy. Morning. Yuta greeted as he stepped in. Inside the clubroom. Sanai Dekamori was on guard, watching Shinka Nibutani closely. Shinka was scolding the always sleeping Kumin Tsuyuri. When Sanai saw Rika Takanashi walk in, she immediately jumped up excitedly. Master! What happened in the office? And who's the guy behind you? At that moment, everyone turned their attention to Ren Asakura, who was standing behind Yuta. When Ren wasn't in full delinquent mode, he actually looked quite handsome, delicate features, tall figure, and a calm, gentle smile always on his face. If he didn't act like such a troublemaker, he'd totally pass for a proper pretty boy. Hey, everyone, Ren greeted with a relaxed smile. Shinka wasn't expecting a normal person to show up here. Hello, she replied, smoothing out her clothes with a ladylike smile. Hey there, Yawn. Kumin mumbled, half asleep, hugging her pillow. Ren opened his mouth as if he was about to say something outrageous, but held himself back. Aren't you going to invite me in? I'm just here to check out the club. Sanai laughed proudly, arms crossed. Looks like you've been charmed by our mighty society. I just happened to pass by and thought it looked fun. I like interesting things. Ren stepped into the Far Eastern Magic Napping Society. Aside from a few random items, the room contained some desks and chairs. The floor was covered with a large pentagram magic circle. This really is a pretty interesting place. Shinka studied Ren with a curious look. He seemed very familiar, but she couldn't quite place him. Rika stood at the center of the magic circle. With the power of my tyrant's eye, all crises shall be overcome. Sanai's eyes sparkled as she clapped enthusiastically. As expected of Master. Shinka, watching the two of them slip into full-on Chinibu mode again, turned to Yuta. So, what exactly happened? Yuta explained what went down in the office. If Rika failed her next math exam, their club would be disbanded. Shinka had only joined the club to bury her own cringy past, so the news didn't really bother her too much. By the way, this senpai looks super familiar, but I can't figure out who he is. Yuta gave her a reminder. He's the second year who's always ranked number 1. Suddenly, Shinka remembered. Wait, he's that guy. Heh heh. So you found me out after all. Ren Asakura, overhearing the conversation between Shinka Nibutani and Yuta Togashi, flashed a bold, confident grin. Seeing that commanding smile, Shinka's heart suddenly skipped a beat, like she was staring at another full-blown Chinibu case. No way. Yuta nodded solemnly. Far Eastern Magic Napping Society, your fate has become uncertain. Allow me to properly introduce myself, I am Ren Asakura, the Heavenly Tao Immortal. Shinka covered her face. As expected, Chinibu types really do attract each other. Are you an enemy? Sanai Dekamori immediately took a battle stance. Dekamori, Ren Asakura isn't an enemy. He's here to help us, Rika Takanashi said seriously. Ren curled his lips into a wicked smile. The gods have already turned their eyes toward you. Your base of operations is quite fascinating. You've survived here for now, but the trials from the gods will be many. I look forward to your performance. Sanai crossed her arms with conviction. Mere gods are nothing. No one can stand against my master. Rika followed suit, crossing her arms too. That's right. No one can defy the tyrant's eye. Ren placed a hand lightly on his face, his eyes full of madness. Very good. I hope you'll keep that fire burning. Slowly lowering his hand, Ren returned to his normal demeanor. This is such an interesting club. A little Chinibu, sure, but that's just part of youth. The lightning-fast switch in his personality left Shinka completely stunned. Why do you look so surprised? Ren asked with a gentle, kind smile that was nothing like his earlier manic expression. Shinka forced a smile. Just a little, maybe. Ren continued, speaking sincerely. To me, youth is a vital part of life. I want this part of my youth to be free of regrets. I also like making friends, and my friends often have unique traits. To match their wavelengths, I've learned to understand them, to truly get to know them. Shinka nodded, not fully following, but still listening. Chinibu doesn't make someone a bad person. But it often leads to misunderstanding. That's probably why so many of you don't talk about it after graduating. People grow up. But Rika, she's lucky. She met someone who truly understands her, right when she needed it. Ren smiled warmly again. I hope your friendship lasts a long time. So, how about becoming my friends? I'm a great senpai, after all, excellent in all sorts of ways. He flashed a bright, open smile, pure sunshine and charm. Kyumin Tsuyuri, still lying on her pillow, raised her hand lazily. Well then, I look forward to getting along. More friends, more paths in life. Shinka gave a refined but graceful smile. Then. I'll be in your care too, senpai. Rika and Sanai struck a dramatic pose together. We acknowledge you, senpai Asakura. Yuta, meanwhile, looked completely exasperated. I guess we're counting on you too, senpai Asakura. Ren nodded with a smirk. By the way, how do you plan to overcome it this time? The god, heir, teacher's trial. I heard you only got 2 points in math. That's some seriously unbalanced performance. Rika, suddenly reminded of her real problem, got back to studying. Only to start drawing magic circles all over her test paper not long after. Ren, having seen all he needed to, waved goodbye to everyone and headed out. After all, they were all in the same school, he was sure they'd meet again. Even Chinibu, eventually graduates. Chapter 84, Mingfei's Dilemma. Simple daily life passed by just like that. Ren Asakura often liked to browse through the group chat when he had nothing else to do. On this particular day, Mingfei seemed to have realized that his younger brother was arriving soon. And so, he started to take action. He wanted to completely change the course of his life. He wanted to be the lead in his own play. In the group chat. Mingfei, lately, I've been having a really bad feeling. Group owner, Ren Asakura, your mom having a second child. Lu Mingfei, sad face. Ren Asakura, and it's a younger brother? Lu Mingfei. Ren Asakura, planning to steal your inheritance too? Lu Mingfei, no, that's not it, group owner. I'm about to reach the foundation establishment stage. Once that happens, the spiritual energy inside me will liquefy, my dantian and sea of consciousness will fully open, and my meridians will be completely unblocked. Reaching foundation establishment means I'll no longer be a mere mortal. I'll be able to refine magical artifacts, fly with objects, and even destroy buildings or small mountains alone. Ren Asakura, still not flashy enough. Look at a record of a mortal's journey to immortality. When someone reaches foundation establishment there, it's all eye-blinding spells and world-shattering formations. If you didn't say otherwise, I'd have thought you were describing someone at the Grand Ascension stage. Ren Asakura uploaded a clip of a foundation establishment fight from a record of a mortal's journey to immortality. Lu Mingfei, sorry, my foundation establishment is too weak. My bad. Ren Asakura, nah, you're doing great. Remember, even Do emperors needed horses. If you ride a horse too, those Do emperors won't stand a chance. Lu Mingfei, _. Minato Namikaze, recently, after Lu Mingfei learned the shadow clone jutsu, he left a clone in his original world and took his real body to follow Orochimaru. He's been studying and researching cultivation systems, and it looks like he actually made some progress. Orochimaru truly is a genius in scientific research and surprisingly, also a good teacher. Lu Mingfei, though he's a bit creepy. Orochimaru has taught me a lot about battle tactics and experience. The cultivation path he designed for me saved me more than half the time I would have needed otherwise. Normally, reaching the threshold of foundation establishment would have taken way longer. Lu Mingfei, but in just 10 or so days, I went from Chi condensation stage 3 to stage 10. Ren Asakura, Orochimaru really is a genius. Lu Mingfei, yeah. He's been a huge help in both knowledge and research. Ren Asakura, then why not go ahead and establish your foundation? Lu Mingfei, because I have a feeling that the moment I do, that monster inside me will wake up, and my younger brother will come after me. Lu Mingfei, I'm not ready yet. Ren Asakura, _. Lu Mingfei, help me, group owner. I still can't fight back. Saitama, a dragon, huh? I'll come too. Dragon King sounds strong. Lu Mingfei, no matter how strong they are, they can't take one punch from you. Even if they launch an apocalyptic speech attack to destroy a city, that's just like a dragon-level threat in your world. You casually throw one punch and they're toast. Group owner, Ren Asakura, exactly. The civilization in the Dragon Raja world still doesn't have the ability to leave Earth. It's just a level 0.7 civilization. Even dragons are trash compared to nuclear bombs. Saitama, I really still want to fight you one day, group owner. Ren Asakura, there'll definitely be a chance. I also want to see how powerful someone can become when they break their limiter and can grow endlessly. Is there really no limit? Lu Mingfei, hey big guys, aren't we supposed to be discussing how to save me? Ren Asakura, well, you are the weakest in our group. Topics about you tend to get ignored easily. Lu Mingfei, sorry for being this weak, really. Ren Asakura, no worries. I'll just come over and hang out. Relax. I swear on my personality that I won't destroy the world, won't blow up the planet in a rage, and won't wipe out an entire civilization or species. Lu Mingfei, please stop talking, I'm getting scared. Ren Asakura, don't be scared. Even if I do destroy your world, I can still pull you guys out of the ruined timeline. Saitama, I don't really get it, but that sounds crazy impressive. Yorichi Tsujikuni, need any help? Lu Mingfei, Master Yorichi, your martial arts and swordsmanship are unmatched, but Dragon Kings aren't ordinary beings. The human body just isn't strong enough. Ren Asakura, so you're giving up on being human? Lu Mingfei, Exactly. Being human has its limits. I don't want to be human anymore, I want to be a dragon. Saitama, being human is pretty great, though. Like me, just being a hero. Mingfei, big bro, you're an exception. You've already gone beyond what humans should be capable of. Even the gods in your world probably wouldn't be your match. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, then I wish you luck, Mingfei. Mingfei, I'm not too afraid, honestly. I'm just worried the people I summon might be too strong and accidentally destroy the whole world. Yoriichi Tsujikuni, don't worry. The group owner's a good person. Ren Asakura, well said, Master Yorichi. You really get me. Alright, Mingfei, open your world's door. Let me in. I can't wait any longer. Ren Asakura, happy face asterisk. Mingfei, asterisk. Mingfei, group owner, please go easy. My world's just a tiny planet, and our human civilization isn't that strong. Please don't get excited and summon 4 or 5 suns. Ren Asakura, what are you thinking? What's so fun about suns? I'll just use my spatial powers to move a black hole over instead. Mingfei, group owner. Mercy. Ren Asakura, alright, just kidding. By the way, you want a waifu or not? Let's go mess around in Tokyo, grab some hotties, slay some villains, and take over the city. Mingfei, you're too wild, group owner. Ren Asakura, come on, I'm already this badass, why would I hold back? Ever heard of Ultramen? Well, I'm Ultra Ancestor Man. Mingfei, talking big is fine, but I'm a proper citizen with good values and morals, a model student, I'm not doing anything illegal. Ren Asakura, you don't say, I don't say, and if anyone sees, they're dead. Who would know? Mingfei, fair point. Ren Asakura, open up. Back when I read Dragon Raja, I used to get so pissed. Now I can finally go in and beat the crap out of those jerks. Ren Asakura has entered Mingfei's world. Chapter 85, Dragon Raja. The breeze blew gently, it was a hot summer day. Mingfei let out a long sigh. The future felt so uncertain. On QQ, a profile icon was glowing. It was his friend. Old Tang. Also known as Norton, the Bronze and Flame Dragon King who had lost his memories. If possible. Mingfei didn't want to raise a blade against this friend. He was the only person in his entire life so far that he had truly opened up to and accepted. As for those he would meet in the future. At the end of the day, they were just characters from a novel. He hadn't lived through that himself. It was just the future, nothing more. And that future had already changed. Who knew what it would become now, especially with his group owner about to arrive. Hope the group owner goes easy on them. Mingfei thought silently. At the same time, he mourned for his future enemies. A swirling black portal appeared. Ren Asakura stepped out casually dressed. A cheerful smile played on that handsome face. Yeah. So this is the Dragon Raja world, huh? Mingfei. Your group owner is here. Mingfei looked at the boy in front of him, who seemed about his age. If he had that kind of power. His foolish Oniai-san would have already received a healthy dose of tough love. Boss, calm down. You're here to help, not to destroy the world. Ren Asakura excitedly patted Mingfei on the shoulder. Relax, I've got this under control. Mingfei twitched a little at the corners of his mouth. Ren Asakura spoke casually, come on, let's get rid of those little bugs around us first. They've been watching you day and night, probably even know what color underwear you're wearing. Mingfei. His fate had long been sealed. The weak cannot escape the paths that others carve for them. Even if Mingfei noticed the people spying on him, he had no way to resist. Because the forces behind them were far beyond anything he could handle. Ren Asakura patted Lu Mingfei's shoulder again. Relax. With me around, whether you want to unify the world or dominate the globe, I'll help make it happen while I'm at it. Lu Mingfei instantly teared up. Big boss group owner, please don't. I just want to live a free and easy life. I want things to be a little better, not have a bunch of people scheming against me every day, setting traps, and writing angsty fanfiction about me. Ren Asakura waved his hand. Not ambitious enough. But yeah, we should clean up the bugs around here a bit. If I had stuff like that watching me 24/7, I'd have uprooted them already. You should really learn how to be a proper sneaky bastard. Lu Mingfei tilted his head, confused. Ren Asakura continued. There's this guide. Teaches all kinds of villain tactics, and what to do after you defeat your enemies. Like when you beat the small fry and the big boss shows up, you gotta go full send and sacrifice their whole clan to the heavens. That's the only way to be safe. Lu Mingfei was instantly horrified and took 2 steps back. Group owner, that's way too brutal. Ren Asakura suddenly changed expressions and said with a teasing tone. Alright, I was just kidding. But from the looks of it, you're about to meet that foolish Oniai-san of yours soon. And judging from your experience, I don't think you'll outplay him. Lu Mingfei sighed helplessly. That's exactly why I want your help. I'm about to graduate high school, the main story's about to kick off. Old Tang is one of the few real friends I've got. I don't want to take him down. Ren Asakura patted his chest confidently. Relax, with me here, a mere fire-breathing 4-legged lizard. I could blow him away with a single breath. Lu Mingfei looked mournful. You saying that just makes me feel even more useless. This was Lu Mingfei's room. He lived here with his younger brother, Lu Mingze. That chubby, round-faced kid, not the little devil version. Right now, the chubby one was off at piano lessons. Lu Mingfei was home alone, playing on his computer. While building a cultivation foundation didn't require enduring heavenly tribulation, the energy shock from breaking through could still damage nearby buildings. If he ended up blowing up the house, Lu Mingfei's life would really take a hit. Group owner, maybe I should go find somewhere else to break through first. I already bought the foundation establishment pill. Every city had abandoned places. Breaking through in one of those wouldn't cause too much trouble. Ren Asakura nodded and glanced into the distance, as if his gaze pierced through the walls to see certain people outside. Still, it's better to clean up a bit first. Mingfei, wait here for a sec. I'll be right back, and I'll bring you a smoking hot babe. Lu Mingfei hadn't even had time to react before Ren Asakura vanished. At that moment, in a distant building across from Lu Mingfei's room, Sakatoku Mai was watching him through binoculars. As one of Lu Mingfei's 3 most important babysitters, Sakatoku Mai's infiltration skills were already near perfection. Her powerful stealth abilities allowed her to carry out her surveillance missions flawlessly. Lu Mingfei's changed quite a bit lately. Is this still that same loser from before? He's not simping after pretty girls anymore, his grades are improving, he's more confident, and he even looks more handsome. He's starting to give off that future winner-in-life vibe. And that damn boss of mine, all he does is squeeze me dry all day long. A beauty like me doesn't even get time to enjoy life. Black ponytail, black eyes, supermodel figure, stunning looks, and a clean, decisive way of doing things. That was Sakatoku Mai. Just as she was cursing her boss in her head, a crisp voice suddenly whispered in her ear. A vampire boss who only knows how to exploit his employees, huh? Ever considered switching bosses? I think I'd be a pretty decent pick. Sakatoku Mai whipped around. At some point, a young man had appeared right beside her. He was smiling. Dressed in simple, casual clothes, he looked completely laid back. The aura he gave off was ordinary, like just some random guy off the street. But no ordinary person could silently approach a highly trained ninja. Sakatoku Mai narrowed her eyes. Even though my boss constantly overworks us and makes us work 24/7, I'm not looking to switch right now. Ren Asakura tilted his head slightly, still smiling. Well, what if I kill him? Would that make you reconsider your options? Sakatoku Mai kept her smile, but one hand had already moved behind her back, where a short blade was hidden. A very sharp one, standard weaponry for a ninja. Sorry, I don't think you're qualified. Sigh. Ren Asakura shook his head with a look of exaggerated disappointment. So only the scummiest bosses get the most loyal employees nowadays. Nobody wants a nice boss anymore. Just as resigned. It's all we've got. Gotta make do. Ren Asakura sighed. Mingfei, you right. Just say, on, insert date, insert name, voluntarily agrees to work as a nanny for our side, with no salary. Mai immediately interrupted. Wait, no salary? That's beyond stingy. Ren Asakura's expression darkened, irritation flickering across his face. Watch your tone. Didn't you hear the experts? We're giving you a valuable work opportunity, an experience to grow and learn. You should be grateful. Not asking you to pay us is already generous. You should cherish this chance. Which bastard expert said that? I'll gut him. Mai snapped. Mingfei handed over the contract after scribbling it out. Ren Asakura glanced over it. Mingfei, is this a typo? Mingfei squinted at the paper. Looks like it, let me fix it. I've been training in sword cultivation too much lately, forgot how to write. He scratched it out, leaving a big black smudge, then scribbled over it with the corrected word. Mai could only stare into the void. Being a nanny for these two morons might actually kill me. Ren Asakura nodded, pleased. All right. Next is the fingerprint. We don't have ink, so let's just use blood. He walked over with a cheerful grin. Then untied her hands. Come on, time to sign. Don't forget the fingerprint. Mai looked at the typo-ridden contract in disbelief. Does this thing even hold up in court? Who knows if it's legally binding, but she knew if she didn't sign, she probably wasn't getting out of here. After signing her name, everyone looked at each other. Ren Asakura, the fingerprint. Mai, how exactly am I supposed to do that? Ren Asakura, just bite your finger and press the print. That's how they do it in TV dramas. Mai felt like crying, but under pressure, she complied. Utter humiliation. Ren Asakura held up the contract. Nice, nice. From now on, you're officially our nanny. Work hard and maybe I'll give you a raise someday. Mai. Mingfei let out a long, helpless sigh. Hey, group leader, shouldn't we get back to the main task? I'm about to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Ren Asakura suddenly clapped his hands. Ah, right, right. Then he turned to Mai and said, hey, you, nanny over there. Help us get a car. We're heading somewhere remote to do some cultivation. Mai looked completely confused. Still, she found them a car. Sitting in the car got a bit boring. Ren Asakura suddenly asked. Hey, nanny. I heard you're a ninja too, can you do the shadow clone jutsu? Or maybe water style, fix the damn technique. Mai rolled her eyes. You think this is Naruto or something? Ren Asakura shook his head with a sigh. Knew it. You're clearly a half-baked ninja. Mingfei, show her your fire style, great fireball jutsu. Mingfei looked hopeless. Group leader, we're inside a car. And I haven't learned any fire style techniques. Also, I'm not a ninja, I'm a cultivator. Mai looked at the two of them with exasperation. If she didn't already know how powerful Ren Asakura was, she'd think they were just a couple of delusional man-children. Naruto's all fake, that's just a manga. There's no chakra in the real world. I mean, yeah, with certain incantations or spells you might get a similar effect, and cultivators. That's all from fantasy novels. You guys should really be past your Chinibu phase. Ran Asakura gave a mocking grin. Just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Mingfei, give her a little show. Mingfei sighed. We're still in a car. If I mess up, we'll end up in a wreck. Ran Asakura paused and gave a serious nod. True. Let's wait till we get to an open area, then we'll show you what real ninja cultivators look like. My. On the outskirts of the city. Far from the hustle and bustle, even if they made some noise, it wouldn't attract much attention. This was where Mingfei would attempt his breakthrough. Once they got out of the car, the taxi driver drove off without a second glance. Mingfei looked around at the overgrown weeds and deserted surroundings. Perfect place for some shady business. Mai stood there with her arms crossed, bored, glancing around. Ran Asakura stepped forward. Mingfei, show her what you've got. Mingfei scratched his head. Do we really need to? Ran Asakura, this girl never learned the real skills of a ninja. Show her something real. Mai shrugged. Yeah, go on, blow my mind. Mingfei thought for a second, then nodded. Orochimaru taught me a bunch of jutsu, but since I'm a cultivator, I didn't take them too seriously. Only the shadow clone jutsu is kinda useful for me. As he spoke, he formed hand seals with both hands. Shadow clone jutsu. Poof. 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 From the smoke, a dozen Mingfeis stepped out. They looked identical, same face, same outfit, same everything. Mai was instantly stunned. How is this even possible? All the clones spoke in unison. This is my jutsu, shadow clone jutsu. I'm not super good at it though, not like Naruto who can make hundreds or thousands. Mai suddenly started to doubt if she was even a real ninja. This was the real deal. Mingfei quickly made another hand sign. Release. All the clones disappeared into a puff of smoke. Degree. Chapter 89, Foundation Establishment. Mai stood frozen in place, as if her entire worldview had just taken a massive hit. Ran Asakura patted her on the shoulder. Alright, Nanny, nothing for you to do now. Just watch. Mingfei found a flat patch of grass and sat down. Ran Asakura waved his hand. Go for it. I'll watch your back. Mingfei nodded and immediately popped a foundation establishment pill into his mouth. A surge of powerful spiritual energy exploded within his body. The spiritual energy he'd gathered during the chi refining stage began to compress steadily. It coursed through his meridians, his dantian, and his sea of consciousness. Once that energy compressed into a liquid state, it would mark the successful completion of foundation establishment. A terrifying aura began to emanate from Mingfei's body. This was spiritual energy leaking out. Ran Asakura raised one hand and set up a small semicircular formation that enveloped Mingfei. Mai stared at the dome-shaped formation, watching countless runes flow along its surface. The array lines on the ground corresponded perfectly with heaven, earth, and man. Each movement was mesmerizing, so much so that she couldn't help but be drawn in, her mind beginning to sink into its mysterious rhythm. She gradually spaced out, as if her very soul was being pulled in. Suddenly, Ran Asakura flicked her on the forehead. You're not a cultivator. Without divine sense, forcing yourself to understand this stuff will damage your mind. Mai snapped back to awareness, a wave of fear washing over her, an overwhelming sense of danger had just enveloped her. What is this? This is cultivation. Ran Asakura nodded. Actually, the end of science is theology. Cultivation is similar. These array runes are like mathematical formulas. But without the right foundation, you can't comprehend them. Force it, and your brain breaks. Mingfei felt like he was dreaming. A strange dream. He stood in a massive, empty cathedral. The tolling of bells echoed non-stop. The emptiness gave the hall a somber, mournful feeling. In the center, on a large cross, a boy was hanging. Mingfei raised his head slightly, his golden pupils locked with the boy's. Want to trade places, brother? The boy spoke. Mingfei opened his mouth and finally said something he'd always wanted to say. Oh, my foolish little Otuto. You want your brother's life, huh? Well, I'm not giving it. The boy fell silent for a moment. He didn't understand how his brother knew. You're still the same as always, brother. You made the right choice, you rejected me. But when the king returns, all who defy him must die. That is fate, brother. Mingfei dug into his ear impatiently. Why make my dreams so melodramatic? And that so-called fate of yours? Not worth a pile of dog crap. Anyway, I'm in the middle of breaking through to Foundation establishment, stop bothering me. The boy's eyes filled with unspoken sorrow. We'll meet again, brother. Yeah. See you next time. Mingfei waved him off in total annoyance. At that moment, Mingfei had already succeeded in reaching Foundation establishment. It meant his body had completely stepped beyond mortal limits. His lifespan had doubled, now reaching 200 years. He could now fly on magical items for extended periods, refine his own spiritual tools, and learn advanced techniques. Ren Asakura sat on a rock, playing on his PSP. Damn, this boss fight is ridiculous. Mai looked over at Mingfei with concern. He'd been sitting cross-legged for over 2 hours. The air around him grew thicker with a unique aura. Mai had read enough cultivation novels to guess, if this really was cultivation, then that strange aura had to be spiritual energy. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot into the sky. Then, slowly, it dissipated. As if some hidden power had just broken free. Mingfei had succeeded in Foundation establishment, his spiritual energy had completely turned to liquid. Woohoo! That feels amazing, I feel light as a feather now. With his meridians cleared and his body transcending the mortal realm, his lifespan now extended to 200 years. Even though he was just at the early stage of Foundation establishment, he could easily smash a building with a single strike. Alright, it's just Foundation establishment, no need to get that hyped. Mingfei stepped out of the dust cloud. His swagger was off the charts. Ren Asakura instantly felt annoyed. Daring to show off in front of your group leader? Let me teach you a little lesson. Ren Asakura stashed his game console and rolled up his sleeves. Mingfei immediately deflated at the sight. I was wrong, group leader. I shouldn't have shown off. As long as I admit my mistake fast enough, no one can hit me. Ren Asakura stopped in his tracks, this guy's shamelessness was seriously impressive. Come on, show a bit of pride. You just broke through Foundation establishment. In a typical cultivation novel, you'd be a solid mid-tier powerhouse by now. Mingfei looked speechless. I may have just reached Foundation establishment and broken away from mortal limits, but I'm not an idiot. You think I'm gonna go fight some immortal now? I'd be digging my own grave. Mai felt like her entire worldview was being reconstructed today. Alright. Hey, you, nanny, tool person, get us a ride home. Mai pointed at herself. Me? Tool person. Ren Asakura nodded. That's right. Are you serious? Even if I am a tool person, can't you at least be a little more subtle about it? Mai felt completely numb. But still, she obediently hailed a car. An overworked employee crushed by a heartless boss, signed into a one-sided contract like a soul seller. Mai was starting to feel like her life had turned pitch black. On the way back, Ren Asakura suddenly spoke up. Now that you've reached Foundation establishment, Have you thought about getting a decent weapon? Your spiritual energy should be strong enough to bind one now. Mingfei sighed. I spent all my points on cultivation lately. Can't afford anything from the shop. He opened up his marketplace interface. As fellow group members, Ren Asakura could see it. But Mai couldn't, it just looked like the two of them were gesturing at thin air. At the top of the group chat's marketplace screen, Mingfei's remaining points were displayed. Only 20 points left. Meanwhile, the lowest tier magic weapons for cultivation ranged from 100 to 1000 points. These were weapons generally used by those in the chi refining or foundation establishment stages. They could withstand spiritual energy to a certain extent, but too much force would cause them to break. Above magic weapons were spiritual tools. Spiritual tools had awareness and could resonate with their owners. If well matched, they could let a cultivator unleash power beyond their limits. But those cost at least 500 points. And above that were magical treasures, and beyond them, divine artifacts. But weapons of that level weren't even something a small foundation stage cultivator like Mingfei could dream of refining. Azure Origin Sword, low-tier magic weapon, used by disciples of the Azure Origin sect in the cultivation world. Can handle a small amount of spiritual energy. Price, 100 points. Overlord Blade, mid-tier magic weapon, standard weapon of disciples from the Overlord Blade sect. Price, 300 points. Dragon Spirit Spear, high-tier magic weapon, used by Dragon Tribe soldiers. Price, 500 points. Ice Spirit Sword, top-tier magic weapon. Boosts cultivators of ice-based techniques. Price, 800 points. Hatien Blade, Crescent Blade, Ghost Hero, Phoenix Call Blade, Ame Needle, Dragon Fang Needle, Spirit Fang, Chain Claws, Gauntlet Axe, 5-element Hook, Moon Gaze, Winter Plum, Golden Touch Spike. All completely unaffordable. Mingfei sadly closed the shop interface. Chapter 90, Weapons. Buying a weapon was definitely out of the question. Mingfei would have to make do with his ordinary weapon for now. Ren Asakura smiled slightly as a good idea came to him. Did you forget? Your good friend Old Tang has the perfect weapon for you. Does he? I had no idea. Mingfei responded instinctively. Ren Asakura patted Mingfei's shoulder. Don't forget about the 7 deadly sins. It's the top-tier alchemical weapon capable of killing the Dragon King. The materials used to forge it are the best alchemical materials available. Spiritual energy is just another form of energy, and good weapons can withstand this kind of energy. Though I've never seen the 7 deadly sins myself, based on the descriptions from novels, the 7 deadly sins is at least a spiritual tool. Plus, using it requires a specific bloodline. Trust me, no one is more suited for it than you. The 7 deadly sins is a set of alchemical swords and knives forged to kill the 4 great monarchs. The forging technique is unparalleled and is considered the pinnacle of alchemy. The full name of the 7 deadly sins is Bronze Hell, the 7 deadly sins. Mingfei's eyes immediately lit up when he heard 7 deadly sins. This was a treasure. He couldn't afford to buy high-quality cultivation weapons now. Using the 7 deadly sins for now would be fine. As expected of the group leader, you really thought of everything. But I remember the 7 deadly sins is in Bronze City, near the 3 Gorges Dam. Mai quietly listened, thinking that she'd report this to her boss, the old boss. Ren Asakura patted Mingfei's shoulder. Don't just take it without asking. Bronze City is Old Tang's home, and the 7 deadly sins was created by him. It wouldn't be good to visit your friend's house and steal something without asking first. At the very least, we should ask Old Tang's opinion. Old Tang had forgotten his memories as the Dragon King and was just an ordinary person now. Mingfei thought for a moment before speaking. You're right. We're law-abiding youths, so even if we're going to take something from someone's house, we should at least ask first. I believe Old Tang will agree. Asakura let out a strange laugh. He'll definitely agree. And so, Mingfei began to set his sights on the 7 deadly sins. He was really broke now. He couldn't even afford a single weapon. Later that night, Mai took out her phone. She dialed her boss's number. She was about to report what had happened today. Boss. What happened? Mai opened her mouth, but then suddenly found she couldn't say a word. All the things she wanted to say were stuck in her throat. What's wrong? The boss's voice came through the phone. It's not that, how should I put it, he. Mai was about to reveal the information she learned today, but then she just couldn't speak. In the darkness, Asakura smiled slightly. The black-hearted boss's employee code of conduct, Rule 1, no leaking the boss's secrets. Mai finally hung up the phone, her face full of disappointment. She had failed to explain anything clearly. The boss had told her to continue being an undercover agent. What on earth is going on? Mai could only vent her frustration helplessly. Mingfei's home wasn't really suitable for anyone else to stay. Mai stayed at the hotel, just like usual. Asakura stood high in the sky, overlooking the sea of city lights below. A society where dragons and humans coexist. But in the end, they haven't even left Earth. The stars above are so brilliant, why not explore them together? The next day came quickly. Right in front of Mai, Mingfei used the shadow clone technique to split off a clone of himself, then sent the clone to school while he himself went to an internet cafe to play games. Mai stared in stunned silence at the whole process. If this kind of thing existed in the world, every criminal would be able to pull off the perfect crime and create a flawless alibi. The real Mingfei patted his clone's shoulder with a solemn expression. I'm counting on you, clone. No problem, original. 2 identical people stood in front of her, and once again Mai began to question whether the ninja techniques she had learned were fake. The shadow clone technique produced physical clones. Once upon a time, Uchiha Itachi used shadow clones to attend school in his place. But if the clone took too much damage, it would disappear, and all of its memories and accumulated fatigue would be transferred back to the original. If too many clones were used, then the moment they disappeared, all the exhaustion would rebound onto the original, potentially exhausting them to death. Mai reached out her slender hand and started feeling around the clone Mingfei. It's really a physical body. Mingfei's face turned slightly red. After all, Mai was an absolute beauty, and being touched so brazenly by someone like that, he couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed. After confirming the clone was real, Mai began to question her life choices once again. Alright, Mai, go to the nearest internet cafe and rent 2 computers. Let's have some fun. Mai had no choice but to obey. Damn black-hearted boss, always making me do the dirty work. Why is it always me on the front lines? Somebody save me. No matter how much she complained, no one was coming. Asakura, for one, didn't mind poaching all of Luming's subordinates. Luming's expression when that happened would surely be priceless. Mingfei wore a mask, afraid someone might recognize him. After all, one minute he was supposed to be in school, the next in an internet cafe. That would be hard to explain. Asakura thought it was too much of a hassle and directly cast a perception-blocking spell on him. Now, no matter who saw Mingfei, even if they knew him personally, they wouldn't be able to recognize him. They'd just see him as some vaguely familiar stranger. Unless it was someone on their side, like Mai, who had signed an employment contract. Computers of this era were still way too outdated. But today's internet cafe trip wasn't just for fun, they were here to invite Old Tang out to play. Asakura had already thought up a plan to stir things up. Mingfei wanted the 7 deadly sins, after all, it was a dragon-slaying weapon. And Old Tang was his good friend. Judging by the timeline, the plot was about to start. Mingfei really didn't want to face Old Tang in a fight. Although by then, Old Tang might not be the same Old Tang anymore. But with the group leader around, everything would be fine. No more thinking. Time to game and have fun. Mai really was acting like a nanny. She brought tons of snacks and drinks. Then she leaned on the back of the two guys' chairs, watching them play. After logging in, Mingfei immediately invited Old Tang to join. Ren Asakura joined the game as well. Old Tang started chatting as soon as the game began. He. Lao Lu. Long time no see online. You chasing some chick lately? Mingfei replied righteously, I've been cultivating and didn't have time. I just made a breakthrough, so now I've got time to mess around. Degree. Chapter 91, Gamer Skills. A victory screen flashed across the computer monitor. Old Tang's annoying voice came through the headset. Damn, who the hell is this? Such insane skills. Lao Lu, you brought a pro to stomp me. That's just dirty. Mingfei chuckled sheepishly. I always thought you were all talk. Turns out, as soon as I bring in a real pro, you crumble. Old Tang's voice came back, full of frustration. Bullshit. Just wait, I'll grind for a bit, sooner or later I'll be the one wrecking your pro buddy. Ren Asakura looked at his match history, 10 wins, 0 losses. When faced with absolute talent, even top-tier human reflexes and skills didn't cut it. Ren Asakura had already reached a level beyond what humans could achieve, in both reaction speed and mechanical control. That was the real reason Old Tang had lost so badly. Wanna go a few rounds with me? Mingfei suggested. Oh, come on, Lao Lu. You don't actually think I've gotten worse just because I lost 10 rounds, do you? Watch me crush you. 2 matches later. Oh my god. Lao Lu, when did you get this good? No, wait, have I gotten worse? Damn it. Mingfei took his hands off the keyboard and mouse. In truth, his skills weren't any worse than a professional's. Back when he played games with Old Tang, he was stuck using a piece of junk computer. No mouse, he had to use that awful red dot in the middle of the laptop keyboard. Now, in a proper internet cafe, his full skills could finally shine. Today's been rough. Getting stomped by both of you. Mingfei tried to comfort him. There, don't cry. Just queue up and keep grinding. Alright. I'm logging off. I've been humiliated enough for one day. Mingfei could already imagine the defeated look on Old Tang's face. But gaming wasn't the real reason they were here. Oh right, Old Tang, I almost forgot to tell you. I think I saw your younger brother. Silence came through the headset. Mingfei asked, You still there, Old Tang? Wait, give me a second. What did you just say? You saw my younger brother? I don't think I have a brother. Even as Old Tang said that, he didn't sound entirely certain. Somewhere deep in his mind, an image of a young boy flashed. It was in the colossal bronze city. But the image vanished as quickly as it came. Old Tang had been a wanderer for as long as he could remember. He had no memory of his past. Eventually, he became a bounty hunter to make a living. He'd met Mingfei through online gaming and had become one of his few true friends. But in reality, he was none other than the king of bronze and fire, Norton, the dragon king of authority. And the younger brother he'd forgotten was Constantine, the dragon king of power, still sleeping deep in the bronze city. Mingfei pressed on. I'm serious, Old Tang. I'm sure it was your little brother. Don't mess with me, man. I've got amnesia. More hazy memories stirred in Old Tang's mind. Why not come to China? You're not busy anyway. Come hang out, I'll show you around. Mingfei extended an invitation. Old Tang paused and thought. Let me think. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I've got nothing going on. Funny, I was just saying that if you came to the US for school, I'd take you on a hot dog bus tour. Guess you beat me to it. Don't worry, if you ever come to the US, I've got your back. Mingfei chuckled. Much appreciated. Oh, right, I'll send you a location. Let's meet there. That's where I saw your brother. The location Mingfei sent was the Three Gorges hydropower station. Ever since Old Tang had awakened, he had always been alone. Loneliness was a terrifying thing. A Dragon King could never truly feel warmth among humans. Only someone like Mingfei, an anomaly among anomalies, could actually get along with a Dragon King. Old Tang was lonely, and when he heard that he might have a younger brother, he was overwhelmed. Not even a hint of doubt crossed his mind. Deep down, he felt like it was true. And since the news came from Mingfei, his friend, Old Tang had no reason to question it. Besides, China was relatively safe. It wasn't like a country where there's daily gunfights. Nor was it like certain places where organs were harvested without anesthesia. Plus, they had amazing food and a ton of beautiful tourist spots. I saw the location, Three Gorges Dam, huh? I heard that place is crazy impressive. Mingfei nodded and gave him a brief intro to the Three Gorges hydropower station. In any case, I'll be waiting for you there. Old Tang. I hope we'll always be friends. Of course, Lao Lu. We'll be friends forever. Old Tang said excitedly, completely missing the undertone in Mingfei's words. Norton's memory spanned over 1,000 years. Old Tang, on the other hand, only had about a decade of memories, fragile as mist, gone with a touch. But when Norton finally came face to face with his brother Constantine, those memories might resurface. And Old Tang might cease to exist. But that was inevitable. Even without Mingfei's interference, the Dragon King would one day regain his memories. They gained for a while longer. Eventually, everyone logged off. As they stepped out of the internet cafe, Ren Asakura turned to them. Book us a few plane tickets to the Three Gorges Dam. Mai had already resigned herself to being treated like a tool. But she still asked, are we going to meet your online friend? Mingfei nodded. Yeah. But we might also end up slaying a Dragon King. Their people deserve to know the plan. If a fight broke out, Mai could very well get caught in the crossfire. The hand holding Mai's phone suddenly trembled. Wait, that's a huge jump in tone. Are you talking about that Dragon King? Mingfei nodded seriously. The King of Bronze and Fire. Norton and Constantine. Two Dragon Kings. And honestly, fighting both of them might not even be the worst-case scenario. We might also have to deal with a second-generation dragon and a few Dragon King guards. So stay sharp, if it looks bad, just run. Mai's mouth twitched. Are you people insane? You're basically going into the Dragon King's lair asking to die. After all, in the war between humans and dragons, no one had ever truly killed the twin kings on the four thrones. And there were the high-level word spirits, powerful enough to destroy an entire city. Boss, can I quit this job? Mai looked genuinely shaken. Ren Asakura patted her shoulder, completely serious. It's fine. You're just the babysitter. If it goes down, just run. If you make it out alive, you'll have bragging rights. It'll all count as valuable experience. Mai looked like she was on the verge of tears. She had never done anything this dangerous in her life. Degree. Chapter 92, Shameless Boss. How about this, I'll give you a raise later. As a ruthless boss, one must master the art of making empty promises. Ren Asakura didn't hesitate to draw a big pie in the sky. Boss, I've been paying for all our rides and internet these past few days. And you've got the nerve to talk about a raise. Last time, you even took all my pocket money. Mai gave him a wounded look. A proper ruthless boss knows how to squeeze their employees, but not too hard. And above all, they must know how to sweet talk. I trust you, that's why I gave you this job. I believe in your abilities, in your character. That's why I entrusted you with the role of nanny. I'm helping you grow. Money? That's just worldly stuff, it comes and goes. Ranasakura declared righteously, as if he were a truly benevolent employer. Mai was stunned. She had never seen such a shameless and black-hearted boss. Suddenly, she realized her previous employers weren't so bad after all. At least they didn't drag her into stirring up Dragon King's lairs while skimming her already meager wages. That night, Old Tang had a dream. A grand, majestic bronze arena, engulfed in war and flames. "Brother, will you eat me?" a child asked innocently. "I will. And together, we will rule the world." Suddenly, Old Tang jolted awake. Damn, what kind of dream was that? Must have been from what Lao Lu said earlier. He shook his head and lay back down, but the drowsiness had already vanished. The Yangtze and Yellow rivers are the mother rivers of China. In ancient times, without modern technology, water was essential for the development of civilization. Many great cultures were born along rivers. Even today, the Yangtze and Yellow rivers remain vital, mismanaging them could lead to devastating floods. The mighty Yangtze flows eastward. Once a mother river, it's now a famous tourist destination. At an airport in a city near the Yangtze River, Old Tang arrived. Fresh off the plane, the first thing he saw was Mingfei in the arrivals area, holding up a sign. He looked exactly the same as he did in their video calls. Casually dressed, with a bit of a nerdy vibe. Thin and frail, holding up a sign that simply read Old Tang. But the beauty standing next to him was clearly out of place. Long legs, statuesque figure, not an inch shorter than Mingfei. A stunning and mature face with a cool, distant air. Dressed entirely in black, her aura gave off a cold elegance. This was Mai. She was glancing around the airport with bored eyes, but alert. After all, she already knew that the person they were about to meet was a dragon king with amnesia, the king of bronze and fire, Norton. To a dragon king, hybrids were nothing more than thieves who stole divine authority. "Hey, Lao Lu." In the noisy airport terminal, Old Tang's voice wasn't loud, but Mingfei heard him clearly. He waved the sign excitedly toward the crowd. "Old Tang. Over here. Over here." Dragging his suitcase, Old Tang pushed through the crowd. Excuse me, excuse me." Finally, he made it to Mingfei. Meeting an online friend in real life for the first time, they were both pumped. "Old Tang, you look way more handsome in person than you did on video." Mingfei put down the sign. Old Tang grinned. "You're not bad yourself, Lao Lu." Even though this was their first face-to-face meeting, their friendship had started long ago. Monsters couldn't fit into the world of men, but monsters could still bring warmth to other monsters. That was the sorrow carried in the blood of the dragons. "Have you eaten yet? Since you're here now, today's meal is on me." Mingfei spoke with full confidence. Mai's wary gaze lingered on Old Tang the entire time. He looked too ordinary. And far too weak. But no one could say when he might awaken. In front of a dragon king, hybrids would always be absolutely suppressed. It was suppression rooted in blood. Old Tang started feeling a little awkward under Mai's stare. He scratched his head and asked. "These two your friends, Lao Lu?" Ranasakura grinned and slung an arm over Mingfei's shoulder. "What, you don't recognize me? Don't forget, 10 wins, 10 losses." Hearing that familiar voice, Old Tang instantly exclaimed. "You're that expert?" Ranasakura nodded and extended his hand. Ranasakura. Just a totally weak, average, nothing special kind of guy. His self-introduction was a bit strange, but Old Tang still reached out and shook his hand. "Ronald Tang. You can call me Old Tang. I may not look it, but I'm actually a bounty hunter." So cool. Ren Asakura gave his hand an enthusiastic shake. And this gorgeous lady is? Old Tang asked curiously. Mai paused for a few seconds before answering coldly. Sakatoku Mai. Ren Asakura chuckled and explained. Don't be fooled by how cold she looks, she's actually a good person. That's just her personality. You'll get used to it. Old Tang leaned in and whispered, why does she keep staring at me? Did I do something to upset her? Ren Asakura shook his head. She can't help it, it's in her DNA. The pressure of bloodlines. And the long-standing war between hybrids and dragons. That war had raged for thousands of years. There was no chance of reconciliation now. Mingfei waved his hand. You must be hungry. Let's go grab something to eat. They left the airport. Mingfei brought them straight to a street barbecue stall. No other choice, he was broke and couldn't afford anything fancy. Old Tang didn't mind. He was just happy to have friends welcoming him. Skewers and cheap beer, good vibes all around. Mai kept watching Old Tang. She found that the so-called Dragon King was nothing like what she'd imagined. Even with his memories gone, he should still have some kind of innate charisma, right? At the very least, he should have had that charmingly evil smile that made all the girls fall for him. But instead, he was just a regular, average guy. Night began to fall. The group made their way to the banks of the Yangtze. A safety railing ran along the edge, with warning signs posted nearby. Mingfei leaned casually against the railing, unconcerned. There weren't many people around. Old Tang seemed to sense something was on Mingfei's mind and spoke up. Lao Lu, if something's bothering you, just say it. Mingfei stared at the sea of lights in the distance. Old Tang, do you believe dragons exist in this world? After thinking it over, Mingfei decided to just lay it all out, especially with the group leader around. Old Tang blinked, unsure why Mingfei would ask something like that. You mean, like the kind that fly around breathing fire and kidnapping princesses? Mingfei was silent for a moment, then nodded. Dragons come in all forms. But in the minds of most people in the West, that's exactly what they are, fire-breathing monsters, symbols of evil. Old Tang let out a chuckle. There's no such thing as dragons, Lao Lu. You've been reading too many novels. Degree. Chapter 93, Confession. Old Tang had a look on his face like, are you kidding me right now? Mingfei tilted his head slightly, gazing up at the sky. Even a loser wants a happy life. He thought about the future written in the novel, sitting alone on a throne, watching his friends die one by one, completely powerless to stop it. Sometimes I wonder, would it be better if the group leader just went all out and wiped out all the dragons in the world? If we drained every drop of dragon blood from the hybrids, would that fix everything? But even if that happened, the war between humans and dragons would just become a war between humans and humans. Conflict wouldn't disappear, it would just shift. So I made up my mind. I don't care about the war between humans and dragons. I don't care about saving the world. I just want to protect the people I care about. The rest? Let them live or die, it's none of my business. Let others worry about the frost on their own rooftops, I'm just sweeping the snow in front of my own door. That's the only way to live freely. Mingfei finally let all the frustration in his heart pour out. Sometimes, not knowing about a tragic future, might actually be a kind of happiness. Old Tang took a swig of beer. Didn't get it. Mingfei sighed, then turned to him with a serious expression. Old Tang, what if one day I told you, you're not human? That you're actually a dragon king, what would you do? Pfft, ha 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 ha. Old Tang clutched his stomach, laughing hard. Lao Lu, you're terrible at making stuff up. At least come up with a better lie. I'm not human, I'm a dragon king. That's hilarious, man. Mingfei shook his head helplessly. If I had the choice, I wouldn't want you to be a dragon king either. But loneliness draws loneliness in. Monsters find monsters. Old Tang finally stopped laughing and turned his gaze toward the mighty Yangtze. The sound of the rushing water crashing into the rocks was thunderous. The closer you got, the more you could feel nature's raw power. If I'm a dragon king, then what are you? Old Tang asked offhandedly. Mingfei slowly said 2 words. A monster. A monster capable of killing a dragon king. Pft, ha 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 ha. Old Tang thought Mingfei was in an especially jokey mood today. But Mingfei didn't say anything more. He was ready to prove everything, with action. Old Tang. You ever wanted to fly? Old Tang. Without warning, Mingfei grabbed Old Tang and shot into the sky. Under their feet was a flying sword, your classic cultivator grade weapon. Once you reached the foundation establishment stage, you could fly on swords for extended periods. In the world of cultivation, if you could fly, you flew, no walking necessary. Ayaha. Mingfei held onto Old Tang tightly as they soared up into the clouds. Within the cloud layer, Old Tang clung to Mingfei like an octopus. Holy crap, Lao Lu, since when did you become Superman? I'm afraid of heights, man. Mingfei stood calmly on the flying sword, looking down at the sea of city lights below. Do you believe me now, Old Tang? I believe you, I believe you. Just get me back down. Old Tang was shaking from head to toe. They were at least 1,000 meters up. If he fell, he'd die for real. Mingfei nodded and slowly descended from the sky. The moment he set foot back on solid ground, Old Tang had never felt so safe in his life. Mingfei quietly waited for him to recover. After descending from 1,000 meters, Old Tang's legs were still trembling. Lao Lu, even if you wanted to show off a little, couldn't you have warned me first? I'm not built for this. Maybe it was because he was a dragon king, but Old Tang accepted this reality, one far beyond normal human understanding, remarkably fast. What followed was silence. The two of them quietly drank their beer. In the distance, Mai and Asakura approached with a few bags of spicy snacks. Beer with spicy sticks. That combo always hit the spot. Hey, Mingfei, all done talking? Asakura waved casually. Mingfei nodded. Some things between friends had to be resolved by friends. Asakura's methods tended to be a bit on the violent side. After having his worldview completely reshaped, Old Tang finally accepted his identity as a dragon king, though the memories still hadn't returned. He was still Old Tang. Lao Lu, you're not planning to take me out, are you? Mingfei shook his head, then nodded. I'll only take out Norton, not Old Tang. The conflict between dragon kings and humanity, Mingfei knew he couldn't be the one to mediate it. So what's the plan now? Old Tang asked. We go to Bronze City. Your dragon king memories will awaken eventually. Instead of being manipulated and pushed onto the stage, we should take the initiative and step onto it ourselves, take control of our own fate. Mingfei knew, his fate had already begun to unfold. If he wanted to reclaim what was his from the forces surrounding him, he had to be strong enough. Power wasn't just strength, it was also influence. I feel like I've stepped right into a trap or something. Old Tang scratched his head and downed the rest of his beer. Late at night. The Yangtze River roared on, and the temperature had begun to drop. At this time of night, going into the water would almost certainly cause a cold. Warning signs stood along the riverbank, clearly stating, no swimming, danger. In the distance was the reservoir of the Three Gorges Dam. Bronze City lay roughly 150 meters beneath the water's surface. That depth was nearly impossible to reach without being a trained diver. But none of the people present were ordinary. The sudden pressure changes at that depth could severely damage a normal person's heart and lungs. But against absolute strength, that kind of pressure was nothing. Tonight's a good night for it. Ren Asakura glanced up at the moonlit sky. Old Tang was still a little scared. Maybe we wait until tomorrow. It's so dark out, kinda dangerous, don't you think? Too many people during the day. Too many eyes. Not ideal for diving. And if the worst-case scenario happens, it might hurt innocent bystanders. But right now, it's the middle of the night, no one's around. Even if something breaks out, no one else will get caught in it. Mingfei explained patiently. Old Tang patted his chest. Don't worry, Lao Lu. Even if I regain all my old memories, you'll still be my friend. I hope so. Mingfei looked around at everyone. Mai would be diving in too. As a professional bodyguard, she had to stay by her target's side at all times, her target being Mingfei. Alright, if we're diving, I'll show you guys something cool. Ren Asakura snapped his fingers lightly. A soft blue glow instantly wrapped around everyone's body. Then, just as quickly, it vanished. Old Tang quickly patted himself down. Nothing felt different. What the heck just happened? Ren Asakura explained with a grin. I cast a water avoidance charm on all of you. You'll be able to breathe underwater like fish and ignore pressure changes in the depths. Even if you're a landlubber who can't swim, with this charm, you'll be swimming like a mermaid in no time. Old Tang gave him a big thumbs up. Freaking awesome. Even so, Old Tang was still hesitant to go in. This was the Yangtze River, after all. Every year, countless people drowned in it. There were even professional corpse fishers in the past few years, supposedly a really profitable job. What are you scared of? Ren Asakura raised a leg and gave Old Tang a solid kick, sending him flying straight into the Yangtze. The raging current swallowed him in an instant. Help! I can't swim. Some habits are carved into your bones. You can't just shake them off that easily. Degree. Chapter 94, Bronze City. Everyone plunged into the Yangtze River like dumplings tossed into a pot. The raging current instantly swallowed them up. Thanks to the water avoidance charm, they could all clearly see everything within the river. The visibility was almost as good as on land. Mingfei took a deep breath experimentally. Sure enough, he could breathe underwater. Mai was filled with amazement. The pressure that usually came with diving was completely gone. They moved underwater as naturally as if they were still on land. The feeling was so bizarre, it was hard to put into words. Meanwhile, Old Tang was flailing at the surface, still dog-paddling like crazy. But clearly, he hadn't mastered the stroke, because he wasn't getting anywhere. His face was turning beet red from holding his breath. Mingfei sighed and swam over. He grabbed Old Tang's hand. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Blub 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 blub. Bubbles exploded out of Old Tang's mouth. Then, to his shock, he realized, he wasn't drowning. What the hell? They could even talk underwater. Is this even the world I used to know? Old Tang felt like his worldview had just been flipped all over again. Fun, right? Ren Asakura's voice echoed over. Old Tang nodded. Very fun. Ren Asakura pointed downward. Let's go. Time to find your little brother, and the 7 deadly sins. Bronze City is your home, Old Tang. The rest of us? We're just guests. My home. Old Tang began paddling forward with his janky doggy stroke. This mission had several goals. Mingfei wanted to save his friend. And more importantly, he needed to obtain the 7 deadly sins, the legendary anti-dragon weapon. Most of Mingfei's enemies in the future would be dragons. With the 7 deadly sins in hand, he would at least have a fighting chance. They dove deeper. Underwater currents twisted and pulled around them, but the water avoidance charm made it feel like nothing. Far beneath the surface. The sunlight couldn't reach this depth. And now that it was nighttime, the water was pitch black. Yet to their eyes, it was as if they had night vision goggles, completely unaffected. Soon, they reached the bottom. They stepped onto the riverbed's silty floor and looked up, above them, an endless expanse of churning water. It was a feeling no human had ever truly experienced. All around them were stone walls and rocky terrain, no sign of the so-called Bronze City. Old Tang felt a strange sense of familiarity, like something was calling out to him. Why can't I see anything? Mingfei wasn't surprised. Bronze City had been submerged for over 1,000 years. It was long since buried by layers of rock. A dragon's domain wasn't something that could be easily found. Especially since this particular domain was Nibelungen, the alchemical realm of the dragons. Ren, do you see it? Ren Asakura nodded. You've cultivated divine sense, haven't you? Use it. Don't just sit on it, learn to apply it. Even at the foundation establishment stage, divine sense didn't reach far. But it was still enough. Mingfei closed his eyes. A strange spiritual energy began to ripple outward like sonar, scanning everything nearby. Through the rock walls, through layers of mud and stone. Ren Asakura watched him with interest. Do you see it now? Behind the rocky barrier lay a massive bronze city. Its entrance was a colossal bronze mask, an enormous face, scorched and scarred with old burn marks. So magnificent. Even words in a novel couldn't capture a scene this grand. Mingfei opened his eyes, unable to imagine how the former king of bronze and fire had used alchemy to create such a vast city of bronze. The king of bronze and fire specialized in alchemy. For him, nothing was impossible, Ren Asakura said with a smile. Though the bronze city appeared enormous, in the end, it was merely the twin dragon king's lair. To Ren Asakura, it was just a slightly bigger anthill. So how are we supposed to get inside? If I remember right, in the original story, it was exposed by an undersea earthquake. I'm guessing that earthquake was probably caused by my dear little brother and his backstabbing shenanigans. That would explain the mess that came afterward. Ren Asakura waved his hand casually. Watch this. When visiting a friend's house, it's only polite to knock first. He then struck the surrounding rock wall with his palm. The water trembled. The stone began to crack. It was as if an earthquake had begun, everything around them started to shake. Countless fractures spiderwebbed across the solid rock. Even the nearby Baidi mountain by the Three Gorges Dam began to tremble. Just a casual palm strike, and Ren Asakura had triggered an earthquake. Thankfully, his control over his power was masterful. The tremors quickly stopped. Chunks of rock fell away, and a powerful suction force emerged from the depths. This was caused by the extreme water pressure that had built up over hundreds of meters underwater. Once a hollow space suddenly appeared, the surrounding water rushed in to fill it. During that rush, terrifying pressure gradients formed all around them. A small whirlpool appeared on the Yangtze River's surface due to the surfacing of Bronze City. But the change went unnoticed. After all, the dangers of the Yangtze were widely known. A circular blue barrier enveloped the group, shielding them from the crushing currents. The spectacular sight of the surging water could only be witnessed by these four. Soon, the void created by the emergence of Bronze City was completely filled by the river. Within moments, the water grew still once again. Let's go. The group walked across the riverbed, toward the spot where the rock had just collapsed. After traveling less than 100 meters, they saw it, that massive bronze mask. It was imposing and majestic. Even with today's technology, creating such a colossal bronze face would be nearly impossible. That bronze mask was the gate to Bronze City. So this is the Dragon King's lair, Mai murmured, her expression sharply alert. What came next was venturing into the very heart of the Dragon King's domain. No matter how you looked at it, the lair of a Dragon King would have pure-blood dragon guards. Without serious firepower, even hybrids wouldn't stand a chance against them. Old Tang stared at the gigantic bronze mask, flashes of memory surfacing in his mind. Familiar. Far too familiar. But the memories quickly faded away, leaving behind only a frustrating emptiness. To open the gate to Bronze City, a key was required. That key was dragon blood, of high enough purity. But to a master, a home needs no key. Old Tang stepped onto the rocky ground, reaching out to gently touch the immense bronze mask. "I'm home," he said. Even he didn't know why those words came out. The bronze gate seemed to sense the return of its master, and slowly, its mouth began to open. It was welcoming its master home. Nibelungen had been waiting for his return. As the bronze mask opened wide, Old Tang blinked in disbelief. Did I do that? Chapter 95, Younger Brother. Alchemy is both mysterious and powerful, and Norton, the king of bronze and fire, was the most skilled in alchemy among the 4 dragon kings. It was the power granted by his throne. He held absolute control over metal. The massive bronze mask was the crystallization of his alchemical craft, infused with spirit and intellect. It was a living entity. Now, it was celebrating the return of its creator, its master. The enormous gate slowly opened. "Let's go, Old Tang. Time to visit your home," Mingfei said as he walked up and patted Old Tang on the shoulder. Old Tang hesitated for a moment, but then stepped into the bronze gates. Mai followed behind the group. The moment they entered the ancient bronze city, an image flashed through Old Tang's mind, a child. The child wore ancient clothing, with innocent eyes and a look of longing for family. "Brother, will you eat me?" "Yes, I will." Old Tang shook his head, trying to suppress the blurry memories swirling in his mind. They moved deeper inside. All around them were countless gears, mechanisms that controlled the bronze city. This kind of mechanical tech was a branch of alchemy. It was hard to believe such advanced engineering existed 1,000 years ago. "Technology really is power," Mingfei muttered, observing the mechanical gears surrounding them. Ren Asakura nodded. In the world of dragons, the most powerful nuclear weapons were actually created through alchemy by hybrids. Those famous scientists were all powerful hybrids. Mingfei didn't deny it. The history of this world and the dragon race were hopelessly entangled. What magnificent mechanical alchemy! It said that the king of bronze and fire's skill had reached an unparalleled level. 1,000 years ago, he even created machines that could fly through the sky, Mai said without thinking. As a high-ranking hybrid, she knew many secrets and legends about the dragons and hybrids. After passing through the realm of alchemical machinery, the group entered a palace. The dome of the palace was engraved with intricate patterns, twisting and intertwining to form the shape of a giant tree. The World Tree. According to Norse mythology, it was the World Tree that the Nidhogg gnawed upon. The branches and leaves of the World Tree were inscribed with dense dragon script. It was the language of the dragons. Old Tang looked up. Although he couldn't read the text, he understood its meaning. Around the palace stood several serpent-head statues, each roughly the height of a person. These statues, too, were products of alchemy. Staring at them too long could trigger hallucinations. Mai reached out and touched one. This was her first time entering a Dragon King's lair. She had no way of knowing what potential dangers lay ahead. The serpent statue's eyes seemed to reflect light. Mai's pupils contracted. In her vision, the statue had come alive. A giant snake lunged at her neck, jaws wide open. "Calm down." Mingfei barked coldly. Mai's head swam, like she'd just woken from a deep sleep. The serpent statue before her was stone once more. These carved dragon runes can trigger illusions in hybrids, something like the spiritual vision experienced during hybrid awakening, Mingfei explained calmly. The other 3 were completely unaffected. Which made Mai seem particularly weak. "Let's go. The gate's probably about to close." As they continued onward, the gate of the Bronze City shut behind them. locking them inside. And on the palace dome, the dragon runes mapped out the layout of the ancient bronze city. But this script was completely indecipherable to ordinary hybrids. Even using the best equipment and most talented researchers, decoding these runes would take at least 10 years. Of course, to a true dragon, just one glance was enough to understand everything. The group continued forward, careful not to trigger any of the surrounding mechanisms. They passed through corridor after corridor. Avoiding all sorts of traps and mechanisms, they finally arrived at the Dragon King's bedchamber. This was the true heart of the Dragon King's lair. Dragon guards had once stood here, protecting their master's egg. To Old Tang, everything here felt strangely familiar. "Is this really my home?" he murmured. "The 7 deadly sins should be near Constantine's egg," Mingfei said, then glanced at Old Tang. Once Old Tang saw his most familiar younger brother, there was a high chance Norton's memories would awaken within him. Though not the wrathful side of Norton. Still, a Dragon King was prideful by nature. He might not tolerate hybrid mice in his sacred chamber. That would lead to one hell of a fight. Asakura's eyes shimmered with amusement and intrigue. "This is going to get interesting," he said with a grin. Because of the Bronze City's sealed nature, no water had flowed into this chamber. Everything here was exactly as it had been 1,000 years ago. A grand and resplendent palace, brimming with hidden dangers and deadly traps. Luckily, this time they had come as guests, and as the rightful heirs, not as intruders. Standing in the Dragon King's enormous palace, Mai felt immense pressure. She only had a short dagger and a small pistol. One dragon guard could probably kill her in seconds. Mingfei looked around at the majestic hall and began walking through it. The others followed suit. With his spiritual sense, Mingfei felt something faintly pulsing. It was a powerful life force. But that force was still dormant, like the monster slumbering within him. "Found it." He held up a brass canister about half the size of a person. Inside was Constantine, the embodiment of power, still in slumber, not yet hatched. Asakura ascended the tallest steps of the grand hall, his eyes landing on a rectangular weapon case resting atop a bronze pillar. "So this is the 7 deadly sins. Not bad, pretty decent weapons for the current Mingfei," he commented. These were the 7 weapons Norton forged using his highest alchemical skills, each one capable of slaying a Dragon King. They also served as a method for evaluating bloodline purity. The purer a hybrid's dragon blood, the more weapons they could draw. 10 minutes later, everyone regrouped in the hall. Asakura held the 7 deadly sins. Mingfei carried the brass canister. Mai had a few ancient bronze plates in her hands, etched with what appeared to be dragon script. Old Tang lowered his head slightly. That strange déjà vu kept flashing in his mind, impossible to shake. "The real show's about to begin," Asakura said with a faint smile, raising the 7 deadly sins. Mingfei looked down at the brass canister in his hands. "Old Tang, I found your little brother, but he hasn't been born yet." Out of nowhere, Mai felt a powerful sense of danger rise within her. This was the Dragon King's bedchamber. Naturally, where a Dragon King sleeps, guards are never far behind. And if you just happen to take their master? Well, guess what happens next? Degree. Chapter 96, Ingle. Roar. A furious roar echoed from the Dragon King's palace. As a dragon guardian, having its master taken by humans was the ultimate humiliation. Shadows loomed heavily. Atop the bronze pillars of the dome, dark figures slithered and coiled. Dragons. 15 meters in length, weighing over 50 tons, its pitch-black scales overlapped like slabs of stone. Fins along its sides flapped like wings, stirring the air with a heavy hum. Its eyes burned with rage. That furious roar continued to reverberate through the Dragon King's chamber. Utterly terrifying. Even Mai instinctively stepped back 2 paces. This was a pure-blood dragon, and not just any dragon, but a fully grown Dragon King's guard. It was doubtful even underwater explosives could harm it. This wasn't just a matter of raw strength, it was also intelligence. A mature pure-blood dragon was no less cunning than a seasoned hunter. Ren Asakura and Mingfei's faces remained calm and composed. Old Tang, on the other hand, was a nervous wreck, hiding behind Mingfei's back. Holy crap! Lao Lu, this thing is a dragon. That's insanely terrifying. Mingfei rolled his eyes. You're a Dragon King yourself, and you've got the nerve to say that. Besides, there was an even more terrifying dragon still asleep nearby. Samson. A peak-stage second-generation dragon, second only to Dragon King Norton. The Dragon Guardian's fins flapped continuously, bearing no resemblance to typical fish fins. Its black scales scraped against the bronze pillars, producing a sharp ka-ka-ka sound. It was a sign of an imminent attack. Like a serpent, it coiled itself up before a strike, ready to spring, spine taut and muscles compressed, preparing to launch with blinding speed. It was far beyond the speed the human eye could follow. And that's exactly what the 15-meter-long dragon guard was doing, loading tension into its terrifying body, moments from lunging forward. It rose. A shadow dropped from the dome above. Its massive jaws opened wide, razor-sharp yellow teeth layered like a meat grinder. Was it trying to swallow them all whole in one bite? Mai swiftly drew her gun from behind her back. Bang! 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 The bullets from her pistol couldn't pierce the dragon's black scales. Only a few sparks flickered along the shadowy figure's body, which continued charging toward them without losing momentum. Ren Asakura raised a single finger and flicked it forward. A streak of light flashed across the air. The Dragon Guardian's upper and lower jaws split apart, cleanly severed. And it didn't stop there. A devastating force surged backward, slicing its massive body clean in half from head to tail. The cut was unnaturally smooth. The two halves were symmetrical, like a masterpiece carved by the finest artisan in the world. It rose, and then got instantly killed. Mai swallowed hard. A dragon guardian that even bullets couldn't harm, sliced in two like it was nothing. Then what about a human? They'd probably be even easier to deal with. Ren Asakura scratched his head sheepishly. Oops, looks like I accidentally crushed a lizard. Mingfei was speechless. He was confident he could kill that dragon guardian himself. But to do it so effortlessly, and with such elegance? That was beyond him. Blood soaked the ground. The dragon guardian, now split perfectly in half, gradually went still. Ren Asakura stroked his chin. Say, do you think killing Old Tang's house security is kinda rude? Mingfei hadn't considered that at all. To him, saving Old Tang was the only priority. Revive. Ren Asakura snapped his fingers. As if time reversed. The spilled blood flowed back into the corpse, and the two halves rejoined. A second later, golden pupils snapped open. It lived again. Roar. As soon as it revived, the dragon guardian twisted its body and lunged at the group like a black shadow. The next second, it was sliced into 108 equal pieces. Each segment was perfectly uniform in size. Another work of art. This security guard's kind of overstepping his bounds, huh? Ren Asakura waved his hand and revived the dragon guardian once more. Then it rose again, got instantly killed again, and was revived again. Mai hadn't expected the legendary, proud, and powerful dragon race to be played with like a toy in Ren Asakura's hands, repeatedly and without effort. Ren Asakura seemed to be thoroughly enjoying it. Finally, when he got bored, Ren Asakura directly yanked out the dragon guardian's spine. Check it out, 15 meters of spine blade. Grinning, Ren Asakura twirled the spine around in his hand. The smooth, polished spine was the hardest and most resilient part of the dragon guardian's skeleton. You could say that this 50-ton, 15-meter-long body was able to move with such grace and flexibility only because of this spine. Now, it looked like an enormous sword, with the fin at the tailbone as sharp as a sword's tip. Ren Asakura looked like a child who'd just gotten a favorite toy, spinning the bone sword around with flourish. The flesh and tissue had been stripped clean, immaculately clean. "Hey Mingfei. Wanna give it a try?" Mingfei waved his hand, declining. "Not really my kind of thing. Using someone's spine as a weapon? That just felt like some old pervert stuff." Ren Asakura spun the spine again with flair. "In the name of anything defiant, behold, I shall drive even heaven itself mad." Mingfei sighed and shook his head. "Enough playing around, group leader. Something's off with Old Tang." On the other side, Old Tang was clutching the bronze urn holding his brother and looking completely lost. Flashes of strange visions kept flickering through his mind. They were Norton's memories. Once, Norton and Constantine had both been in the Dragon King's chamber. But as the elder brother, Norton had been born first. Then, most likely due to something Luming did, Norton never awakened those memories. Instead, he drifted far across the ocean. And ended up being adopted by a Chinese-American family in the U.S. 20 years later, he became a bounty hunter. Then he stepped onto the stage prepared by Luming. And that's when it all began. The Dragon Kings, who hadn't died once in thousands of years, began to fall one by one. Ren Asakura pointed his spine sword at Old Tang. "Hold up, monster. I can tell just by looking, you're not human." "Ha! Lost in confusion again, aren't you?" Old Tang really was confused. Norton's memories had begun to awaken the moment he saw his brother. This was the brother he loved most, the one he refused to devour, even in death. Now, the memories of Dragon King Norton and the memories of Old Tang as a human were blurring together. He couldn't tell who he really was anymore. Was he the Dragon King Norton? Or just a human named Old Tang? He didn't know. He couldn't tell anymore. Chapter 97, Norton. Old Tang lifted his head, eyes filled with confusion. When he looked at the others, his pupils had already turned golden. The 1,000-year memories of Dragon King Norton were overwhelming the mere 20 years of memories he had as a human. "Ha! This guy is hilarious," he believed it. He really believed it. Ren Asakura suddenly burst into laughter, like a conman celebrating a successful trick. But Old Tang couldn't tell the difference. He couldn't tell whether he was the Dragon King or a human being. After all, memory shapes identity. "Brother?" From inside the bronze urn, Constantine seemed to sense the presence of his closest kin. He was calling out to the person dearest to him. Everyone knew, in 1,000 years of solitude, only the twins kept each other company on the throne. Could no longer be called Old Tang. He was Norton, king of bronze and flame. The scorching royal flames burned wildly around him, and scales began to grow densely over his human skin. The flames and scales tore his clothes apart. His fingers were encased in dragon armor, forming razor-sharp claws, his legs too. His height shot up from nearly 1.8 meters to a full 2 meters. "Rejoice, the Dragon King has returned." Norton was now in a half-human, half-dragon state, and the heat radiating off his body far surpassed normal human levels. Even the surrounding air shimmered with the heat. Mai trembled all over. Norton stood just a few steps away from her. She had never observed a Dragon King from such close range. Old Tang was no more. In Norton's eyes, these people were just thieves and rats who had broken into his royal chamber. They deserved to die. Die. Norton made a small wave of his hand, and a massive explosion of flame detonated beneath their feet. Royal flame, this was Dragon King level flame. Mingfei raised one hand, forming a shield of spiritual energy to protect himself. Ren Asakura, on the other hand, swatted the royal flame away like it was a fly. "Our little friend just woke up. Bit cranky, huh?" Looks like someone needs a spanking. Ren Asakura stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of Norton. He gently extended a finger. Through the searing heat, he flicked Norton on the forehead like he was playing a game. And half of Dragon King Norton's body vanished. Mingfei. My. Ren Asakura clapped his hands like it was no big deal. The half of Norton's body still wrapped in flames slowly fell silent. The black dragon armor began to fade. No. Brother. Watching his brother die before his eyes, Constantine let out a heart-wrenching scream. He was born. The bronze urn began to melt. A small figure emerged. Black hair, black eyes, a childish yet somewhat adorable face. But at this moment, that face was twisted with rage. Constantine, the embodiment of power, could unleash the strongest fire-based word spirit. A word spirit capable of reducing an entire city to ashes. Rohar. Ren Asakura still wore his gentle smile, as if he hadn't even noticed Constantine's rage. Clearly, the twin dragons on the throne must devour one another to become a true king. They both knew that. Yet across the long millennia, neither ever did it. Maybe it was love, family bonds. The emotions of dragonkind are really such a contradiction. Ren Asakura extended his hand. Constantine's entire body was enveloped in intense flames, and his skin glowed with red-hot magma-like lines. The temperature kept rising. The air distorted. Oxygen evaporated. Constantine was about to unleash Zhu Long. It was the pinnacle of fire-based word spirits. His fury had already made him lose all reason. If Zhu Long activated, the entire Bronze City would be reduced to ash in an instant. Even the Yangtze River would boil from the heat. Dragon script and language lit up in the air. Constantine was invoking the word spirit. Mai was on the verge of tears. Her instincts screamed at her to run. And never look back. But there was no escape. Zhu Long's range was too vast. Am I going to die? Mai couldn't help but despair. The next moment, Ren Asakura flickered forward and slapped Constantine across the face. The invocation of Zhu Long was broken. Half of Constantine's body vanished. Now the two blood brothers lay side by side, each left with only half a body. Mai stared wide-eyed at Ren Asakura. Am I seeing things? That was a dragon king. Mingfei was equally dumbfounded. Group leader, did you just kill them both? Ren Asakura waved his hand dismissively. Relax. Dragonkin skeletons and body structures aren't like humans. They won't die from this. I just needed them to cool off. Mingfei didn't buy it. But they kinda look super dead. I swear on my honor as your group leader, they're not dead. And even if they were, I could bring them back. Mingfei's mouth twitched. Fine, fine. I guess they've cooled off by now. You know, the best way to communicate with morons is to make sure they really hear you. As Confucius said, win people over with virtue. Ren Asakura stepped up to the two half-bodies. A green light shimmered at his fingertip. A powerful surge of life force flowed into the two dragon kings. The half-bodies began rapidly regenerating. In less than 2 seconds, the kings of bronze and flame, Norton and Constantine, were whole again. Though both now lay with eyes closed. As if peacefully asleep. Then Norton's body suddenly began twitching, as if trapped in a nightmare. In a flash, his eyes flew open. His gaze was filled with fear and rage. He had dreamed that his brother died. Died before his very eyes, turned into a cross of dragon bone. No, no. Blazing eternal flames wrapped around Norton's body. But he had no time to transform. He looked over at Constantine beside him. And pulled him into a tight embrace. No, no. I can't lose you. Constantine slowly woke up, sensing his brother's presence. The anger in his eyes faded. Brother, I knew you wouldn't leave me behind. Constantine, I will never leave you. The two dragon kings, still wreathed in flame, held each other tightly. Ren Asakura said flatly. See. Kill them once, and they calm down. What a great method. Chapter 98, Binding. Mingfei looked at Ren Asakura, who was smiling. So, what do we do next? Ren Asakura seemed to have thought of all kinds of interesting ideas. Relax, the real show is just getting started. Now both Constantine and Norton had awakened. Twin dragon kings, one representing authority, the other strength. Heh heh. Done catching up. Ren Asakura walked up to the two dragon kings with a bright, cheerful smile on his face. Norton was about to get angry, but a flash of the scene where both he and his brother died appeared in his mind. Who are you? I'm no one special, just an immortal. You should have some of my memories in your head. After all, you are Old Tang. Ren Asakura. Norton spat out the name, and immediately, Old Tang's memories came rushing back. Previously, Norton's memories had suppressed Old Tang's. 20 years of Old Tang's life had been overwritten by Norton's ancient memories, so Norton hadn't recognized anyone. But now, Norton remembered everything about being Old Tang. You're the one who woke us up. What is it you want? Norton pulled Constantine into his arms. The gesture made him look like an overprotective mother hen. After all, they had both just brushed past the gates of hell. It's simple. I just want to ask you one question, are you Norton or Old Tang? Norton answered bluntly. I am Norton, the king of bronze and fire. As he spoke, a powerful, awe-inspiring dominance flashed through his eyes. It was the pride of a true dragon king. A shadow of disappointment flickered in Mingfei's eyes. He had expected this outcome, but still, it hurt when it became real. I see. That makes things easier, then. Ren Asakura's face lit up with joy and amusement. At some point, a rope had appeared in his hand. It glowed with a mysterious light and looked anything but ordinary. Norton seemed to sense danger, the temperature around them began to rise again. But Ren Asakura, like a cowboy wrangling a wild horse, spun the rope and tossed it straight at Norton's neck. In an instant, the heat vanished. Norton's word spirit was sealed. Right after that, the scales on his body began to fade, and his 2-meter-tall figure began to shrink. Ren Asakura had sealed away all of Norton's power, forcing him to return to his human form, Old Tang. Then Ren Asakura gave the rope a hard tug. Norton felt a massive force pulling him, flinging him through the air. Brother! Constantine reached out his hand, trying to grab his brother. The next moment, Ren Asakura pointed his finger gently. Constantine's power was sealed as well. Unfamiliar with the sudden loss of strength, Constantine stumbled and fell to the ground. Constantine! Norton struggled to reach him, wanting to dash to his side. But with his human strength, he was helpless, he could only watch as Constantine drifted farther and farther away. Jie jie jie. Ren Asakura cackled like a classic villain, completely immersed in the role and loving every second of it. Let go of my brother. Give me back my brother. Constantine stood up with great difficulty, pain and sorrow in his eyes. Mingfei quietly watched the deep bond between the two brothers. He looked again at the mischievous grin on the group leader's face. Why do I feel like I'm the bad guy here? Even I hadn't expected such a dramatic scene to unfold in the lair of the Dragon Kings. I'm honestly out of words to describe how I feel right now. Ren Asakura picked Norton up and tied him to the bronze pillar. He wrapped the rope around him again and again. Even human traffickers wouldn't be this professional. After tying him up, Ren Asakura clapped his hands, admiring his own handiwork. I'll ask you again, are you Norton or Old Tang? Norton answered without hesitation. Old Tang doesn't exist. I am the Dragon King, Norton. Ren Asakura nodded. I like that rebellious streak of yours. There was once a red-haired dog with 9 tails just as wild as you. Brother. Constantine had gradually gotten used to a powerless body. Seeing his brother bound, he rushed forward without hesitation. He had to protect him. In front of the bronze pillar, Constantine spread his arms, standing firmly before Dragon King Norton. His eyes were filled with unshakable resolve. Jie jie jie. As your humble guardian, as the group leader, I love this kind of brotherly affection, no, I mean dragonly affection. Ren Asakura, come at me if you've got the guts. Don't lay a hand on my brother. Norton roared and struggled. But now, powerless, he was no different from an ant. The human body dulled the wisdom of a dragon king. Emotions, for humans, are deeply tied to physical instinct. Norton, as Dragon King, probably hadn't even realized, now that his power was sealed, he seemed much more human. And Constantine too. The little brother who had always hidden behind his older brother. Had finally grown up and learned to stand in front of him. Such touching brotherhood. Ren Asakura clapped his hands, thoroughly enjoying the drama. Under the roasting flames, Norton's clothes had long turned to ash. But his instincts as a dragon king left him unconcerned with his nudity. Constantine had only just been born, so naturally he had no clothes either. Now that they were human. With no dragon scales to protect them. A lot was on full display. Mingfei muttered quietly. Why do I feel like the group leader's gaze is super creepy? Don't tell me he has that kind of fetish. Mai glanced at herself, then at Ren Asakura. It's possible. He's got a total beauty like me right in front of him and he's completely unmoved. Maybe he really is a bit, you know. She couldn't finish the sentence. Ren Asakura turned and said. Black-hearted boss employee handbook, rule number 2, no badmouthing the boss behind his back. My. Seeing his employee shut up, Ren Asakura turned back with the grin of a shady uncle. Relax, kiddo. Uncle will take you to see some goldfish. And my cat does backflips. Mingfei felt like the group leader was getting more and more unhinged, and maybe a little too into it. But Constantine stood firm, still shielding his brother without hesitation. Unfortunately, a dragon king with a child's mind and sealed powers was still just a child. Ren Asakura merely flicked his finger. And Constantine's body went flying. Old Lu, I'll leave this little guy to you. Mingfei stared at the small boy hurtling toward him. What the hell, group leader? Don't just toss him at me like that. But he caught Constantine steadily. The naked boy started struggling the moment he was in Mingfei's arms. He didn't have much strength, but he still flailed wildly, throwing Mingfei into a minor panic. Let me go. Let me go. Constantine struggled with both hands and feet. But Mingfei's body had long since surpassed that of an ordinary human. Even without using spiritual energy, the strength in his arms was enough to lift 1,000 pounds. Easy, easy. Don't worry, your brother will be fine. But Constantine wasn't listening, still flailing like crazy. Mingfei had no choice but to use a simple binding spell to immobilize Constantine, whose powers had already been sealed. Degree. Chapter 99, Humanity. Mingfei was not a pervert, he had none of those twisted hobbies. He simply took off his coat and draped it over the immobilized Constantine. Constantine could only stare helplessly, wide-eyed. Ren Asakura nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Dragon King Norton, who was still bound to the bronze pillar. Jie jie jie, now it's just you left. Ren Asakura pulled 2 tube-like items out of his pocket, they looked like toothpaste. Mingfei found them strangely familiar. Hey, isn't that the spicy sauce we used when we were eating skewers at that street stall? Ren Asakura smiled slightly. Jie jie jie. Are you going to confess or not? Then he shoved the opening of the spicy sauce tube straight into Dragon King Norton's nostril. Mingfei covered his eyes. He was pretty sure Ren Asakura was doing all this just for fun. Confess or not? After a round of discipline, torture, education, Dragon King Norton looked completely broken. The human body really was too fragile. Confess what? You didn't even ask me a question. Ren Asakura turned around, visibly confused. I didn't. Mingfei shrugged. Mai also shrugged. Oops, our bad. Ren Asakura scratched his head awkwardly. Alright, then, where did you hide Old Tang? Dragon King Norton's face was bright red, clearly, the spice had hit hard. I am Old Tang. You think I'm buying that? Ren Asakura smacked him hard across the face. Memory isn't just stored in the brain, bodies remember, too. Sometimes, the body reacts before the brain does. That's called muscle memory. Now that Dragon King Norton had turned human, the dominant personality was Old Tang. It's just that Norton's memories were too overwhelming, making it hard to tell the human and dragon personas apart. But after Ren Asakura's, let's call it, training, it became clear. The human Old Tang was flexible, adaptive. Not arrogant like Dragon King Norton. And the moment he yielded, he was Old Tang. If a dream flower or a moon reflected on water is just a fleeting illusion, what if that illusion never faded? Then perhaps, the dream flower and moon in water are no less real than reality itself. In the face of absolute power, all miracles and impossibilities become possible. The seal Ren Asakura left behind was no ordinary spell. Old Tang looked absolutely wronged. I really am Old Tang. Ren Asakura looked skeptical. Prove it. I've never beaten you at StarCraft. Ren Asakura froze, then suddenly smiled. I'm starting to believe you. I told you I'd treat you to a feast in the States, Old Tang continued. Ren Asakura nodded again. Okay, that's convincing me, mostly. Old Tang strained to think, then added. When we were drinking, I even asked to be your little brother, so you could teach me your skills. You're my big bro. Ren Asakura acted completely shocked, his dramatic performance worthy of an Oscar. Little brother. You should have said so earlier. If I'd known you were back to being Old Tang, how could I have treated you this way? Don't blame your big bro. The rope binding Old Tang vanished instantly. Old Tang fell straight off the bronze pillar. But just as he was about to hit the ground, Ren Asakura caught his arms. Little brother. Big bro. Little brother. Big bro. At that moment, it felt just like the oath of the Peach Garden. The two of them gripped each other's forearms. Mingfei stared at the sudden plot twist, completely thrown off. Mingfei, quickly release my little bro's little brother. From today onward, my little bro's little brother is my little brother. Ren Asakura's eyes were brimming with enthusiasm. Mingfei waved his hand, dispelling the binding spell. The moment Constantine regained his freedom, he sprinted toward Old Tang. Brother. At this point, Old Tang had fully fused with Norton's memories. But because humanity now dominated his psyche, he was Old Tang. Constantine. Old Tang smiled gently, familial love was the deepest bond of all human emotions. Wait, put some clothes on first. Old Tang abruptly stopped himself. No matter how close they were as brothers, two naked men hugging would be extremely awkward. Especially with a beautiful, seductive woman standing nearby. Mai had already seen everything, things she probably shouldn't have. And with that, this absurd farce had finally come to an end. Constantine tilted his head slightly, eyes full of innocence. Old Tang could only sigh in exasperation. Ren Asakura reinserted the spine sword into the Dragon King's guard's body. Freed at last, the guard knelt beside Old Tang, trembling. It was as if he was silently confessing his failure and guilt to his king. This isn't your fault. Continue guarding Bronze City. Old Tang said seriously to the Dragon King's guard. In that moment, he was Dragon King Norton again. Having received new orders, the guard vanished swiftly into the darkness. You go back to your slumber here too. Samson. From the shadows, a pair of glowing eyes slowly closed. In the Yangtze River basin, a few heads suddenly broke the water's surface. In a turbulent section, no less. And yet these figures seemed completely unaffected by the undercurrent, swimming slowly toward the shore. One by one, they climbed out of the water. Once on land, Mingfei wrapped the 7 deadly sins in his clothes and strapped it to his back. Ren Asakura followed right behind him, completely dry. Old Tang led his younger brother Constantine up the riverbank as well. Mai brought up the rear. Once they left Bronze City, Mai finally let out a long sigh of relief. What she had just witnessed was far too dangerous. If the enraged Dragon King had casually unleashed a speech incantation, she would have been toast. Just as she stepped onto land, she heard her black-hearted boss speak up. Mai, book a few hotel rooms. We had a fun day, get a good night's sleep. We continue tomorrow. This black-hearted boss never missed a chance to squeeze every drop out of her. Fine. Mai could only mutter the word through clenched teeth. It was already late at night, many places had closed. Which meant it was time for the nanny to step in. Mai pulled out her waterproof phone and dialed the number of Chip Girl, Suanshi. She was ready to rant about how cruel her new boss was. But then she remembered rule number 2 of the employee handbook. No badmouthing the boss behind their back. Chip Girl, book me a few hotel rooms. If you still want to see me alive, hurry up. I just came out of the Dragon King's lair, I nearly died. Leggy girl. Poor you. Ha ha ha. I heard your new boss is super shady. Making you work overtime in the middle of the night. TSK, tisk. A cheerful voice rang from the other end of the line. Mai felt a headache coming on. Just get the rooms. We're near the Three Gorges Dam. Oh, and get a few sets of men's clothes too. Suanshi, one of the 3 nannies Luming's assigned to assist Mingfei, might not have had much combat ability. But when it came to business and making money, she was a genius among geniuses. As the saying goes, money isn't everything, but without it, you have nothing. Degree. Chapter 100, Next Target. The hotel glowed with warm lights. Ren Asakura was sprawled out on a soft bed, sound asleep, even though he technically didn't need sleep. Mingfei sat on his bed, gently stroking the 7 deadly sins in his hands. He planned to refine it a little, just enough to store it within his spiritual sea. Mai, exhausted from the day, lay on her bed after a shower, replaying the thrilling events over in her mind. Old Tang and Constantine shared a room. These 2 brothers hadn't seen each other in over 1,000 years. The night was always deep and quiet. And when it's time to rest, one must rest. The next day, the sun was shining, and the skies were clear. A perfect day for stirring up trouble. Right now, the only person Mingfei could truly call a friend was Old Tang. All the people he'd meet in the future, he didn't even know them yet. And if you don't know someone, how could you call them a friend? To Mingfei and Old Tang, the most fun thing in the world was probably playing StarCraft together at the internet cafe. Now that the crisis was resolved, Mingfei finally relaxed. So they all pulled an all-nighter gaming at a net cafe. After gaming, they grabbed spicy hot pot, skewers from a street stall, or a big bowl of hand-shaved noodles. The one footing the bill? Their dedicated nanny, Mai. In their daily lives, Mingfei, Ren Asakura, and Old Tang behaved just like ordinary, lazy shut-in gamers. Eating, sleeping, gaming, repeating. And still asking her to pay. Sure, it wasn't much money. But my often had an indescribable feeling of absurdity. That even the Dragon King himself was scarfing down street food and getting crushed in online games. And he was the one losing, too. Sometimes, Mai genuinely wondered if this was even the same world she thought she knew. As for her mission, investigating Ren Asakura. She couldn't even begin to explain the results. Ren Asakura put down his rice bowl and stretched lazily. Old Tang, Mingfei, we've rested long enough. How about we go stir up some more trouble? Mingfei put down his chopsticks. Sure, group leader. I don't have anything urgent right now. Ren Asakura smiled mysteriously. You're going to run into the King of Earth and Mountains eventually anyway. So how about we go meet him early and borrow the force he represents, Fenrir. That kid's IQ is like a 3-year-old's. With our adult-level brainpower, we'll absolutely stomp him. Then you'll be the new generation of Dragon Rider. Just think about the last one, Yin Jiping. Mingfei was speechless. There were, let's just say, different kinds of Dragon Riders. Still, he knew one day, he would inevitably face the King of Earth and Mountains. Jormungandr and Fenrir. One represented authority. The other represented power. Only when power and authority merged could one become the true king of the dragons. Hel, the goddess of death. Jormungandr, who represented wisdom, had absolute control over strength. Like a precision instrument. Fenrir, once he unleashed the dance of Shiva, could trigger a city-level earthquake. Within the realm of his speech incantation, all living things would die the moment the spell was completed. This was the death domain of the King of Earth and Mountains. After awakening, Jormungandr transformed into a cute, seemingly ordinary girl named Xiao Yan. Secretly observing human behavior. With a particular focus on one person, Chu Ziheng. The same Chu Ziheng that, in the future, Mingfei would defy the whole world just to find. Of course, another reason was that Chu Ziheng bore Odin's mark. To stay close, Jormungandr even played multiple roles in his life. Like a senior in the cheerleading squad. She played the role of a student council senior. A junior seeking academic advice. But unfortunately, Chu Ziheng was a stoic, emotionally repressed man, and on top of that, a textbook straight arrow. Even after going to the 3 classic dating spots, absolutely nothing happened. When Jormungandr left, she sealed off the part of Chu Ziheng's memory related to her. The next time they met, she had a new identity. Xiao Yan. A freshman at Castle College. But in the end, Chu Ziheng saw through her disguise and stabbed a Cambridge folding knife straight into her heart. Jormungandr, down. Fenrir went berserk and unleashed Dance of Shiva. Mingfei gave up a quarter of his life just to take him out. Fenrir, down. The King of Earth and Mountains had fallen. Mingfei, recalling all of this, said. I remember Jormungandr infiltrated Castle College for Constantine. After all, she didn't want to devour her own brother. The twin royals who sat on the throne shared a deep bond. Unless there was absolutely no other choice, they'd never harm one another. 1,000 years is just too long, too lonely. The lifespan of a dragon king stretches on for ages. In such an eternal life, only blood ties could offer real warmth. Maybe Jormungandr sensed the death of the King of Bronze and Fire, that's what made her act. But in the end, she still lost to Luming's schemes. She still fell. Ren Asakura spoke in a calm tone. Your little brother's definitely gonna stir up some chaos. So why don't we get ahead of him and stir it up first? That way, he'll have nothing left to mess with. Jormungandra's really pretty, with super fair skin, I bet she's perfect for cupping therapy. A cute girl like her probably cries for ages if you punch her once. Mingfei. Old Tang seemed to recall some traumatic memory and could only silently mourn Jormungandr for half a minute in his heart. Mingfei thought for a moment, then asked, can I say no? Ren Asakura gave him a big, hearty grin. What do you think? The gears of fate had already begun turning. The Iron Throne had emerged. No one could escape. Unless they possessed absolute, overwhelming power. Jormungandr, with her terrifying intelligence, sensed this too. That's why she decided to devour her brother. To fully merge power and authority. To become the true Dragon King. To birth the death god, Hell. And face the storm that was fast approaching. But after 1,000 years, emotions had run deep. In order to find a substitute, Jormungandr risked everything, even death, to infiltrate castle and steal Constantine's body. In the end, she was driven back by Luming's agent, Mai, who, frankly, was totally cheating. At that point, Jormungandr had no other options. Mai suddenly had a bad feeling. Mingfei wore a mischievous grin, itching to stir up some trouble. Mingfei could only shake his head helplessly. Old Tang was lost in memories of Jormungandr and Fenrir. It had been a long time since they'd last met. Finally, Mai couldn't hold it in any more and asked. So, what are we doing next? Mingfei curled his lips into a sly smirk. Next, we head straight to the lair of the King of Earth and Mountains. And kidnap Fenrir, the incarnation of raw strength. You've heard of human traffickers, right? We're dragon traffickers. Mai thought she misheard. You want to kidnap the King of Earth and Mountains? I know you're strong, but we're talking about a Dragon King here. Who the hell do you think will buy a kidnapped Dragon King? Castle? The hybrid clans. Relax, relax. Mingfei waved his hand nonchalantly. I already figured out a way to offload the Dragon King. But at the same time, I also want ransom money. So what do you think I should do? Mingfei's face changed instantly. You're gonna double-cross both sides. Take money from everyone. Degree.